Chapter 1. What kind of eyes do you have? The mountain breeze gently caressed the lush grass, and as the sun ascended, wisps of smoke lazily drifted from this secluded valley. A ray of sunlight, in synchrony with the swaying leaves, maintained an intimate dance with the ground, as golden specks flickered and danced, infusing the world with boundless vitality. Stop! Don't run! You little rascal! If I catch you, I shall break your legs. The frantic roar of an elderly man in a patched robe shattered the tranquility of early summer. This old man appeared to be in his 70s, short in stature, sporting an upright topknot. His small eyes, typically exuding a comical yet wise glimmer, now blazed with fury, and his red, bulbous nose exhaled hot air, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. "Old man, can you switch up your script? It's always the same line. Only a fool would stand still. Is it such a big deal that I nibbled on a couple of your radishes? At your age, why are you so stingy?" A childish voice retorted playfully. Two figures flitted back and forth along the rugged path through the forest, startling flocks of birds with their antics. The mischievous child, appearing to be around 7 or 8, was slender with fair skin, a high nose, double eyelids, and big, expressive eyes that sparkled with wisdom. His glossy, shoulder-length black hair was haphazardly tied back, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead and temples, while a barely perceptible smirk hinted at his unruly nature. "What? Those were radishes?" The old man nearly fainted with rage. His nose twisted as he halted, bellowing, "Those are the 9 heavens Xianyang ginseng that I have painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. My precious investment." "What? Huh?" The child, noticing the old man resting against a tree, clutched his belly in laughter. "With your frail body, do you still think of romance? The beautiful Master Zhou would never look your way. Besides, I don't even have a wife yet. Thankfully, I have good fortune. But honestly, these aren't tasty at all. I'm only doing you a favor by helping you finish off these dreadful radishes. If you had eaten them, who knows what might have happened to your health?" The child continued, shaking his head and clicking his tongue, embodying the virtues of helping others and respecting the elderly. The old man, infuriated, shouted, "You little brat, taking advantage and acting innocent. Take this." With his hand outstretched, fingers curled like claws, he lunged at the child. If this grasp landed, it could leave even marble with gaping holes, let alone the child's frail frame. In truth, the 9 heavens Xianyang ginseng was a key ingredient for concocting the rejuvenation pill. In his youth, the old man had become so engrossed in medicine that he neglected his own cultivation, leading to his current state. He had long harbored the courage to propose to his childhood sweetheart, but after painstakingly obtaining the formula for the rejuvenation pill, he struggled to find the main ingredient, the millennium-old 9 heavens Xianyang ginseng. After decades, he managed to cultivate 2 plants, yet they were still a few years shy of maturity. To his dismay, he watched as this little rascal devoured the ginseng he had nurtured for so long. The old man felt as if his years of diligent care had vanished into thin air, leaving him utterly despondent. "Help! Murder! Someone come quickly!" The child turned and fled, his shrill cries echoing throughout the valley, evoking both tears and terror in those who heard. However, the villagers in the valley paid no heed to the child's cries. Such occurrences seemed to happen daily, with merely the pitch of the howling and wailing changing. Rather than oppose it, the villagers exchanged knowing glances, barely suppressing their laughter, as if they were ready to set off firecrackers if not for fear of retribution. Only a middle-aged man shook his head, pondering, what kind of ruckus are these two causing so early in the morning? I prepared breakfast. Should I go call them, or not? Perhaps it's best not to, lest the master's wrath be redirected. Yes, it's wise to avoid such thankless tasks. Who knows what trouble the little apprentice has stirred up this time? This could be disastrous. The thought of the master's devious methods sent a shiver down his spine. The chase on the hillside involved a master and his apprentice. The child was none other than Lin Tianxin, the grandson of Lin Jinan, the Grand Marshal of the Tianxian Empire, and the sole son of General Lin Hao and Princess Shiner, the most cherished sister of Emperor Longchong. Tianxin was frail and often ill, and despite numerous attempts to seek cures, none proved effective. Princess Sheener wept daily, as he was the only male heir of the Lin family, carrying the weight of their hopes. This burden also led the old marshal to lament incessantly, cursing the unfairness of fate, while Emperor Longchong frequently berated the royal physicians for their ineptitude. One day, a deranged old man arrived at the marshal's residence, proclaiming himself to be a benefactor of the Lin family and requesting an audience with Grand Marshal Lin Jinan. Fortunately, the old marshal maintained strict discipline and did not dismiss the eccentric old man due to his erratic behavior. As Lin Jinan grappled with the resurgence of Tianxin's ailment, he was perplexed when a servant reported the old man's arrival. Who dares to come to the marshal's residence for amusement? He mused. Afyu, go see who it is. Yes, my lord, replied an elderly attendant in blue, bowing respectfully. Afyu, how many times must I remind you? In the Lin family, you need not bow and scrape before anyone. When will you learn this flaw? Haha, my lord, one must not neglect courtesies. Sigh. You and your stubbornness. I don't know how to commend you properly. Just go, all right? I shall go at once. Ah. As Lin Jinan watched Afu's somewhat unsteady figure depart, memories of their youthful exploits on the battlefield flooded back, accompanied by fervent oaths. He couldn't help but sigh deeply. Afu's real name was Zhang Xian. 40 years ago, at the tender age of 21, Zhang Xian, filled with ambition, had joined the military. Due to his exceptional skills and cleverness, he was promoted to deputy general by then-General Lin Jinan. However, a discontented officer, Zhao Yuanshan, conspired against him, leading Lin Jinan into a dangerous situation. Although the soldiers fought valiantly to break free, they suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Xian was gravely injured while protecting Lin Jinan, suffering a broken spine. Though he recovered, he could no longer fight, and Lin Jinan brought him back to the Lin residence to serve as a steward. Lost in thought, Lin Jinan was suddenly struck by a gust of wind. Instinctively, he ducked, only to see a small stone embedded in the wall nearby, sending a chill down his spine. Ouch! Little brat, not bad. You even know to bow and greet me. An oddly dressed old man leaned casually against a stone bench less than a yard away. Lin Zenon's heart raced with shock. I am a Grandmaster-level warrior. Even fellow warriors of the same rank cannot approach me without my detection. What kind of terrifying realm must this person have reached? To think that in this world, where strength reigns supreme, a Grandmaster is already considered an elite. Could this individual have surpassed the Grandmaster level and ascended to an even higher echelon? A martial sage, perhaps? Who was this person? Lin Zenon's mind was awash with astonishment. Yet he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of being called little brat at the age of 63. Though astonished, Lin Jinan, as the Grand Marshal of the Tianxian Empire, maintained his composure and respectfully bowed. I apologize for not knowing of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my ignorance. Might I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? Oh, no need for formalities. I simply grew bored and thought I'd enjoy the scenery. The old man replied with a playful grin, seemingly unfazed by Lin Zenon's solemnity, as he grabbed a wine jug from the stone table and began to drink heartily. Burp! Hey, little brat, hurry and fetch me some snacks to go with this wine. It's unhealthy to drink without food, you know. No sense of etiquette. At least I'm a guest. What kind of guest are you, brother? We don't seem to know each other, do we? Of course, Lin Jinan could only grumble this in his heart. Who knew what purpose this eccentric, high-level individual had in visiting? It was best not to offend such a person. Thinking thus, Lin Jinan waved to a nearby maid. Why aren't you quickly fetching some good food and wine for this esteemed guest? Not bad, not bad. I want to tease you today. During my travels, I heard that Marshal Lin's beloved grandson, Lin Tianxin, has a minor ailment. I have some knowledge of medicine. May I take a look? As he spoke, he shook his head, affecting a scholarly demeanor that was quite amusing. In reality, the old man had merely overheard about the young master's affliction and, unable to resist his urge, had come to offer his assistance. Ah, please, esteemed elder, come in. I am immensely grateful for your journey to treat Tianxin. Even if you cannot cure him, your kind intention is deeply appreciated. Should you ever need anything, I will gladly serve you, even at the cost of my life. What? What kind of eyes do you have? Do I look like a quack? There is no ailment in this world that I cannot cure. The old man jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. His small eyes widened in shock, and his bulbous nose twitched comically. To know the old man's real name is Luo Yuding, a renowned genius in the realm, whose profound cultivation is unfathomable, and whose medical skills are such that he claims no one dares to assert they are superior, earning him the title of the Saint of Medicine with ghostly hands. It is not entirely surprising that Lin Jinan would utter such ominous words, as he is utterly despondent regarding the ailment afflicting his beloved grandson, Tianxin. With the Lin family's current power, they have sought out every conceivable renowned physician in the secular world, to the extent that even the reigning emperor has executed several court physicians over this matter. Yet there remains no sign of improvement. Concerning this peculiar and unexpected elder who has visited, Lin Jinan cannot bring himself to harbor great hopes. The heart of the old marshal, having experienced immense joy and sorrow over the years since the birth of his cherished grandson, simply cannot endure further tribulations. Chapter 2. The Pure Yang Body. Junior has failed to recognize the majesty of your presence and has inadvertently offended you. I sincerely hope you will not take offense. May I inquire as to your esteemed name and the origin of your celestial abode? Lin Jinan wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing his blunder and hastily redirecting the conversation. Although he harbors doubts about this old man's medical expertise, he finds himself with no other option but to gamble on this dead horse, as if it were a living horse. After all, it is the man himself who has come to their door. Perhaps he truly possesses the ability to cure his grandson's ailment. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, it is worth a try. My surname is Luo. Luo Yuding responded, displeased by Lin Zenen's skepticism regarding his medical prowess, his tone laced with sarcasm. Anyone would be discontent when their esteemed skills are questioned, particularly someone as proud as Luo Yuding. The two hastily moved forward, swiftly arriving at a courtyard to the west of the marshal's residence, which spans approximately 200 zhang. Although it is not particularly large, it is meticulously maintained. A small bridge arches over flowing water, and rockeries rise majestically. The courtyard is adorned with vibrant blooms, and a small lake within ripples gently, evoking a sense of vitality and tranquility. Please, Luo Xinbei, follow me. Ignoring Luo Yuding's sullen demeanor, Lin Jinan took the elder's hand and led him toward the only structure in the courtyard, a small pavilion. He cautiously pushed open the wooden door to Lin Tianxin's room, inadvertently startling Yun Shiner, who was vigilantly guarding her beloved son. Father-in-law, you have arrived. The once pampered and delicate face of the princess appeared gaunt and weary due to her son's condition. As if fearing to disturb her little treasure, she gently addressed Lin Jinan before turning her gaze toward Luo Yuding. And who might this esteemed elder be? Oh, this venerable Luo Xinbei is a reclusive master, claiming to possess the ability to cure the affliction plaguing young Tianxin. Upon hearing this, Yun Shiner knelt before Luo Yuding, exclaiming, "If you can heal Tianxin, I would gladly repay your kindness by serving you as a humble servant." Her voice trembled with emotion. However, after a prolonged silence without any response, she lifted her gaze to see Lin Zenen's expression of bewilderment. Following his line of sight, Yun Shiner furrowed her brow in concern. Luo Yuding stood in a daze, fixated on the slumbering figure on the bed, his grimy hand resting on Lin Tianxin's wrist. A glimmering droplet fell from the corner of his mouth, still oblivious to his mumblings. Witnessing this scene, Yun Ziner's body swayed slightly, a shadow of despair crossing her face. Yet, not willing to give up, she stepped forward to inquire, "Luo Xinbei, do you possess a remedy?" Her expression was tinged with sorrow. "Ah, yes, there is a cure. However, there is a condition, ha." Luo Yuding replied, as if awakening from a dream, not bothering to look back. "Please, elder, save my child." Yun Shiner, upon hearing this, froze momentarily before seizing Luo Yuding's arm, as if grasping a lifeline, disregarding the oily stains on his sleeve. "Yet, I must know your condition, for Lin Jinan shall spare no effort to fulfill it. But what precisely ails my grandson?" Lin Jinan, composed yet trembling with restrained excitement, could hardly contain his joy at the prospect of hope for his grandson, who says this is an ailment. If you do not understand, do not speak foolishly. This child possesses a pure yang body. Rolling his eyes, Luo Yuding retorted with annoyance. Pure yang body? Lin Jinan inquired, perplexed. Of course, you ordinary folk cannot comprehend the significance of a pure yang body. In the Xinjiang continent, it is also referred to as a demigod body, alongside the purine body, regarded as those who have one foot in the divine realm, favored child of the gods. Should one with such a physique cultivate martial arts? Their speed would be nothing short of miraculous. Throughout history, those with this physique have shattered the fetters of the world, transcended the three realms, and escaped the five elements. Ultimately, they achieve the supreme divine path. At the very least, they become a great figure, a totem of their people, worshipped by the masses. Would you not agree this is impressive? I never anticipated that today I would have the fortune to witness it myself. I only learned of this through an ancient text during a chance encounter. Yet, why does this child's condition seem somewhat different from what the text describes? It appears even more extraordinary. Let me think, do not disturb me. After saying this, he ignored the wide-eyed Yun Shiner and Lin Jinan, alternating between stroking the back of little Tianxin's head, pinching the chubby little hands, and pressing his finger against the soles of the child's feet. Unbeknownst to him, this action awakened the slumbering Lin Tianxin, prompting the little one to wail loudly. Oh! Tianxin dear, do not cry. Luo Yuding, interrupted by the child's sudden cries, picked him up and attempted to soothe him with exaggerated expressions. However, little Tianxin paid him no mind, continuing to wail unabated. This predicament left the old man at a loss. While he was adept at treating ailments and never hesitated in martial contests, the elderly Luo Yuding had dedicated his life to the study of martial arts and medicine, remaining unmarried at such an advanced age. The challenge of soothing a child was beyond him, and he reluctantly handed little Tianxin back to Yun Shiner. Yet, inadvertently, he noticed the tears sliding down the child's cheek, and in that instant, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. During the time you carried this child, did you consume any heating spices such as star anise, fennel, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, cinnamon, or chili? Luo Yuding inquired thoughtfully. Seeing Lin Jinan and Yun Shiner looking at him in astonishment, he could not help but explain impatiently. Although these heating spices are merely flavorings and often go unnoticed, their consumption during pregnancy is inadvisable. When a woman is pregnant, her body temperature rises and her intestines tend to be drier. Heating spices are inherently hot and stimulating, easily depleting intestinal moisture. This leads to a reduction in gastrointestinal secretions, causing dryness in the intestines, which can result in an unstable fetal position, abnormal fetal development, premature rupture of membranes, miscarriage, or preterm labor. It cannot be. During that period, I was very cautious with my diet and even employed a specialist to oversee it. There was absolutely no chance of indiscriminate eating, could it be? Lin Jinan growled, slamming his palm onto the table, which was crafted from fine sandalwood, shattering it into splinters. Bring me the person who cared for the young lattice diet 4 years ago. I wish to see who dares to act so boldly as to endanger my grandson. Lin Jinan was utterly enraged, fear coursing through him at the near loss of his beloved grandson. How could he not be filled with fury? Yes, from behind Lin Jinan, where there had initially been no one, a shadow slowly emerged before fading away. With a knowing glance at Lin Jinan, Luo Yuding chuckled and said, however, this is indeed a fortunate development. It is known that those with a pure yang physique, although hailed as favored children of the gods, possess both advantages and disadvantages. If not properly cared for, they rarely live beyond 20 years. Either they are consumed by the raging yang fire within or perish due to the conflict between the pure yang energy and the yin substances consumed after birth, leading to blocked meridians. Yet this little one seems to have turned misfortune into fortune. Being inherently a pure yang body, along with absorbing the heating and yang-enhancing substances during gestation, has intensified the yang fire. One must be aware that in this world, all things exist in mutual generation, and restraint excessive yang inevitably gives rise to yin. This child has completed a circulation of energies even in utero, establishing a harmonious balance of yin and yang, a beneficial cycle of mutual reinforcement. With a sigh, Luo Yuding remarked, "This child is truly blessed. He is destined for greatness." But why does this child frequently have nosebleeds and sometimes feel alarmingly hot, causing constant fussiness? Lin Jinan inquired, perplexed. Although this little one completed a circulation of energies while in the womb, he is still a pure yang body, and the yang energy is overly intense. Without understanding how to guide it and lacking someone to assist in clearing his meridians, the imbalance of yin and yang has led to the accumulation of yang fire, resulting in these symptoms. At this point, Luo Yuding awkwardly rubbed his hands together, suggesting, "Why not allow this child to become my disciple? Heir. No, it should be him taking me as his master. What do you think? This way, I can help him regulate his condition at any time." After speaking, he found himself bemused. How could he, at his age, make such a slip of the tongue? It is hardly surprising that Luo Yuding made a verbal slip. Encountering such a rare and exceptional talent is enough to stir immense excitement in anyone, particularly for the prominent sects and powerful factions. It is entirely normal for them to compete fiercely over a promising prospect. After all, a remarkable individual is crucial to the future development of an entire sect. Is a sect truly formidable? Aside from the presence of seasoned top-tier experts, it also necessitates a robust younger generation to carry on the legacy. Otherwise, when the elder generation departs, the sect would find itself devoid of capable reinforcements. In this world, where strength reigns supreme and is rife with bloodshed, it is only a matter of time before such a sect fades into the annals of history, leaving no trace behind. This is especially true for a prodigy like Lin Tianxin, who is reputed to possess a demigod physique. Before Lin Jinan could respond, Luo Yuding's body quivered, and an ancient, profound aura emanated from him. Roar! A resounding and melodious dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. A five-clawed golden dragon, measuring about 10 feet in length, appeared to materialize out of thin air, soaring around Luo Yuding in a mesmerizing dance. Dragon of the Wanderer, divine mysteries converge. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, Lin Jinan was utterly astonished. It is important to note that within the Xianxian continent, the hierarchy of martial artists is strictly delineated. From the lowest to the highest, the ranks are martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and martial sage. Each rank is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. The aura emitted by martial artists is equally immutable throughout the ages. Martial warriors emanate a red aura, martial masters an orange aura, grandmasters a yellow aura, and great grandmasters a green aura. The azure aura is said to be possessed only by martial sages. Martial apprentices, having just embarked on their martial journey and lacking any foundation in profound energy, do not emit any aura. This is an unchanging rule of the Xianxian continent and serves as the most fundamental method for discerning another's cultivation level. As for those above martial sage, Lin Jinan has no knowledge, having never encountered a being of such caliber. However, according to ancient legends, transcending the martial sage realm signifies the transformation of the physical form into that of a deity, allowing one to transcend the 5 elements and attain longevity alongside the heavens and earth. With but a wave of the hand, mountains can be moved and seas filled, clouds can be stirred and rain summoned. Yet throughout history, those who have achieved the path of martial sage are exceedingly rare, let alone those who reach the supreme divine path. Such individuals are said to be non-existent even among billions of practitioners. Legends state that to attain the supreme divine path, a martial sage must endure 3 minor tribulations and 1 major tribulation. Ultimately, they break free from the myriad constraints of the world, drawing upon the vastness of the cosmos to conjure a soul body from the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. The nature of this soul body varies from person to person. Chapter 3 Master. What about the meeting gift? The unassuming old man before him, when channeling his mysterious energy, exuded an aura akin to a divine dragon, and the brilliant light emitted from his energy was a striking golden hue. the likes of which Lin Junnan had never even heard of before. The repeated use of unexpected illustrated Lin Junnan's profound astonishment, which he could not conceal. Heh, what do you think? Let this young one become my disciple. Rou Yuting, who seemed to lack confidence in merely flaunting his medical skills to recruit a disciple, released the restraint he had on his cultivation. Speaking with an air of flamboyance and self-satisfaction, his pair of comically lewd little eyes sparkled with an unsettling gleam. It was only then that the dazed Lin Junnan snapped back to reality. Overjoyed, he turned to Rou Yuting and said, "To earn the recognition of such a venerable elder is a blessing that this child has accrued over several lifetimes. How could we possibly refuse?" Yun Xian heir, who wished to voice her thoughts, was abruptly silenced by Lin Junnan's wave. He understood what his daughter-in-law wanted to express. The child was still too young. What mother would have the heart to let her little one leave her side? Yet, in this society that revered martial prowess, where strength was the ultimate truth, one must be willing to part with their attachments, no matter how reluctant they felt. Ignoring the redness in Yun Xian heir's eyes, Lin Junnan called out towards the door, "Come here. Prepare a feast. I wish to honor Elder Rou and simultaneously hold a ceremony for the young master to pay his respects." In front of Rou Yuting, Old Master Lin remained relatively reserved and dared not call him old man. When the marshal speaks, the servants must not be negligent. Before long, the servants had everything arranged. Lin Junnan invited Rou Yuting to take a seat and instructed Lin Tianxian to serve tea for the apprenticeship ceremony. Who would have thought that the little rascal, still brooding over being woken from his sweet dreams by the old man, pouted and said to Yun Xian heir, "Mother, I refuse to take this dirty old man as my master. Look at him. He's filthy. What skills could he possibly have? He must be here to sponge off our family." Just as Lin Junnan had settled into his seat, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Cold sweat instantly streaming down his forehead, his heart racing. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, you can eat without restraint, but you mustn't speak so recklessly. Such words could lead to dire consequences." He hurriedly steadied himself and shouted at Lin Tianxian, "You little brat, what do you know? This elder Rou possesses remarkable abilities. He is vastly more powerful than your grandfather, and for him to take you on as a disciple is your fortune. Why are you still babbling on like this?" Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Rou Yuting. Hey, I'm talking about you. Stop looking around. I mean, this marshal here. Are you accepting a disciple or am I? The main person here has yet to express his opinion." He waved his hand impatiently at Lin Junnan, then turned to Lin Tianxian, adopting a friendly demeanor as he leaned in and said, Tianxian, why not take me as your master? You see, your grandfather is indeed not as formidable as I am. I mention him, and he dares not speak." Upon hearing this, Lin Junnan nearly exploded with rage. What did he mean by saying that he dared not speak when Rou Yuting mentioned him? He was merely showing respect for the elders. Although he was already in his 70s or 80s, he was still significantly younger in comparison to this old man. In contrast, he was but a child. How absurd! Nevertheless, the reasoning of respecting elders and cherishing the young was somewhat valid. Yes, indeed. I shall call that respecting elders and cherishing the young. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Junnan suddenly felt less aggrieved, even becoming a bit smug. You may be arrogant now, but soon enough, when my grandson becomes your disciple, you will be on the same level as my son. Then my son will call me father. Based on this kinship, how intriguing! Lost in his triumphant thoughts, he nearly burst into laughter but quickly suppressed his excitement. His face flushed as he said to Lin Tianxian, Tianxian, this esteemed elder Rou is indeed powerful. Once you become his disciple, you might just become as formidable as your grandfather in a few years. I don't believe it, grandfather. You are the great marshal, commanding the armies of the world. How could you possibly be inferior to this dirty old man? Lin Tianxian pouted, his small face filled with disbelief. This left Rou Yuting in a state of panic. If word got out that he had to plead for a disciple, where would he put his old face? He couldn't force it either. He knew well that a forced relationship yields no sweetness. Scratching his head, he hastily told Lin Tianxian, who said I couldn't defeat your grandfather. Even if your grandfather summoned all the armies of the world, he would still be no match for me. How about this? Let your grandfather and I have a friendly contest. He finished with a mischievous grin directed at Lin Junnan, his eyes sparkling with malice. clearly communicating, "If you don't convince your grandson that you aren't my match, I shall let him see for himself who is superior." Just as Lin Zhennan was about to sip his tea, ready to enjoy the spectacle, he suddenly leaped from his chair, his expression frantic as he shot a glance at Yun Exine. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. How could this be so troublesome? Even without voicing my opinion, I still find myself in this predicament. Receiving her father-in-law's panicked signals, Yun Exine struggled to suppress her laughter. She turned to her beloved son in her arms and said, "Tian Exine, what Elder Ro said is true. He is indeed powerful. Haven't you always wanted to accompany your father into battle? If you learn well from this esteemed Elder Ro, your mother will allow your father to take you to the border to fight." "Really, mother, you mustn't deceive me. Can I truly go to battle with father at the border?" The little rascal, who had just moments ago been sulking, leaped off Yun Exine's lap, his cherubic face alight with excitement. "Of course. When has your mother ever deceived you, Tian Exine? Oh, wonderful. At last, I can fight alongside father." The little one joyfully danced around Yun Exine. His excitement palpable. It is well known that Lin Tian Exine's greatest admiration had always been for his father and grandfather. "Well, aren't you going to pay your respects to your master?" Though reluctant, Yun Exine, being of royal lineage, was a sensible woman. "All right, mother." Complying with Yun Exine, Lin Tian Exine respectfully offered tea to Ro Yuting. Kneeling on both knees, Tian Exine greets master. The moment he uttered master, Ro Yuting's heart blossomed with joy. He accepted the tea offered by Lin Tian Exine and took a symbolic sip. Good. My obedient disciple. Rise." After sipping the tea, Ro Yuting stroked his sparse beard, laughing heartily. Noticing the little one still kneeling, he quickly stood and helped Lin Tian Exine to his feet. As he scrutinized the boy, he found himself increasingly fond of him and couldn't help but burst into another fit of laughter. "Master, what about the meeting gift?" The little rascal, lacking any sense of propriety, immediately extended his chubby little hand to ask the seemingly foolishly grinning master for a gift. A strange noise escaped from Lin Zhennan's throat as he sat nearby. Upon catching Ro Yuting's fierce glare, he hurriedly lifted his teacup, pretending to sip tea. However, no matter how he concealed it, the flushed face of old Master Lin could not hide the joy in his heart. Seeing the little one ask for a gift now put Ro Yuting in a predicament. He had not anticipated that his casual outing would lead him to such an excellent disciple. He had not prepared any gift at all yet. In front of so many people, he couldn't simply say he'd provide it later. That would be quite embarrassing and might even lead to ridicule from the little one. Reluctantly, Ro Yuting delved into his storage ring, hoping to find something trivial to appease the child. However, after rummaging through his storage ring, he found nothing but some raw materials and medicinal herbs, no small trinket that would suffice. Even a small luminous pearl that he had previously disregarded would have been better. Just as he was about to shamelessly say he'd provide a gift later, an idea struck him. Hee. Gifts are overrated. How about I make you a storage ring instead? You see, it's just like the one I am wearing. As he spoke, he proudly raised the storage ring on his hand. Extending his palm, a black stone suddenly appeared in his once empty hand and vanished again, eliciting exclamations of delight from little Tian Exine. Even Lin Zhennan and Yun Exine, seated beside him, looked on with envy. The little one did not comprehend the value of the storage ring, but Lin Zhennan and Yun Exine certainly did. A storage ring is an incredibly precious item, remnants of ancient times. Even in the vast marshal's residence, only Lin Zhennan and Lin Tian Exine's father, Lin Hao, possessed one. Lin Zhennan's ring was a family heirloom, while Lin Hao's was a gift from the emperor upon his marriage to Yun Exine, causing envy among many. Now, this elder Ro, whom Lin Tian Exine had just taken as a master, was offering to create one for the child as a meeting gift. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary capabilities of Elder Ro. Wonderful, wonderful, master. Please make one for me. Little Tian Exine clapped his hands in excitement. Seeing the child so elated, Ro Yuting felt prompted to showcase his unparalleled skills in front of his disciple. He promptly retrieved various materials needed to forge a storage ring, such as star stone and Tong Yun steel, laying them out neatly on the table. Everything ready, Ro Yuting extended his left hand. Channeling the true fire within him, a blazing white flame appeared out of thin air, hovering about 3 inches above his palm. With a swift motion of his right hand, a plethora of materials, 7 or 8 kinds, were sent hurtling into the flames, merging into a singular mass of metallic liquid adorned with peculiar hues in mere moments. At this juncture, Lin Jinnan found himself rendered speechless. The star stone was an exceptionally rare material, immensely difficult to procure. Its inherent hardness made it the ideal additive for crafting weapons. A mere sprinkle of its powder would elevate the quality of the weapon significantly, enabling it to slice through iron as if it were mud, and sever hair with the utmost precision. It was the quintessential material coveted by all master craftsmen. Yet now, beneath the enigmatic flame, akin to a flickering candlelight, it was liquefying in less time than it took to brew a cup of tea. Was the temperature of this flame extraordinarily high? Those nearby felt no heat at all. Such a miraculous flame left Lin Jinnan in awe. Chapter 4 was that you just now? Lin Jinnan dared not ponder further and hurriedly turned his gaze to Luo Yuding, who was still engrossed in crafting a storage ring. He observed that the previously bowl-sized metallic liquid had diminished to the size of an egg, continuously shrinking under the intense white flame at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although unfamiliar with the art of forging, Lin Jinnan understood that impurities within the material were being refined. Finally, when the metallic liquid had been reduced to the size of a fingertip, Luo Yuding bellowed, "Lin Tianxin, extend your hand." The sudden shout startled the little one, who instinctively sought refuge in Yuan Xiner's embrace. Fortunately, Yuan Xiner was quick-witted, seizing Lin Tianxin's chubby little hand and presenting it forward. With a gentle sweep of her hand over the child's pudgy fingers, revealing no wounds, a drop of crimson blood hovered at the tip of her finger. With a flick, she sent the blood into the metallic liquid, enveloping it in a strand of profound energy to prevent evaporation. Once the blood had fully amalgamated with the metallic liquid, Luo Yuding swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. Then, taking a deep breath, he grasped the air above, pulling it together. Suddenly, a vast, transparent void appeared in the sky, several hundred feet wide and reaching up to 1,000 feet high, as the surrounding winds roared, stirring the very essence of heaven and earth. This spectacle led the citizens of the capital to mistakenly believe a deity had descended, prompting them to kneel in reverence. Luo Yuding exhaled, his hands pressed together in a meditative stance, continuously channeling his true essence to compress the metallic liquid. The once fingertip-sized liquid morphed into various shapes within his palm, and after what felt like a brief interval, it transformed into an ancient ring. With a long exhalation, Luo Yuding summoned his inner flame to gradually temper the ring, awaiting its solidification. Approximately half an hour later, a crystal-clear azure storage ring was complete. Upon witnessing the ring's completion, Lin Tianxin, who had been on the brink of slumber in Yuan Xiner's arms, sprang up with enthusiasm, scampering over to Luo Yuding and snatching the ring. Gazing at the elegant and ethereal ring, the little one beamed with joy, dancing about and exuberantly calling out to the wine cup on the table, "Come to me." Yet the cup remained utterly still. "Oh, little thing, why won't you come in?" Ignoring Luo Yuding's bemusement, Lin Tianxin glared and shouted, "Come in." The cup stood resolute, as if to say, "You think you can make me go in? Little brat, your skills are far too lacking." Scratching his head in confusion, Lin Tianxin directed his attention back to Luo Yuding and exclaimed, "Make it come in." "I refuse to go in," he retorted disdainfully. While the wine cup proudly remained on the table, the little one pouted and exclaimed, "Master, this thing you made seems to be broken. I saw my father's ring work perfectly, but yours won't. Take the cup inside." The display drew laughter from the others. Luo Yuding chuckled and explained, "You need to use your mind. Do you understand what that means?" "I don't know," the little one replied innocently, shaking his head. Luo Yuding sighed, rolling his eyes. "All right, concentrate on the ring in your hand. Can you feel anything? It's so beautiful. It must be worth a fortune." Lin Tianxin marveled, gazing at the ring with rapture. "That's not what I asked. I want to know if you feel anything." Luo Yuding lamented, nearly in tears. "Well, it feels heavy. Mother, how can something so small be so heavy? I wanted to give it to my future wife, but it's far too heavy. I doubt she would like it. What should I do?" The little one fretted. "Oh, master, can you make it lighter for me?" he earnestly implored Luo Yuding. "Oh, my heavens!" Luo Yuding was left speechless, reflecting on how he now understood why he had yet to find a wife. It seemed their starting points were worlds apart. Look at the child, so young yet already preparing gifts for his future bride. Truly, Times have changed, and so have mindsets. Resigned, Luo Yuding took the ring back and placed it on Lin Tianxin's finger. The ring, once the thickness of an adult's thumb, automatically shrank to fit snugly on the little one's middle finger. "Oh, mother! Look, it can shrink!" Lin Tianxin exclaimed in wonder. "Focus. Concentrate on that ring," Luo Yuding urged, feeling increasingly exasperated. "Ring, ring, ring," Lin Tianxin chanted. "Concentrate. I didn't mean for you to say it out loud," Luo Yuding exclaimed, exasperated. "You're looking at me, and I feel so much pressure that I can't concentrate." Lin Tianxin protested, twisting and drawing circles on the ground with his foot. Seeing Lin Tianxin drawing circles with his foot, Luo Yuding sank down in defeat, feeling wronged. Is this truly a prodigy with the legendary pure Yang constitution? Could the rumors be mistaken? Or have I misjudged? No, the ancient texts are clear on this. I would never be wrong. Could it be that this child's mind has been muddled by the Yang fire? Or is he simply dim-witted? Oh heavens, is there no mercy in this world? Which celestial being is toying with this old man? They might as well drop a block of tofu on my head to end it. As Luo Yuding pondered, lost in thought, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vanish, and his body uncontrollably plummeted. Before he could react, a heavy chair leg came crashing toward his forehead. What a delightful surprise, he thought. With a swift motion, he slapped the ground, shifting his body to evade the incoming attack. Alas, he had forgotten chairs have 4 legs. Having avoided one, he was struck by another, causing him to double over in pain. Who dares to sneak attack me, the venerable old man? Such a lack of decency. Have your parents not taught you to respect your elders? Giggle. Before he could finish, Lin Tianxin's delighted laughter echoed in the air. Luo Yuding was taken aback. How could this little one find joy in his misfortune? Did he not understand the importance of respecting one's teacher? Looking up, he saw Lin Tianxin triumphantly holding the storage ring. His face flushed with excitement. "Was that you just now?" Luo Yuding asked incredulously. "Yes, I just made the wine cup disappear. Since you didn't see it, I thought if I could make the chair disappear too. But when I saw you fall, I wanted to bring the chair back for you to sit on, but I mistakenly placed it wrong, and then it hit me, right? You're such a good child. Master loves you dearly," Luo Yuding said through gritted teeth, barely containing his frustration. "Thank you for the compliment, Master," Lin Tianxin replied unabashedly, seemingly oblivious to Luo Yuding's tone. As he rushed over to help Luo Yuding to his feet, no one noticed the fleeting mischievous grin that crossed his face. Seeing Luo Yuding's expression darken, Yun Exiner hurriedly approached, apologizing to the elder. "Senior Luo, I sincerely apologize. Tianxin can be quite unruly and thoughtless. Please do not take offense." She shot Lin Tianxin a disapproving glare, but the little one merely stuck out his tongue in response. "Not at all, not at all. Please tidy up for him. I shall take him back tomorrow. My health is not well today, and I fear I may not be able to walk." Luo Yuding turned her head away, muttering under her breath, "Humph, it would be strange if I were not annoyed." She then glared at Lin Tianxin, thinking to herself, indeed a prodigy, mastering it so quickly. I spent most of a day on it initially, but daring to play tricks on me? Humph, once on my territory. Let us see how I deal with you. Pleased with her thoughts, she couldn't help but let out a sinister chuckle. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to leave Mother. Lin Tianxin shivered, as if sensing something, and tugged at Yun Shiner's sleeve, shaking it side to side. Pouting her small lips, her bright, sparkling eyes were misty with tears. "Tianxin, dear, go and learn well from your master. When you grow up, you can help your father fight against enemies. Once you become formidable, you can protect Mother too." Seeing the little one like this, Yun Shiner felt her eyes welling up with tears. She couldn't bear the thought of her child leaving her side, especially at such a tender age of 4. What mother wouldn't wish for her child to be safe and sound beside her for a lifetime? Yet in this world where strength reigns supreme, only by being stronger than others can one avoid harm. Chapter 5. Look, a shooting star. The little one glanced at Lin Jinnan, then at Yun Shiner. As if weighing something in his heart, remaining silent for a long time, the mist in his eyes becoming heavier. What will I do if I miss Mother? After a long while, Lin Tianxin's tear-filled eyes gazed at Yun Shiner as he softly called out. Mother will visit Tianxin often. Unable to hold back any longer, Yun Shiner embraced Lin Tianxin tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, the sorrowful heart of every parent who would willingly send their child far away. What if they were to go hungry alone? Would they know to dress warmly when it's cold? If bullied, would they hide in a corner, secretly wiping away their tears? In the stillness of night, would they curl up under their blankets? Calling for mother? Would they feel despondent when they see others playing joyfully with their parents? Tianxin, your master will bring you home often, so do not worry. A man must not shed tears. Seeing the two mothers crying, Luo Yuding couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Tianxin. Reflecting on his own lonely childhood, competing with other beggars and fierce dogs for scraps, sleeping in pigsties, he wondered when he had ever known a mother's love. Each time he observed children his age laughing and playing carefree beside their parents, all he could do was cast envious glances while tightly clutching the little coat his father had found for him during his lifetime. Had he not later met his master, he might have perished from hunger in a dark corner, devoured by vicious dogs. Tianxin, did you not say you would help your father fight against enemies? Only by diligently learning skills from your master can you grow up to assist your father. Lin Zhan then chimed in Damem. The little one firmly pressed his lips together in response, burying his head deeply into Yun Shiner's embrace. Seeing Lin Tianxin's agreement, Yun Shiner felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The thought of her precious son leaving her to venture far away filled her with profound sadness. She tightened her grip around her beloved child, as if trying to fuse him into her very being. Tears, like silent pearls, fell softly, each drop tugging at the heartstrings. Come, Tianxin. Mother will help you pack. After a long while, Yun Shiner, having gathered her emotions, restrained her reluctance, took Lin Tianxin's small hand, bowed to Lin Zhennan and Luo Yuding, and headed towards the backyard. The little one remained silent, merely dazedly clutching Yun Shiner's sleeve, occasionally glancing up at his mother, who was preparing his belongings, as if trying to etch her figure into his memory. Normally, such trivial tasks would be entrusted to servants, yet Yun Shiner insisted on doing it herself. She feared that the servants might be careless and forget to bring along her beloved son's favorite snacks and clothes. The following day, before dawn, Yun Shiner, who had vigilantly kept watch by her son's bedside throughout the night, gazed at Lin Tianxin's innocent sleeping form and couldn't help but smile sweetly. She gently tucked the little arm that had playfully escaped the blanket back inside, smoothing down his hair that fell across his forehead, and caressed his soft, rosy cheeks. A charming smile blossomed on her face. At that moment, Yun Shiner was undoubtedly at her most beautiful, her maternal warmth dispelling even the slight chill of the morning air. The gentle knock at the door interrupted this perfect, harmonious scene. Her heart tightened as she saw her son's brows furrow slightly, disturbed by the noise. A wave of emotion washed over her, and with a deep breath, she slowly approached the door. Her trembling hand reached for the handle, then hesitated, before finally steeling herself to pull it open. Standing at the door was none other than Luo Yuding. Swaying slightly, Yun Shiner bowed her head and softly said, "Senior Luo, you have arrived. Tianxin is still asleep. Could you wait a moment?" Her voice quivered with a hint of tears. "No time to wait. Once he wakes, he won't be able to leave." Luo Yuding sighed, stepping into the room and scooping up the still sleeping child. Striding towards the exit. "Wait, hold on." Hearing Yun Shiner's call, Luo Yuding glanced back to find her rushing forward, clutching the blanket, and carefully draping it over her precious son. She gently kissed him. "It's chilly in the morning. Cover him well, so he doesn't catch a cold. Senior Luo, I entrust everything to you." Though this child was born into the marshal's residence, he has been plagued by illness since childhood and has never truly known joy. If he misbehaves or is disobedient, I hope you can be more forgiving. As she spoke, Yun Shiner felt her throat tighten again. She bowed deeply to Luo Yuding, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on her dear child. Feeling touched yet slightly amused, Luo Yuding thought, with my mystical protection, even in the coldest regions of the entire Xinjiang continent, he will not feel a chill. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he simply nodded lightly at Yun Shiner. "Do not worry. I will take good care of this child." With that, he cradled Lin Tianxin and soared into the sky, leaving Yun Shiner standing there, gazing vacantly at her son as he ascended into the heights. The dew dampened her clothes, yet she remained unaware. Not far away, from the shadows, a deep sigh echoed. An elderly man, once robust, now appeared somewhat hunched. This night would be one of sleeplessness for the entire Marshal's residence. Meanwhile, as Luo Yuding flew swiftly with the still-sleeping Lin Tianxin, he suddenly felt something amiss. Is it raining? Why are my clothes wet? He reached out a hand to feel the air, glancing at the distant river. Confused, he thought, it's not raining. Where is this water coming from? I mustn't let the child get wet. It would be dreadful if he caught a cold. At that moment, Luo Yuding seemed to have an epiphany, and suddenly, he lost his balance, plummeting from the sky. The unstable mystical energy clashed with the air, creating billowing smoke. Wow! Look, a shooting star. A young boy from a farming family who had risen early to help the adults exclaimed in surprise, "It truly is a shooting star. Quick, make a wish." The boy's shout triggered a chain reaction among his peers, who began chattering excitedly about their wishes. Among them, a thin, dark-skinned youth, noticing the attention shifting towards him, cleared his throat loudly to redirect the conversation. Once he had their focus, he mysteriously smiled and said, "Did everyone see that shooting star? It seemed to have landed not far behind our village. Why don't we go check it out?" Before the boy could finish, a chubby companion, whose physique was the opposite of his own, chimed in. "Hey, Pudding, are you itching for a fight? Trying to steal my spotlight?" The skinny boy shot back, his anger flaring as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the chubby one a lesson. "Bring it on with your little frame. I could send you flying with a single puff." The chubby boy retorted defiantly, "Wow, you've grown bold in just a few days, daring to challenge me." As he spoke, he grabbed a nearby branch, preparing to confront the chubby boy, but was restrained by the others. "All right, enough bickering, let us go see the shooting star. There might be treasure. If those kids from the neighboring village find it first, it'll be too late for us. Yes, if we delay, we'll lose our chance." A handsome, stuttering boy interjected, rolling his eyes and struggling to speak. Finally, he exclaimed, what the? But by then, he realized everyone had already dashed off, leaving him fuming in place. With a loud curse, he ran towards the group. A bunch of youths, calling out to one another, rushed into the mountains. In the distance, they beheld the flickering flames where the meteor had descended, and they couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "What a powerful meteor! It has set the forest ablaze, indeed. It must be something extraordinary. Let us hurry over." As the children approached, they noticed an old man and a child huddled by a fire near a large tree. The old man, sporting a small topknot, was angrily drying his clothes, while the child, wrapped in a blanket, appeared to be stifling laughter, with a flushed face that conveyed great effort. Upon witnessing this scene, the group of youngsters was taken aback, pushing and shoving one another to select a suitable candidate to inquire. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the stuttering boy was chosen. Standing alone in front of the crowd, his lips pursed and face a picture of grievance. He was startled by the fierce fists being waved at him, prompting him to timidly step forward and ask, "Old Grandpa, did you just see the meteor? Just a little while ago. We all saw it fly over here." "What?" Luo Yuding was momentarily taken aback by the boy's stammering tone. After a long pause, he finally grasped the boy's meaning, only to be struck by confusion. "Strange. I didn't see any meteor while I was here." He turned to Lin Tianxin beside him and inquired, "Disciple, did you see a meteor just now?" Chapter 6. The Trials of Manhood. "No, I know nothing. I truly don't. I swear, Master, I am not deceiving you." Upon being questioned by Luo Yuding, the small child suddenly became flustered. Clutching his blanket and retreating step by step, his bright eyes darting nervously as if searching for some form of shelter to escape Luo's increasingly sharp gaze. But the area within a Tinjiang radius had already been cleared by Luo Yuding's unconventional landing, primarily due to his excessive force when attempting to gain momentum. Aside from the great tree behind him, there was no place to hide. Feeling cornered, Lin Tianxin decided to hide his head beneath the blanket, his rear end in the air, resembling a peacock evading a predator. The sight was quite comical. Something is amiss. There is definitely something amiss. Luo Yuding observed the boy's peculiar posture, his rear protruding. And instead of laughing, he began to circle around the child, stroking his beard with great seriousness. "Youngster, just confess. Based on my understanding of you, you certainly know something about this." Ha, ha, ha. "Indeed," experience triumphs over youth. If it weren't for your antics, I might not have noticed at all. It seems my intelligence is still quite commendable. With that, Luo Yuding extended his claw-like hands, cracking his knuckles ominously. Do you genuinely wish to know? With Luo Yuding adopting a threatening demeanor, Lin Tianxin sat down, tilting his head with a peculiar expression and asked, "Isn't it obvious? Don't you think our landing just now resembled that of a meteor?" It turned out that as soon as Luo Yuding felt the moisture on his body, Lin Tianxin had awoken but dared not open his eyes wide, while Luo Yuding was preoccupied with the matter of a safe landing, leaving him no time to notice. "What? Are you suggesting that the so-called meteor was actually me?" Luo Yuding was instantly dumbfounded, pointing at his own nose, his mouth agape in disbelief. Observing Luo Yuding's expression, Lin Tianxin couldn't help but feel deep concern. Can this old fellow truly be my master? With such intelligence and reflexes, he is on an entirely different level from me. I genuinely worry he might misjudge me as a talented youth from a respectable family. However, it seems my days ahead will be considerably easier. Aside from martial prowess in other respects, this old man appears to be no match for me. Old grandpa, did you just see that meteor? The stuttering boy, feeling neglected as Luo Yuding and Lin Tianxin chattered away, grew slightly annoyed and raised his voice to ask again. Had he not asked, it might have been better. Once he did, Luo Yuding was thoroughly infuriated, slapping the large tree behind him and roaring, "What meteor? I saw nothing. You children should go play elsewhere," since Luo Yuding had never experienced such humiliation since his debut. Being accompanied by a 4-year-old child flying through the air and landing in an abnormal manner was simply too much, if word spread. How could he show his face? Especially with a group of children rushing to ask about the meteor that had just plummeted from the sky. Wasn't that just rubbing salt in the wound, a blatant slap in the face? Had it not been for the innocence of these younglings, Luo Yuding would have slapped one of them. After his outburst, he noticed the group of youths staring at him in terror, as if they had encountered a demon that devours children. Suddenly, someone screamed, "A monster! Everyone, run!" The startled youths, hearing the shout, promptly scampered back the way they came, as if the ravenous monster were about to devour them. Having grown up in a small mountain village, these boys had never witnessed someone strike a tree large enough to encompass 3 adults into submission. It was a miracle they didn't wet their pants from sheer fright. Seeing the boys flee in panic, Luo Yuding was taken aback. What is happening? Am I truly that fearsome? Or is it that I still possess the formidable aura of my youth? Commanding respect from all, magically producing a bronze mirror from his storage ring, he examined his reflection, muttering to himself, "Quite ordinary. Although, perhaps I do appear slightly more handsome now. It seems I ought to avoid public appearances in the future to prevent attracting unwanted attention from that beautiful lady. While my resolve is firm, who knows if she might stage a heroic rescue to win my favor, only to offer herself in return. If I lose control in a moment of weakness, how could I face the infatuated Zhou Ruoshi, my devoted junior sister? Alas, being a man is challenging, but being a strikingly handsome man like me is even more arduous." Ha ha ha, unable to contain himself any longer. Lin Tianxin burst into laughter, fearing that if he suppressed it further, he would surely suffer internal injuries. "You little rascal, what are you laughing at? Isn't it all your fault? At your age, still wetting the bed. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing his own soliloquy echoed back by the child, Luo Yuding's face flushed with indignation, and the anger he had directed towards Lin Tianxin surged forth. "Master, I was wrong." As Luo Yuding's wrath approached like a tidal wave, Lin Tianxin hastily knelt, sincerely making the wisest choice, striving to appear humble and compliant. It feels dreadful to have struck empty air." Luo Yuding stared blankly at the child before him. "Master, I shall never again mock you or cause you trouble." With Luo Yuding gazing at him in confusion, Lin Tianxin's heart raced. Could it be that his ploy of feigned humility had been seen through? Or was he simply not earnest enough? Recognizing one's errors is commendable. Luo Yuding finally reacted, feeling quite pleased. "It appears my commanding presence still holds sway as it did in the past. Master, I vow I shall never engage in such behavior again." As Luo Yuding wore a smug expression, the child felt slightly displeased. "Humph! How dare you flaunt your authority over me? Indeed, to acknowledge one's faults and correct them is the greatest virtue. Observing the child's incessant apologies, Luo Yuding felt a sense of satisfaction. Thank you, master, for your magnanimity and for not chastising me. Yes, it's a trivial matter. There's no need for you to dwell on it. Lin Tianxin's flattery left Luo Yuding, who was already feeling somewhat lost, soaring with delight, stroking his beard with an air of infinite superiority. Master, you were so imposing just now. With a mere slap, you frightened those village children to tears. I truly envy you. I doubt I could ever reach such heights in this lifetime. Seeing the child's gaze filled with admiration, Luo Yuding felt invigorated, as if he were weightless, ready to soar towards the divine realm he had long coveted. What words could possibly bring more joy than the praise of one's own disciple? Thus, Luo Yuding found himself ensnared. Master, at what age did you last wet the bed? 11. Luo Yuding replied with utmost certainty. But master, I am only 4. The little fellow's countenance shifted dramatically, seemingly burdened by immeasurable grievances, his bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Luo Yuding was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering, how did this conversation veer so unexpectedly back to me? After a brief pause, the old man, Luo, felt a surge of indignation coursing through his very being. A fierce anger ignited within him as he bellowed. So you were merely jesting at my expense. Master, who is Zhou Ruoxi? Is she your wife? As Luo Yuding's fury escalated, Lin Tianxin hastily shifted the topic. Indeed, your master's wife is extraordinarily beautiful. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin mention Zhou Ruoxi, the fire of anger that had surged in Luo Yuding's mind was instantly doused, leaving him with an air of smug satisfaction. However, he soon realized the impropriety of the situation and admonished the little one. You rascal! Attempting to change the subject? Not a chance. Not a chance. Surely there must be a window. He continued, by the way, your master's wife may not yet be aware that you wet the bed at 11 years of age. Should I inform her? He spoke with feigned astonishment, a look of rapturous delight on his face. You little imp, are you threatening me? Luo Yuding's eyes sparkled with cold fury, his voice ominous, his face ashen with rage. I would never dare, master. I merely wish to bring a smile to your wife's face. The poor child's innocent intention of filial piety was misconstrued as a threat by his master. The little one, filled with indignation, lowered his head, his small hands helplessly drawing circles in front of him. Humph! Perhaps that is for the best. Luo Yuding decided it unwise to continue bantering with the clever child, fearing that he might inadvertently provide further ammunition for the mischievous little rascal. Thankfully, the child remained unaware that he and Ruoxi were not yet wed. Otherwise, upon returning, he must firmly instruct those two rascals. Otherwise, should this little one proclaim that he and his sister were married, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Chapter 7. Have you finished speaking? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Luo Yuding dared not dwell any longer, seizing Lin Tianxin and soaring into the sky. Suddenly lifted high above the ground, Lin Tianxin watched in horror as the earth shrank beneath him, bursting into tears. Earlier, he had been oblivious to the height in his dreams, but now, suspended between heaven and earth, he observed the lush greenery below flashing by at a dizzying pace. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and visual disorientation sent waves of dizziness through the little one. Desperately clutching Luo Yuding as if he were a lifeline, he buried his head deep into his master's embrace, only to be met with an unpleasant odor. Master, please descend. It's too high. I'm scared, the little one whimpered, his eyes glistening with tears as he implored Luo Yuding. Ha! Is this what frightens you? I thought you were quite formidable. Tsk. So timid. Luo Yuding reveled in the child's fear. Feeling triumphant, he ascended even higher, provoking more cries of distress from the little one. If you don't come down, I shall tell your wife that you wet the bed at 11 years old. Lin Tianxin shouted defiantly as Luo Yuding accelerated. You? Humph! If you have the courage, go ahead and tell her. I care not. Initially enraged, Luo Yuding then seemed to contemplate something, snorting disdainfully, tossing his head back and feigning indifference. Then I shall have your master's wife hold me to sleep every night. What? Luo Yuding stumbled, nearly losing control. As he struggled to maintain his balance, he turned to Lin Tianxin, shouting, Where on earth did you learn such things? You've got some nerve, quite the audacious little rascal. Luo Yuding understood his sister's character well. She had no immunity to the charms of small children. If she truly embraced this little imp to sleep, what would become of him? The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat poured down his back, feeling utterly powerless. Ultimately, he had no choice but to slowly descend toward the ground as soon as they landed. Lin Tianxin cast off the blanket enveloping him and stumbled toward a large tree, where he began to retch violently, emptying his stomach until there was nothing left to expel. After wiping his mouth, he leaned against the tree, casting a pitiful glance at Luo Yuding. Observing the little one's woeful expression softened Luo Yuding's heart momentarily. However, recalling the child's earlier threats reignited his anger. And he thought to himself, this little rascal surely is feigning pity. I cannot fall for his tricks again. He must learn some discipline, or he will ride roughshod over me in the future. Besides, if he cannot overcome such minor challenges, how will he ever grasp the true path? Regardless of his innate talent, should he face tribulations, he risks being obliterated. With these thoughts, Luo Yuding took 2 steps forward and addressed Lin Tianxin. Have you recovered? Shall we proceed? If we delay any longer, we shall miss dinner. Master, could we possibly refrain from flying? Riding a horse is faster. As Luo Yuding prepared to lift him once more, the little one recoiled in fear. Casting a timid glance at Luo Yuding. Not a chance. Riding a horse is far too slow, and besides, there's no village or inn nearby to procure a horse. Come here, if you are truly frightened. Simply close your eyes and bury your head in your master's embrace. But master, there is such a strong odor of urine emanating from you. The little one shook his head vigorously, his face displaying lingering trepidation. That is because you wet the bed. The mere mention of the subject sent Luo Yuding into a furious rage. Ignoring Lin Tianxin's vehement protests, he scooped up the little one and transformed into a streak of light, racing into the distance, leaving behind echoes of sorrowful howls that reverberated through the sky, causing the creatures of the forest to scatter in alarm. Finally, the ethereal light enveloping Luo Yuding and Lin Tianxin descended into a small valley. The valley, roughly 1,000 feet in circumference, contained a scattering of homes nestled amidst the surrounding mountains, verdant and lush. The valley was replete with rice fields crisscrossing the western side. The meticulously tended tea groves swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a delightful fragrance, presenting an idyllic pastoral scene unknown to the world. The valley's residents appeared unfazed by the arrival of the two, greeting them with cheerful smiles, clearly well acquainted with Luo Yuding. However, their gazes towards Lin Tianxin were tinged with a peculiar blend of sympathy and caution, creating an odd atmosphere. Disciple, welcome to Taiwei Valley, my humble abode, and soon to be your home as well. What do you think? Not too shabby, is it? After bidding farewell to the villagers, Luo Yuding proudly introduced the valley to Lin Tianxin. Observing the picturesque landscape, he felt a sense of pride, as though he had personally cultivated it all. He thought to himself, when have you ever witnessed such breathtaking pastoral beauty? Are you not left speechless? Ha ha ha. After a prolonged silence from Lin Tianxin, Luo Yuding wondered why this chatterbox had suddenly fallen mute. Could it be that he was feeling shy? Turning around, he noticed the child's face pale and his body swaying unsteadily. Alarmed, he thought, could he have been frightened earlier? Guilt washed over him as he reflected. What was I thinking? At my age, why would I engage in a battle of wits with a mere child? He is only 4 years old. Seeing the little one's pallid complexion and frail figure filled Luo Yuding with compassion. Gently, he scooped Lin Tianxin into his arms and approached a courtyard, pushing open the door. Come, Tianxin. Let me introduce you to your 2 older brothers. He then called out, Li Pan, Zhongling, you 2 rascals, why haven't you come out yet? Where have you been? No sooner had he finished speaking than a blade of light, resembling a streak of silk, shot forth from the trees behind the courtyard, hurtling directly toward Luo Yuding. The blade glimmered with a vibrant hue, akin to a shooting star, and halted mere inches before Luo Yuding. The radiant light dazzled Lin Tianxin, forcing him to squint as the brilliance gradually faded. A middle-aged man emerged, revealing himself. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Though upon closer inspection, he seemed more like 35 or 36. His disheveled hair fell haphazardly over his forehead. His square face was framed by a nose that could serve as a bridge, and his eyes shone with the intensity of copper bells. The plain, coarse fabric of his attire did little to conceal the imposing presence of this robust figure. Just as Lin Tianxin was about to step forward for an introduction, the man beamed widely, scratching his head with a massive hand, and addressed Luo Yuding with a tone of endearing familiarity. "Master, you're back. Were you tired? Would you like me to massage your back or legs?" Lin Tianxin was left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? This towering figure exuded an air of dominance, and Lin Tianxin had initially held him in high regard, but before he could process it all, the situation had dramatically shifted. Fortunately, he had refrained from rushing forward to request an autograph. He turned to inquire about this peculiar man. He noticed Luo Yuding stroking his sparse beard with evident satisfaction, puffing up with pride as he said, "There's no need for formalities, disciple. I am in excellent health, even if—" His words trailed off abruptly as a resounding crash echoed through the air. Lin Tianxin swiftly turned her head towards the source of the sound, only to behold a room in the western wing of the courtyard that had been utterly shattered, its roof soaring high into the clouds. Lin Tianxin's mouth gaped open in astonishment. A shadowy figure emerged from the thick smoke, hurtling towards Luo Yuding like a bolt of lightning. Just as it was about to close in, Luo Yuding executed a stunningly difficult 360-degree spin, performing the invincible split kick, sending the figure flying with unerring precision. Following a cacophony of bizarre sounds, a young man, seemingly around 22 or 23 years old, clambered out of the debris, his once neatly combed black hair now covered in dust, his fair and handsome face marred with bruises, and his well-tailored white scholar's robe in tatters. Yet, the young man seemed unfazed, scampering over with an eager expression as he produced a small porcelain vial from his bosom, exclaiming with a rather lascivious grin, "Master, look, this is my latest invention, the Cosmic Super Invincible Overlord's energy pill that shocks heaven and bewilders spirits, restoring my youth and unyielding vitality. Just 1 will invigorate the mind. 2 will prolong life. 3 will unleash a magnetic aura that brings countless female creatures to their knees, exuding an overwhelming presence that commands respect far and wide. It is an essential remedy for both home and travel, as well as visiting friends and relatives." After finishing his ecstatic proclamation, the young man finally seemed to notice Lin Tianxin, his eyes widening in surprise. "Oh, who is this child? Could it be that you—" "Master, I've been secretly nurturing a little one outside. Look at this little fellow, so tender and delicate. But why does he not resemble you at all? Perhaps he takes after his mother, but that might be for the best. Thankfully, he doesn't look like you, master. Otherwise, finding a wife would be quite the challenge." Although this young master could lend a hand, at once, Lin Tianxin was thrown into a state of confusion. Even the burly man in tattered robes nearby covered his forehead with both hands, crouching on the ground in a pitiful manner. "Have you finished speaking?" Luo Yuding's tone was ominous, his entire being emanating a palpable aura of menace, his fingers cracking ominously as they clenched tightly. That, I'm not done yet. Hey, you brat. What is your name?" "This young master does not assist nameless individuals. Hurry up and reveal your name so that I may impart a few techniques to you, lest you follow in your father's footsteps and remain unable to find a wife." "Oh, wait. Master doesn't even have a wife. How could he have a son? Truly a curious matter. How strange. How strange." The young man seemed to have stumbled upon a realization, his expression suddenly turning grim, murmuring to himself as he slowly turned his head away. Chapter 8. The potency of this medicine is remarkable. Before Luo Yuding's fury could descend, the young man suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching Luo Yuding's thigh with both hands, weeping profusely. "Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. It is all my mouth's fault. As you know, my mouth speaks whatever it sees. I swear. I vow never to speak foolishly again. Although there may be a hint of truth in what I said. Master, please, do not be angry. The elderly must not lose their temper. It is detrimental to your health if something were to happen to you." "What would I do? My marriage prospects hinge entirely upon you." "Wah." He vigorously wiped his nose on Luo Yuding's thigh, continuing his lament. "Master, I truly understand my mistake. Wah, I implore your mercy. Please, let me off the hook. The Buddha would commend you for your compassion. Wah, but you must be gentle. Do not let it be too forceful. lest I be sent flying too far to find my way home. Wah! His cries rose and fell dramatically, creating a rhythm that echoed throughout the AI. In an instant, the world fell silent. Sensing the peculiar stillness around him, the young man ceased his wailing, raising his tear-streaked face, his bewildered eyes blinking. The first sight that greeted him was the exaggerated expression of the burly man, whose face was contorted in an absurd manner, still maintaining his protective posture with both hands over his forehead. His normally square face was now grotesquely twisted, one eye squinting upward while the other drooped. Staring unblinkingly at him, the corner of his mouth stretched wide to the right, almost to the level of his eye. Upon witnessing such a dismal sight, the young man trembled in fear, instinctively releasing his grip on Luo Yuding's thigh and plopping down onto the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Yuding furrowed his brow, his tongue half extended, and his originally comical small eyes now intensely cross-eyed, fixating on him with an unwavering gaze. Oh? Have they all gone daft? Observing the scene, the young man's eyes darted mischievously, and he chuckled quietly, cautiously inching backward. All was conducted in hushed silence. Suddenly, ouch, 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 the young man, in his backward maneuver, inadvertently pressed his palm against a sharp stone. The piercing pain sent him into a lamenting groan. The young man's groans instantly snapped Luo Yuding back to reality. A gust of air, infused with two unknown dark substances, erupted from Luo Yuding's flushed, alcoholic nose as he bellowed. You wretch! Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion, he reached out, summoning an immense hand formed from the spiritual essence of the universe, coalescing like a river merging into the sea, and with a single palm, he aimed to grasp the young man with unyielding force. Master, spare me. I did not mean to flee. I merely noticed you had returned without a sip of water. I feared you might be thirsty, so I took the risk of being scolded to bring you some. Realizing escape was futile, the young man, in a moment of inspiration, shouted, Oh, you truly have such a kind heart? Are you planning to toss in a couple of your cosmic super invincible overlord's energy pills into the water after pouring it for master? Luo Yuding pursed his lips, responding with a sarcastic tone. Heh, master, you jest. How could I be that kind of person? If I were to discover such a person existed, I wouldn't need your orders. I would bravely pull that fellow out and slap him 100 times. As he spoke, he patted his chest vigorously, exuding an air of righteous indignation, embodying the essence of a heroic figure. Truly, a fine disciple. You can think of what your master thinks. Splendid, however, there happens to be such a fellow in my grasp. Since you are willing to help your master alleviate concerns, shouldn't you lend a hand for this small favor? Raising an eyebrow, Luo Yuding tilted his head, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yet, the constant twitching of his lips betrayed his inner turmoil. Anyone who had taken on such a remarkable disciple would surely feel overwhelmed. This is not difficult. Rest assured, master, tell me who he is. How could he be so despicable? I shall see to it that he receives justice. The young man waved his hand grandly, filled with bravado, exuding the air of a world-renowned hero. Hee, you said it. Do not blame your master for being ruthless. With a sly smile, Luo Yuding relaxed his grasp. As he did so, the spiritual essence dissipated, and the young man, previously immobilized, plummeted dramatically to the ground. Fortunately, he was agile and managed to roll to safety 2 meters away. With an exaggerated toss of his hair and a flick of his sleeves, he presented himself with an air of elegance, though his sooty face left an unpleasant impression. Lin Tianxin, her face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed that this fellow's skin was either astonishingly thick or shockingly uneven. Yet, she suddenly felt that the young man's earlier actions, tossing his hair and flicking his sleeves, seemed eerily familiar, as if she had witnessed them before. As her puzzled gaze shifted to Luo Yuding, the little one covered his eyes in pain, helplessly moaning within. Goodness, they say a master is reflected in their disciple. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Finished with your performance? Can we begin now? Luo Yuding said with a smile. Resembling an amiable old neighbor, his demeanor both kind and slightly mischievous. Begin what? What performance? I am utterly unaware. The young man continued to feign ignorance, putting on a face of complete innocence. Truly unaware, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Luo Yuding lamented, Oh dear, my hand. TSK. I must have been bitten by mosquitoes last night. Tell me, why does it itch so terribly? Before Luo Yuding could finish, the young man dropped to his knees, his face a mask of sorrow. Master, I was wrong. Stop. Do not try that with me. You know how to proceed without my instruction, correct? Luo Yuding extended his claw-like hands, scrutinizing them closely, his tone chilling as if imbued with the essence of frozen depths. Master, you jest. Such matters are too noble for you to instruct me personally. I shall take care of it right away. The young man beamed with a sycophantic smile before dashing out of the courtyard. Where are you off to? To help the villagers clean the latrines, and then fetch water and chop wood for Widow Wang at the village head. Rest assured, master, I frequently engage in such tasks. I am quite adept at it. Without glancing back, the youth seized the broom placed at the entrance and hurriedly made his way out. Who sent you to do that? Come back here, with a resigned roll of his eyes. Old man Luo realized that if he were to utter a few more words, he might very well lose his sanity. Master, you aren't going to punish me? He chuckled. I knew it. Master still cares for me. Oh? Is that so? I truly, genuinely care for you, Luo Yuding replied, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Hee. Master, you wanted the latest concoction I developed, the Cosmic Super Invincible Monarch of Power Youth Restoring Pill. If only you had said so earlier. You made it all sound so serious, it frightened me. The youth continued, if you desire it, I shall not withhold it from you. If you do not want it, how could I know your wishes? If you truly wish for it, I shall indeed provide it. After a brief pause, the youth swallowed hard and added, however, do exercise caution when using it. This potion is exceedingly potent. One misstep could land you directly in the Imperial Palace. It is best taken with warm water, and for complete healing, it must be taken continuously for 3 courses, 3 times a day, without interruption. As he spoke, the youth retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket, a mischievous grin plastered across his face, just as he was about to uncork the vial to extract a pill. It was snatched from him by old man Luo, who then promptly tossed a pill into the youth's mouth before he could protest. With a flick of his fingers, he directed a stream of mystical energy to guide the pill down the youth's throat, then released him, clapping his hands as he observed the youth, who was now clutching his throat, his face flushed. Luo Yuding rested his chin on one hand, pondering, why does it feel like something is still amiss? At that moment, he noticed the youth frantically searching his waist. Old man Luo's eyes sparkled with mischief as he waved his hand, causing the clothesline nearby to ensnare the youth tightly. The other end soared to a nearby branch, wrapping around it several times, leaving the youth suspended in midair. Oh dear, my, this potion is indeed quite powerful. It is certainly beyond my capacity to endure. Therefore, my dear disciple, you may take your time and enjoy. With a hearty laugh, Luo Yuding strolled leisurely into the house, leaving behind a sweating, bewildered figure and a shocked Lin Tianxin. Chapter 9. No longer call him Old Man Luo? Indeed. There was also a certain individual swinging from the tree. However, at this moment, he was experiencing a rather unfortunate predicament. One could hardly ignore the wails emanating from him, akin to a ghost's lament. Just look at his woeful appearance and listen to that piercing cry. It was enough to evoke tears and instill terror. 3 months without tasting meat, 6 months without craving fruits and vegetables. The echoes of his cries lingered, as if they would never cease. Perhaps the youth's anguished screams were too harrowing. Perhaps his appearance was too pitiful. Lin Tianxin caught a fleeting shadow before him and focused intently, recognizing the very culprit responsible for the youth's distress. Old man Luo, with his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Yuding glanced at the youth, then pointed to the burly figure beside him, saying to Lin Tianxin, "This is your senior brother, Li Pan. He is quite a straightforward and simple-hearted individual." Li Pan, the burly figure, instantly wore a face of disbelief. "Is that truly how you introduce me? What do you mean by quite straightforward? It seems those like me are no longer deemed straightforward." Yet, recalling the youth still suspended from the tree, Li Pan inhaled sharply, swallowing the words he had almost uttered. Ignoring Li Pan's eye rolls, Luo Yuding gestured towards the youth swinging from the tree. "As for this one, he is your second senior brother. Zhongling, surely, given your cleverness, you already know what kind of person he is, so I shall spare you the details." At this point, Luo Yuding abruptly fell silent. Lin Tianxin noticed that old man Luo's lips were moving slightly, as if silently communicating something, while Li Pan looked at him with a peculiar expression, nodding intermittently. Perhaps sensing Lin Tianxin's astonishment, Luo Yuding cleared his throat softly, narrowing his eyes threateningly at Li Pan. Then pointed at the dangling Zhong Ling, as if to say, "Is everything clear? If you dare speak recklessly like Zhong Ling, that will be your fate." A shiver ran down Lin Tianxin's spine, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his right hand. Li Pan nodded vigorously at old man Luo, who appeared quite pleased, his expression radiating a sense of pride as if he were thinking, "Ah, this child is indeed worthy of teaching. I am greatly gratified." He swayed as he made his way into the house. Once Luo Yuding had moved out of earshot, Li Pan, who seemed on the verge of collapse, patted his chest and exhaled deeply, just as he was about to speak. "Oh, this little fellow is Lin Tianxin. He is your junior disciple, only 4 years old this year. As your senior brother, you must take good care of him." Luo Yuding's voice echoed from a distance, startling Li Pan into a crisp salute, exclaiming, "Yes, sir." Once Luo Yuding's figure had vanished, Li Pan rolled his eyes, only to find Lin Tianxin looking at him with disdain. Embarrassed, he chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. "This junior disciple, you haven't eaten yet, right?" "Thank you, senior brother. I'm not hungry. I wish to rest," Lin Tianxin replied. Although he harbored a rather low opinion of his senior brother's character, a symbolic gesture of gratitude was still in order, wasn't it? "Oh, is that so? All right, follow me." Li Pan scratched his head and led Lin Tianxin towards a row of houses on the northern side of the courtyard. Lin Tianxin suddenly noticed that this senior brother seemed particularly fond of scratching his head. It was as if he had lice, for in just a brief moment, he had scratched his head no less than 5 times. As they entered one of the rooms, Li Pan kindly said, "Come on in, junior disciple." Lin Tianxin looked around and saw that the interior was exceedingly simple, furnished only with a bamboo table and chairs, along with a wooden bed. Compared to Lin Tianxin's living quarters in the marshal's residence, it was an entirely different realm. The little fellow was puzzled and tugged at Li Pan's sleeve, complaining, "Senior brother, did we take a wrong turn? Can anyone truly live in such a place? Indeed, this is the one. Why would you say such a thing?" Li Pan responded, looking bewildered. Lin Tianxin widened his eyes, his mouth agape. Before pouting in indignation, "Humph! Old man Luo claimed his dwelling was magnificent. He even said it was superior to the imperial palace. I expected something grand, yet it turns out to be so shabby. Senior brother, do you think he secretly ordered you to arrange this for me?" "Huh? Old man Luo? Who is that?" Li Pan asked, utterly perplexed, as if he could not recall such a figure at all. Could it be a reclusive hero? "You don't know old man Luo?" The little fellow's eyes nearly bulged from his head in astonishment. "Why should I know him? Is he renowned? Is he more formidable than I am?" Lin Tianxin scoffed disdainfully. Clearing his throat, Li Pan declared, "Let me tell you, junior disciple, I fear no one in this world, except for our esteemed master, Luo, old man." Li Pan's eyes widened in horror, his pupils dancing in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he finally covered his mouth, casting furtive glances outside, and whispered cautiously to Lin Tianxin, "Junior disciple, you mean old man Luo, our master, Luo Yuding, right?" He spoke with utmost seriousness, continuing earnestly, "You must never call him that. The consequences can be exceedingly grave. You cannot go around calling him old man. If he finds out you refer to him as such, you will face a most dreadful fate. Do you understand? This old man is truly terrifying. You saw the one still hanging from the tree, right? Let me tell you, that was merely a light punishment. You have no idea how much worse it can get. Therefore, you must always respect your master and never call him old man again. Otherwise, I would not dare to intervene when he punishes you, for I am equally terrified of this old man. Are you done?" A deep, resonant voice, as haunting as a specter, floated in slowly to it. Was as if a chill wind from the abyss had swept through, leaving an icy sensation deep within. It felt akin to having swallowed a shard of frigid ice, provoking involuntary shivers. In an instant, Li Pan, who had been so earnest just moments before, resembled a squawking duck with its throat seized, his face flushed with embarrassment. His sturdy frame seemed to shrink, as if suddenly burdened by the weight of the world. With a mournful glance at Lin Tianxin, he slowly turned to face the ever-present figure of Luo Yuding, who had appeared at the door without notice, saying, "Master, please give me a pill from earlier. I know what to do. I recall that your second senior brother, Zhongling, once mentioned that in order to thoroughly eradicate the root of the ailment, one must take the medicine with warm water and continue for 3 consecutive courses, 3 times a day." Without interruption, given that the sky is rapidly darkening, it seems that you have yet to take your morning and noon doses, have you not? Shall we remedy that now? Remember, Master has taught you well, tasks of the day must be completed on the same day. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Luo Yuding, with a serious demeanor, epitomized the image of a diligent educator. With a swift gesture, he summoned a stream of energy that coalesced in his palm, gradually compressing. Under Lin Tianxin's admiring gaze and Li Pan's despondent expression, the energy transformed into visible clear water at an astonishing rate. With a flick of his hand, the water began to boil. A wave of his hand directed the boiling water into a teacup on the table. Without spilling a single drop, producing 3 pills, he tossed them to Li Pan with a genial smile, saying, "Disciple, see how benevolent your master is, even preparing the medicine and boiling the water for you. Where else could you find such a good master as I?" With that, he gently approached the table and handed the teacup to Li Pan, who looked as if he were on the verge of tears. "Hey, why aren't you eating yet? Do you expect me to feed you personally? At your age, even if I were willing, wouldn't you feel embarrassed to be fed? Fear not. This medicine is not bitter. Just look at how joyfully your second senior brother consumed it earlier. To this day, he is still joyfully swinging and singing at the top of his lungs." The old man wore a kind expression, his tone laced with concern that would likely move any unsuspecting listener to tears. Finally, under Luo's warm and caring gaze, and with Lin Tianxin's eyes wide in astonishment, Li Pan let out a thunderous roar, and azure brilliance erupted from his body as he clasped his hands together, causing the teacup and pills he held to vanish, replaced by a vibrant yellow liquid that appeared between his palms. Gritting his teeth, Li Pan consumed it in one gulp, as the azure glow gradually dissipated. Lin Tianxin was astonished to see his senior brother's bronze-skinned cheeks flush crimson. His muscles swelled, stretching the coarse hemp robe he wore to the point of bursting, a sight most terrifying. The little fellow hurriedly hid behind Luo Yuding. A primal roar, reminiscent of a beast, erupted from Li Pan. Fortunately, Luo Yuding was quick to act, preventing the little one from being harmed by the overwhelming sound waves. Stimulated by the medicine, Li Pan, resembling a raging gorilla, suddenly turned and dashed toward the door. At that moment, Lin Tianxin clearly saw tears streaming from the corners of his senior brother's eyes. "Master, it seems that senior brother is crying." Chapter 10. Where did the lock go? Time flowed silently like a gentle stream, akin to hurried passers-by. A year later, Lin Tianxin, covered in dirt, flung the sandbag off his back, wiped the sweat from his brow, and plopped down on a large stone at the roadside. Fuming, "Humph! What a worthless master! I've been here for over a year, and what have I done each day? Either carrying a ridiculous sandbag while running or squatting with a long bench, and in the afternoon, I have to endure that insufferable second brother's utterly tedious lectures on pharmacology. The worst part is that they even deprived me of my sleep. Every night, they send someone to supervise my training with that cursed medical tome. I truly suspect that I must have offended them somehow. Was it just because I pranked the eldest brother when I first arrived and peed in the second brother's alchemy furnace? Must they torment me like this? Damn it. They say it's to help me establish a solid foundation. Pfft. Who believes that? I've never heard of anyone becoming a master just by running and squatting. How wonderful it was to be a young master at home, with everything served to me. Even going out was a grand affair. And it's all because of that detestable old Luo. Insisting I come to this godforsaken place, he bragged that this cursed location was the most spiritually enriched within 1,000 miles. After a year, I still haven't seen any benefits. In fact, it's swarming with mosquitoes in the heat of summer. My blood is mine, after all. They all line up for free meals. Do they think I don't charge? I could sell it for 5 taels of silver a pound. While you all have protective energies, you don't care about the mosquitoes, but what about me? Humph! They inexplicably tossed me this useless medical tome to cultivate. It's been nearly a year, and I can't even break a small sapling. However, over the past year, Lin Tianxin's physique had indeed become considerably sturdier. While the running and squatting played a role, it was perhaps more due to his frequent pilfering of the delicious pills concocted by the old man. Though each time, he inevitably faced various devious punishments devised by Luo Yuding. Yet, compared to the delectable pills, those punishments were nothing, truly inconsequential. I heard Master has recently concocted a new Xian Yuan pill. I just don't know how it tastes. Hiss, that's truly a vexing dilemma. Gradually, a peculiar expression began to surface on Lin Tianxin's dirt-smeared, sweaty face. It seems Master has gone out to gather herbs today. What a splendid opportunity. Should I steal some? Lin Tianxin tilted his head, seriously contemplating this seemingly difficult question. After a while, unable to arrive at a conclusion, he abruptly stood up in frustration, seized a nameless flower, and muttered, "Forget it, the old way with that." He earnestly began to carefully pluck the petals, murmuring to himself, "Go, go, go, not go, 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 not go, 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 not go." Why does this flower have one less petal? Is it disabled? I wasted half a day on this. Humph. I'll find another. Just as he was about to discard the remaining stem, Lin Tianxin suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, almost missed it. This stem counts as part of the flower, right? I almost misjudged you. My apologies. Considering the stem, it counts as a go, right? Ha ha ha. I'm truly a genius. It seems this is indeed heaven's will. Master, you can't blame me now. Even heaven supports me. Surely you have no objections, right?" Hee hee. Lin Tianxin wore an innocent and smug grin. Slowly, memories of the first time his second brother had sneaked him into the master's alchemy room crept into his mind, prompting a chuckle. He had been completely oblivious then, grabbing a handful of pills and shoving them into his mouth, resulting in 3 days of bed rest, not to mention a thorough scolding from the second brother. With this recollection, Lin Tianxin casually tossed the flower stem aside, performed several somersaults on the ground, and grabbed the sandbag he had flung away, howling and dashing toward the valley in the afternoon. Lin Tianxin passed through the monotonous ramblings of his second brother, Zhong Ling, with little energy. After dinner, he rushed into his room. Firmly locking the door, sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to practice his techniques with a semblance of seriousness. However, a keen observer would notice that he occasionally peeked with half-closed eyes at the dimming sky. Finally, when darkness enveloped the land, and the candles in his senior brother's rooms extinguished, Lin Tianxin rolled off his bed, tiptoeing quietly to the door. He pressed his ear against it, listening intently for a moment, and upon hearing no sound, gently opened the door and stealthily crept toward Luo Yuding's alchemy room. His movements were light and agile, clearly practiced. Under the cover of night, Lin Tianxin cautiously approached the alchemy room. Just as he prepared to use the key he had previously prepared, he suddenly froze. Where did the lock go? Before he could ponder this perplexing issue any further, someone seized him by the neck and lifted him up. Just as he was about to scream, they covered his mouth. "Shh, don't shout. It's me, your second brother." A low yet mischievous voice whispered in his ear, and it was indeed Zhong Ling. Lin Tianxin's racing heart immediately calmed down. How could he be so certain it was Zhong Ling? As Lin Tianxin would put it, such a deeply ingrained and mischievous voice could only belong to the second brother. No one else could produce such a tone. "Second brother, what brings you here?" "Put me down." Lin Tianxin, feeling disgruntled, pulled away the hand covering his mouth and muttered softly, "Hee. I noticed you were distracted this afternoon, so I figured you would come here. All the skills you possess were taught to you by me. I know you so well that the moment you bend over, I can't tell whether you are just passing gas or actually taking a dump." "Humph. You thought you could sneak off without me, huh? How ungrateful of you. Tell me, when have I ever come without bringing you along?" Gently setting Lin Tianxin down, Zhong Ling wore a smug expression. "Little brother, I just didn't want to disturb you while you were training." Lin Tianxin rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he thought of something and exclaimed indignantly, "Moreover, you have the audacity to claim you always bring me along. You only bring me so I can take the blame for you. Humph. It would be better if you didn't invite me at all. In any case, it ultimately leads to me being tormented by the old man." "Luo. Brother, this is all to train your resilience against adversity. All right, enough of that, hurry inside. It would be unfortunate if the senior brother discovered us." After saying this, I took the lead to push open the door and rushed into the room, not noticing that Lin Tianxin, who was following behind, was merely pretending to rub his neck and hadn't he moved an inch. As soon as Zhongling entered, he sensed an unease, but the allure of the elixirs in close proximity made him dismiss it. He skillfully approached the shelf where Luo Yuding kept the potions and deftly pulled out a drawer. He retrieved a porcelain vial from within, gently uncorked it, and took a whiff. Oh, his delight! It was the Xian Yuan Dan. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "This old man Luo is truly dim-witted. Despite being stolen from so many times by me, he still hasn't thought to change its hiding place. But this is quite convenient for me, saving the trouble of searching." Carefully tucking the vial into his robe, he was about to leave when suddenly a flash of fire caught his eye, and the world before him blurred. Thinking it was Lin Tianxin playing tricks, Zhongling was about to scold him, only to find a figure sitting calmly in a chair under the light, gazing at him with a mocking expression. "Master, master, you're not out gathering herbs?" Zhongling stammered, his heart racing with fear, realizing he had been caught red-handed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly said, "Look, master, you've returned without a word. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Please just stay here, it will be ready shortly. No need to assist." As he spoke, he dashed towards the door. It was at that moment that Zhongling finally understood why he had felt uneasy upon entering the room. No wonder the door swung open so easily. It hadn't been locked. The door was originally left unlocked due to a recent spate of thefts. Although the thieves were always caught, the elixirs would vanish before they could be retrieved. In desperation, Luo Yuding had installed a lock and issued a stern warning. No one was to approach the alchemy chamber. Those who disobeyed would face consequences. Initially, Zhongling thought Lin Tianxin had secretly unlocked the door, but now he realized it had simply been left unlatched. No wonder that rascal merely stood at the entrance without entering. Huh? Where did that brat go? Looking around, he found no trace of Lin Tianxin. It turned out that the moment Zhongling entered, Lin Tianxin had sensed something amiss and discreetly slipped away to an unknown location. This K. What a fine disciple the master has. It seems we haven't had a good chat in quite a while. Just look at this night, so dark and windy, the autumn air so crisp, with not a cloud in the sky. Perfect for stargazing, disciple, don't you think? On such a splendid evening, why don't you accompany me, your master, to admire the stars, discuss life, and ponder our aspirations? Where are you rushing off to, disciple? Luo, the old man, leisurely leaned against the alchemical furnace, teasingly remarked, "It would be foolish not to run. No, master, it's just that. Well, you haven't eaten yet, and I thought you must be hungry. I merely wanted to prepare something for you." Zhongling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his stutter becoming more pronounced. "Not at all. I am not hungry, truly. Right now, I simply wish to enjoy some quality time with my beloved disciple," Luo said with a playful tone, and in an instant, he lunged forward, seizing Zhongling by the nape of his neck and pulling him towards the door. "Come, let us ascend Mount Qingtian and enjoy the view while delving into the mysteries of human anatomy." "What? Mount Qingtian, master? Please don't. Woe is me, I won't dare again. Please don't take me to Mount Qingtian." Upon hearing the name of the mountain, Zhongling began to struggle violently. As the name suggests, Mount Qingtian rises nearly 10,000 feet high, situated in the southeastern direction of Cuiwei Valley and adjacent to it. One could say that the formation of Cuiwei Valley owes much to this peak. The mountain has a cylindrical shape, its surface smooth and steep as if carved by a knife. Above the midpoint, no vegetation grows, and throughout the year, fierce winds rage. Only those with divine strength can ascend. Yet, it also serves as an ideal training ground for body refinement practitioners who often seek to train here but are frequently turned away. With Luo Yuding's cultivation, he paid little mind to the gale, but for Zhongling, who was merely at the level of a master, it would be a perilous endeavor. Though he would not perish, he would surely be battered and bruised. "Not going. That won't do. I am quite eager to share a drink with you under the heavens," Luo exclaimed with glee, lifting Zhongling off the ground as he stomped heavily on the earth, launching into the air with a whoosh. Suddenly, as Luo soared into the sky, it was as if an invisible hand had swatted him down like a fly. He lost grip of Zhongling and tumbled from the heights. Landing with a thud as he hit the ground, a mournful howl escaped his lips, echoing through the distant mountains, prompting countless creatures to join in a chorus of howls. After a moment, as he adjusted to the pain, Luo Yuding sprang to his feet, only to emit a series of hissing sounds as he rubbed his aching backside. Who dares to toy with this old man? How utterly outrageous! Show yourself at once, or I shall not be courteous. He kicked a sharp stone away, disregarding the pain radiating from his rear. Summoning his internal energy, a golden light filled the valley, illuminating it as if it were daylight. An ancient, majestic dragoness roar resonated from the heavens, heralding the emergence of a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon, approximately 30 feet long and as thick as a water barrel, circled above Luo Yuding. Gazing down with an air of regal authority, its eyes devoid of emotion. The dragoness' mighty roar erupted from its partially opened mouth. Suddenly, it twisted in mid-air, diving toward Luo Yuding, as it neared. The colossal dragon transformed into a miniature golden dragon, roughly 3 feet in size, swirling around Luo's feet. Divine dragon, guard me? Zhong Ling, left behind, looked on with envy and longing. However, Luo Yuding, enveloped by the myriad laws manifesting as the divine dragon, wore a cautious expression, his round, beady eyes darting around. His sparse hair swayed comically with his movements, yet Luo was oblivious to his own ridiculous appearance, as the one who had been swatted down from the sky. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power of the mysterious figure who had done so. How could he have been so effortlessly overpowered by someone of such caliber? If this individual had aimed to eliminate him from the start, his life would have been forfeit. Contemplating this, Luo Yuding shivered involuntarily. Who is this extraordinary individual? What brings you here? Please reveal yourself, so this old man may extend his hospitality. After several fruitless attempts to locate the mysterious figure using his unique skill, Heavenly Eye Vision, Luo Yuding could only bow respectfully. Suddenly, a melodious laugh erupted, as a graceful figure materialized from the void. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, with striking beauty. Her fair skin, delicate features, and cascading black hair exuded a mature charm, especially as her gentle laughter radiated a refreshing and uplifting aura. Master, is that you? What brings you here? You startled me. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Luo Yuding hurriedly stood at attention, fidgeting with his clothes, his once swaying hair now standing upright in surprise. His wrinkled face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a bashful young girl. The woman chuckled again, suppressing her amusement, her lovely brows arching playfully. What is this? Is this place off limits for your younger sister? Or do you simply not wish for me to visit? Hearing this, Luo Yuding panicked, hastily waving his hands, stammering, No, it's not like that, younger sister. That's not my intention at all. How could I not want you here? It's just that you arriving so late caught me off guard, Dado. So you were caught off guard by my late arrival? Does that mean you truly did not wish for me to come? With a mischievous tone, she turned as if to leave. Seeing her about to depart, Luo Yuding felt urgency rise within him. Rushing forward to grasp her arm, Dado, no. That's not what I meant at all. You see, I simply struggle with words. I truly didn't mean it, he exclaimed, slapping himself in frustration. Suddenly, they both turned as a strange noise emanated from the side. It was Zhong Ling, unable to contain himself any longer, who let out a snort. His fair, handsome face flushed like liver, trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. Noticing their gaze, he awkwardly stammered. Master only struggles with words in front of the elder. It's just nerves after speaking. She furtively cast a glance at Luo Yuding, observing as he retreated, exclaiming, Get lost, when I am conversing with your master uncle. You have no place to interject. With a swift kick, Luo Yuding sent a blow to Zhong Ling's backside, scolding him in a fit of irritation and embarrassment. Now is the moment. Anyone who does not flee is a fool. Ha! Truly, heaven is aiding me. Every time my master uncle arrives, my master forgets all other matters. In this regard, Zhong Ling was notably seasoned, possessing a wealth of experience. As for how he would later be tormented and held accountable by Luo Yuding, that was a matter for another time, was it not? With a self-satisfied smile of relief, Zhong Ling hummed a little tune, clasping his hands behind his back, mimicking Luo Yuding's swagger as he prepared to saunter away. Suddenly, Master shows favoritism. Second brother is not punished for his mistakes. Yet every time I make even the slightest error, I am subjected to relentless torment. A small child, emerging from who knows where, seized Luo Yuding's clothing and wailed, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed pitifully, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Luo the Elder was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the tearful Lin Tianxin, he appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Ah, indeed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten, nearly allowing this little rascal to slip through my fingers again. Oh dear. How outrageous. Luo Yuding, coming to his senses, executed a swift kick aimed at the fleeing Zhongling, sending a golden halo shooting forth from his toes, which ensnared Zhongling and propelled him straight back toward the towering Qingtian Peak. Poor Zhongling, still wearing a smug expression of relief, suddenly felt his body tense up. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was sent hurtling backward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lin Tianxin, who wore a mischievous grin, glancing at him. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted curses, but alas, the speed of his retreat was far too swift for Lin Tianxin to hear more than a faint echo. You little brat. This isn't over. Just you wait, brother. Is this your new disciple? How adorable. A middle-aged woman swooped down and scooped Lin Tianxin into her embrace, tousling his hair affectionately, her laughter ringing out like a melody. The more she looked, the more she found herself enchanted, and she couldn't resist pinching the little fellow's cheeks, which were puffed up in indignation from her affection. Overwhelmed by maternal instincts, she found herself captivated by Lin Tianxin. Observing Lin Tianxin, Luo Yuding felt a swell of pride. Throughout the past year, Luo the Elder had not ceased to boast about having acquired such an exceptionally gifted disciple. He walked with an air of confidence. Despite the mischief the child often caused him. Indeed, I took this child under my wing last year. He possesses the legendary physique known as the Pure Yang Body, a remarkable talent. Luo the Elder beamed with self-satisfaction, as if claiming the Pure Yang Body for himself. Really, brother, you claim he possesses the Pure Yang Body? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Has my brother ever deceived you? Luo Yuding replied, adjusting his expression. Still claiming you haven't deceived me. You've been tricking me for hundreds of years. At this, the middle-aged beauty wore a look of feigned sorrow, biting her lip and shooting a glare at Luo Yuding. Cough. Oh, right, Tianxin. This is your master uncle Zhou, whom your master has mentioned before. Your master uncle is far more formidable than I, so greet him properly. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Luo Yuding cleared his throat and hastily changed the subject, signaling to Lin Tianxin with urgency. Greetings, master uncle. You are as beautiful as my mother. Lin Tianxin blinked his large, innocent eyes and said earnestly, indeed, a promising pupil, already so cooperative with your master. Luo Yuding beamed with pride. Relishing the moment, is that so? Master uncle is delighted to meet you as well. Your name is Tianxin? Zhou Ruoxi giggled, tickling Lin Tianxin's nose as she inquired, her laughter like a gentle breeze. Don't pinch my nose. My mother says it will look bad when I grow up, Lin Tianxin protested, swatting away the hand that grasped his nose, pouting adorably. Very well, master uncle will not pinch your nose. But you still haven't told me your name. Zhou Ruoxi, undeterred, began to pinch his ears instead. If you pinch me again, I will shout injustice, Lin Tianxin declared, his spirits low as he dodged back behind Luo Yuding. Peeking out with half his head, go ahead and shout. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. Your master can't match me, Zhou Ruoxi teased, her laughter ringing out as she feigned a pounce toward Lin Tianxin. Where have I heard that before? It sounds rather familiar. Luo the Elder wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zhou Ruoxi lunged toward him. Lin Tianxin let out a shriek and dashed away, glancing back to see if the playful master uncle was in pursuit. Just as he was enjoying his escape, he collided with something soft. With a startled yelp, he fell to the ground, looking up to find the smiling visage of the very master uncle he had been fleeing from. Feeling flustered, Lin Tianxin hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed back toward Luo Yuding. Finally reaching his side, he leaped into Luo Yuding's embrace, burying his head deep within, refusing to lift it. Ha ha ha! The laughter of Zhou Ruoxi echoed ominously in his ears. And just as Lin Tianxin was about to cover his ears, he heard her say, "Little one, how about this? Master Uncle will give you a gift, but only if you let me pinch you again." The allure of the gift caused Lin Tianxin to raise his head, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Despite his tender age, he possessed a keen sense for wealth, showing remarkable discernment. "Oh, a little money grubber." Zhou Ruoxi chuckled at the sight of the child's eager expression. With a smile, she retrieved a small, emerald-green bow from her storage bracelet. The bow was no larger than a palm, intricately engraved with unknown runes. Shimmering with a gentle light, and the bowstring was as fine as a hair. Lin Tianxin reached out to take the bow, feeling its surprising lightness, and curiously asked, "Master Uncle, what use is such a small bow?" "It is indeed beautiful and must be worth quite a bit." "Ouch, master. Why did you hit me again?" It was Luo Yuding, who lightly tapped Lin Tianxin on the head, chiding him playfully, "You little money grubber. All you think about is wealth." This bow is called the Cui Xian Bow. It is the clan treasure of the ancient elven race. With it, they have repelled countless foes, earning great renown in their time. And it is one of the 9 divine artifacts of antiquity. Regrettably, the elven race eventually fractured due to internal strife, leading to their downfall, and the Cui Xian Bow was lost to time. It was only rediscovered by our ancestors 6,000 years ago, who brought it back to our sect. However, no one has been able to unlock its true potential since, and it took our ancestors 3 centuries of diligent study to uncover its secrets. Pausing briefly, Luo Yuding cleared his throat and continued. It turns out that the Cui Xian Bow is not complete. To unleash its true power, one must find the corresponding arrow of light. But the elven race has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. How could one possibly find any clue? Thus, the Cui Xian Bow has been passed down through generations, waiting to be rediscovered. As he spoke, Luo Yuding's expression grew somber, gazing upwards with a heavy sigh. Lost in contemplation, noticing the little one's rapt attention, Zhou Ruoxi picked up the thread of the conversation, gently addressing Lin Tianxin. "But you must not underestimate the Cui Xian Bow. Even without the arrow of light, it is still a treasure of great value. But if it is so small, how powerful can it really be?" Lin Tianxin scratched his head, appearing puzzled. "Let me give you an example. A master warrior wielding it can easily slay a late-stage martial saint," Zhou Ruoxi said, lightly tapping Lin Tianxin's nose, her tone warm and encouraging. "But you must never display it carelessly, lest you attract unnecessary trouble." Ignoring the wide-eyed astonishment of the little one, Zhou Ruoxi's tone suddenly turned serious. "Now, let Master Uncle teach you how to use the Cui Xian Bow." Seeing Lin Tianxin nod vigorously with his sparkling eyes, Zhou Ruoxi smiled gently, taking the Cui Xian Bow from Lin Tianxin's hands. A faint golden glow emanated from her palm, and under Lin Tianxin's astonished gaze, the palm-sized bow began to radiate a soothing green light. As the green light dissipated, the once tiny bow transformed into a shimmering 1.2-meter-long ethereal longbow, floating gracefully before Zhou Ruoxi. A gem-like green light danced along its surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With a gentle smile, Zhou Ruoxi lightly grasped the bow's body with her right hand, while her left hand seemed to casually draw back the almost imperceptible bowstring, aiming at a distant hilltop. Releasing her fingers, her movements flowed seamlessly. A faint green stream, reminiscent of an arrow yet not quite one, surged forth as she let go, propelled by the taut bowstring. A soft puff echoed, and the nearby mountain peak appeared to have been struck by an invisible force, suddenly revealing a large, dark hole, the depth of which was unfathomable. "Wow! Incredible!" Lin Tianxin exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Filled with excitement, he snatched the emerald bow from Zhou Ruoxi's hands and aimed it at the distant hill, lightly pulling the bowstring. "Huh? Why won't it budge? It must be that I'm not using enough strength." "That's it." With a huff, the little one sniffed and increased his effort to draw back the string once more. The bow remained resplendent, yet unchanged. "Oh, I refuse to believe I can't draw you." Gathering all his strength, Lin Tianxin shouted, his face flushed red, as he clenched his left fist and pulled back with all his might. Panting heavily, the bow still showed no sign of alteration. Watching Lin Tianxin's flushed face, Luo Yuding and Zhou Ruoxi burst into laughter. Seeing Lin Tianxin's small mouth pouting, his eyes beginning to glisten with tears, Luo Yuding quickly explained, "Little one, You won't be able to draw this bow at your current level. Wait until you reach the Master Realm and try again. Ha ha. What? I have to wait until the Master Realm. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've embarrassed me in front of Master Zhou. The little one widened his eyes in disbelief, sniffing forcefully, looking at Luo Yuding with a wise demeanor. Without waiting for a response, he clutched the emerald bow and scampered away, leaving no trace. Luo Yuding was momentarily stunned. And just as he was about to speak to Zhou Ruoxi, Lin Tianxin dashed back, ignoring him entirely, and said to Zhou Ruoxi, "Master, why has it shrunk?" He then presented the emerald bow, which had reverted to the size of a palm. To Zhou Ruoxi, "Hee, silly child. It has shrunk because it no longer has the support of Xuanqi. I almost forgot. Come, let your master assist you in performing the blood sacrifice." Zhou Ruoxi explained with a smile. "Master, what is a blood sacrifice? Is it similar to when Master helped me make my storage ring, requiring my blood to be dripped in? But this emerald bow is already completed, right? I remember my master dripped my blood into the ring before it was finished." Lin Tianxin pondered for a moment, speaking thoughtfully. "Indeed, you're quite the clever little one. When your master helped you create the ring, he did perform a blood sacrifice, but that is merely one type in Xian continent. Treasures used by cultivators are classified from low to high as Xianbao, Xian Yuan Jinbao, Xian Yuan Zuanbao, and divine artifacts. We collectively refer to these as Xianqi. To utilize them, cultivators must establish a connection through a blood sacrifice. However, some extraordinary individuals can also control Xuanqi through unique methods. Yet, the vast majority rely on blood sacrifices. There are generally 3 types of blood sacrifices. The first is what your master performed to connect you with the ring, known as guiding blood sacrifice. It is typically used when a piece of Xuanqi is in a semi-finished state. The second is called blood contract, which is what your master is preparing to help you establish with this emerald bow. It is generally used for already completed but ownerless Xinqi.as for the third type. It is a rather domineering method, looked down upon by the world. We refer to it as dark blood contract. This method forcibly erases the connection between an owner and their Xuanqi through overwhelming Xuanqi, ultimately claiming it as one's own. However, the original owner whose connection is severed will suffer significant damage to their essence, or even face death. Chapter 13. Let me out. I need to pee. Master, what level of Xuanqi is the ring you made for me? Lin Tianxin asked eagerly, extending his right hand adorned with the storage ring. This? It is a spatial Xuanqi. Spatial Xuanqi does not fall under the classification of Xuanqi levels. But some discerning individuals have categorized it into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme divine grade. Generally, it is assessed based on the internal size and the stability of the internal space. Yours can barely be considered medium grade. The difficulty of crafting a spatial Xuanqi is no less than that of creating a superior Xian Yuan Zuanbao. The spatial Xuanqi that circulate the world are generally crafted by one of the 7 major sects. The ancient artifact sect, although there are a few cultivators who create their own. For instance, your master is an exceptionally skilled artifact craftsman. However, even someone as formidable as your master can at most craft a spatial Xuanqi close to the superior grade. What? This is only medium grade. Master really is lacking. 7 major sects. Are those 7 different schools? Ignoring Luo Yuding's nearly explosive frustration, Lin Tianxin, like a curious child, posed another question. The more he encountered these topics, the more bewildered he felt. Yes, indeed, but your master cannot divulge this information just yet. When you truly engage with the martial arts of our sect, your master will reveal it to you. Now, let us proceed with the blood sacrifice. Seemingly wary of the subject, Zhou Ruoxi turned her head away, casting a knowing glance at Luo Yuding, before gently continuing. With the emerald bow delicately placed in her left palm, her beautiful eyes closed slightly, murmuring cryptic incantations that Lin Tianxin could not comprehend. Suddenly, Zhou Ruoxi opened her eyes wide. A fleeting golden light glimmered in her gaze. A soft whistle escaped her slightly parted lips. The originally emerald bow shimmered with a faint red glow, which quickly vanished. Having successfully severed her blood sacrifice connection with the emerald bow, Zhou Ruoxi's lovely, fair face flushed with a strange hue, soon turning pale. Taking a gentle breath, she smiled faintly at Lin Tianxin. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, the entire emerald bow emitted a powerful dark green radiance, trembling violently in Zhou Ruoxi's hands. Her previously pale face, now tinged with a hint of color, transformed dramatically. Without time to utter a word, she rushed towards the emerald bough, which had begun to float before her. However, the bough, like a mischievous child, swiftly evaded her grasp. At this moment, Luo Yuding, who had been watching Zhou Ruoxi's pale countenance with concern, finally reacted, exclaiming, "It wants to escape." He darted toward the emerald bough, now spiraling in the air, but found it elusive. The palm-sized bough seemed to tease Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding, circling above them as if mocking their futile attempts. Its dark green radiance filling the entire valley. Knowing that they could not capture this ancient artifact alone, Luo Yuding and Zhou Ruoxi exchanged glances, gently nodding in agreement, before closing their eyes slightly. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from both of them, as golden light replaced the dark green radiance, illuminating the entire sky. A low yet melodious dragon's roar resonated, accompanied by a high, clear phoenix's cry that echoed through the heavens. It reverberated throughout the world, stirring an irresistible impulse within the hearts of all who heard it, as if they yearned to bow in reverence. Suddenly, as though eternally spiraling in this space, a colossal golden dragon coiled above Luo Yuding, its massive form resembling a mountain. Its eyes, half-lidded, exuded an air of disdain for all, filled with indifference and pride. A resplendent phoenix, adorned with vibrant feathers that seemed ready to unleash flames, radiated a haughty superiority. Untouched by the mortal realm, its exquisite head tilted slightly, exuding an air of lazy arrogance. Simultaneously, Luo Yuding and Zhou Ruoxi opened their eyes, exchanging a knowing glance before unleashing a piercing cry. Each extended their palms, fingers intertwining. The moment their hands touched, the spiraling golden dragon and the resplendent phoenix emitted a harmonious call, circling each other. Following this, Zhou Ruoxi breathed lightly. 9 heavens forbidden, phoenix locking the sky. Meanwhile, Luo Yuding shouted, 9 heavens forbidden, divine dragon devouring. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze, as if the very air had solidified. Just as Lin Tianxin felt he was about to suffocate, an irresistible, overwhelming pull seized him, as if a celestial hand was grasping him, threatening to draw his very soul from his body. In what felt like an eternity, a flash of golden light enveloped Lin Tianxin, pulling him back from the brink of death. It was the life-saving golden light cast by Luo Yuding in the midst of chaos. The sudden stillness of space, coupled with the ensuing overwhelming force, caused the emerald bough, previously suppressed by the golden dragon and resplendent phoenix, to panic and struggle violently, mingled with a faint, mournful cry that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding did not find joy in this. Rather, their expressions grew increasingly grave. They realized that the emerald bough was merely toying with them. Indeed, just as it appeared to be utterly subdued, the emerald bough trembled violently, emanating an even more intense dark green radiance that pulsated and contracted, as though an invisible hand was continuously kneading it, until it shrank to the size of an egg, solidifying at last in the bewildered gazes of Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding, an egg-sized orb of light, seemingly elongated by unseen hands, suddenly erupted into a blindingly brilliant white radiance that pierced the eyes with a stinging intensity. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding, who had reflexively shut their eyes against the searing light, slowly opened them, enduring the aching sensation. To their astonishment, the once palm-sized Cui Xian bow had transformed into a majestic dark green longbow, measuring 1.2 meters in length. Zhou Ruoxi, who had possessed the Cui Xian bow since childhood, was struck with disbelief as she realized that this bow, so familiar to her, was now tangible. Before she could fully process her astonishment, her eyes widened in realization. The arrow of life. She beheld an arrow, approximately 3 feet long, materializing on the previously empty bowstring. The arrow was unremarkable, resembling a straight white hemp stalk, quietly resting upon the Cui Xian bow, its tip ominously directed towards the two. Chilling sensation, born from the depths of their hearts, enveloped Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding, as if they were ensnared in a realm of icy desolation. Simultaneously, an indescribable feeling of comfort began to swell within them. They exchanged startled glances. Luo Yuding, trembling lips betraying his excitement, stammered, "Indeed, it is the arrow of life. Legend has it that the arrow ascends to the purple heavens and descends into the underworld. I had always thought it could change in size. How mistaken I was. After a brief moment of shock, as if all fear had suddenly dissipated, Luo Yuding smiled faintly, tightening his grasp on Zhou Ruoxi's delicate hand. Reveling in the happiness of their shared moment beneath this ancient artifact, to share this lifetime with Ruoxi under such a divine relic is indeed a great fortune. Yet, he lamented the regret of not being able to grant her a proper title in life. A poignant sorrow as for Tianxin, the unfortunate child. It seemed she too would be swept into the underworld with them. Such a promising soul wasted. May heaven show mercy and allow this child to escape the clutches of death. He sighed, feeling the warmth and profound affection radiating from her beloved's palm. Zhou Ruoxi's head nearly drooped to her chest, her exposed neck betraying a deep blush, revealing her shyness. Biting her lip, she softly replied, "Brother, please do not speak like that. I am already very happy to accompany you to the underworld." Her voice was barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. "Enough with the mushy talk. Let me out. I'm about to burst. I need to relieve myself." A voice, frantic and anguished, akin to a wolf's howl, shattered the tender moment between the two, causing them to jump in alarm. It was Lin Tianxin, who had been shielded by Luo Yuding's energy. It turned out that just moments before, when the residual force of the Nine Heavens taboo had nearly claimed her life, Luo Yuding had protected her. Now awakened, Lin Tianxin was overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve herself. Yet she found herself trapped within the protective barrier. Seeing the two lost in their romantic reverie, she could no longer contain her frustration and bellowed, "What are you two doing? Don't you see I'm having a serious conversation with your master Zhou? Such a beautiful moment, and you ruined it." Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. "Hey, why hasn't the arrow of light been shot down yet?" Luo Yuding, interrupted in his reverie, was seized by rage. He thought, how could this little brat be so inconsiderate? On the brink of death, and still thinking about relieving herself. Not even leaving us a moment to ourselves, as he pondered. He found it strange that they were still alive. Could it be that the Cui Xian Bao was granting them a reprieve? As he contemplated, he lifted his gaze towards the Cui Xian Bao. The scene before him caused Luo Yuding to freeze in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things. Indeed, the previously tense Cui Xian Bao now hovered in the air like a well-behaved child. And the arrow of life that had been poised upon it had vanished without a trace. Even the Bao itself had reverted to its original palm-sized form. What on earth was happening? Could anyone explain this? Was the previous experience merely an illusion? With his left hand propping up his sagging jaw, Luo Yuding found himself utterly perplexed. "Old man, hurry, let me out. I need to pee." Chapter 14. Soul Offering. With a casual wave, Luo Yuding retracted the golden light that had shielded Lin Tianxin. He tilted his head, continuing to contemplate the Bao's unusual behavior, oblivious to Zhou Ruoxi's gentle nudges. The irritating golden halo finally dissipated, and Lin Tianxin bolted out like an arrow released from its bow. As she ran, she hastily unfastened her belt, and upon reaching a corner, disregarding all decorum, she dropped her trousers and indulged in a liberating release. "Tianxin, be careful!" Zhou Ruoxi's terrified shout rang out from behind. Startled mid-relief, Lin Tianxin paused. What? Just then, a green light streaked down from the sky like a meteor, striking her on the back of the head before vanishing. "Tianxin, Tianxin, wake up!" The urgent voices of Luo Yuding and Zhou Ruoxi pierced through her daze. Groggily, Lin Tianxin felt her eyelids heavy, refusing to open. She could only murmur, "Master was right. One must not relieve themselves indiscriminately. Such actions invite divine retribution," and with that, she promptly fainted. The pristine little teapot trembled slightly, occasionally sputtering sparkling droplets. Luo Yuding. "Pfft. Ha ha ha." Zhou Ruoxi erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter at such words. Unable to contain herself, her laughter so hearty that she doubled over. After a considerable time, under Luo Yuding's stern gaze, Zhou Ruoxi managed to stifle her laughter, though her trembling body and flushed cheeks betrayed her overwhelming mirth. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Luo Yuding felt as if he could die from embarrassment. This impertinent child, when did I ever say such a thing? Even if I had, it should not have been uttered in front of your master. Now look at this. You disregard everything, and just like that, you fainted, oblivious to the immense pressure I am under. Brother, do you think this could be the legendary soul offering? Zhou Ruoxi, suppressing her amusement, inquired as she gently touched the spot on Lin Tianxin's head where she had been struck. Indeed, artifacts possess spirit and choose their masters. This is precisely the hallmark of a soul offering. I never expected this little brat to be so fortunate as to have the haughty Cui Xian Bao willingly recognize her as its master. Remembering the Bao's earlier display of power, envy flickered across Luo Yuding's face. But why did the Cui Xian Bao behave so erratically moments ago, nearly bringing about our demise? At this, Zhou Ruoxi shivered. Still haunted by the memory, I cannot say for certain. When this child awakens, we shall ask her, as the current master of the Cui Xian Bao. She should have some insight. Oh, sister, have you realized? The notion that the Cui Xian Bao was incomplete, as stated by our predecessors, is erroneous. Luo Yuding tilted his head, pondering, before exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that so? Our predecessors possessed immense abilities. How could they be mistaken?" Zhou Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then what was the arrow of life that appeared earlier? Please do not tell me it was conjured by the Cui Xian Bao itself. Ancient texts record that once the arrow of life is released, it ascends to the purple heavens and descends into the underworld. I had always believed that the arrow of life could change size infinitely, or that its range extended to the heavens above and the underworld below. It turns out I was wrong. Sister, do you recall the sensation of being targeted by the arrow of life? One arrow reaching the heavens, one arrow descending into the underworld. It refers not to the arrow's attributes, but rather to the mental impact it has on its target. With our level of cultivation, to have no thoughts of resistance under the arrow of life is an incredibly terrifying reality. With a deep sigh, Luo Yuding found himself lost in contemplation. What is the purpose of cultivation? After nearly 1,000 years of relentless practice, I find myself unable to contend with an unclaimed artifact, nearly losing my life in the process. For the sake of cultivation, how much youth has been squandered? For cultivation, how much affection from my sister has been forsaken? What sustains a flower-like maiden in her relentless vigil over these millennia? All of this for the sake of cultivation, for the so-called immortality. Yet what have I gained? Merely this wretched, half-human shell and the endless humiliation brought forth by an unclaimed artifact. Shaking his head in desolation, Luo Yuding's mouth was filled with bitterness. Brother, are you all right? Your complexion looks dreadful. Did you sustain an injury earlier? Zhou Ruoxi's anxious voice reached his ears, snapping him back to reality, and he broke into a cold sweat, the dread of inner demons. He offered Zhou Ruoxi a faint smile, conveying a silent assurance that he was unharmed. Luo Yuding then focused on calming his turbulent energy, which had been unsettled by his earlier revelations. After a considerable time, he gradually opened his eyes to find Zhou Ruoxi gazing at him with genuine concern, warming his heart. Let us return to the house. The mountain air is damp at night, and we mustn't let this little brat catch a chill. Nodding gently, Zhou Ruoxi lifted Lin Tianxin in her arms, moving towards the shelter. Lin Tianxin felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, enveloped in an unparalleled warmth and comfort. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with a dazzling array of colors that caused her to gasp in astonishment. Green, pink, red, orange, yellow, purple. It was as if she had stepped into a sea of flowers. All around her was a vibrant expanse of blossoms, seemingly infinite, and she found herself beneath a colossal tree that dwarfed anything she had ever seen. A colossal behemoth, undeniably the sovereign of the arboreal realm. Standing before it feels akin to confronting an infinitely towering and expansive fortress wall. Were it not for the sparse, verdant branches sprouting from the trunk at a modest height above the ground, along with the myriad crevices adorning its bark, Lin Tianxin would be utterly convinced that he was indeed facing a wall. Just as Lin Tianxin marveled at the creator's wondrous handiwork, a sweet, childish voice, akin to celestial music, rang in his ears. Tianxin Gidge, you're awake? Startled, Lin Tianxin turned hastily to behold a little girl, approximately 3 or 4 years of age, gazing at him with a beaming smile. Her hair was styled into 2 adorable horn-like braids, and she donned a flowing emerald green dress. Her cherubic face was adorned with 2 bright, sparkling eyes. Clearly demarcated in black and white, in her plump little hands, she held a disproportionately large wooden platter, brimming with an assortment of peculiar fruits that Lin Tianxin had never encountered before. Noticing Lin Tianxin's gaze, the little girl smiled sweetly, revealing two charming dimples that added to her allure. She hopped over to him, placed the platter on the ground, and tugged at Lin Tianxin to sit where he had previously been resting. It was then that Lin Tianxin realized, to his astonishment, that he had been napping on an expansive leaf. Tianxin Gige, don't you recognize me? I'm Xiaocui Chui. Come, I'll treat you to some fruit. It's incredibly sweet. When Lin Tianxin did not respond, the girl pouted her rosy lips in mild annoyance. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she picked up a fruit resembling a tomato from the platter and thrust it into Lin Tianxin's hand. She then took one for herself, nibbling on it, and with a few audible smacks, mumbled, Tianxin Gige, hurry and eat, or when Xiao Jinjian arrives, there won't be any left for us. Influenced by the little girl, Lin Tianxin finally brought the fruit to his lips. A gentle bite sent him soaring into bliss, as the flesh of the fruit melted in his mouth, offering a sweet taste intertwined with clarity. As if his soul had transcended its earthly vessel, soaring freely through the skies without a care in the world. With wide eyes, under the little girl's astonished gaze, Lin Tianxin, like a famished ghost returned to life, began to devour the strange fruits from the platter with fervor. The fruit disintegrated effortlessly upon contact, and he felt no fear of choking in mere moments. Gazing at the now empty platter, Lin Tianxin patted his round belly and let out a long, satisfied burp. Is there more? And no, it's all gone. The little girl stared at Lin Tianxin in shock, her voice trembling. Oh dear, what a pity. I had wanted to save some for my mother, but I couldn't resist and ate them all. She pouted adorably, while Lin Tianxin reveled in his delight. Hee hee, Tianxin Gige, you eat so much. You finished that huge platter in no time, even more impressive than Xiao Jinjian. Children do change rapidly. Just moments ago, she had been wide-eyed and astonished, and now she wore a sweet smile, gesturing animatedly with her arms. Ha, what is so impressive about that? You haven't seen me at my best, Lin Tianxin replied, shaking his head in mock disdain. Just then, a thought struck him, and he cleared his throat, asking, Xiaocui Chui, who are you? Have I met you before? And where is this place? Who is Xiao Jinjian? The immense tree behind him seemed to tremble in exasperation, as though rolling its eyes at Lin Tianxin's obliviousness, having consumed everything and chattered for so long before even considering to inquire about others' identities. Tianxin Gige, you really don't remember me? I am Xiaocui Chui. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's words, the little girl appeared deeply aggrieved, her sparkling eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. Have I truly never seen you? You must be mistaken. Rubbing her head, Lin Tianxin tilted it in thought for a long moment, realizing he had no recollection of this little girl, and could only respond helplessly. Chapter 15. I appoint you as my third concubine. Ah, please don't cry. Think carefully. Are you sure you're not mistaken? As the girl's lips quivered and her eyes brimmed with tears, Lin Tianxin felt an immediate headache, standing beside her, offering what little consolation he could. It was not hard to imagine how comical it must appear, with one child wiping her tears and the other scratching his head in bewilderment. Tianxin Gige, you don't remember me. I'm Xiaocui Chui. Xiaocui Chui woo-woo, the little girl wailed as she dabbed at her tears, pouting at Lin Tianxin. Lin Tianxin, woo-woo, you just held me and played with me. How could you forget so soon? Woo-woo, you're a bad person. What? When did I hold you? I have no recollection, Lin Tianxin exclaimed, nearly jumping up in disbelief. He thought to himself, such words cannot be thrown around carelessly. If I had truly held her, that would be quite the predicament. Would it mean I must take responsibility? Could it be that this girl has taken a liking to me and is intentionally trying to ensnare me? Yet, seeing how adorable she was, perhaps taking her in as a concubine wouldn't be so bad after all. He chuckled to himself, but just now, you kissed me several times, right here. Xiao Jinjian saw it too. The little girl pointed at her cheek with her chubby finger, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Lin Tianxin was utterly flabbergasted. This is outrageous. Have I really kissed her? But I have no recollection of it. Could it be that I bumped my head and lost my memory? After pondering for a moment, Lin Tianxin resolutely declared, so you truly are trying to capture my heart. Oh dear, if you like me, just say so. How about this? I'll appoint you as my third concubine. Don't tell me you'll refuse. That would be quite a feat, as most would be lucky to even be considered. What is a third concubine? Is it impressive? The little girl tilted her head, pressing her chubby hand against her rosy cheek, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Of course it's impressive. Humph. Just look at who I am. Lin Tianxin boasted, scratching his nose with his thumb, puffing out his chest. Is he more impressive than that old man? The little girl rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily. What old man? You mean my master? Lin Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Is he your master? I think I've heard you call him that before. But why did he hit you? He's really strong. I couldn't possibly defeat him. Ignoring Lin Tianxin's stunned expression, the little girl continued. If I hadn't called out Xiao Jianjian, I would have been caught by him. Humph, that sly Xiao Jianjian, claiming to be hungry at the crucial moment. It infuriates me. If it weren't for that pesky Xiao Jianjian, I would have taught that old man a lesson for daring to strike my Tianxin Gige. The little girl fumed, shaking her chubby fists in anger. You are Cui Xiangong? Lin Tianxin suddenly stood up, trembling as he pointed at the little girl, his face a mask of disbelief. What Cui Xiangong? I'm Xiaocui Cui, the little girl pouted, clearly displeased. Finally, Lin Tianxin understood. No wonder he had never encountered this little girl before. She insisted he had held and kissed her. Hearing her mention Xiao Jianjian, it seemed likely she referred to the life arrow his master had spoken of. Who would have thought that Cui Xiangong was this exquisitely crafted little girl before him? Remembering how easily his master had been subdued in her presence, while he had just proposed to take her as a concubine, his third concubine at that. At this realization, Lin Tianxin broke into a cold sweat, realizing he truly did not know how perilous this situation could be. Thankfully, she seemed unaware of what a concubine entailed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Tianxin felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing back onto the ground. Tianxin Gige, you still haven't told me if the third concubine is stronger than that old man? Like a cherubic child seeking approval, Xiaocui Cui tugged at Lin Tianxin's sleeve, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Well, that, Lin Tianxin stammered, turning his gaze. I can't deceive a child. My mother always said that children who lie are not good children. After a moment's thought, he declared, yes, the third concubine is incredibly powerful, far surpassing that old man. Oh, that's wonderful, Tianxin Gige. Please make me your third concubine. That way, I won't need Xiao Jianjian's help to defeat that old man. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's affirmative response, Xiaocui Cui clapped her hands joyously, urging Lin Tianxin to transform her into his third concubine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Tianxin stuttered, to become a third concubine. You must wait until you grow up. You're still too young for such a role. I see. Then I must eat more and grow quickly. Oh, and I must share this wonderful news with Xiao Jianjian. He will be so envious, she exclaimed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. With a face full of excitement, the chubby little hands of the girl named Tuizue patted cheerfully as she flashed a sweet smile at Lin Tianxin. She skipped joyfully towards the towering tree, which opened a silent portal to embrace the little girl within its depths. In the blink of an eye, the portal vanished, taking with it the girl who had introduced herself as Tuizue. As Lin Tianxin recalled the bewildering events that had just transpired, he felt as if he were caught in a dream. Why did the Cui Xianbao transform into a little girl who calls herself Tuizue? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon meeting her? And where exactly is this place? How did I arrive here? Who is this Xiao Jianjian? Could it truly be, as I suspect, the arrow of life? But didn't my master say that the arrow of life had vanished without a trace thousands of years ago? Countless questions swirled in Lin Tianxin's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adopt the philosophy of optimism, thinking that every journey has its path and every boat finds its way to shore. Ignoring his current predicament, he reclined backward onto the broad leaves beneath him, resting his hands behind his head as he began to examine the lush canopy overhead. To his surprise, he soon succumbed to sleep. The mighty tree, in exasperation, shook its crown, while even the surrounding flora seemed to turn away, as if they had no association with such a carefree individual. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Tianxin felt a sudden itch in his nose and, unable to hold it back, let out a sneeze, jolting him upright. Guess what, Tianxin Gige? Do you know who I am? A sweet, childlike voice chimed like celestial music in his ears. The faint fragrance wafting toward him made Lin Tianxin roll his eyes. and he clutched the chubby little hand covering his mouth, exclaiming, "Wow, Tianxin Gige is amazing. You guessed it right away." Tsuitsue giggled, joyfully skipping around Lin Tianxin like a merry little sprite. By the way, Tianxin Gige. This is Xiao Jianj, as if struck by a sudden thought, pointed to a small boy of similar size. Lin Tianxin quickly turned to see what this so-called arrow of life, which had terrified even his master and uncle, looked like. Before him stood a small boy in a grayish-white shirt, staring blankly at him. His disproportionately large head, flat face, and sparse, unruly hair gave him a rather amusing appearance. Below his nose, 2 streams of mucus slowly dripped down, and sensing their imminent encroachment upon his mouth, the boy forcefully inhaled, causing the mucus to vanish as if it had been swallowed by a mythical beast. Moments later, to Lin Tianxin's astonishment, 2 streams of mucus re-emerged, wriggling like worms from their burrow. Covering his eyes in despair, Lin Tianxin groaned helplessly. This snotty little creature is supposed to be the arrow of life. Is this some kind of joke? Why do I feel such a strong instinct that he truly is the arrow of life? Yet, this is utterly unbelievable. What on earth is going on? I wonder how old Luo would react if he knew he was frightened into immobility by such a little snot-nosed brat. I can't wait to see that. Tilting his head, Lin Tianxin suddenly broke into a rather mischievous grin. Startled by Lin Tianxin's gleeful expression, Tsuitsue shivered, feeling that Tianxin Gige's smile was quite terrifying. Hesitantly, she approached him, her chubby little hand cautiously poking at Lin Tianxin, only to retract it as if shocked, glancing at her unharmed fingertip, pouting in contemplation before attempting to poke him again, appearing utterly adorable. Why are you poking me? By the way, where exactly is this place? Lin Tianxin finally broke his silence to inquire about the mystery that had eluded him. This is my home, and Zai Jianjian's home too, Tsuitsue replied promptly, though her answer seemed to lack the clarity Lin Tianxin sought. I know this is your and Zai Jianjian's home, but how did I get here? And how can I return? My master will surely worry if he doesn't see me for such a long time. Lin Tianxin gazed sorrowfully at the endless sea of flowers surrounding him. Tianxin Gige, you don't like me anymore, do you? You don't want me anymore, boo-hoo. Lin Tianxin was taken aback. What is happening now? Why is she crying again? What did I do wrong this time? I merely asked where we are. Please stop crying. I was only asking casually, truly. Lin Tianxin felt utterly speechless. What was this absurdity? Why did she cry at the drop of a hat? He felt as if he were at his wits' end. Meanwhile, in Towei Valley, Zhou Ruoshi and Luo Yuding exchanged glances, bursting into laughter without restraint. After a prolonged bout of mirth, Zhou Ruoshi, struggling to catch her breath, managed to ask Luo Yuding, "Who exactly is this Tsuitsue?" Rolling her eyes, Luo Yuding retorted, "How would I know who Tsuitsue is? This little brat. Senior brother. Do you think this child might be experiencing a youthful infatuation?" Zhou Ruoshi chuckled, observing Lin Tianxin, who was still muttering Tsuitsue to himself. Luo Yuding. This little one is truly amusing. Who knows? Perhaps we might have children of our own someday. With a soft sigh, she gazed at Luo Yuding with a playful smile. Luo Yuding, unafraid of anything, was nonetheless wary whenever Zhou Ruoshi broached this topic. Diverting his gaze awkwardly, he failed to notice the faint glimmer of sadness that flickered in Zhou Ruoshi's eyes, deep within the nameless flower sea. Beneath the giant tree, Lin Tianxin was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat, and no matter how he pleaded or assured Tsuitsue, she continued to ignore him, seated nearby with tears streaming down her cheeks. The sight of the sorrowful little girl tugged at his heartstrings. "If you keep crying, I won't pay attention to you." At his wit's end, Lin Tianxin shouted, plopping down beside her and turning his head away in a huff. To his relief, the crying ceased, and he internally chuckled, maintaining his faade of indifference. Suddenly feeling a tickling sensation at his waist, Lin Tianxin turned his head to sneak a glance. Tsuitsue was pouting, her tear-streaked face adorned with 2 large, watery eyes gazing anxiously at Lin Tianxin, her chubby little fingers trembling like a frightened bird as they poked at him hesitantly. "Tianxin Gige, I'm not crying anymore." After several attempts to poke him, Tsuitsue noticed that Lin Tianxin remained motionless, as if truly ignoring her. Growing anxious, she dashed in front of Lin Tianxin, vigorously rubbing her eyes, her head bowed, appearing contrite. "Humph!" Lin Tianxin huffed lightly, turning his head to the other side, determined to ignore her. thinking, "You say you're not crying, but I'm not happy either." Thus, beneath the giant tree, a comical scene unfolded. A 5 or 6-year-old boy sat sulking on the ground, arms crossed and head held high, while a 3 or 4-year-old girl scurried around him, her face a whirlwind of movement. Eventually, perhaps weary from running, Tuetsue suddenly stretched out her hands and captured Lin Tianxin's spinning head. Pouting tightly, she lowered her head slightly, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with the brightness of black pearls, fixed intently on Lin Tianxin, making her irresistibly cute. Caught off guard by her grasp, Lin Tianxin felt his eyes bulge, his face contorted uncomfortably, and his lips protruding forward. Annoyed, he brushed away the little hands clutching his cheeks and said, "Fine, I'm not angry anymore, but you need to tell me how I got here and how I can leave." Casting a glance at the endless expanse of flowers, Lin Tianxin found it hard to believe he had arrived here by mere chance. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's question again, Tsuetsue's little mouth pouted, on the verge of tears once more. Yet, seeing Lin Tianxin's gradually stern expression, Tsuetsue blinked her adorable big eyes vigorously, as if trying to swallow back her tears, lowering her head in silence. After a long pause, when Lin Tianxin was beginning to lose patience, Tsuetsue finally spoke haltingly. "This is my home and Zaijianjian's home. We have lived here since we were born." Lin Tianxin rolled his eyes in exasperation at this seemingly pointless information. "Isn't that obvious? What else? But one day, a beautiful big sister with pointy ears came here. Oh, and she had a lovely pair of wings. An elf." Lin Tianxin's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. "Tianxin Gidge, what is an elf?" Tsuetsue asked, her curious eyes wide open, filled with wonder. It's nothing. Please continue. Oh." With a tone of dissatisfaction, Xiao Tsuetsue continued. When the beautiful older sister arrived and saw Uncle Big Tree, she seemed quite delighted. She knelt and bowed before him for quite a while, exclaiming, "I have finally found you." Then, seemingly from nowhere, she produced a pristine little jade bottle and began to chant something at Uncle Big Tree. I recall that Uncle Big Tree appeared to be quite terrified of that little bottle, trembling in fear. Suddenly, the beautiful older sister knelt down and implored Uncle Big Tree, saying, "I beseech you, great tree of life, save my people. With external enemies invading, my kin have lost the protection of their elders, making it exceedingly difficult to find even a sliver of survival in this chaotic world. As I watch my kin fall one by one in the ruthless slaughter to defend our homeland, I, Li Ming, am left with no choice." As she spoke, the older sister began to weep. Seeing her cry pained me deeply, so I rushed to plead with Uncle Big Tree to assist the beautiful older sister. At this point, Xiao Tsuetsue turned and pouted, shaking her fist at the massive tree behind her, seemingly still angry about the events that transpired. Pouting her lips, Xiao Tsuetsue huffed, "But usually, Uncle Big Tree is so obedient to me and Xiao Jianjian. I don't know why he is ignoring me now." Humph. Just then, the beautiful older sister stood up and called out loudly to Uncle Big Tree, "Since you are unwilling to help, do not blame Li Ming for being offensive." With that, she soared into the air, rising to an impressive height, gesturing with her chubby little hand as she described, "It's really, really high." Eventually, realizing her little arms were too short, she huffed in frustration, "Anyway, it's much taller than Uncle Big Tree." Then, I saw her take out that little bottle again, holding it upside down towards Uncle Big Tree. Beautiful rainbows emanated from the bottle's opening, even more splendid than my clothes. The rainbow cascaded down, enveloping Uncle Big Tree completely. Enshrouded by the rainbow, Uncle Big Tree seemed to writhe in pain, shaking vigorously. I was so frightened that Xiao Jianjian and I clung tightly to the pillars of the house Uncle Big Tree had built for us. When I glanced outside again, I found the entire world shrouded in rainbows. The beautiful older sister had vanished. I had no idea where she had gone. Just as I contemplated going out to find her, Uncle Big Tree suddenly spoke sternly to me and Xiao Jianjian, "Do not go outside. Stay inside the house." I had never heard Uncle Big Tree speak so seriously, and it terrified me into silence. Thus, Xiao Jianjian and I remained in the house for an indeterminate time until the older sister reappeared. She was still beautiful, but she seemed utterly worn out, stumbling as she walked. She addressed Uncle Big Tree, saying, "My lord, I apologize for the trouble. For the safety of my people, I had no choice but to resort to this." Although this white jade bottle may not be as spacious as the realm you have created, it is abundant in spiritual energy and should suffice for your residence. Unfortunately, this white jade bottle is inherently incompatible with my kin's attributes. They cannot stay inside for too long. How could I dare to disturb you and invite you in using such a method? As she spoke, the older sister suddenly swayed as if she might fall. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, I panicked and disregarded Uncle Big Tree's warning, rushing outside to assist her. However, the moment I touched the beautiful rainbow, a searing pain engulfed me, akin to being burned by fire or sliced by a blade, causing me to cry out in agony. At this point, Xiao Cuozui shuddered deeply, as if the pain had resurfaced in her memory. Lin Tianxin, witnessing this, felt a wave of sympathy and hugged Xiao Cuozui tightly. The little head nestled gently against Lin Tianxin's embrace as Xiao Cuozui looked up and continued, "Fortunately, Uncle Big Tree pulled me back in time and fed me several fruits to help me recover. They were the same fruits I just offered you, Brother Tianxin." At this moment, the older sister's eyes lit up, fixating on me as she exclaimed, "With spirit." At that time, her gaze was so bright, akin to a luminous pearl in the night. Startled, I turned and dashed back inside the house. Suddenly, I felt a green light enveloping me, rendering me immobile, and my body uncontrollably floated toward the older sister. Perhaps it was the green light that shielded me. Touching the rainbow no longer hurt but felt oddly enjoyable. Last, the older sister embraced me, and her warmth and fragrance were comforting. In that moment, I seemed to hear Uncle Big Tree's anxious call. But my head felt dizzy, and in a daze, I saw Xiao Jinjian rushing out before I lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxin found himself at a loss for words. This little girl had been captured and yet appeared blissfully unaware, seemingly enjoying her predicament. What on earth was going on in her mind? I was truly astounded. I lost track of time, feeling utterly unwell, and when I opened my eyes, everything around me was bathed in red. Before I could discern what it was, I was suddenly seized and thrust into a pitch-black space. Terrified, I called out for Uncle Big Tree, but no matter how loudly I screamed, he remained unresponsive. I cried incessantly, and in that moment, a voice echoed in my ear, "Finally, it has been refined. Now, we only need the matching arrows." I recognized that it was the beautiful older sister's voice. At this point, Xiao Cuozui fell silent. Chapter 17. The pitiful little girl. And then? Lin Tianxin tightened his embrace around the pitiful little girl and asked again. After that, I cried until I was exhausted and fell asleep. Glancing up at Lin Tianxin, Xiao Cuozui spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Tianxin was left speechless. Impressive, truly impressive, to possess a carefree spirit that transcends our understanding. Yet he failed to realize that he was not in any better a situation. And she seemed even more formidable. At least the little girl showed some semblance of modesty. Rubbing her face with her little hands, Xiao Cuozui continued, "I don't know how long I slept. But then I sensed Xiao Jinjian's aura. However, at that time, his energy felt unstable and frightening. I was terrified and kept calling out for Xiao Jinjian, but he ignored me. Suddenly, I saw a flash of light and hurriedly scanned my surroundings. I then saw that the beautiful older sister was holding me, while Xiao Jinjian leaned against me. Surrounding us were countless lifeless bodies, so many that I could never forget that harrowing scene. All those unfortunate souls, their expressions hauntingly tragic, paralyzing me with fear. A shiver ran through me as Xiao Cuozui continued. At that moment, the older sister spoke, letting out a piercing cry, "Hao Yin, my kin has always sought peace. Why must you push us to extremes?" After the older sister spoke, a long silence followed before a terrifying voice slowly resonated. Why must the queen become enraged? I have long stated that as long as the queen agrees to partner with me to govern these vast lands, I would have no need for such measures. Upon hearing this, the older sister appeared furious, her beautiful face flushed with anger. Seeing her enraged, I too felt a surge of indignation, and without thinking, I yearned to confront the one who dared to bully her. I struggled fiercely, but the older sister held me tightly. No matter how much I fought, I could not break free. Then the terrifying voice exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? The tree of life? No, this cannot be the tree of life. Could it be that Li Ming, you have refined it? How is this possible?" I sensed the terror in that voice. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me, a strange creature with two horns atop its head, towering in height. Yet, inexplicably, it seemed afraid of me, its eyes wide with fear. Never blinking, I found myself loathing its presence intensely, feeling an overwhelming urge to obliterate it, as if my discomfort would only cease upon its destruction. Especially with it staring at me so closely, I was furious. A powerful instinct compelled me to kill it. At this point, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of intense, suffocating murderous intent emanating from the little girl in his arms. An inexplicable, formidable pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the pressure vanished, leaving a chilling sensation crawling down his spine, and he was taken aback. Such a terrifying aura. Even if his master exerted all his strength, he might not match even half of it. The little Xiaotuotu squirmed in his embrace, as if uncomfortable in her position. Lin Tianxin looked down to see her bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. Upon noticing him, Xiaotuotu reached out to touch his cheek, asking, "Brother Tianxin, what is wrong? Why does your face look so pale all of a sudden?" "I'm fine, just a bit warm." "Please continue," Lin Tianxin replied. His gaze drifting, he thought to himself, "I can't possibly admit that I was frightened by you, right? That would be too embarrassing." "Oh, no wonder you're all sweaty. By the way, where was I?" She rubbed her rosy cheeks with her little hands, tilting her head as she pondered before joyfully exclaiming, "I remember. I said I wanted to kill that horned creature." As I cried out, "Elder sister, please let me go. I must teach him a lesson." It seemed as though she could not hear my pleas. She merely tightened her grip on my hand, her palm growing sweaty with exertion. At that moment, she lifted me up, and Xiao Jianjian pressed closely against me. I heard her address the peculiar figure, saying, "Hao Yan, if you leave immediately, I will overlook past grievances. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. You should know the power of this BOW. To be frank, it is 100 times more formidable than the divine artifact wielded by the last empress of my clan. Moreover, it is sealed with the innate with spirit born from the ancient life tree, crafted from the very heart of the tree of life." After a brief pause, she continued, "I share this not to boast of my clan's might. My kin merely seeks a space to exist, not to be subjugated." The horned man seemed genuinely intimidated by my beautiful elder sister, nodding in acquiescence and sighing, "Very well, Liming, you have won this time. But I, Hao Yan, shall not concede." With that, he turned and vanished into the air. Upon witnessing his departure, my elder sister exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. At that moment, I was filled with rage. Why did she let him go? I yearned to destroy him, as if a voice within me urged that I must annihilate him, lest something I dreaded come to pass. Perhaps he had heard my silent call, for I sensed his presence rapidly approaching. I struggled excitedly in my elder sister's grasp, but before I could break free, he suddenly struck with a fierce palm directed at my astonished elder sister. The force sent her flying a great distance before she crashed to the ground, and I was flung aside. Seeing her spill so much blood filled me with anguish, and I charged at him in a frenzy. Yet he drew forth a long blade and struck me, causing immense pain. I cried out incessantly, darting around him. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming summons, compelling me to fly towards my elder sister. She knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled, her complexion alarmingly pale. As I reached her side, she grasped me tightly and, from an unknown source, summoned Xiao Jianjian, pressing it against me. With great force, she bent my body as though attempting to break me. Just as I was about to cry out in pain, Xiao Jianjian shot forth, smashing into the horned man's head with tremendous force, creating a gaping wound. The long knife he wielded and the horns upon his head were obliterated. Seeing him in such a state, my elder sister sighed in relief, nearly fainting. Yet I sensed that the horned man was far from dead. Indeed, that terrifying voice re-emerged, albeit sounding feeble, truly worthy of being one of the 9 divine artifacts. The Cui Xian Bao, renowned for its ability to traverse the heavens and descend into the nether realms, the arrow of life. Its might is undeniable, having destroyed the second Xian soul that took me millennia to refine. Ha ha ha, how glorious, how imposing. But I see the Empress is now in no condition to unleash such a shot again. Am I right? Ha ha ha, attack. Leave no one alive except for this woman. The voice turned cold and commanding. With those words, an array of bizarre birds descended from the sky, while strange beings riding fearsome beasts emerged from the ground. Even more horrifying, numerous skeletons crawled forth from the earth. Xiao Tsuetsue shivered, seemingly still haunted by the events that had transpired, in a state of confusion. Her small hands finally grasped Lin Tianxin, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she continued. I was utterly terrified at that moment, but upon seeing the despair in my elder sister's eyes, it was as if I forgot my fear entirely. At this juncture, Xiao Jianjian appeared from an unknown source, and I began to mimic my elder sister's earlier actions, relentlessly striking down the oncoming assailants. Time became a blur until I realized I could no longer hear the sound of enemies advancing. It was only then that I had the opportunity to survey my surroundings. The once imposing mountain that lay before us had vanished without a trace, and the ground was littered with an unfathomable number of lifeless bodies, forming a thick layer. The river that had once flowed beneath the mountain was now transformed into a crimson torrent, choked with corpses. The wave of nausea washed over me, and my head grew heavy, causing me to faint. In the days that followed, my elder sister ceaselessly led me and Xiao Jianjian in repelling countless foes. Each time I encountered death, it filled me with revulsion, prompting me to plead with her to cease the fighting. However, she would not respond, at times even shedding tears in solitude, and my heart ached for her. Despite assuring myself that each battle would be the last, every time I witnessed her kin falling one by one, my sorrow deepened. This continued for an indeterminate period, until one day, my elder sister confined me and Xiao Jianjian within a small stone chamber, and I never saw her again. Gradually, I felt her presence grow faint, until it ultimately vanished. My heart shattered. I understood that she was gone, lost to me forever. With a soft sob, Xiao Tuita suddenly embraced Lin Tianxin, burying her little head in his embrace as she wept quietly. Faced with the sorrowful child, Lin Tianxin felt utterly helpless, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. He could only gently pat her back, silently conveying his comfort. Brother Tianxin, I miss my elder sister so much. I long for her. Xiao Tsuetsue's cries grew more heart-wrenching, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably, evoking waves of sympathy and anguish in those who witnessed her distress. Chapter 18. A powerful reason. Eventually, exhausted from crying, Xiao Tsuetsue's sobs began to diminish until they faded into silence. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up at Lin Tianxin and nestled her head once more into his embrace, taking a moment before softly recounting. Not long after my elder sister's presence faded, a multitude of her kin entered the small stone chamber. One among them held the small vial previously used by my elder sister, the one that emitted a rainbow glow. Initially, they spoke amicably, but before long, a quarrel erupted, escalating into a fierce brawl. The one with the vial attempted to seize me and Xiao Jianjian, but was thwarted by many others. In that chaos, someone struck the vial bearer on the head, obliterating it entirely. Upon witnessing the vial fall to the ground, the eyes of those present turned crimson with greed, each of them desperately vying for possession. At that moment, the vial emitted a burst of dark green light, expelling everyone from the chamber. The green light intensified, and I sensed a familiar presence growing stronger. It was Uncle Tree. Indeed, before I could express my astonishment, Uncle Tree appeared before me, albeit in a diminutive form. Even shorter than I was, yet I instinctively recognized him. I cannot explain why, but I simply knew. Scratching my head, I glanced back at the towering tree behind me, perplexed by how Uncle Tree could have become so small. His bright, sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity. Uncle Tree, upon appearing, enveloped me and Xiao Jianjian, as well as the vial on the ground. Suddenly, my surroundings blurred, and when I regained my sight, I found we were no longer in the small stone chamber, but in an entirely unfamiliar locale. Uncle Tree then spoke to me, saying, "Xiao, I have calculated that in order for you and Xiao Jianjian to return to your original forms, you must remain perfectly still here." I was utterly bewildered. Had I not always been in this state? I wished to ask Uncle Tree, but he would not allow me to speak, continuing, "Do not disturb me. My time is limited. Forcibly breaking the constraints of the white jade vial has severely drained my energy. And now, by peering into the heavenly secrets for your sake, I have suffered a backlash that could lead to my temporal imprisonment at any moment. Listen carefully. Thousands of years hence, A cultivator will appear here and take you away. You will encounter many people thereafter. However, you must not speak or move unless you meet someone who evokes a profound sense of familiarity within you. I cannot discern what this person looks like. Their fate is obscured, but when you encounter him, a passage between the space I have opened for you and me will automatically manifest. You must follow him. He will aid you and Xiao Jianjian in returning to your true forms, and may even assist me in breaking the seal. Remember. With those words, Uncle Tree and Xiao Jianjian vanished, leaving me calling for them in vain. But they did not respond. I cried incessantly, longing for them. Yet I dared not seek them out, fearing they would return only to find me missing. Time passed, and a powerful cultivator appeared. His aura was formidable, far stronger than that of the previous elder. He discovered me and seemed elated, repeatedly turning me over in his hands for examination. However, after a while, an inexplicable gloom settled upon him, and he wore a frown that lasted for an indeterminate period. Then the monk handed me over to a group of elderly gentlemen, and just like when the monk first laid eyes on me, those old men were immediately overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing me. They took turns eagerly grasping me, inspecting me from every angle. I cannot express how utterly nauseated I felt at that moment. Had it not been for Uncle Daju's warning to refrain from moving or speaking, I would have certainly unleashed a torrent of curses upon them. I waved my chubby little fist vigorously, while Xiaotsue seemed to still harbor some lingering anger from that time, adorably pouting her small lips. Later on, they seemed to have learned some strange technique from the elder sister, incessantly bending me in all directions. However, without the cooperation of Xiao Jianjian, how could they possibly achieve the same results as the elder sister? I lost count of how many times they twisted me before they finally despondently locked me away in a large room. I was uncertain how long I had been confined to that vast space when a stern-looking gentleman came to escort me out and handed me over to a young man. Thus, I was passed from one person to another until I encountered you, Brother Tianxin. When I first met you, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over me. However, as you held me in your grasp, I suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in my head. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself here. Noticing your absence, I hurriedly ventured out to find you, only to witness that old man striking you. I was infuriated, though his aura was undeniably formidable. Fearing I would be no match for him, I darted back to seek assistance from Xiao Jianjian. Just when it seemed we were on the verge of defeating that old man, the insufferable Xiao Jianjian had the audacity to declare that she was hungry. It drove me to the brink of fury. I knew I could never take on that old man alone. So I had no choice but to bring you back with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxin felt rather bewildered. Shaking his head vigorously, he forced himself not to dwell on those thoughts, at the very least. He now understood that this was an extraordinary realm, one that the so-called Uncle Daju had created. The little Xiaotsue and Xiao Jianjian before him were indeed the so-called wood spirits. Yes, they were even the primordial wood spirits. Ultimately, it was this little Xiaotsue who had brought him here. Yet, how was he to return? Lin Tianxin found himself at a loss for words. This little girl chattered on for ages, alternating between tears and laughter, anger and mischief, but she had yet to inform him of how he might return. He was utterly confounded. Is that all, Xiaotsue? Have you finished your tale? Lin Tianxin inquired cautiously, tilting his head in his words. You must be careful. This child is made of water, not a wood spirit. One touch, and she bursts into tears. Yes, I'm done, Xiaotsue replied, glancing at Lin Tianxin with curiosity before decisively clapping her chubby little hands. Are you truly finished? Think carefully. Is there anything you've left unsaid? Lin Tianxin squinted his eyes in a peculiar expression, as if sour from eating a bitter berry. Really finished? Does Brother Tianxin wish to hear it again? Very well. As long as Brother Tianxin enjoys listening, Xiaotsue will tell you every day. Extending her chubby little finger, Xiaotsue lightly poked her own head and thought for a moment before confidently replying. Then gazed at Lin Tianxin in astonishment, her mouth agape, ready to recount the story once more. Stop! Lin Tianxin exclaimed urgently, raising both hands in a gesture of halting, then turned to Xiaotsue with a troubled expression. What I meant to say is you haven't yet told me how to get out, but rest assured, I will certainly return to play with you. I just feel hungry and need to go back for a meal. Truly, if I return late, there may be no food left, as my senior brothers will have devoured it all that I promise. Once I am full, I shall return to play with you. Lin Tianxin's mind raced as he concocted such a clumsy excuse. The crucial point was that Xiaotsui nodded earnestly in response. Oh, is that so? Then Brother Tianxin, you should hurry back, or you shall miss your meal. But you still haven't told me how to return. Lin Tianxin nearly lost his temper. Just think about it. If you wish to go back, then go back. Xiaotsui giggled, covering her mouth with her tiny hands. Lin Tianxin, Tawei Valley. Finally, Lin Tianxin, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding, who were meditating nearby, rushed to his side. Before Lin Tianxin could utter a word, Luo Yuding anxiously asked, "You're awake. Are you all right? What happened to the Cui Xian Bao? And why did it suddenly attack me and your master? Who was that little Cui you called out while unconscious? You're not really infatuated, are you? Listen here, kid. You're still so young. You mustn't act recklessly." Then, Lin Tianxin promptly fainted again. Huh? Why has he fainted again? Was that merely a fleeting glimpse of consciousness? Or was I mistaken? This boy hasn't truly awakened. Has he? Impossible. Luo Yuding looked incredulously at Zhou Ruoxi. His round eyes filled with large question marks. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't be bothered to engage with this old man. The child had just regained consciousness, and there he was, rushing over with a flurry of nonsensical questions, leaving the poor boy utterly dazed. Seeing Zhou Ruoxi ignore him, Luo Yuding reluctantly closed his mouth. After a while, he stood up again, fiddling with his sparse beard. His eyes glued to Lin Tianxin as he circled around him. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the old man let out a strange cry. "I refuse to believe I can't wake you up." He lunged forward to pinch the boy's acupoint. But fortunately, Zhou Ruoxi intervened just in time, sparing Lin Tianxin from this torment. With a disdainful glance at Luo Yuding, Zhou Ruoxi scolded, "Look at you. Where is the demeanor of a master? The child has just awakened and hasn't even gathered his wits. And you bombard him with a barrage of questions, leaving him faint again. Now you want to pinch him? I am truly at a loss for words. No wonder your disciples are all so incompetent. They must have been traumatized by your antics." Upon hearing Zhou Ruoxi's reprimand, Luo Yuding's face fell, and he fell silent. After a long pause, he finally muttered, "I'm doing all this for their sake. You know?" At this point, Luo Yuding felt he had some justification, springing up with a flourish of his hand. "Sister, you have no idea. Those two little rascals would wreak havoc if left unchecked. If I allowed them free rein in my little courtyard, they would uproot the very foundation in no time. And this little rascal too. As soon as I step away for a moment, the alchemy room would be cleaner than a rat's nest after a mouse has invaded. It would be as if no trace remained. However, sister, there is one thing I have found perplexing for quite some time, and I still have no clue. How could that many pills have been consumed by this little fellow without any reaction whatsoever? At most, he just had a couple of days of diarrhea. Is there such a thing?" Zhou Ruoxi jumped up from her seat, her face filled with shock. She was well aware of her elder brother's alchemical prowess, which, while not necessarily capable of bringing the dead back to life, was undoubtedly remarkable. The potency of his elixirs was unparalleled. Otherwise, how could he be known as the ghostly physician? Now, this little fellow had consumed so many of his pills and experienced no side effects. Zhou Ruoxi was utterly astounded. If anyone else had told her that such a person existed, she would not have believed it. Yet Luo Yuding was the one person she trusted unreservedly in this world. She approached Lin Tianxin and grasped his arm, her spiritual energy flowing gently into his meridians as she scrutinized him closely. After a considerable amount of time, she finally released his arm, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. After a long while, she gently shook her head and sighed. This child's meridians are unobstructed. There are no traces of any residual medicine. Brother, are you sure he consumed them? At this point, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but harbor doubts. Although Luo Yuding was her most trusted ally, this situation was simply too bizarre to comprehend. Throwing up my hands, Luo Yuding replied innocently, "I knew you wouldn't believe me, if I were to say this. I doubt anyone in the entire Xianxin continent would accept it, but sister, did you see that little rascal I kicked out earlier? Your second disciple, Zhongling? Indeed, that little brat thought I wasn't home and attempted to sneak into my alchemy room. But I caught him red-handed. However, sister, Do you know who was the first to sneak into the alchemy room? Wasn't he your second disciple, Zhongling? Zhou Ruoxi answered without hesitation, but upon seeing Luo Yuding's strange expression, she paused and then gasped, could it be this little rascal? Indeed, it was this little fellow, but for some reason, he didn't enter. Instead, he hid away. That truly baffles me. It seems he was aware that I hadn't gone out. Yet how could he dare to attempt stealing the pills if he knew I was still here? Did I inadvertently leave some clue that he picked up on? Luo Yuding scratched his head, pondering for a long time without arriving at any conclusion. Finally, he turned to Zhou Ruoxi with an apologetic smile and continued. These three little rascals, aside from the eldest, Li Pan, who wouldn't dare to steal the pills. These two fellows have taken to peering into my abode with the most furtive of glances, as I diligently work to concoct a batch of elixirs. That one. His nose is sharper than a hound's, scampering over with an eagerness that makes one wonder if he might sprout a tail to wag at me. If I refuse to comply, that is also an option. Yet, come nightfall, these two rascals will not rest, attempting to pilfer a few treasures from my possession under the cover of darkness, and no matter how I chastise or torment them, they remain unyielding. Although my intentions in punishing them stem from a desire to enhance their ability to absorb the medicinal properties, the pain inflicted is nonetheless quite real. I fail to comprehend why they seem impervious to suffering. Are they simply born with a propensity for mischief? With a roll of his eyes, the old man Luo appeared utterly resigned. It was then that I stumbled upon this peculiar phenomenon. During our initial encounter, much like Zhongling, I could distinctly sense the residual potency of the elixir within him. However, this little rascal unexpectedly developed a bout of diarrhea for several days, leading me to the astonishing realization that, from that point onward, regardless of the type or quantity of elixir consumed, he exhibited no signs of increased cultivation or even the slightest discomfort, save for a slight increase in physical robustness. Taking advantage of his slumber, I clandestinely observed him for several nights, even going so far as to stealthily incorporate numerous potency-enhancing elixirs into his meals, and I have even administered the Xian Shen liquid covertly. Xian Shen liquid, brother? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Ruoxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. It is known that the Xian Shen liquid is a peerless marvel among elixirs, revered and feared by many. It is said that a single drop can transform a being. Its potency is extraordinarily fierce, and without the proper wisdom or method of consumption, even one as formidable as Luo Yuding or Zhou Ruoxi could be obliterated by its overwhelming power. But it was diluted, Luo Yuding said, glancing up at Zhou Ruoxi with a sheepish grin, scratching his head and shifting his neck, his gaze wandering to the ceiling. He appeared quite embarrassed, yet not overly distressed. And then what happened? Zhou Ruoxi, noticing Luo Yuding's demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Suppressing the urge to give the old man a sound thrashing, she bit her lip and inquired, does this old rogue truly dare to undertake such risks? What if this little fellow cannot withstand it? Well, I was rather anxious too. I kept a vigilant watch over him throughout the night, Luo Yuding confessed. To my surprise, the little rascal merely puffed up his belly, furrowed his brow, then turned over and continued to sleep. He shrugged, his face a portrait of helplessness. What? Just a puffed-up belly? Zhou Ruoxi asked incredulously, her voice trembling with disbelief, not even noticing the change in her tone. With a look of innocent reproach, Luo Yuding replied, Sister, do you doubt me so? Am I truly so untrustworthy in your eyes? He sighed softly, rubbing his nose. However, such a matter is indeed extraordinary, and one would be hard-pressed to believe it. Could this be the unique characteristic of a pure yang physique? Yet, that shouldn't be the case, for the pure yang body merely lacks any bottlenecks during cultivation, absorbing energy at a pace incomparably faster than the average person. I have never heard of such a peculiar function, he pondered aloud, lost in thought. Suddenly, a low groan interrupted their contemplation. Luo Yuding was about to speak when Zhou Ruoxi swiftly slapped him away. After a series of strange noises, the old man Luo entered, his face a canvas of grievance, his gaze filled with unspoken sorrow. Yet, he was met with Zhou Ruoxi's fierce glare, causing him to retract his neck and find a seat. Watching the little fellow with a look of indecision. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned closer to Lin Tianxin and whispered, Disciple, where is the Cui Xian Bao? What Cui Xian Bao? I have no idea. Lin Tianxin replied, rubbing her sleepy eyes, shaking her head as if to signal her ignorance. You? Heh, dear disciple, considering I have diligently protected you for half a day, would you kindly share with me? Seeing Lin Tianxin feigning ignorance, Luo Yuding nearly lost his temper, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to unleash his wrath. But Zhou Ruoxi's fierce glare made him hesitate, and he swallowed the words he had intended to say. With a dramatic eye roll, he finally asked Lin Tianxin with a forced smile, is that so? Little rascal, she said, tilting her head towards the ceiling. I am really quite hungry right now and don't feel like saying anything. What should we do? Seeing the little one's playful demeanor, Zhou Ruoxi nearly burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she awaited Luo Yuding's embarrassment. That is easily remedied. If you are hungry, why did you not say so sooner? Luo Yuding declared, thumping his chest with a look of triumph. He then bellowed, Li Pan, I am hungry. Hurry and prepare something for me. Zhou Ruoxi was taken aback, expecting Luo Yuding to say he would cook for her, but instead, she was left speechless, her hands clutching her forehead in exasperation, lamenting. What sins did this poor child commit in his past life to be saddled with such a master? Unable to even enjoy a peaceful slumber? After his outburst, Luo Yuding wore a self-satisfied smile, arrogantly lifting his chin at Zhou Ruoxi, then turning to Lin Tianxin with a warm demeanor, saying, Now, is this satisfactory? The meal will be ready shortly. Rest assured, as your master. How could I possibly let you go hungry? Master is so kind. Of course, you wouldn't let me starve. However, I slept for half a day, and my entire body feels sore and numb, making it quite uncomfortable to speak. Lin Tianxin replied, ignoring the darkening expression on Luo Yuding's face as she twisted her neck. No matter. This is easily resolved, he bellowed once more. Li Pan, your little junior has a sore neck. Come quickly and massage it. He retained his amiable facade, though his tone suggested otherwise. Master, are you asking me to cook or to massage my junior's neck? Turning her head, Lin Tianxin noticed Li Pan standing by the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, dressed haphazardly, a spatula in hand, his veins bulging with exertion. You should probably focus on cooking. With those hands of yours, I fear you might accidentally crush this little fellow, Luo Yuding remarked through gritted teeth, casting a dubious glance at Lin Tianxin's neck, as if contemplating where to apply pressure. His round eyes widened with a threatening glint. Chapter 20. The concept of a warrior seeing Luo Yuding's predatory expression. Lin Tianxin felt a pang of apprehension. Could this escalate beyond control? Although her master was present and he would not dare harm her, what would happen when he left? Would she be the one left to bear the consequences? With this thought, Lin Tianxin offered Luo Yuding an apologetic smile before recounting her recent bizarre encounter. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's tale, Zhou Ruoxi and Luo Yuding exchanged astonished glances, both inhaling sharply. So it was because I struck you that the Cui Xian Bao attacked me and your master. This is utterly absurd, Luo Yuding exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with indignation. In the end, it was a matter of survival that we both lived because of the hunger induced by the life arrow, with a stiff neck. Lin Tianxin nodded sheepishly at Luo Yuding. It seems that way, indeed. Rolling his eyes, Luo Yuding sighed, offering Zhou Ruoxi a resigned nod. Well, now I have yet another porcelain doll to coddle, one that cannot be touched or harmed. If I, in my old age, happen to slip up, I might just lose my life without even understanding how. With a disapproving look directed at the mischievous Luo Yuding, Zhou Ruoxi frowned and turned to Lin Tianxin. You mentioned that you ventured into a peculiar space, encountering a little girl named Cui, a boy named Jian, and an enormous tree. Yet you remained here the entire time? As Zhou Ruoxi posed her question, Lin Tianxin found herself momentarily stunned. Indeed, I seem to have lain in bed upon my return, as if I had not gone anywhere at all. Yet that encounter with Cui felt all too real. How can this be explained? With confusion clouding her thoughts, she glanced at the two deep in contemplation, unsure of what to say. The room fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the sound of the spatula clanging against the iron pot, eliciting a rumble from Lin Tianxin's stomach. She blinked in surprise. Did I not just eat with Cui? How can I be hungry again so soon? Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's musings, Luo Yuding and Zhou Ruoxi simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging knowing looks before exclaiming in unison, The soul. Master, what is the soul? Lin Tianxin scratched her head, her face a mask of bewilderment. The soul is the essence of a person, their consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and life itself. However, this is a discourse relative to the common populace in the realm of Xinxian continent. Upon transcending to the rank of martial saint and attaining the state of divine Xian, the soul is referred to as Xuanling. At this juncture, the soul can be wielded for offense, defense, and even the manipulation of others' thoughts. Those who reach the divine path can harness the power of their soul to command the forces of nature, comprehend the laws, and decipher the great way, summoning myriad laws to form a dragon that shields the body, and gathering the essence of the great way to conjure a phoenix to confront foes. It is akin to the relationship between your esteemed uncle and myself, both existing within the realm of the divine path. Yet, even at this stage, the soul is still merely called Xianling, according to ancient texts. Only upon transcending the divine path and attaining the status of venerable will the Xianling undergo a transformation into the primordial spirit. Those who possess the primordial spirit are immortal and indestructible, sharing longevity with the heavens and standing alongside the sun, moon, and stars. Even if the physical body is annihilated, as long as the primordial spirit endures, one can still reconstruct a corporeal form and stand proudly within the cosmos. At this point, Luo Yuding's eyes brimmed with envy as he glanced at the still perplexed Lin Tianxin. Zhou Ruoxi shot Luo Yuding a disapproving look, deeply feeling the futility of having such a scatterbrained disciple. Taking over Luo Yuding's discourse, she addressed Lin Tianxin, saying, "You should be unfamiliar with the hierarchy of martial arts, am I correct?" Upon seeing Lin Tianxin nod, she smiled gently and continued. In the Xinxian continent, martial arts are categorized from low to high as martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and martial saint. Before Zhou Ruoxi could elaborate further, Lin Tianxin exuberantly exclaimed, "Uncle Master, I already know this. The senior brother is a martial saint, and the second brother is a grandmaster, right?" After saying this, he wore a proud expression. "What comes after martial saint?" Seeing the little fellow's haughty demeanor, the elder Luo snorted, irked, and asked, "Martial saint? Beyond that, I am unsure." The little one, looking aggrieved, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Ruoxi and slowly bowed his head. Giggling at the playful banter between the master and disciple, Zhou Ruoxi could not help but burst into laughter. Perhaps it was Luo Yuding's nonchalant demeanor and the child's expression of "this has nothing to do with me" that prompted her to stifle her laughter, clear her throat, and continue. After martial saint comes divine Xian, then condensing the Tao, divine path, and thereafter, venerable. As for what lies beyond that, it is beyond our comprehension, for we have yet to reach that realm. With a hint of despondency, she sighed before continuing. Moreover, a certain esteemed predecessor once categorized martial artists into 3 broad classes. From martial apprentice to martial saint, they are known as apprentice martial artists. Those who reach divine Xian to divine path are called martial artists, and those above venerable are referred to as advanced martial artists. This assertion, once made public, sparked immense debate, yet none dared to refute that venerable figure. Gradually, this classification became accepted by society and shaped the entire structure of the Xinxian continent. Martial saint is merely an apprentice martial artist? Lin Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is so, Luo Yuding replied with a wry smile. But master, what was that peculiar space I entered earlier? You haven't yet informed me about it. After a moment of silence, as if acclimatizing to this astonishing reality, Lin Tianxin could not help but inquire further. After pondering for a while, Luo Yuding began to explain. The space you just entered, based on the information you provided, I surmise is as follows. The entrance to this peculiar space should reside within a certain part of your body, and the Cui Xian Bao serves as the key to access it. Furthermore, judging by the Bao's reaction, I deduce that the entrance to this extraordinary realm lies in your head, perhaps even within your very brain. As for why you felt you entered that space while your body remained here, I believe it pertains to what is known as the soul's out-of-body experience. However, my disciple, there is one crucial point I must caution you. At this juncture, Luo Yuding's expression turned grave, his tone serious. Regardless of where you are or what you are doing, as long as you cannot ascertain the absolute safety of your surroundings, you must never recklessly enter that space. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Although Lin Tianxin did not quite grasp why Luo Yuding suddenly interjected with such an unrelated warning, he instinctively nodded, imprinting the words deeply in his mind. With his keen intellect, he could clearly perceive the profound concern this elder held for him. Seeing Lin Tianxin nod, Luo Yuding's expression softened. Is there anything else you do not comprehend? I have one more question. How can I enter that space again? Rubbing his head, Lin Tianxin realized he knew how to exit but had yet to learn how to return. Get out, you little rascal. Are you jesting at me? Luo Yuding retorted, exasperated. The Cui Xian Bao is in your possession, and the entrance to that peculiar space is also within you. You actually dare to ask me how to get in. Lin Tianxin's inquiry gave Luo Yuding the impression of someone who, having unexpectedly come into wealth, then asked a poor person how to spend the money. Is this not an affront? Thus, without further ado, Luo Yuding tossed the little fellow out, albeit with a protective aura surrounding him. It was a blow to his pride. After all his arduous cultivation throughout his life, he found himself outdone by a mere 4 or 5-year-old child. What a humiliation! Upon landing, Lin Tianxin dusted off his clothes, made a face at the elder Luo, and scampered off towards the kitchen, his stomach growling as for the question of how to re-enter that space. The thought had long since been discarded from his mind. It was indeed remarkable how this child's carefree nature rendered such matters inconsequential. Oh dear! Zhou Ruoxi suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Look at my memory. In all this commotion caused by this little rascal, I nearly forgot the main reason for my visit today. Noticing Luo Yuding's bewildered expression, she smiled sheepishly, as if to alleviate her own embarrassment, and slowly asked, Senior brother, do you still recall Shimin Yuan Tuo from years past? What Shimin? Hiss. Are you referring to Shimin Yuan Tuo, who was reputed to be invincible beneath the venerable level 3,000 years ago? Did he not perish? Is that news inaccurate? After all, the 7 major sects and 4 great families witnessed him being obliterated during the heavenly tribulation while attempting to break through to the venerable level. Luo Yuding gasped as he recalled, his eyes wide with astonishment. It is not Shimin Yuan Tuo, but rather the treasured Linlang ring he wore back then. It is said that the internal space of the Linlang ring spans several hundred miles, creating a realm of its own. Unlike traditional storage, the Linlang ring can contain living beings. Legends say it houses countless rare creatures collected by Shimin Yuan Tuo. Yet, this is not what makes the Linlang ring most alluring. Its true allure lies in its ability to contain living beings. Even the bearer of the Linlang ring, Shimin Yuan Tuo, employed this characteristic to evade his foes, retreating into the ring at critical moments, then striking back with lethal precision. Though such tactics may seem despicable, in this world where the strong prevail and victors dictate the narrative, who truly cares for the means employed? What matters is the outcome. Thus, the reputation of Shimin Yuan Tuo as invincible beneath the venerable level was solidified, truly a figure of great stature. Chapter 21. The Linlang Ring. But was it not said that the Linlang Ring perished alongside Shimin Yuan Tuo in the heavenly tribulation? Could it be? Luo Yuding seemed to have an inkling but could not articulate his thoughts. Indeed, this is what the tales claim. Yet the Linlang Ring was not destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Although Shimin Yuan Tuo perished, attempting to use the ring for protection at the moment of his demise, the tribulation lightning unleashed by a divine path expert was insufficient to obliterate such a treasure. Instead, it was merely repelled. Shimin Yuan Tuo, preoccupied with his own plight, naturally had no time to inform his descendants of the Linlang Ring's location and this information, leading everyone to believe it had been destroyed. It was only several hundred years ago that a disciple from the Seven Stars sect inadvertently discovered it. However, the Linlang Ring seemed to have taken root, and despite the Seven Stars sect deploying all their talents, they were unable to retrieve it, nor could they open it in desperation. They sought assistance from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The pavilion, eager to profit silently, found common ground with the Seven Stars sect. Yet, no matter how diligently the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion researched, they could not manage to transport the Linlang Ring in its entirety. Reluctantly, they decided to settle for the treasures within. After several centuries of covert study, they were on the verge of successfully entering the Linlang Ring. However, as fate would have it, the news inevitably leaked, and soon, it became common knowledge. The principle of a man is innocent, but the treasure is guilty is well understood. Although the Seven Stars sect and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are not mere commoners, They could not withstand the onslaught of various forces from all corners of the world. After enduring relentless and bizarre intrusions and disturbances, the Seven Stars sect and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had no choice but to publicly disclose the news of the Linlang Ring, pledging that it could only be opened during the total solar eclipse 12 years hence, allowing divine Xian experts to enter and seek treasures. Did the Shimin family not respond at all? After all, Shimin Yuantua is also an ancestor of the Shimin family, and they have always been formidable. Luo Yuding pondered for a moment, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, there had been a reaction, and it was quite pronounced. The current head of the Shimin family, upon learning of this matter, immediately declared, "The Linglong Ring is an heirloom of my Shimin family's ancestor, Shimin Yuantua, and it rightfully belongs to us. The Qixing sect and the Tianji Pavilion harbor delusions of seizing our family treasure. Their intentions are utterly reprehensible, however." Later, at this point, Zhou Ruoxi furrowed her brow and continued. Just as the Shimin family rallied their top forces to confront the Qixing sect, inexplicably, not only did a confrontation fail to ensue, but they also agreed to invite the world's practitioners to explore the Linglong Ring together in 12 years. Upon reaching this juncture, Zhou Ruoxi was equally baffled. What was so strange about this? Was it not merely a matter of fearing to become the target of public scorn? Luo Yuding remarked flippantly, with a sarcastic tone, No. The Linglong Ring is originally the property of Shimin Yuantua. Returning it to the Shimin family is only just. From the standpoint of righteousness, no one can refute this. Furthermore, the Shimin family has expanded its strength to an unprecedented peak over the past century. Under such circumstances, I truly cannot fathom the true intention behind the Shimin family's actions. Could it be that they are unable to unlock the Linglong Ring? But would anyone believe such a claim? As a descendant of Shimin Yuantua, do you truly think the Shimin family would have no knowledge of the Linglong Ring? Indeed, this matter is indeed suspicious. Stroking his chin, Luo Yuding wore a solemn expression. Rolling her eyes, Zhou Ruoxi nearly lost her temper. I've been rambling on for ages, and you just blurt out such a piece of nonsense. Struggling to suppress the impulse to give this old coot a good beating, she took a deep breath, thinking to herself, if it weren't for the gravity of this situation, I would truly want to leave. Spending even a moment with this old man feels like losing decades off my life. Hey, junior sister, why does your complexion look so pale? Are you unwell? Luo Yuding, oblivious to the situation, glanced at Zhou Ruoxi's ashen face and hastily approached to take her pulse, only to be sent flying by her slap. You coward! With my level of cultivation, do you think I could possibly fall ill? Retreating into the room, Luo Yuding suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, retracting his neck and muttering softly. Well, who's to say? Perhaps you've hit menopause. Women tend to go through such changes at a certain age. What did you just say? Her voice was frigid as ice. Luo Yuding trembled, goosebumps erupting all over his body, and instinctively stammered, I said you're going through. Didn't he say anything, junior sister? You say it? Yes, I shall not express any opinion. I will follow your lead. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Ruoxi suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Brother, do you truly intend to heed my every word? What? You, junior sister, what are you planning? Zhou Ruoxi's sweet voice, rather than being pleasing to Luo Yuding, evoked an overwhelming sense of dread, stronger than ever before. He. Observing Luo Yuding with a locked gaze, full of trepidation, Zhou Ruoxi could no longer maintain her composure and burst into delightful laughter. I too fail to comprehend why Zhou Ruoxi oscillates between anger and laughter. Women are indeed such enigmatic beings, a mystery forever beyond our understanding. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. My primary purpose for coming here is to invite you to explore the Linglong Ring together. Junior sister, given your disposition, I doubt you would be so invested in this matter without something truly enticing. Pray tell, what treasure has captured your interest? Indeed, there is indeed a remarkable treasure, brother. Do you know why Shimin Yuantua had the qualification to break through to the esteemed realm at the age of 1,000? Moreover, it is said that Shimin Yuantua's innate talent was remarkably mediocre, akin to the common folk you encounter on the streets. Logically, he should have had no chance of surpassing the martial saint realm. What are you implying? Luo Yuding was taken aback, for it is well known that one's innate talent limits their ultimate achievements. Without extraordinary opportunities, no matter how hard one strives, they can only lead a life of mediocrity. often concluding in bitterness and regret. This is the fundamental understanding for any practitioner in the Xianxin continent. It is said that Shimin Yuantua stumbled upon the Linglong Ring in his youth and forcefully enhanced his cultivation using the myriad treasures within. By the age of 800, he had reached the early stage of Dao condensation. However, once he reached that stage, no matter his efforts, he could make no further progress. Gradually, he underwent a drastic change in temperament. Believing himself unparalleled due to the Linglong Ring, engaging in rampant misconduct and extortion. This drew the ire of the heavens and the hatred of the people, leading to multiple organized attempts to eliminate him. Yet, time and again, he evaded capture thanks to the Linglong Ring, leaving the pursuers utterly disheartened. It is said that once, to evade his enemies, an entity so powerful that even the entire Shimin family could not provoke, he hid in a remote town. Unfamiliar with the area, he clashed with a local nobleman's scion. After casually killing the scion, Shimin Yuantua, still unsated, annihilated the nobleman's family and inadvertently discovered an unnamed scripture within their treasure vault. With a casual attitude of merely trying it out, Shimin Yuantua was astonished to find that he had actually broken through. The barrier that had hindered him for nearly a century was effortlessly shattered. Realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure, Shimin Yuantua was ecstatic, and from that point on, he vanished from sight. Another century passed before Shimin Yuantua re-emerged, wreaking havoc upon his enemies, at which point the world was shocked to discover he had achieved the pinnacle of the divine path. Although he ultimately succumbed to heavenly tribulation, the fact that a person of such mediocre talent could ascend 7 levels within a century is a testament to how extraordinary this unnamed scripture is. What? From the early stage of Dao condensation to the pinnacle of the divine path in a century? How is that even possible? It's simply inconceivable. It is absolutely impossible. Even those renowned for their semi-divine bodies, such as Pure Yang and Pure Yin, would find it difficult to reach such heights without opportunity, would they not? If Luo Yuding had merely been shocked before, he was now at a point of near numbness from astonishment, grappling with several impossibilities in succession. What impossibilities? This matter is well known to all. Only someone like you, who is oblivious to the world outside and solely focused on tinkering with your alchemical vessels, would remain ignorant. Casting an exasperated glance at Luo Yuding, Zhou Ruoxi spoke with a hint of lingering resentment in her eyes. Well, that's merely a hobby. Luo Yuding scratched his head sheepishly, wearing a silly grin. Then, with a serious expression, he continued, so, this unnamed scripture might also be within the Linglong Ring. Upon uttering these words, Luo Yuding was suddenly struck dumb, his heart racing with a powerful, uncontrollable desire for possession. Crying out internally, I must obtain this scripture. I absolutely must have it. Luo Yuding, born into poverty and having once been a beggar, had scavenged food from dogs. At the age of 9, he was taken in by a master who introduced him to the world of martial artists. From an ordinary martial apprentice, he had persevered through countless hardships to reach his current level. Fortunately, his innate talent was exceptional, bolstered by the countless elixirs provided by his master. However, since stepping into the late stage of the divine path 300 years ago, he had shown no signs of further breakthrough. Besides a deeper reservoir of internal energy and a clearer understanding of the heavenly laws, he had yet to touch the threshold of the pinnacle of the divine path, let alone the esteemed realm. Now, hearing of this unnamed scripture that could rapidly elevate his cultivation and break through the obstacles before him, and the possibility that he might obtain it, how could Luo Yuding not be overjoyed? Consumed by an insatiable desire, he longed to seize it immediately and delve into its mysteries. Chapter 22. Brother, you have suffered. As if sensing Luo Yuding's thoughts, Zhou Ruoxi gazed at him with concern. Biting her lip and hesitating for a moment before saying, Brother, you must not be overly optimistic. When the 12-year period arrives, there will be no fewer than 800 practitioners attending. I suspect the majority will be drawn by this scripture. And when the time comes, we may not know where it will fall. Pausing, she continued, the greater the hope, the greater the fear of disappointment when it arrives. Didn't Master always say that we practitioners are destined to go against the heavens? The most taboo is the mindset issue. Cultivation must be gradual, not greedy. Furthermore, if this scripture were truly so remarkable, Shimin Yuantua would not have met such a tragic end. Although I too yearn for that scripture, Seeing you so excited makes me worry about you developing a heart demon, so I must reluctantly temper your enthusiasm. Upon hearing Zhou Ruoxi's insightful words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck beside Luo Yuding's ears. Awakening him from his stupor, he, now filled with trepidation, addressed Zhou Ruoxi, "Thank you, junior sister, for the reminder. I was indeed too hasty, nearly falling prey to a heart demon, leading to an irretrievable fate. Brother, just be cautious and act within your means." She was about to say more when Lin Tianxin burst in, carrying a large wooden basin, her face covered in soot, making it difficult to recognize her. Zhou Ruoxi was taken aback, nearly failing to recognize her, and then burst into laughter, covering her mouth. With a loud thud, the little one placed the basin heavily on the table, hastily rubbed her face with her hands, and exclaimed, "Oh dear! So heavy! I'm exhausted. Uncle, you've been here for quite a while without eating. Have you? This is the roast chicken prepared by my elder brother, and it is absolutely delicious." Without waiting for Zhou Ruoxi to respond, the little one swiftly reached into the wooden basin, pulling off a chicken leg with a rip sound. His small hands, one black and the other white, deftly tearing it away. Just as Zhou Ruoxi, with a smile on her face, was about to receive the chicken leg being offered by the little one, he cleverly hooked a foot around a bench, dragging it over before plopping down, clutching the chicken leg and gnawing away with fervor. As he chewed, he mumbled indistinctly, "Master, uncle, you should eat too. Master has a big appetite. So eat slowly or there won't be any left." Before he could finish his sentence, the chicken leg was reduced to nothing but a slick bone. Then, amidst Zhou Ruoxi's gradually darkening expression, he casually tossed the bone aside and with another rip, he tore off another chicken leg. Zhou Ruoxi, under the impression that the little one, having devoured such a large leg, should be sated, once more smiled and extended her hand, thinking, "Surely this time it will be for me." However, she failed to notice that Luo Yuding had been intently studying the ceiling since the moment she first reached out, not daring to glance in their direction. He simply could not bear to look. Luo, fearing that he might lose his composure and inadvertently lash out at this cheeky child, only to be inexplicably beaten by the suddenly appearing Cui Xianbao, remained vigilant. Indeed, as Zhou Ruoxi's expression darkened further, Lin Tianxin continued to devour his food like a famished ghost, completely oblivious to Zhou Ruoxi's outstretched hand. He remained firmly seated on the bench, feet planted on the ground, slightly hunched over, and continued his voracious feast. The sight of him gnawing away caused Zhou Ruoxi's eyebrows to twitch uncontrollably in no time, which felt merely like a blink. The little one smacked his lips, discarded the chicken bone in his hand, and gazed longingly at the roast chicken still lying in the basin. Then, to Zhou Ruoxi's astonishment, he stood up, stretched both arms, and without a care for anyone else, seized an entire roast chicken and began to gnaw on it. Intermittently, he emitted strange sounds of delight. Imim, delicious. Struggling to swallow, Zhou Ruoxi turned her head to look at Luo Yuding, pondering, "What has happened to my elder brother? Look at how starved this child is. Such a manner of eating is hardly something one would see in a person." However, she found Luo Yuding gazing at her with a resigned expression, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance, as if to say, "I have no idea why he can eat so much. I wish to understand this myself. Since he came to stay with me, I haven't felt full in a year. Only a place as affluent as the marshal's residence could sustain this little glutton. No, even they might struggle to keep him fed. I wonder why Lin Jinan was so eager for me to take him away." As if understanding Luo Yuding's unspoken words, Zhou Ruoxi retracted her head with a hint of disappointment, playfully sticking out her tongue like a little girl, then turned her gaze back to Lin Tianxin, who was relishing his meal. Upon looking, even Zhou Ruoxi, well versed in the world, almost fell off her chair in shock. The little one, who had previously held the roast chicken in his hands, had reduced it to a pile of bones, while the one that had been quietly resting in the basin was now being tossed and turned in Lin Tianxin's embrace, vanishing in a flurry of motion, leaving behind only a single chicken bone striking a pose in a rather ostentatious manner. With a pained groan, Zhou Ruoxi shut her eyes, then looked at Luo Yuding with pity, as if to say, "Elder brother, you have endured much. I hope you haven't resorted to selling fake medicine to feed this child." With a silent sigh, Luo Yuding seemed to understand Zhou Ruoxi's sentiment, shaking his head emphatically, conveying a clear message. "No, I have merely spent the private savings I have accumulated over a millennium. Alas, our marriage may have to be postponed yet again. I truly cannot spare even a little for new furniture." Glancing at Luo Yuding with a hint of sorrow, Zhou Ruoxi gently nodded, silently communicating. "I understand. Elder brother, you have suffered. Eh? Why is it all gone? I'm still not full, master uncle. Have you eaten enough? If you haven't, I can ask elder brother to prepare more. Don't hesitate, just say the word. I know you must still be hungry. Just wait a moment, I will call elder brother to make more." As Lin Tianxin reached into the basin once more, he was astonished to find the roast chicken had vanished. The little one, with a look of disbelief that he was still not full, licked his lips, made a few noises towards Zhou Ruoxi, and then dashed out with the wooden basin, heading to knock on poor Li Pan's door. He is still not full." Zhou Ruoxi stared in shock, stammering as she pointed at the little one's retreating figure. Then patted her chest, comforting herself. "Perhaps he has really gone to get me something to eat." Before she could finish, Luo Yuding suddenly interjected. "I don't mean to discourage you, but that thought is utterly implausible. Even if there were 2 more basins, he could still eat them all." At this point, Luo Yuding's expression turned lamentable. "I wonder what material his belly is made of. I have lived for over 1,000 years and have never encountered anyone, nor even heard of anyone, who could eat as much as he does. Before he arrived, I used to buy rice in small bags, but ever since he came, I have been using a storage ring to carry it. The rice seller nearly thought I was stockpiling for a rebellion and almost had me arrested. At this rate, I might as well do nothing but earn a living for him. This won't do. Tomorrow I must start teaching this little brat the martial arts of our sect. The sooner he learns, the sooner he can leave. Otherwise, I will inevitably be forced to sell fake medicine." With a chuckle, Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh, covering her stomach, and after a while, she giggled. "Having such a little one around us is so bad. At least I don't have to worry about leftover food. Stop making fun of me. How about letting this little one stay with you for a few days?" No, elder brother. He is your disciple. It is only right that you take care of him. Besides, my place is filled with women. It would be inconvenient for him to be there." Upon hearing Luo Yuding's words, Zhou Ruoxi jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Quickly fabricating this excuse, completely forgetting that Lin Tianxin was only 5 years old, and what could possibly be inconvenient about that? Rolling her eyes, Luo Yuding raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I knew you would say that." Meanwhile, Lin Tianxin, in high spirits, ran to knock on elder brother Li Pan's door, only to find no response no matter how hard he knocked. Frustrated, he kicked the door open. As for why he dared to do so, it was naturally because of the invincible protective charm of his master uncle, and also for the sake of his still hungry stomach. However, upon entering, he discovered the room was completely empty, which puzzled him. Where could elder brother have gone at this hour? Surely he wasn't hiding somewhere sneaking a snack? Should I go look for him? This dilemma weighed on the little one for quite some time, ultimately leading him to reluctantly take the wooden tray back to his dwelling, entirely forgetting that he was supposed to fetch food for his master uncle, and failing to notice a tall figure on the roof who let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him finally leave. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Tianxin shut the door behind him and leapt onto the bed, resting his hands behind his head. Reflecting on the Cui Xian bao his master uncle had gifted him that day, he could not hide his smugness, chuckling to himself, "What a splendid treasure! Look at how effortlessly master uncle pulls it. Its power is incredible, and then there's little Cui Cui, easily overpowering both master and master uncle without them being able to fight back. Once I reach the master level and team up with little Cui Cui, let us see how elder brother dares to bully me. Humph. But elder brother really is a fool. Didn't he notice the door was unlocked? How clumsily he barged in. Luckily, I am exceptionally clever, unmatched in brilliance. Not only did I escape unscathed, but I also acquired such a wonderful treasure, a hymn. Not just a treasure, but a delightful little Cui Cui. And a little arrow too. He. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt, sighing to himself that he was truly too clever. Suddenly, the little one sat up straight on the bed. But once elder brother comes down from Qingtian Peak, he will definitely come looking for trouble. I must come up with a plan. As he pondered, he unconsciously mimicked Luo Yuding's characteristic thinking pose, raising his right hand to pinch his chin, his serious expression contrasting amusingly with his 5-year-old stature. Chapter 23. The arms were too short, couldn't he reach. The next day, Zhou Ruoxi, having discussed matters with Luo Yuding throughout the night, politely declined his invitation to stay longer. Feeling a tinge of fatigue, she gently addressed the eager Lin Tianxin, "Little one, I will come to visit you again when I have the time." After saying this, she gracefully turned and left. In truth, Zhou Ruoxi had initially intended to suggest that he ask his master to take him to visit her. But recalling the terrifying manner in which he devoured food, she shuddered at the thought and decided against it. It was evident that Lin Tianxin had inadvertently frightened this master-uncle. After waving goodbye to Zhou Ruoxi, Lin Tianxin was eager to put his well-thought-out plan into action. He called out to Luo Yuding impatiently, "Master." No response. Luo Yuding seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ruoxi's departing figure, as if he had lost his soul. The little one widened his eyes and raised his voice, "Master." Still no response. Watching Luo Yuding, who was obliviously staring at Zhou Ruoxi's retreating form, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of anger rising, a spark of mischief igniting within him. He aimed a kick straight at Luo Yuding's rear. With a heart-wrenching and mournful howl, Luo Yuding sprang 3 feet into the air, turning to glare at Lin Tianxin, exclaiming, "You little rascal! How dare you kick your master's backside? And to think you've even revolted against me!" As he spoke, he carefully covered the area that had been struck, rubbing it vigorously while emitting peculiar sounds of hiss, oh, oh. Lin Tianxin, unfazed by Luo Yuding's furious outburst, stared blankly at the elder's continuously rubbing backside. Noticing a trickle of fresh crimson seeping between his fingers, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, is that your time of the month?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuding froze, feeling the dampness and faint metallic scent of blood on his fingers. Suddenly, as if a realization struck him, his expression changed dramatically, followed by an outburst of fury. Disregarding the threat posed by the Cui Xianbao, he seized Lin Tianxin and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the boy's backside, all while bellowing, "You little rascal! At such a tender age, you learn nothing good, only these trivial matters. Are such things meant for a man? Huh! They are the province of women. Just wait until I properly teach you today, so you learn why flowers bloom in red. Humph! Tell me, was it that beast, Zhongling, who told you all this? Humph! Even if you don't say. I know. That scoundrel is not only neglectful of his own duties, but also seeks to harm others. It infuriates me." Lin Tianxin, amidst the painful beating, couldn't help but chuckle at his master's vivid imagination, realizing that he had unwittingly overheard such matters from the 2 maids during his time at home. Now, it seemed all the blame lay on the second elder brother. He thought, well, this means the second brother will likely be stuck on Qingtian Peak for a few extra days. But wait, is it true that only women experience such bleeding? For I distinctly saw Master bleed as well. What could this possibly mean? Little did Lin Tianxin realize that his kick had landed precisely on the spot where Luo Yuding had been struck by Zhou Ruoxi the previous night, causing him to sustain an injury from the rocks below, an unfortunate red drop that had not yet healed. After thoroughly thrashing Lin Tianxin, Luo Yuding still felt unsatisfied. He took the little rascal to the back mountain. Wearing a sly grin, he then adopted a stern demeanor and said, "Tianxin, you have been with me for over a year now, and your physique has become much stronger. With your talent, you must have made some progress in the medicinal texts I have imparted to you. Why not strike this tree and show me your advancement?" Upon hearing Luo Yuding's request to test his cultivation progress, Lin Tianxin was left dumbfounded. He cast a surreptitious glance at the tree, which neither of them could encircle with their arms, then looked at his own delicate arms. With resolute determination, he shook his head vigorously. What nonsense! This is completely disproportionate. Why should I strike a perfectly healthy tree? It has done nothing to offend me. Besides, Master, don't you often teach us that heaven has a benevolent nature and we should not kill indiscriminately? What if I were to strike it down? Even if heaven does not blame me, it would be a pity to harm all these flowers and plants. Furthermore, on such a hot day, it provides excellent shade. After delivering his argument, Lin Tianxin ignored the astonished Luo Yuding, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to walk down the mountain path, exuding an air of compassion. Luo Yuding stood there dumbstruck. How did it feel like he was being portrayed as a ruthless killer? "Oh, you little rascal! While you may lack in other areas, you certainly know how to spout these absurd principles. But if you think you can brush me off, think again. Regaining his composure, Luo Yuding found himself both amused and exasperated. In a flash, he caught the fleeing Lin Tianxin. Little one, trying to play tricks on me. You still have much to learn. But since you have such a ridiculous sense of compassion, we won't practice on the tree. How about this stone? It's hard and lifeless. An excellent tool for testing. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Lin Tianxin was thoroughly alarmed. He knew all too well that if he were to strike that stone with all his might, it would result in nothing short of a painful injury. Why not strike it? I want to see your current strength first, and based on your situation, I will teach you more profound martial arts. Don't you wish to learn? Or are you afraid? Luo Yuding extended a claw-like hand, scrutinizing it with an air of leisure. Knowing escape was futile, Lin Tianxin pouted, gazing at Luo Yuding with a sorrowful expression as if silently pleading for mercy. Yet, Luo Yuding paid him no heed, continuing to examine his fingers with nonchalance. With a heart-wrenching cry, Lin Tianxin clenched his teeth, steeling himself. He bolted towards the stone like lightning, with narrowed eyes, just as he was about to reach the large stone. He abruptly halted, his right hand forming a tight fist. Just as Luo Yuding, unable to bear the sight of the impending injury, turned away, Lin Tianxin suddenly halted his movement and called out, "Master, I'm really going to hit it. Please stand back. I fear the stone might shatter and hurt you." Rolling his eyes, Luo Yuding impatiently shouted, "If you're going to hit it, then just do it. Why all the fuss?" Pouting his lips with a look of dissatisfaction, the little rascal tightened his fist once more, glancing at the stone. Suddenly, aha! Lin Tianxin's eyes widened with fury, his fist raised high. Just as Luo Yuding believed he was truly going to strike, he thought, "Wait, this stance seems incorrect. Let me try again." The little rascal's tightly clenched fist morphed into a claw as he scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming to the bemused Luo Yuding, "No, this isn't right. I need to change my stance." Then, under Luo Yuding's predatory gaze, the little rascal took 10 steps back with a shout. He dashed towards the stone once more. His face taut, fists creaking from tension. It was clear that he was serious this time. Indeed, as he approached the stone, he suddenly halted, his right fist raised high, and without hesitation, he struck the stone with all his might. Seeing Lin Tianxin's tiny fist make contact with the stone, Luo Yuding's heart trembled, and he averted his gaze, unable to watch. With his abilities, Luo Yuding could have easily stopped the boy, but he believed it essential for Lin Tianxin to face some hardship for his future. After all, a person's resilience and determination were crucial to their destiny, perhaps even more so than innate talent. Turning his head, Luo Yuding, sensing Lin Tianxin's tender fist hurtling towards the stone like a streak of light, felt a rush of urgency. The strike was swift as lightning. The punch seemed to traverse time and space, crashing into the stone. There was no sound, no clouds of dust, no explosive chaos or desolate scenes of devastation. Luo Yuding quickly turned back, only to be left in shock before erupting in rage. Lin Tianxin's right foot pressed against the ground at a 30-degree angle, his left leg slightly bent for balance. His left fist clenched tightly to his abdomen, while his right hand extended forward, maintaining the stance of a boxer, an image of a true boxing master, if such a pose were witnessed in modern times. Combined with the serious expression on the little rascal's face, it would surely incite a frenzy of maternal instincts among countless female onlookers. Yet Luo Yuding felt like crying. His fist had not even grazed the stone. There remained a full inch between them. What in the world was going on? What good was such a stylish pose? His lips twitched involuntarily as Luo Yuding stumbled, falling flat on his face. Rolling a few times, he lay there, staring at the sky, muttering to himself, "This is it. This is the end. What kind of disciple have I taught? They're all prodigies. Oh, heaven, please spare me from this torment. My fragile heart cannot withstand such devastation. Master, I truly apologize. My arms are too short, and I miscalculated the distance. I didn't hit it." Upon seeing Luo Yuding's state, Lin Tianxin felt a pang of sympathy. He quietly crouched beside Luo Yuding, lowering his head and pouting as he softly said, "Shall I give it another try?" Seeing that Luo Yuding remained silent, the little rascal tentatively asked again, "Forget it." In truth, I can see that your progress in the medicinal text has been commendable with a solid foundation. I won't press you further. The medicinal texts are not solely for cultivating vital energy. Their true purpose is to alleviate fatigue, strengthen the body, and clear the meridians. Of course, all this is to lay a solid foundation and to test your character during this time. Return and prepare well for tomorrow. I will formally begin teaching you the true methods of cultivating vital energy. Luo Yuding sprung to his feet, smoothing his sparse beard, clasping his hands behind his back, and laughing heartily as he strolled away. He was genuinely delighted. Although he had been played by this little rascal, it was evident that the boy had a kind heart, a person who understands the pain of others and possesses a sense of conscience. No matter how flawed, cannot stray too far from the path of righteousness. Even if one were to become a notorious villain in the eyes of the world, as long as there remains a flicker of conscience, a shred of kindness, or a hint of filial piety within their heart, they shall not be regarded as a fiend in my eyes. This is the principle of discernment upheld by Luo Yuding, the fundamental criterion by which he judges others. Although this mischievous little rascal may exhibit a touch of naughtiness, is it not inherent to the nature of children? But wait, who claims this little scamp is merely a tad mischievous? Rubbing his still aching dairy, Luo Yuding seethed with indignation and unleashed a torrent of curses. Last. I can learn the real skills, Lin Tianxin exclaimed, somersaulting through the forest in excitement. Suddenly, mid-air, as if struck by a revelation, Lin Tianxin froze. In an instant, his balance faltered, and he fell into an odd position, landing unceremoniously. Ignoring the pain radiating through his body, Lin Tianxin questioned, That's odd. This old codger clearly knows that the medicinal scriptures are not the essence of cultivating profound energy, yet insists I strike rocks? It is evident he harbors ill intentions, deliberately tormenting me. He even led me to believe I was inept. I knew it. With my innate talent and intelligence, how could I practice for a year without sensing even a hint of profound energy in my meridians? Thankfully, I am clever enough not to fall for his tricks. Otherwise, my delicate arms would have been left in tatters. The thought that Luo Yuding would resort to such underhanded methods to ensnare me filled Lin Tianxin with a seething rage. The next morning, before dawn had even broken, Lin Tianxin, buoyed by Luo Yuding's promise to impart genuine martial arts techniques, found himself unable to sleep the entire night. He arrived at Luo Yuding's room early, only to discover the old man was still fast asleep. After calling out several times to no avail, Lin Tianxin, in exasperation, propped his little head on his hands and squatted beside him, idly fiddling with his fingers. Moments later, unable to endure the torment of anticipation, the little rascal mimicked Luo Yuding, clasping his hands behind his back and began pacing the room. Every now and then, he would cough to rouse the slumbering old man. Yet, Luo Yuding remained undisturbed, merely turning over with a lewd expression, facing Lin Tianxin directly. The sudden appearance of the old man's face startled Lin Tianxin, causing him to jump on such a tranquil morning. With the surroundings shrouded in a gray mist and the distant cawing of crows already sending shivers down one's spine, who wouldn't be startled by the sudden emergence of an old visage? Especially for a little brat still steeped in tales of ghosts and spirits. Moreover, the old face bore a lascivious expression. The fact that he didn't scream in fright was a testament to the little one's resolute spirit. Extending his hands, he hooked his pinky around his mouth and made a silly face at Luo Yuding. Then, with his bright eyes darting around, he turned and scampered away. Before long, the little rascal returned, panting, with a large bucket of water. After scrutinizing Luo Yuding for a moment, he lifted the wooden bucket and, with a splash, doused the old man from head to toe with the clear, sparkling spring water. Still dreaming of romantic escapades with his disciple, Zhou Ruoxi, Luo Yuding suddenly felt as if a torrential downpour had descended upon him. After a moment of confusion, he cupped his hands in salute to Zhou Ruoxi and said, "Sister, it seems it is raining. I must return to fetch the laundry. We shall continue our conversation later." But this rain is rather peculiar. Why is it only drenching me? His eyes widened, and with a sudden jolt, he awoke, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. His eyes, now wide open, fixed upon Lin Tianxin, who stood holding the bucket with a look of sheer astonishment. A torrent of words erupted from him. "You little brat. You've ruined my beautiful dream. I will not spare you, master. You've wet the bed." A huge puddle, The blanket is soaked. The little one, upon seeing the bucket in his hands, froze, forgetting the retort he had prepared. He hastily discarded the bucket, noticing Luo Yuding slowly rising with a fierce glare. Lin Tianxin called out loudly, "I did not intend to eavesdrop on your dreams. It was you who spoke them. It has nothing to do with me." But, upon hearing Luo Yuding's ridiculous words, Lin Tianxin was momentarily stunned, forgetting to drop the bucket altogether. Only then did he realize his foolishness, stumbling over his words as he turned to flee, only to find his movement halted by Luo Yuding's piercing gaze. "Humph! Think you can escape? Stand there properly until I change my clothes, and then I will deal with you." The thought that this little rascal had overheard his dream talk caused Luo Yuding's face to flush with embarrassment as he slammed the door shut. "Master, I promise I won't do it again. I was just eager to learn, and that is why I resorted to such a method to wake you. Please, in light of my earnest desire to learn, spare me this once." Just like that, Lin Tianxin found himself frozen in a running stance, standing silently in the courtyard. To an uninformed observer, one might assume the child was practicing some arcane and undisclosed technique. As the summer sun began its ascent, its golden rays, infused with an enchanting power, bathed the earth, roasting Lin Tianxin's small frame in the process. "Damn old man. It takes you this long to change clothes? Like some woman, you are deliberately tormenting me, aren't you? Humph. Once I become formidable, I will make you suffer by soaking you in water, covering you in salt, and hanging you from a tree to dry. Before finally frying you." With his lips parched, Lin Tianxin cursed vehemently in his heart, wondering from where he had acquired such ideas. Early in the morning, it seemed he had cursed Luo Yuding's ancestors for 18 generations without repetition. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Luo Yuding, who grinned at Lin Tianxin and said, "How does that feel? Humph. Let us see you act up again. This is the consequence of meddling with your master." As he spoke, he waved his hand, lifting the restrictions placed upon Lin Tianxin. "Follow me. Today, I shall impart to you the cultivation techniques of our sect." Unfettered now, Lin Tianxin disregarded Luo Yuding, bolting towards the well. Scooping up a handful of water and gulping it down in one go with a sigh of relief, he wiped his mouth, cast a sideways glance at Luo Yuding, and approached him with an uncharacteristic submissiveness. His small mouth moved rapidly, forming strange shapes as he concealed his true thoughts, muttering to himself, "I will endure. Once I master my skills, I will make you, old man, pay." Seeing the little rascal catch up after quenching his thirst, Luo Yuding smiled faintly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he ambled towards the back mountain. In a blink, they arrived at a clearing behind the mountain, where Luo Yuding turned and sat upon a stone. Gesturing for Lin Tianxin to do the same before he spoke in a calm demeanor, "Before you learn our sect's heart technique, allow me to explain our history and rules." Pausing, he noticed the child's eager gaze and continued, "Our sect has been established for over 7,000 years. "What? 7,000 years?" Lin Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. It is worth noting that the Tianxin Empire, where Lin Tianxin resided, had only been founded for less than 300 years. Rolling his eyes at Lin Tianxin's exaggerated reaction, Luo Yuding felt a sense of helplessness at the child's astonishment. He thought, "If only you knew how old I am this year, you would surely faint from shock." "Enough with the theatrics. Listen to your master." Luo Yuding resumed, "Our sect was founded 7,000 years ago, established single-handedly by our ancestor, Master Dantai. We primarily focus on martial arts, the essence of medicinal scriptures. And the art of healing. Master, didn't you say the medicinal scriptures are solely for alleviating fatigue, strengthening the body, and unblocking meridians? How then is it the primary focus of martial arts?" Lin Tianxin interjected, still puzzled by the previous day's conversation. "Sigh. Currently, the medicinal scriptures indeed only possess that function," Luo Yuding replied, his expression turning melancholic as he fell silent for a moment. After a while, he resumed with a slow, deliberate tone. "Master Dantai enjoyed wandering the world, finding joy in punishing the wicked and healing the afflicted. His roving nature did not lend itself to establishing a sect. However, over time, Master Dantai's disciples gained renown for their extraordinary skills and miraculous healing arts, earning the admiration of people far and wide. Whenever someone inquired, they would simply mention the name Dantai." After a brief pause, Luo Yuding continued, "Gradually, people began to refer to our sect as the Dantai sect. Given that Master Dantai hailed from a prominent family, our sect also came to be known as the Dantai clan. Subsequently, with the esteemed reputation of our ancestors, our sect acquired a designated location and began to accept disciples. Through the unparalleled techniques passed down from Master Dantai, our medicinal scriptures rapidly flourished and expanded. At this point, Luo Yuding's enthusiasm surged, and he sprang to his feet, gesturing dramatically. It can be said that our Dantai sect has experienced the swiftest growth in history. In less than 600 years, we rose to become one of the most formidable sects in existence. Countless individuals vied to join our ranks, while even the 7 major sects and 4 prominent families that had long dominated the world could only watch helplessly. Too intimidated to intervene. Chapter 25. The Dantai sect. 1,000 years after our sect's establishment, we became the foremost sect in the realm of Xinxian, boasting countless treasures and an abundance of top-tier cultivation manuals. Many coveted our wealth, yet dared not entertain any illicit thoughts. 2 millennia after its establishment, the sect reached an unprecedented pinnacle of prosperity, boasting as many as 36 formidable masters at the peak of the divine path. At this point, Luo Yuding, visibly exhilarated, turned to Lin Tianxin and inquired, "Do you comprehend the significance of having 36 masters at the pinnacle of the divine path?" Before Lin Tianxin could respond, he continued, "These 36 represent such power that should our Dantai sect desire it, we could annihilate any sect in an instant. We could even obliterate the entirety of the Xinxian continent. Not to mention, our Dantai sect is further graced by the presence of our second-generation ancestor, Yi Shuihan, who has attained the revered status of a venerable. He was undoubtedly the foremost figure across the Xinxian continent at that time, with no one daring to challenge his supremacy. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Yuding gazed skyward, yet an unexpected melancholy washed over him. Sighing deeply, he returned to his seat upon the stone, his expression heavy with sorrow as he murmured, "Alas, alas! 4,000 years ago, merely 3,000 years after our sect's founding, our third elder, Ding Ran, returned from a journey with a disciple named Zeng Ku. This young man, possessing extraordinary talent, was truly unparalleled. He garnered immense affection from the elders and was raised in the lap of luxury. Zeng Ku did not disappoint, achieving a breakthrough to martial sage before the age of 30. Undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of our sect. Does he possess better aptitude than I? Is he more intelligent than I?" Hearing Luo Yuding's praise for Zeng Ku, Lin Tianxin felt a pang of discontent. "Of course, he does not possess your level of aptitude. The pure yang body is a rarity that appears once in a millennium, and you have already undergone a primal cycle in the womb. A level of talent not seen in a million years." Upon witnessing Lin Tianxin's indignant demeanor, Luo Yuding's gloom dissipated, and he burst into hearty laughter, radiating a sense of grand ambition. And what became of Zeng Ku? Noticing Luo Yuding lost in laughter, seemingly forgetting to continue, Lin Tianxin grew impatient, eager for the tale to unfold. "Later, that beast, Zeng Ku?" Luo Yuding spat the words through gritted teeth. This wretch not only disregarded the elders' immense expectations, but also became arrogant and spoiled. He audaciously committed the heinous act of forcibly seizing the chastity of our female disciples, igniting the wrath of both gods and men. Upon learning of this, our sect leader, Dantai Boyi, was incensed. According to our sect's regulations, he should have been stripped of his cultivation and expelled. However, the elders, having watched him grow, could not bear to see him endure such a tragic fate. Among them, third elder Ding Ran knelt for 2 days, pleading with the sect leader for leniency, offering to take him as an apprentice and discipline him himself. Ultimately, the sect leader, with no other choice, opted for a more lenient punishment. Yet, while he escaped the death sentence, he was still lashed 300 times and sentenced to a decade of solitary confinement as a form of reprimand. His misdeeds were publicized within the sect, and the leader personally took the victimized disciple as his adopted daughter. Using his authority to silence public outcry, the sect leader acted admirably. Though Lin Tianxin was still unversed in the intricacies of human relationships, he instinctively admired the leader's noble qualities. Yet how detestable is Zeng Ku? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Rather than repent, he killed 2 disciples guarding him and fled. When the bodies of the innocent disciples were presented before the sect leader, the repercussions were dire. For this incident, third elder knelt before the graves of the 2 disciples for a full 7 days. refusing to rise, eventually leaving behind a token of the elders and vanishing without a trace. The sect leader, Dantai Boyi, issued a supreme decree, summoning heroes from across the land to hunt down Zhenku. Yet, he vanished as if he had evaporated from existence, eluding every search across the Xinxian continent. With a sigh, Luo Yuding's expression suddenly turned grim. It was not until the storm of pursuit had gradually subsided that this beast, Zhenku, brazenly re-emerged before the world. Just as people were pondering whether he had developed a newfound courage, he appeared at our Dantai sect's gates, accompanied by the 7 major sects and 4 prominent families. He boldly demanded the sect leader surrender the sect's golden seal, or he would unleash a bloodbath upon our Dantai sect. It is easy to imagine the fury that erupted within our ranks at that moment. At this point, Luo Yuding let out a hoarse, furious roar, sweeping his hand to obliterate a nearby tree into ashes before gasping for breath. Who could have anticipated that when the sect leader and numerous disciples advanced to confront him, they would suddenly realize their entire aura was draining at an uncontrollable pace? The sect leader, filled with rage and confusion, seemed to recall something, his expression shifting drastically as he ordered someone to investigate the forbidden area where the forbidden elixir San was stored. Tsuyuan San, also known as Divine Grief, is a potion so potent that even gods despair upon encountering it. Since our sect devised this extraordinary elixir, we have struggled to create an antidote and thus secured it within the forbidden grounds, forbidding anyone from touching it. Moreover, anyone who consumes Tsuyuan San without taking the antidote within 3 days will be reduced to an ordinary person, or even worse, and will never again be able to gather even a trace of aura. Seeing Lin Tianxin's expression of hesitation, Luo Yuding elaborated, indeed, when the disciples reported that Tsuyuan San had gone missing, the sect leader trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "No wonder we could never find him. He has been hiding within the forbidden grounds, stealing our forbidden item. Fellow disciples, today may very well be the day our Dantai sect is erased from existence. If you can flee, do so. With Tsuyuan San in play, we possess no means to win this battle." As he spoke, the sect leader was already in tears, turning away without a backward glance and charging into the fray, self-destructing. Witnessing their leader's self-sacrifice, how could the beloved ancestors of our Dantai sect remain at ease? Allowing their leader to depart alone? Under the guidance of 16 elders, those cherished ancestors surged forward, one after another, against the enemy. When their swords shattered, they clawed with their hands, striking with their fists. When they lost their hands, they bit with their teeth or charged with their heads. Some even resorted to self-detonation without a moment's hesitation. At this point, Luo Yuding was weeping profusely, his voice choked with sorrow. After a long while, he spoke again. By the time our second-generation ancestor, Yishui Han, forcefully awoke from his meditation and arrived, the disciples of our sect had suffered devastating losses. In his fury, the ancestor could no longer suppress the injuries caused by his abrupt awakening and spewed forth 3 mouthfuls of blood. The 7 major sects and 4 prominent families, driven by treachery, launched an assault with 73 masters at the pinnacle of the divine path, intending to slay the ancestor while he was weakened. Though gravely injured, the majesty of a venerable could not be challenged by mere mortals. The ensuing battle shook the mountains and dimmed the sun and moon. Had it not been for the benevolence of our ancestor, Yishui Han, who fought high above, our continent would have surely been torn asunder long ago. After 2 days of fierce combat, the ancestor had slain over 20 enemies, yet the shameless foes resorted to a wheel of self-detonation tactic. Ultimately, after nearly 60 masters at the pinnacle of the divine path perished, the second-generation ancestor succumbed to exhaustion. Master, what is the wheel of self-detonation tactic? Is it truly formidable? How could even a powerful ancestor not withstand it? Lin Tianxin, shaking his small fists, was brimming with fury. Wiping away the uncontrollable tears streaming down his face, Luo Yuding trembled as he explained. The wheel of self-detonation tactic involves countless individuals channeling their aura into a single person, who then proceeds to self-detonate. Thus, the power multiplies exponentially, easily surpassing even 100-fold. Oh, did the first-generation ancestor emerge afterward? Lin Tianxin nodded, his understanding still limited, yet curiosity piqued. The first-generation ancestor vanished without a trace a millennium after the sect's founding. Some say he has long since transcended to a higher realm. Before Lin Tianxin could respond, Luo Yuding continued. After the death of ancestor Yishui Han, these brigands, fearing that another like him would rise from our sect, mercilessly slaughtered all 37,463 of our disciples, sparing not even the infants. Under Zhang Ke's command, they looted our mountain gate and set fire to the entire peak. The flames raged for an entire month, the stench of charred corpses wafting for nearly 1,000 miles. The boundless resentment lingered in the air, shrouding the mountain in darkness where sunlight scarcely penetrated, leaving the area barren and desolate to this day. Alas, from such a grand sect, only a handful of disciples who were absent during the massacre managed to escape, yet they live in constant fear, forever on the run. With a heavy sigh, Luo Yuding's gaze grew distant. After a long pause, he added, those fortunate survivors, in their grief, recognized their inability to seek vengeance with their limited power. Thus, they were compelled to hide in the shadows and slowly rebuild. The ancestors initially hoped to reconstruct the medicinal texts from memory. Yet they found it impossible. Many of the ancestors were of lower status within the sect, and merely accessing the first volume of the medicinal texts was a feat in itself. Reluctant to abandon the texts, they dedicated themselves to secretly collecting fragments of the medicinal records across generations. It was only 2 millennia ago that my master, your grandmaster, through the combined efforts of the ancestors, recompiled a new scripture, which is the very technique I now practice. My master named it the Heart of Vengeance. Though the name may sound unappealing, it embodies the unyielding hatred that the ancestors clung to until their dying breaths. After a brief pause, Luo Yuding continued, moreover, according to what my master told me, the Heart of Vengeance is not entirely complete. Theoretically, it could reach the venerable realm at its apex. However, for over 2 millennia, the one who has honed him to perfection is none other than you, Master Zhou, who has attained the pinnacle of divine enlightenment. Yet, the final step remains elusive. Chapter 26. Comparing Humans, Infuriating the Heart. Master, what about you? To what realm have you ascended? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxin couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. My aptitude is not as remarkable as your Master Zhou's. After decades of cultivating our sect's martial arts, I find myself lagging behind, only at the late stage of divine enlightenment. Suddenly, Luo Yuding's tone turned unusually grave. Tianxin, there are a few points you must remember. When you venture into the world, never disclose that you are a disciple of our sect. Otherwise, it could lead to inevitable calamities, potentially bringing irreparable disasters upon your family and your nation. Moreover, it would also attract catastrophic misfortunes to our sect. Do you understand? Yes. Noticing the seriousness in Luo Yuding's demeanor, Lin Tianxin nodded vigorously, etching these words firmly into his mind. Seeing the young lad nod, Luo Yuding's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and he smiled with relief, saying, I do not intend to make things difficult for you. It is simply, sigh. 800 years ago, a junior brother of mine encountered a few friends while wandering outside, and during a drinking session, he inadvertently revealed information about our sect. As a result, within 3 days, our secluded village was besieged by over 100 powerful individuals. To avoid escalating the situation, my master decisively ordered a dispersal, and he managed to escape with me and my junior sister. As for whether the others made it out, we are unaware. I only know that after sending me and my junior sister to safety, my master rushed back, and he has not returned since, leaving us with no news to this day. With a deep sigh, Luo Yuding's voice choked with emotion. I initially intended to return and search for my master, but my junior sister vehemently forbade me from going back, ultimately threatening to take her own life to prevent it and truth. I understood that with our abilities, returning would be tantamount to seeking death. Regaining my composure, I had no choice but to remain and wait with my junior sister for my master's return. We waited for 2 years, still without any news. In desperation, we decided to leave and wander in search of information about our fellow disciples. Eventually, we both broke through to the condensed path stage. For safety's sake, fearing that our presence together would attract undue attention, my junior sister and I were compelled to separate, leading secluded lives and each taking on disciples. So, your Master Zhou also has disciples, correct? How many disciples does he have? Lin Tianxin seemed quite intrigued by this revelation and eagerly inquired. Your Master Zhou has 2 disciples, whom you will meet in due course. Speaking of which, The only disciples of the Dantai sect that I am aware of are myself, your Master Zhou, and the 5 of you juniors. Unless something unforeseen occurs, you will be the youngest among us in the Dantai sect. Sigh. How glorious the Dantai sect once was, and now it has dwindled to a mere 5 individuals. By the way, there are a few more points you must remember. First, do not strike against fellow disciples. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, exceptions are not allowed. Second, the sect's mental cultivation texts must not be disseminated without permission. Third, regardless of what happens, you must not engage in actions that would harm the sect. These 3 points constitute the rules of our sect. Simple enough. However, any violation will not be tolerated. As if suddenly recalling something, Luo Yuding spoke with a serious expression. Is that all? That seems quite simple. A trivial matter. Lin Tianxin exhaled, feeling somewhat relieved, albeit slightly unsettled by Luo Yuding's sudden seriousness. Observing the young lad's antics, Luo Yuding recognized that he was intentionally trying to lighten the mood, warming his heart with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Adjusting his posture, Luo Yuding calmly stated, I have now finished recounting the history of our sect. Let us officially begin the transmission of our sect's martial arts, the Vengeful Heart Sutra. Pausing briefly, Luo Yuding's tone took on a sacred quality. Prepare to sit cross-legged as you did while cultivating the medicinal texts, and immerse your consciousness within the spiritual realm, carefully attuning to your surroundings. Just as Lin Tianxin settled into position, he suddenly asked, Master, what is the spiritual realm? With that single question, Luo Yuding's painstakingly crafted atmosphere of sanctity was shattered completely. His lips twitched in disbelief as he nearly erupted with frustration. You do not know what the spiritual realm is? How did you practice the medicinal text before? I merely followed the words on the page and relied on my instincts. Is that incorrect? Lin Tianxin appeared perplexed. What? Just relying on instincts? Did Zhongling not teach you how to gather your energy? Luo Yuding was also bewildered. No. My second senior brother simply handed me the medicinal texts and told me to practice according to the instructions. The young lad was increasingly confused, that little rascal. Luo Yuding felt a surge of anger, followed by astonishment as he stammered, pointing at Lin Tianxin. You? What did you just say? I said there were many colorful gases and small particles turning into monsters that were coming to catch me. How terrifying. Is something wrong, Master? Lin Tianxin, noticing Luo Yuding's sudden odd demeanor, looked around nervously, clutching his sleeve and cautiously inquiring. Swallowing hard, Luo Yuding found himself at a loss for words, his face growing increasingly flushed. Just when Lin Tianxin thought something was amiss with him, Luo Yuding suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the young lad utterly bewildered. He thought, this old fool has such a low tolerance. I witnessed monsters and remained unfazed. Yet he is left in a fit of laughter over a few words, and he boasts about his prowess and greatness. I am truly at a loss for words. Lin Tianxin contemplated fetching his senior brother to bring this deranged old man back. Luo Yuding seized his arm, asking urgently, Did you see those colorful particles? Yes, I think so, but I didn't see them clearly, Lin Tianxin replied truthfully. Ha ha ha, it seems the heavens are about to restore our Dantai. The heavens are about to restore our Dantai. Ha ha ha. Luo Yuding became even more frenzied. Lin Tianxin may not have known what those particles were, but it was evident that Luo Yuding did. Tears of laughter streamed down Lin Tianxin's face. And as she found herself at a loss for words amidst her mirth, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Just as she prepared to flee in panic, the old man Luo finally ceased his laughter. Turning to gaze at the bewildered Lin Tianxin with bloodshot eyes. After a considerable pause, presumably to acclimate to the overwhelming joy within him, Luo Yuding gently explained to the young girl, the tiny particles and colorful gas you just witnessed are not monsters at all. They are, in fact, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The profound energy is derived from their transformation. Do you understand now? Lin Tianxin shook her head. What I mean is that those monsters, no. I mean the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This energy is the fundamental element for cultivating profound energy. Practitioners absorb this spiritual energy into their bodies through various techniques, transforming it for their own use. One could say that the spiritual energy is synonymous with the profound energy. So, do you grasp this concept? What you saw was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, not some monstrous creature. Understand? Chapter 27. An astonishing release, I think I somewhat comprehend, Lin Tianxin said, tilting her head in thought before earnestly nodding. Let us try again. Begin. Watching Lin Tianxin re-enter her meditative state, Luo Yuding's heart could not settle. Reflecting on how it took him until he reached the divine profound realm to vaguely perceive particles of spiritual energy. He was awestruck that this young girl, having only just begun to engage with profound energy, could see it so clearly. Luo Yuding felt his heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness and jealousy. He also recalled that this little girl, wielding the Cui Xian Bao, had become someone he didn't dare provoke. Luo Yuding couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. He had begun teaching his disciple to the point where the master himself was hesitant to confront his student, a pioneering feat in the vast realm of Xian. Truly unprecedented, even unparalleled. Meanwhile, Lin Tianxin resumed her focus, practicing the breathing techniques described in the medicinal scriptures. Suddenly, she felt a warmth enveloping her back, a gentle current that began to meander through her meridians. Providing an indescribable sense of comfort, it was Luo Yuding, once again placing his palm on the young girl's back to guide her. After the warm current had circulated for a while, Lin Tianxin was taken aback as her vision brightened. The vibrant little particles reappeared, constantly altering their shapes. Suppressing the fear rising within her, Lin Tianxin observed the heavenly spiritual energy as Luo Yuding had described. As she watched, a smile crept across her face. The spiritual energy morphed into the shape of an elephant, complete with a trunk but lacking a mouth. It then transformed into a colorful puppy with 3 legs. A whimsical sight that brought her joy. Just as Lin Tianxin found this amusing, a stern voice reverberated in her mind. Maintain focus and carefully perceive the flow of profound energy through your meridians. Simultaneously, a complex and esoteric mantra echoed in her mind, each phrase seemingly imbued with profound wisdom, teasing her curiosity yet eluding her comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianxin allowed her intent to follow the warm current. Slowly shifting from passive observation to active guidance, at that moment, she was astonished to see the colorful particles that had been floating in the air suddenly line up in neat rows. Rushing towards her, penetrating the crown of her head, and then beginning to circulate around her body in accordance with her will. Delighted by this phenomenon, Lin Tianxin engaged in a playful race with the spiritual energy. Her sudden burst of speed caught the energy off guard, leaving it trailing far behind in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy seemed to become irate, rallying its companions in an attempt to catch up with Lin Tianxin. Thus, countless particles of spiritual energy flocked towards her, joyfully surging in her direction. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuding, who had been standing nearby with a smile, observing Lin Tianxin as she practiced her cultivation with such eagerness, he felt a swell of pride. This child, though often frivolous, is indeed a prodigy in cultivation in just a short span of time. She has grasped the unique cultivation technique of my Dan Tai sect and has even learned to absorb the spiritual energy into her body. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I recall it took me over half a month, with my master's assistance, to achieve this feat, and he praised me endlessly for my talent. I wonder what his reaction would be if he knew of her speed. Haha, he would likely be grinning for an entire month. While Luo Yuding was lost in thought, Lin Tianxin began to feel anxious as the spiritual energy within her body started to spiral out of control. In a state of panic, she hurriedly chased after the erratic energy, hoping to guide it back onto the correct path. Fortunately, Lin Tianxin had been born with unobstructed meridians. Otherwise, an ordinary person might have quickly succumbed to the chaotic flow, resulting in dire consequences. In the eyes of martial arts masters, this would be a clear sign of losing control. The young girl, blissfully unaware of the perilous situation her playful antics had nearly led her into, continued to frolic joyfully. Eventually, she even devised shortcuts to intercept the unruly spiritual energy or ambush them mid-course, turning the experience into a game of hide and seek. She reveled in her delight, completely absorbed in her play. If Luo Yuding knew of Lin Tianxin's reckless behavior at this moment, he would likely faint from shock. He had seen reckless abandon before, but never in such a ludicrous manner. It was utterly bewildering to witness. After much effort, Lin Tianxin finally managed to round up the mischievous spiritual energy, feeling a surge of triumph. Ecstatically, she resumed following the path Luo Yuding had taught her. Upon completing 3 full cycles, Lin Tianxin felt a rush of stagnant energy descending from her head, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to release gas. Dismissing it as a natural occurrence, she let it out without hesitation. Meanwhile, Luo Yuding, lost in his thoughts while counting the years it might take for his talented disciple to reach his level, suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up in surprise, he was astonished to see streams of spiritual energy rushing towards Lin Tianxin's head, swiftly merging into her body. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a soft puff echoed in the in that instant. He witnessed the flora and fauna within a 10 zhang radius wilt at once. The once lush green leaves turning a sickly yellow. This phenomenon rapidly spread at a rate of 3 zhang per second. Just as Luo Yuding crouched down to investigate this bizarre occurrence, a faint scent of osmanthus wafted past his nose. How can there still be osmanthus fragrance at this time of year? He pondered, instinctively inhaling deeply in a flash. His face transformed from black to red, then white, green, and finally to black again, as his eyes widened in disbelief. The poor old man trembled and swayed before collapsing to the ground, losing consciousness. At that moment, a nearby group of birds, taking refuge among the branches, reacted as if they had encountered a cataclysmic event. They flapped their wings in panic, screeching and scattering in disarray. The scene was utter chaos. Before they could ascend high, they plummeted back to the ground like dumplings. The forest's inhabitants, too, fled in terror, ignoring the delectable treats they usually yearned for, now frantically escaping the threat. It wasn't until they had run far away that they collapsed on the ground. Panting heavily, their eyes betraying their fear, a small rabbit, still shaken, crouched next to a tiger, gasping for breath as it asked, "Hey, what just happened? That scared me to death. Who the heck let one rip? Are we even safe anymore?" The tiger, blinking in confusion, replied, "How should I know? I was just lounging comfortably. It came out of nowhere. No warning at all. I didn't even have time to look back." Having let out a fart, Lin Tianxin felt an incredible sense of ease wash over her, an indescribable comfort that made her moan in delight. Slowly opening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself brimming with boundless energy. Every movement feeling effortless. With a light leap, she soared over a meter high, excitement bubbling within her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized that dusk had fallen, prompting her to wonder, did I really sit here all afternoon? No wonder the master often says time passes differently in the mountains. Oh, where's the master? Turning around, Lin Tianxin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter upon seeing Luo Yuding sprawled on the ground. His head buried in the dirt, rear end elevated, fingers interlaced behind his head. Hearing her laughter, Luo Yuding cautiously lifted his head, taking a cautious breath, and upon confirming the absence of that horrid scent, he sprang to his feet and began to chastise Lin Tianxin, exclaiming, "You little rascal! Why didn't you say you were about to fart? Do you have any idea that your flatulence knocked me out cold? Look at these flowers and plants beside you. Did they offend you? You wiped them all out with that one release. Moreover, those small creatures, you have not provoked them in your daily life, have you? All of them have either met their demise, fled in terror, or been left in a pitiful state by your flatulence." Lin Tianxin was rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Is it truly such a grave matter just because I let out a fart? Upon witnessing the formerly lush forest, he was utterly astonished. Master, what exactly is going on here? Is this truly the result of my singular flatulence? Lin Tianxin felt somewhat at a loss. If his fart possessed such formidable power, why bother with martial arts? He could simply eliminate anyone he disliked with a single blast, convenient and swift, not to mention a hassle-free approach. No matter how skilled you are, or how formidable your prowess may be. Should you provoke me, I could easily dispatch you with a fart. No negotiations, and if you faint, then we shall discuss matters afterward. What? You think covering your nose will save you? I shall still unleash my wrath upon you. If you're bold enough, endure a few more of my farts." Ignoring Lin Tianxin, Luo Yuding inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air with a look of pure enjoyment. After calming his explosive temper, he begrudgingly explained, "If it wasn't your flatulence, then whose could it be? Even a master like me did not have time to defend before I fainted. Bah, even if I had defended, I would likely have succumbed. Just consider it. I can hardly bear it. How could these flowers and grasses not perish from your actions? Could you not have given a warning beforehand? I am truly at a loss for words. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Tianxin while spitting forth a torrent of indignation, splattering the small fellow with his saliva. Chapter 28. Cleansing the meridians and marrow. Wiping the saliva from his face, Lin Tianxin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Tio himself, he mused. Was it truly such a dramatic affair just because I released a fart? However, the potency of my flatulence is indeed remarkable. Look at these trees, behold the state of the grass, it's utterly tragic. Suddenly, he recalled that Luo Yuding had also been knocked out by his fart. Lin Tianxin puffed out his cheeks and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Pounding the ground with his fists in sheer glee, he simply could not contain himself. He had knocked someone out with a fart. What a bizarre phenomenon. What an extraordinary talent. Thus, Lin Tianxin lost all restraint. If he tried to suppress it any longer, he might well injure himself. Observing the little fellow in such hysterics, Luo Yuding was left dumbfounded. Clutching his sparse beard, he circled around Lin Tianxin. Upon closer inspection, Luo Yuding discerned a change in the boy. Wait a moment. This little one seems different from before. Has he transformed in some way? What could this possibly mean? As he pondered, Luo Yuding's hand trembled, momentarily forgetting the pain from tugging at his beard, and exclaimed, "Could it be the cleansing of meridians and marrow? No, no, no. How could this be? I only underwent such a transformation during my breakthrough when I faced the heavenly tribulation. How long has he even been cultivating? How much primordial energy does he possess? How could he possibly cleanse his meridians and marrow? What a ridiculous notion. But if it is only the cleansing of meridians and marrow, then what could it be? And what, pray tell, was that fart all about?" As he continued to ponder, Luo Yuding found himself kneeling in disbelief. "Oh heavens, oh earth, what a blow to my psyche!" The old man was thoroughly conflicted, truly conflicted. Gazing at Lin Tianxin, he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment with no outlet for its release. He reflected on the struggles he endured to achieve his current status, while this young lad. What skills did he possess beyond cunning and trickery? Why could he cultivate primordial energy with merely a fragmented medicinal text? Why did he succeed in absorbing energy upon his initial contact with our sect's techniques? Why was he able to cleanse his meridians and marrow from the very beginning? Why did the Chui Xian Bao willingly acknowledge him as its master? Why? Why? Having halted his laughter, Lin Tianxin gazed at Luo Yuding in astonishment. And upon hearing the master muttering to himself, he asked in bewilderment, "Master, what does cleansing the meridians and marrow entail?" The so-called cleansing of meridians and marrow refers to the purging of impurities from one's body. Though it was quite a vexing matter, the disciple's inquiry warranted an explanation, did it not? Seeing Lin Tianxin still wearing a puzzled expression, Luo Yuding continued to elucidate. Since birth, humans consume grains and inhale the turbid air of the world, gradually transforming from a congenital body into an acquired one. As a result, both the meridians and the organs become filled with impurities. Ordinarily, this would not pose a significant issue, but certain martial arts masters have discovered that these impurities severely hinder one's development in martial arts and can even affect longevity. Moreover, it is impossible to completely eliminate these impurities. Why is that? Can't you, master? Lin Tianxin tilted his head with curiosity. If only I could remove them entirely. Luo Yuding sighed ruefully and continued. Because as we absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, we are constantly improving our physical constitution, yet we still need to eat, drink, and breathe, right? Once we consume food or air, new impurities will inevitably enter the body. This creates a never-ending cycle, an unavoidable predicament. Thus, the predecessors sought ways to enhance their cultivation more effectively and swiftly. They discovered that certain medicinal substances could purify impurities, albeit temporarily, which is still better than nothing. However, such substances are rare and cannot be easily obtained. Only the most distinguished disciples of powerful sects would be granted access to them. Later, they found that absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth could also cleanse the impurities within the body, akin to what you just experienced. However, this method presents a new challenge. It is even more elusive than seeking those miraculous drugs. Without a significant opportunity, how could one encounter it? It can be said to be a rare occurrence, happening perhaps once in a century. Eventually, a senior master discovered during a breakthrough that the heavenly tribulation could cleanse the impurities within the body, thus alleviating this dilemma. This remains the only method for us descendants to purge our impurities. Of course, instances like yours are not uncommon, but they typically occur in exceptionally gifted individuals favored by the heavens. As for those of us burdened by fate, we must endure the heavenly tribulation and stand firm against its onslaught. But why, then, did I release such a foul-smelling fart? Even you, master, succumbed to it. The little fellow suddenly pondered this question, his face a picture of mischief, casting a bemused glance at Lin Tianxin, as if still haunted by the terrifying fart. Luo Yuding wiped his nose and muttered, "After cleansing the meridians and marrow, the impurities within the body must be expelled in some manner, right? Especially for those who have absorbed spirit energy, or for those who have used medicinal substances to cleanse the impurities. Such phenomena are typically observed. For example, some individuals may experience prolonged digestive distress. Others expel impurities through their skin, and then there are those like you, who, possessing few impurities, simply release a fart to resolve the matter. Those who undergo cleansing through heavenly tribulation do not experience such symptoms, as their impurities have long since vanished without a trace during the process. Moreover, do you not feel remarkably light right now, as if you could soar into the skies? And do you not feel an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through your body?" Before Lin Tianxin could respond, Luo Yuding continued, "This is the benefit of having cleansed your meridians and marrow. Furthermore, in the time to come, your cultivation will be as effortless as a fish in water. Master, does this mean I will always be this way, free of impurities within my body?" Feeling an indescribable sense of ease throughout his being, Lin Tianxin asked with a look of delight, "Nonsense. Do you think that cleansing the meridians and marrow just once will permanently transform you into a congenital body? That your martial path will be smooth sailing from then on? Such a notion is utterly absurd, unless you intend to refrain from eating, drinking, and even breathing for the rest of your days. Only then could you maintain a congenital body indefinitely. However, I suspect you would perish long before that." Rolling his eyes, Luo Yuding explained with a hint of exasperation. He then added, "If you wish to truly possess a permanent congenital constitution, you must reach the level of a revered master. Only a revered master can subsist without food, drink, or even breath. They rely solely on the absorption of heavenly spirit energy to sustain their bodies. Even revered masters, however, will produce impurities if they consume food or air. In truth, it is not entirely impossible to maintain a congenital body for an extended period." At this point, Luo Yuding stroked his beard with a mischievous grin. What method is that?" Observing the old man's lecherous expression, Lin Tianxin felt a shiver run down his spine and stammered his inquiry. "That is to become a deity." Luo Yuding's tone suddenly turned solemn, articulating each word with gravity. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. With that lecherous grin on your face, I thought it was something nefarious." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Tianxin exhaled in relief, feeling exasperated at the old man's absurd jest. "Well then, let us return for dinner. The hour grows late." Unfazed by the little fellow's retort, Luo Yuding walked away, hands clasped behind his back, humming to himself as he descended the mountain. However, Lin Tianxin, far from feeling hungry, was brimming with energy. Casting a mischievous glance at the nearby tree, he thought to himself, "Heh, after an afternoon of cultivation, let us see how well you can assess my progress. After all, you're already dead, so you won't feel a thing." With this thought in mind, he took several steps back and, with a mighty roar, charged toward the tree. With a resounding crash, followed by a yelp of pain, Lin Tianxin, sprawled on the ground in a star shape, prompted Luo Yuding, who had been walking some distance away, to rush back in alarm. Upon seeing the scene before him, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Have you lost your mind? Did you really just run into a tree? Humph. What is so funny?" Never before had one witnessed a person colliding with a tree. Embarrassed by the laughter that ensued, Lin Tianxin grimaced at the old man Luo, one hand rubbing his rear while the other massaged his forehead as he rose to his feet. In his heart, he seethed with indignation, exclaiming internally, "Imph! How could my speed increase so dramatically all of a sudden?" It caught me off guard. Resolute, he decided to try again. Amidst Luo Yuding's smug grin, Lin Tianxin retreated a good 10 steps. With a sharp exhale, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, swift as lightning, with the force of a striking rainbow, and as agile as a leaping hare. Yet, to his utter dismay, he missed the target entirely. His furious shout mingled with the old man's gleeful laughter, echoing across the hillside. It turned out that Lin Tianxin, fearing another collision with a tree, had deliberately thrown his punch prematurely, only to miss his intended mark. This was intolerable for someone who had always proclaimed himself a genius, especially with a spectator nearby. The mocking words, "Just go home, wash up, and get some rest. You can't even hit such a large target," rang in his ears, further fueling his anger. "Humph! I refuse to believe I can't strike this wretched tree," he muttered through gritted teeth, retreating once more. With a slight bend at the waist, he fixed his gaze on the great tree ahead. Suddenly, a fierce roar reverberated through the forest. Lin Tianxin's hunched form appeared to transcend time and space, materializing just 2 paces from the tree. His fist was drawn back, eyes blazing like copper bells. And with a swift motion, he unleashed his punch. The tree swayed slightly before everything returned to tranquility. A mournful howl echoed through the sky, sending nearby birds scattering in terror. Kneeling, Lin Tianxin pressed his forehead against the ground, gripping his wrist with his left hand while emitting strange sounds of distress. Observing the scene, Luo Yuding did not offer assistance. Instead, he doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, little brat. You thought you were invincible after just one afternoon of training? Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew. Ha ha. Is this what they call an ant attempting to shake a tree? Purely self-inflicted misery." His relentless teasing left Lin Tianxin feeling utterly humiliated. Prompting an enraged shout, "You old fool! What's so funny? Hurry and get me some medicine. I'm in agony." Chapter 2. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The passage of time had left no marks on this secluded valley. Instead, it thrived with vitality. The slightly scorching sunlight of early summer filtered through the lush branches, casting tiny specks of light upon the young man seated cross-legged in the forest. These glimmers flickered in and out of view with the gentle sway of the branches, mingling with the soft golden glow emanating from the youth himself. In the hazy ambience, everything appeared almost surreal. The young man, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, possessed fair skin and handsome features. With long, jet-black hair carelessly tied at the back, below his prominent nose, his slightly thin lips were pursed, hinting at a trace of mischief. Gradually, a faint smile graced his lips, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing 2 beams of golden light that flashed as if substantial. Rising to his feet, he casually twisted his neck, relishing the delightful sound of cracking joints. With a deep breath, he stretched his arms skyward, letting out a melodious cry that resonated throughout the valley. As the morning birds took flight in alarm, the young man soared upwards, seemingly weightless, lightly touching the treetops as he darted towards the valley before vanishing in an instant, leaving the branches swaying gently in his wake. Casting a furtive glance at the still sleeping Luo Yuding, he chuckled quietly and crept toward the alchemy room. With practiced ease, he pushed the door open and deftly retrieved a small porcelain vial from the shelf of elixirs. After a cursory glance, he poured a single pellet into his mouth, savoring the familiar taste. Delicious as ever. "I must have another," he thought. Peering cautiously at the door, he took another pellet and popped it into his mouth, closing his eyes in enjoyment as he relished the extraordinary sensations the elixir provided. Suddenly, he jerked his eyes open, and his once handsome face flushed a deep crimson. His nose let out a loud snort as streams of visible heat erupted from it. With a pained groan, he dashed towards the door. With a resounding thud, he fell headfirst into the well, strange bubbling sounds emanating from within. An unsuspecting bystander might have thought the place was haunted. After a brief interval, the disheveled young man emerged from the well, waterlogged and gasping, his belly swollen to the size of a watermelon as he leaned against a nearby tree trunk. After a few moments of heavy breathing, he cursed vehemently. "That wretched old man is utterly despicable. He actually stuffed pepper powder into a vial to resemble an elixir. What kind of infernal pepper was that? It's so spicy. Well, when did you get yourself a potbelly?" "A few months now?" A lewd voice, laced with mockery, suddenly chimed from behind him. The young man did not turn around, responding gruffly, "What business is it of yours?" "It's not your problem." Then, as if struck by inspiration, he turned his head to inquire, "Old Air, weren't you just caught on Qingtian Peak getting some sun yesterday? How did you make it down here so quickly?" "Tick, that old man is clueless about switching up his methods. It is the same old routine. I had secretly tied a rope up there. The moment he tossed me up, I slipped right back down." The youth known as Old Air leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "By the way, what s with that bulging belly of yours? It's bigger than the neighbor's pregnant woman." "Ha ha, are you really expecting? Who's the father? Introduce him to me." "Ugh, Old Air, don't even bring it up. It's humiliating. That rotten old man is so cunning, turning pepper powder into an elixir." "Ha ha, have you lost your mind? You can't even tell the difference between pepper and an elixir? Looks like you need more lessons." Old Air guffawed, clutching his belly in laughter as he continued to tease the young man. "Enough, you insolent brat. Have you laughed enough? What is so amusing?" Lin Tianxin was already in a foul mood after mistaking the pepper powder for an elixir. And now he had to endure further ridicule, igniting his fury. "You little rascal. I warn you, call me Old Air again, and we're not done here." The youth known as Old Air initially shrugged off the comments. However, upon being called Dead Old Air, he took offense, rolling up his sleeves and placing his hands on his hips, ready to retaliate. Old Air, I'll call you that as much as I please. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Tianxin was equally defiant, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he saw his opponent's irritation. "Humph, I want to fight you. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Besides, why not have your little Chui come out and assist you?" Old Air regarded Lin Tianxin with disdain, crossing his arms in a posture of superiority, as if to say he was a cultured individual above petty squabbles. Without needing further elaboration, it was clear that this handsome young man was Lin Tianxin, while the youth referred to as Old Air was his second senior brother. "Zhongling, why don't you try it without the medicine?" Lin Tianxin replied defiantly, though he felt a twinge of apprehension within. "Try it? Very well. Take this." Without waiting for Lin Tianxin to react, Zhongling flicked his finger, sending a faint stream of energy hurtling toward him like a flash of lightning. With a sinister grin, Zhongling felt quite pleased with his sudden assault. Knowing he was no longer a match for his little junior brother, he resorted to a sneak attack, a tactic he favored. "You said you wouldn't use medicine?" "Ha ha." Seeing Zhongling's lack of integrity, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of exhilaration. With a light slap to his belly, a jet of water erupted from his mouth, perfectly neutralizing Zhongling's strike. "Ha ha, Old Air, that trick hasn't he worked on me for 3 years?" As he spoke, Lin Tianxin felt a sudden tightness in his chest. "Is that so? Well, let me tell you. Big Brother snuck a peek at Xiaohong bathing by the village head last night. TSK, what a figure. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Zhongling's face was a mix of mischief and longing, and as he noticed Lin Tianxin's cheeks reddening, he finally burst into laughter, feeling good. "Huh. This is my latest concoction, bald chicken powder. Compared to the traditional stuff, mine is tasteless, odorless, and takes effect quickly, effective for both men and women. Did you think that the water arrow you shot just now was the real medicine? In fact, it was already in play the moment I appeared. Saying we were competing was merely to accelerate the effects of the medicine." Zhongling's smugness only deepened as he teased Lin Tianxin further. "Old San, just enjoy it. Indeed, I almost forgot that this place seems devoid of any romantic establishments. However, there are certainly a plethora of sows and bitches on the mountain. I shall not intrude upon your delightful endeavors." With that, he turned and hastily attempted to make his escape, as if pursued by some venomous beast. "You scoundrel! Hand over the antidote," with a thunderous shout. Zhongling felt a sharp kick to his rear, propelling him forward uncontrollably before he collapsed onto the ground. Just as he intended to rise, Lin Tianxin sat squarely upon his back, prompting a silent lament from Zhongling. With reddened eyes and labored breath, Lin Tianxin pressed his knees firmly against Zhongling, reaching into his bosom with fervent urgency. This prompted Zhongling to scream in a piercing voice, "What the hell? You pervert, what do you intend to do? I am a male. Quickly hand over the antidote. Otherwise, I shall deal with you today." With bloodshot eyes, Lin Tianxin, after a fruitless search, growled viciously, "Release me first." and I shall give you the antidote." Feeling utterly helpless, Zhong Ling had no choice but to relent, only to feel another tight grip from behind. "First, give me the antidote, and then I will release you. Do not attempt to deceive me." Lin Tianxin pressed down on Zhong Ling, panting heavily. "How can I retrieve the antidote if you do not let me go? Please, release me." As the warmth of Lin Tianxin's breath cascaded over his neck, Zhong Ling's panic escalated, and he cried out, "Master, save me! My junior brother is attempting to violate me." Before his words could fully escape, Zhong Ling felt a sudden lightness on his back, and he scrambled to his feet. Turning to see Lin Tianxin grinning at him, utterly devoid of any symptoms of poisoning. "Lin Tianxin, you rascal, dare you mock me?" Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Ling was momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by an eruption of fury. Internally, he sighed in relief. "Thank goodness I am not truly poisoned. Otherwise, it would have been the end of me." As he pondered this, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, Zhong Ling felt a tingling in his nose, and as a pharmacist, he instantly became alert. Gradually, he began to circulate his internal energy to ascertain the situation. Yet, he only sensed an increasing warmth enveloping him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, as he asked, "Junior brother, so you also study such delightful concoctions? However, it seems the efficacy is quite similar to my bald chicken powder." Realizing that his junior brother had been perceptive enough to see through his ploy, Zhong Ling lamented, "I had no idea you were so cunning from the start, and I exerted myself so passionately in this act." His thoughts spiraled further, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. With a sudden realization, Zhong Ling approached Lin Tianxin, his face flushed redder than a ripe tomato, and stammered, "Junior brother, please return my belongings. One to you. I shall take you to buy some sweets. How many would you like?" "I'll buy as many as you desire." Lin Tianxin stared in disbelief, exclaiming internally that this fellow must have lost his mind. After all, was he not too old for such childish treats? After a moment of contemplation, just as Zhong Ling could no longer contain himself, Lin Tianxin decisively replied, "Deal. I want maltose, and osmanthus cake." And, with a sly grin, Zhong Ling thought, "You believe you can outwit me? Do you? Humph. You are but a child I have raised. How could I not know your preferences? First, I shall procure the fake antidote, and then I will deal with you." He mused, "I have not enjoyed such treats in ages. Perhaps I should indulge myself after this matter is settled." Lost in thought, a droplet of saliva inadvertently trickled down his chin. Suddenly, regaining his senses, Zhong Ling noticed Lin Tianxin still deep in thought, counting on his fingers how many sweets he desired. This incited a smirk from Zhong Ling as he reached for the porcelain vial in Lin Tianxin's grasp, but unexpectedly, Lin Tianxin swiftly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, I just remembered. I also want coconut candy." Zhong Ling, on the brink of tears, gazed at the vial now held aloft, his heart heavy with despair. "Just a little more. Why must you raise your hand like that? It is merely a few pieces of candy. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? I can barely hold on." In his mind, he screamed, while his gaze remained fixated on Lin Tianxin's vial, his breath coming in hot waves, causing Lin Tianxin to shudder with trepidation. Suddenly, as Lin Tianxin's arm fell again, Zhong Ling seized the opportunity, lunging forward like a tiger descending a mountain, unaware of the fleeting smirk on Lin Tianxin's lips. "Almost there, just a little further." Zhong Ling's inner voice clamored, his eyes fixated on the vial. Lin Tianxin, wearing a mischievous grin, sidestepped Zhong Ling's attack, swiftly delivering a sharp kick to his backside. With a resounding thud, Zhong Ling tumbled to the ground, rising unsteadily, glaring fiercely at Lin Tianxin, and bellowed, "You beast! How dare you trick me?" Lin Tianxin, unimpressed, cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Ling, shaking his head. "Your reaction is truly sluggish. Only now do you realize I am toying with you?" It was clear to Lin Tianxin that he did not wish to engage further, lest he catch something unpleasant. After glaring at Lin Tianxin for a prolonged moment, Zhong Ling ultimately relented, hoarsely demanding, "What must I do to retrieve the antidote? Speak up. I can hardly endure any longer." Seeing Zhong Ling capitulate, Lin Tianxin chuckled triumphantly, flipping his hair nonchalantly and feigning embarrassment, softly stated, "It's quite simple, really. Just provide me with 10 or 8 pounds of that concoction you just used." What was it called? Bald chicken powder? Then I shall return the antidote to you. With an innocent smile, he presented himself as if he were the aggrieved party, while Zhong Ling stared at him in stunned silence. He thought, could it be that my demands were too modest? No, that is not right given his nature. If he could concoct a pound, he would certainly want more. What? 10 or 8 pounds? Do you think this is cabbage? Zhong Ling erupted with rage. How can you even suggest such a thing? Suddenly, in a frenzy, Zhong Ling began to pace anxiously, pulling at his hair and barking out curses, only to fall silent, as if struck by a sudden realization. If you are unwilling to part with it, then so be it. Who needs it anyway? I doubt you even care for the contents of this little vial, do you? Lin Tianxin, appearing quite relaxed, uncorked the vial and tilted it over a nearby well, as if to suggest that without compliance, he would pour the antidote away. Seeing this, Zhong Ling nearly burst into tears, desperately tugging at his hair and growling. I truly do not have 10 or 8 pounds. I have barely concocted 3 ounces. Do you think it is so simple to create? Truly not? Truly not. Then what if I pour it out? Junior brother, have mercy. Shall we not write an IOU? Not possible. You are unreliable, Lin Tianxin. I shall not forget this. Zhong Ling's anguished roar echoed throughout the valley. This. Zhong Ling felt utterly despondent, realizing that his initial intention had been to toy with Lin Tianxin, only to find himself ensnared instead. Not only had he lost his latest creation, but he was also now at the mercy of the old man, Luo. Meanwhile, Lin Tianxin, having unfastened Zhong Ling's belt, dashed away towards the back mountain without a backward glance. He moved effortlessly over the terrain, leaping from treetop to boulder. Moments later, he arrived at a secluded pond, halting his pace. With a furtive glance around, Lin Tianxin approached a massive rock, reaching beneath it and feeling around until he grasped something. Pulling out a gray bundle from beneath the stone, with a casual swipe, he brushed away the dust and dirt from the surface, and with a few deft movements, he opened the package. Inside, an array of various items filled with no less than dozens of porcelain vials came into view. Heh, old heir would never have imagined that I would hide all his treasures here, right? Even if you rummage through my storage ring, it would be of no use. Amidst his murmurs, Lin Tianxin retrieved a piece of cloth from the storage ring, dampened it in the tan water, and covered his mouth and nose. He then carefully extracted a small knife and peeled open the belt that originally belonged to Zhong Ling, gently pouring the pale powder concealed within the belt into the porcelain vials he had prepared earlier. After meticulously ensuring everything was in order, Lin Tianxin hastily stuffed all the vials back into the storage ring. Standing up, he stretched lazily, glanced around, and muttered to himself. Old Luo said that as long as I reach the master level, I can go out to train. This young master is exceptionally gifted. I reached the master level 6 months ago. If it weren't for little Cui Cui insisting that I should hone my skills, I would have left long ago. As for now, little Cui Cui has also been persuaded by me, and her cultivation has progressed to the point where even old Luo has no objections. Heh. Self-preservation should be no problem. If I encounter a formidable opponent and truly cannot win, the treasures I acquired from old heir are not to be underestimated. Hee. As he spoke, he couldn't help but caress the storage ring on his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up, a glimmering thread slipping unnoticed from his lips. After a while, snapping back from his endless musings, Lin Tianxin brushed aside his bangs and shook his hair. He shouted to the heavens, "Heroes of the world! This young master has arrived." Hee. Of course, there are also the beauties of the world, Lin Tianxin silently added in his heart, wearing a lewd grin that could rival even Zhong Ling's. Chapter 31. The loquacious old man. The next dawn, having packed his belongings, Lin Tianxin arrived early at Luo Yuding's door. As if sensing something, before Lin Tianxin even knocked, the door creaked open. Standing at the entrance was Luo Yuding, who glanced at the somewhat hesitant Lin Tianxin with a calm expression. "Come with me," he said lightly, turning to walk towards the alchemy room. With a swift motion, Luo Yuding pressed Lin Tianxin down onto a chair and proceeded to the alchemy shelf, pulling out drawer after drawer. "Master, what are you doing?" Lin Tianxin asked, filled with curiosity. Without turning back, Luo Yuding spoke softly. "I know you are here to bid farewell today, and I shall not keep you. With your current cultivation level, coupled with the Cui Xian Bao, as long as you do not encounter a supermaster, you should be fine." However, human hearts are treacherous, and there are many in this world who do not necessarily rely on brute force to achieve victory. There is nothing of great value here, but I can only concoct some healing and life-preserving elixirs for you. The warmth filled Lin Tianxin's heart. Although this old man was often stingy and lacked proper decorum, even devising peculiar methods to manage him, he could still deeply feel the old man's goodwill towards him. Remembering how he had often targeted this old man over the years, even resorting to harsh words, Lin Tianxin couldn't help but blush. Tianxin. Luo Yuding's call snapped Lin Tianxin back to reality, and he listened attentively to his master's teachings. However, the next sentence from old Luo almost sent Lin Tianxin into a rage. At a loss for words, he found himself completely disliking this old man. In fact, with your aptitude, you should at least be at the Grand Master level by now. With a meaningful smile, Luo Yuding observed Lin Tianxin's bewildered expression. Feeling quite pleased, do you know why you are only at the master level now? Rolling his eyes, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of frustration towards this old man. He thought, if I had known, would I have been so moved earlier? Good grief. Is this even a question? It must be the doing of this old man. Ignoring Lin Tianxin's eye rolls, Luo Yuding maintained a serious expression. I know you must be secretly cursing me in your heart, but my actions were a necessity. You must understand, your aptitude is extraordinarily remarkable. The pure yang body is a talent that appears once in a million, and in the current Xinyuan continent, you may be the only one. Do you know what this means? Before Lin Tianxin could respond, Luo Yuding cleared his throat. This means you could be the fastest cultivator in the entire Xinyuan continent. Even that scoundrel Zhang Ku, who was once hailed as the #1 genius 4,000 years ago, cannot compare to you. But times have changed. You no longer have the protection of a top-tier powerful sect, nor the guidance of a peerless expert. And you lack the absolute means to ensure your own safety. Thus, in this continent, if your extraordinary aptitude is discovered by those with ulterior motives, you will face two outcomes. One is to become someone else's lackey, a puppet. The second is to be directly extinguished in the cradle. The 7 major sects and the 4 great families will never allow another Dan Tai sect to emerge in this world. And even that scoundrel Zhang Ku will not let you grow smoothly. What? Zhang Ku is still alive. Isn't he over 4,000 years old now? Lin Tianxin was utterly shocked. Living for 4,000 years? What kind of concept is that? Lin Tianxin didn't dare to contemplate. What's so surprising about that? The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. There are even ancient monsters in this world that have lived for tens of thousands of years. Rolling his eyes at Lin Tianxin, Luo Yuding explained without a hint of awareness that he himself was an ancient monster who had lived for 1,000 years. After a pause, he continued from earlier. For your safety, I had no choice but to place a restriction within your body, greatly limiting your cultivation speed. However, what astonished me is that you have still managed to reach the master level so quickly despite the restriction. You surpassed my expectations by at least 5 years, I must say. The pure yang body is indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. Do you know your senior brother is at the martial saint level? In the mundane world, he is quite a formidable figure. But don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He is actually not much younger than your grandfather. As for Zhongling, although his aptitude is excellent, he has no enthusiasm for cultivation. His current level is entirely due to the effects of elixirs. Moreover, I estimate he will not progress any further in this lifetime. After all, elixirs are not omnipotent. As the saying goes, medicines have their poison. If he does not work hard in his cultivation, he may even find it difficult to preserve his own life. I tell you all this not to ridicule you intentionally. I simply wish to inform you that once you go out, you must not be too ostentatious, nor should you speak of your pure yang body to anyone. The outside world is truly complex. Even with my current cultivation, one misstep could lead me into someone else's trap. Always think twice before acting, and do not act recklessly. Afterward, reflect on your actions and consider if there was anything you did wrong. Also, in whatever you do, as long as you desire it, pursue it relentlessly. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of the world. Just seek to be guilt-free in your heart. This is the guiding principle of our Dan Tai sect. Lastly, you must remember, never disclose your identity as a Dan Tai sect disciple. Otherwise, it will not only bring calamity upon yourself, your family, and your nation, but it may even lead to the destruction of our sect. At this point, Luo Yuding was unusually solemn. Nodding seriously, Lin Tianxin accepted the package handed to him by the old man, carefully placing it into his storage ring. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. The earlier displeasure had vanished with the old man's heartfelt words, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude and a hint of reluctance. With a faint smile, Luo Yuding stepped forward to straighten Lin Tianxin's clothing, gently patting his proud disciple's shoulder before turning to leave. Throughout, he had not uttered another word. A subtle melancholy filled the room, evoking a bittersweet longing that made one feel like shedding tears. After a while, having slightly regained his composure, Lin Tianxin stepped out of the courtyard, the very place where he had lived for 11 years. He turned back to gaze at the small mountain courtyard, momentarily lost in thought as he recalled the scenes of his master chasing him around with a broom, his senior brother meticulously polishing his treasured knife, only to have Lin Tianxin spit on it, inciting his brother's fury, and Zhong Ling smugly showcasing his newly developed treasures before being outdone by Lin Tianxin's various peculiar tricks. In that instant, Lin Tianxin found himself entranced. He gazed earnestly at the little courtyard, as if trying to imprint every corner into his memory. Gradually, a gentle smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianxin shouted, "This young master will return?" He. Suddenly turning around, he found his senior brother Li Pan and second senior brother Zhong Ling looking at him with mixed expressions. Remembering his earlier outburst, Lin Tianxin felt his handsome face flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, as if to mask his awkwardness, he asked, "What brings you two here?" You're going out to play and didn't even give this young master a heads up, leaving me completely unprepared. When you return, bring back some things for me. It won't be much, I know your family is wealthy. I trust you won't be stingy, right? Consider it compensation for all the treasures you've stolen from me." Zhong Ling wore a lewd grin on his face as he handed Lin Tianxin a note. Glancing briefly at the paper, Lin Tianxin was astonished to find a lengthy list of no fewer than dozens of medicinal herbs. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Why don't you go rob someone instead? You claim this isn't a lot? 100 ginseng roots that are 3,000 years old, 200 pounds of cordyceps, and what is this? You really think my family runs a herbal shop? Or are we in the business of manufacturing money? How can you even say this isn't too much? Fine, I won't dwell on that. But what is this nonsense about bringing back 2 wives? With your physique, can you even handle that? You have such high standards, wanting them to be strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, curvaceous. What kind of taste is that?" Lin Tianxin was on the verge of a breakdown. Was this not a torment to his tender psyche? Moreover, how could one simply bring back wives? Rolling his eyes, Lin Tianxin tossed the note back at Zhong Ling's face, crossing his arms and turning his head aside. Muttering, "I'm broke. I can't bring you what you want." "Ah, come on. Just do me a solid and help your brother out. I can do without the herbs. I just want a wife. You know that I need to personally test these treasures I'm researching. But I can't soak in cold water after every trial, can I? That would be deadly." Zhong Ling's face was plastered with a fawning, lewd smile. Noticing that Lin Tianxin was ignoring him, he leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If it comes to it, I can always send you some treasures, don't worry. This is the latest masterpiece of mine. It's called the Earth-Shattering, Majestic Wind Returns My Beautiful Little Fly. How about that?" He winked at Lin Tianxin with a sly expression. "Absolutely not. I can't carry that many herbs, and wives are out of the question." With disgust, Lin Tianxin shoved Zhong Ling aside, resolutely refusing. Suddenly, he stepped forward, softly inquiring, "That little fly of yours sounds quite impressive. How much can you give me? Whatever you offer, I'll bring in that much in herbs. But really, I can't bring back wives. They would kill me. If you think this is a fair deal, then let us strike a bargain. How about it?" "Well, okay then." After a moment of hesitation, Zhong Ling seemed to realize that bringing back wives truly wasn't feasible. So he relented. He then sidled up to Lin Tianxin with a lecherous grin, exclaiming, "I knew you would be tempted. Here, you deal with it. But be warned, the effects of this are potent. Just a slight inhalation will turn any virtuous maiden into a temptress. For men, a mere whiff guarantees 3 days and nights of intense vigor, and you won't even blush or feel weary." With that, he slyly slipped a small white jade bottle into Lin Tianxin's hand. Chuckling to himself, he cast a glance at the silently observing Li Pan, pretended to cough a few times, and maintained an air of nonchalance. seeing Lin Tianxin nod as he stowed the white jade bottle into his storage ring. Zhong Ling nodded in satisfaction, patting Lin Tianxin on the shoulder before turning to leave, occasionally bursting into fits of lewd laughter. Chapter 32. Can this fellow truly be a spy? As Zhong Ling ambled away, Li Pan scratched his head, tilting it as if contemplating his words. Finally, when Lin Tianxin began to show signs of impatience, Li Pan blurted out 4 words. "Junior brother, take care," and with that, he turned and departed with great flair. Lin Tianxin, having bid farewell to his master and senior brother, Lin Tianxin sped down the winding paths of the forest. He recalled the jubilant villagers celebrating his departure when he had just left the valley. With songs, dances, firecrackers, and drums resounding in the air, and felt a surge of indignation. Humph! They think highly of me, handsome and dashing, a radiant figure admired by all, flowers blooming in my presence. 2,000 words omitted here. Humph! Did they really think I wouldn't return? How dare they treat me this way? It was merely a matter of peeking at old Li's daughter bathing, taking advantage of Zhang Laotu's granddaughter's moment of distraction to slip a love potion into her cup. I didn't genuinely have feelings for her. I just wanted to test the efficacy of the potion on women. What is so remarkable about that? I'm not even bothered to mention it. It is a waste of breath. Humph! If I weren't in such a hurry to return home, I'd definitely distribute some love potions to each of you. After all, I have plenty in stock. As he murmured his grievances along the way, Lin Tianxin felt a considerable lightness in his heart. Despite Lin Tianxin's mastery of the Grandmaster realm not allowing him to soar through the skies like Luo Yuding, his speed on the road was unmatched by any ordinary horse. Throughout the journey, he was too preoccupied to enjoy the scenic beauty or marvel at the picturesque landscapes, focusing solely on reaching his destination. When hunger struck, he would casually hunt some game. When thirst arose, clear mountain springs were abundant. On one particular day, a figure darted through the forest like lightning, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Old Luo brought me here in less than a day. Yet I'm rushing with all my might, and it's taken me 3 days without arrival. Am I lost?" As he spoke, he employed his heavenly eye technique to scout ahead. Suddenly, while speeding forward, Lin Tianxin came to an abrupt halt, lightly floating to the side of a tree, parting the branches to peer ahead. His seamless transition from rush to stillness demonstrated his absolute control and understanding of his abilities. It was the essence of being as still as a maiden and as swift as a hare. Peering through the foliage, he spotted a group of dozens of cloaked figures lurking among the branches and bushes, all masked and exuding a suppressed energy. If it weren't for Lin Tianxin fortuitously employing his sect's secret technique, the heavenly eye, he would have never noticed this group. Cautiously sensing the cultivation levels of the hidden figures, Lin Tianxin, despite his typically thick-skinned nature, couldn't help but gasp in shock. He patted his chest, sighing in relief that he hadn't recklessly charged in. The consequences would have been dire. Who knew what these individuals were lurking for? Could they pose a threat to him? Upon closer inspection, he counted 21 cloaked figures. Aside from one whose cultivation level was unclear, nearly all were Grandmaster-level cultivators. This revelation left Lin Tianxin astounded. It was well known that even in his homeland, the top-tier nation, the Tianxian Empire, aside from the royal family, no family could boast such a number of grandmasters. Even the royal family would struggle to deploy so many elite warriors at once. Moreover, Lin Tianxin had learned from Luo Yuding that even his grandfather, the Grand Marshal of the Empire, was merely a great grandmaster. Yet here were 20 grandmasters all at once, prompting Lin Tianxin to marvel while also remaining vigilant. Observing the black-clad figures, each exuding a long, steady breath and a sinister gaze, it was clear they were not to be compared with someone like him, who had only reached the Grandmaster level 6 months prior. While he was confident that with his Cui Xian Bao, he need not fear any of them, even the one whose cultivation he couldn't discern, he knew that in his current state, he could only draw his Bao twice before exhausting himself. Although his Bao could act independently, one could never be too cautious. With so many opponents, a moment's negligence could spell disaster. Realizing this, Lin Tianxin felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He had always considered himself a peerless genius, having diligently trained for 10 years in the mountains, thinking he had established a foothold in this world. Who would have thought that upon stepping out, he would encounter so many who were more powerful than himself? If it weren't for the sect's secret technique alerting him to these figures and his exceptional agility honed from avoiding his master's scoldings, he might have already been discovered by them. Given the sinister gazes of these individuals, who were stealthily lurking, it was evident they were not righteous people. If he were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly end poorly. He might even lose his life here. Moreover, he noticed the water stains on their garments, indicative of morning dew, yet it was now midday, suggesting they had been hiding here for at least 3 hours. The surroundings showed no signs of disturbance, and the branches and leaves that concealed them had not shifted at all. This indicated that the group was disciplined and well-trained. What kind of people were they? What were they plotting by lurking here? Their attire did not resemble that of the 4 great families or the 7 major sects as described by his master. Lin Tianxin pondered, having never heard of such an unknown secret force in the world. Could this force have been recently established, or was it merely a temporary assembly? That didn't seem right either. A makeshift team couldn't possibly exhibit such discipline. The more he thought, the more perplexed he became. Lin Tianxin was filled with questions, yet he dared not act rashly, so he quietly perched on the tree, patiently waiting as the sun slowly set. The moon with its pointed bow floated at the edge of the sky, gliding serenely across the lake-like night. The chirping of insects filled the air, and the tranquil forest appeared eerily silent. Gazing at the verdant mountains, the deep woods and twilight erased the vibrant colors of the day, leaving only the last remnants of a faint red glow in the sky, beneath which lay the deep, mysterious silhouettes of the mountains. Swallows danced in the air, their wings tracing beautiful arcs as they returned to their nests. Lin Tianxin closed his eyes, quietly resting on the branch, savoring the exquisite tranquility under the moonlight. A strange gurgling sound interrupted Lin Tianxin's reverie as he rubbed his grumbling stomach, which was protesting its emptiness. Lin Tianxin was overwhelmed with frustration. What on earth are these people doing? They haven't moved a muscle all day. Are they not hungry? Do they not need to relieve themselves? Are they even human? I, too, am suffering here. Is this not a torment? Do they expect someone as dashing and graceful as I to perish like this, languishing in a tree? How unfair is the heavens! Talent is wasted on the unworthy. Humph! Never mind, as dusk approaches, I shall make my escape. Let them do as they please. Just as he contemplated slipping down from the tree, he overheard one of the men in black whispering, Zhang Zhishi. Could it be that the intelligence is flawed? Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Were we not informed that they would pass this way by this afternoon at the latest? Could they have taken a detour? My brothers have been lying in wait here, hungry, for 2 days. It is impossible for us to continue waiting indefinitely. This is unacceptable. This route is the only direct path to the capital, unless they are foolish enough to take a longer route by water. They cannot possibly go astray. Even if they did take the waterway, our comrades would be lying in wait there too. Moreover, the cargo they are escorting cannot afford the slightest delay. But the man in black was about to say more when Zhang Zhishi interrupted with a wave of his hand. No more buts. If this mission encounters any mishap, can you bear the consequences? This is a direct order from Chief Shun. Upon hearing Chief Shun's name, the man in black involuntarily shuddered, instantly silenced. For a moment, the forest returned to tranquility. In the darkness, the distant shadows of trees loomed like monstrous beasts silently roaring, accompanied by howls emanating from the woods nearby, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Tianxin's heart stirred. He thought to himself, this appears to be rather intriguing. Since I have nothing better to do, why not stay and observe whom these individuals intend to intercept? Moreover, it seems I cannot leave even if I wanted to, as descending from this tree would surely attract attention. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Tianxin lay quietly on the branch and closed his eyes. Time passed, and suddenly Lin Tianxin felt a gust of wind rush past him. Alert, he opened his eyes, only to feel a numbness in his waist, rendering him motionless. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. Turning his head, he saw a black-clad figure perched on a nearby branch, gazing down at him. It was none other than Zhang Zhishi, whose profound cultivation he had sensed earlier. What should we do with this one? Shall we kill him? One of the men in black suggested, drawing his sword to strike at Lin Tianxin, but was interrupted by Zhang Zhishi's hand gesture. With a soft hum, Zhang Zhishi replied nonchalantly, do not kill him just yet. We must avoid leaving any traces or the scent of blood. That group is quite vigilant. Even the slightest hint might alert them. But what if this lad is their spy? The man in black protested, still unwilling to relent. Humph, this wretch is spy. Are you out of your mind? Have you ever seen a spy snoozing while on a reconnaissance mission? If it weren't for the faint snoring he emitted while asleep, I would not have even noticed him. Before our arrival, I thoroughly inspected this area and found no one, which indicates he must have arrived after we did. Considering his low cultivation, he must have relied on some treasure to approach us undetected. For now, we shall leave him be. Once our mission is complete, we can deal with him properly. He is under the effect of my injuries and finger, and will not be able to move for quite some time. Let us descend. They should not be long in arriving. Zhang Zhishur cast a disdainful glance at Lin Tianxin before leaping down from the branch to resume his ambush. Chuckling softly, the man in black murmured, "Indeed. How could such a fellow possibly be a spy? I wonder how he even managed to sneak here. I shall have to examine him more closely later." With a dismissive snort, he followed Zhang Zhishur down from the branch. Chapter 33. The unexpected savior Lin Tianxin, on the verge of tears, watched the two descend from the branch, filled with regret. He cursed Zhang Zhishur's acute hearing and sharp eyes in his heart. Was it truly necessary to be so vigilant over a mere snore? Did he not ever sleep? How dare he label me a useless waste? You are the waste. Your entire family is a waste? Here I am, arriving in this world with noble ideals to save it, having endured over a decade of arduous training in the mountains. Now having achieved some progress, driven by a lofty commitment to serve the people, I boldly stepped into this mundane world, intending to turn the tide and restore clarity to the skies. Yet, I find myself thwarted at the very outset. I encountered bandits and was captured on the spot. Surely, I must have neglected to consult the almanac today. Now, rendered immobile and voiceless, deprived even of the chance to plead my case, am I truly destined to meet my untimely end? The heavens conspire against the gifted. The more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. I cannot help but glance skyward, nostrils flaring, eyes misty, my face a portrait of sorrow. I in this position, he remained for quite some time. Lin Tianxin felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Are these people below truly devoid of compassion? Do they not see my current plight? Do they not understand the virtue of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young? After all, I am a dashing and graceful young man, yet they ignore my predicament. What a lack of public spirit! Peering down, he noticed a group of men in black quietly huddled among the grass. A gentle breeze stirred, sending leaves swirling away, as if they were eager to distance themselves from this wretch. Ning Miao Miao had been thoroughly exasperated these days, constantly pursued by a group of self-important young masters, making even a simple outing feel like a covert operation. Moreover, she had to disguise herself as a boy and sneak over walls to escape. A few days ago, upon hearing that her family was to escort a shipment to the capital, she was struck by a desire to venture out, having never traveled far in her life. She approached her father to express her wishes, only to be met with a furious outburst from him, as if he had swallowed gunpowder. Not only did he scold her harshly, but he also ordered someone to keep watch over her, forbidding her from accompanying them. Humph! If you won't take me, I shall go on my own. Ever the clever and resourceful Ning Miao Miao, she seized an opportunity while her father was distracted, knocked out the maid assigned to guard her, and, disguised as a boy, stealthily joined the caravan escorting the goods. From the novelty of the first day to the amusement of the second, by the third day, fatigue set in. Having been pampered all her life, Ning Miao Miao was now enduring a grueling experience. Rubbing her sore bottom, she pouted and angrily kicked the large black horse she was riding, which responded with a loud sneeze and a disdainful roll of its eyes. Today marked the 5th day, and Ning Miao Miao was on the brink of a breakdown. Every night, the raucous snores of these foul men kept her awake, and during the day, they were forced to keep moving. She had no time to bathe, and she was starting to smell unbearable. Humph, never mind. Today, I must find a place to wash properly. Stop, the elder Ning suddenly exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Sir, what is it? Is there something wrong? One of the guards asked, alarmed as the others drew their swords and scanned the surroundings. After surveying the dense woods ahead, Elder Ning felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something was about to unfold. Years of experience in the martial world warned him of a potential ambush. Send 2 men ahead to scout. If anything seems amiss, raise the alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures darted off like shooting stars. After a while, the two returned, having found nothing suspicious, and let out a relieved sigh. One of them bowed respectfully to Elder Ning and reported, "Sir, there are no signs of anyone or anything suspicious in the woods ahead." "Very well," Elder Ning replied, though instead of feeling reassured, he grew even more anxious. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced toward the rear of the convoy. He thought to himself, "We have 36 martial artists and 6 masters sent by the higher-ups with us. Surely, we should be safe. But what if that Meow Meow girl is mixed in with the group? If a fight breaks out, swords and blades are blind. She could easily be injured. Sigh, she truly is spoiled. I have indulged her far too much. Well, all we can do is leave it to fate." With a heavy sigh, Elder Ning found himself less concerned for the safety of the cargo. After all, with such strength, where could they not go on the Xian continent? Even conquering an ordinary small city would be a piece of cake. Tell the brothers to stay alert. If anything happens, protect the cart at all costs. This concerns the livelihood of our Ning family. Though he was not particularly worried for the cargo's safety, he reminded himself that it was better to be cautious than to regret. Elder Ning, whose full name was Ning Shang, hailed from a lineage of martial practitioners. He had a penchant for studying traps and secret weapons. After offending a powerful faction, his family nearly faced annihilation. With nowhere else to turn, he sought refuge within the royal court, where he was tasked with developing secret weapons for the crown. At present, he was escorting a shipment of formidable weapons to the capital. The dispatch of 6 master-level warriors for protection indicated the royal family's high regard for this cargo. As the convoy slowly entered the woods, Ning Shang felt his heart racing, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential disturbances. Suddenly, Ning Shang felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, and goosebumps prickled his skin. He noticed an arrow silently flying from the left woods, aimed straight at his forehead. Were it not for years of experience in the martial world, Lord Ning might have met his demise beneath the arrows. He narrowly evaded the deadly projectile, bellowing a warning of ambush as his right hand flicked, sending a dagger of dark gold, no longer than a palm, hurtling towards the direction of the incoming crossbow bolt. With a soft thud, the dagger embedded itself into the trunk of a large tree, quaking the leaves with a rustling sound. This incident bore witness to Lord Ning's formidable prowess. As a cadre of guards swiftly converged around the carriage, a total of 21 figures clad in black emerged within Ning Shang's line of sight. One of the black-clad individuals stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the guards protecting the convoy, their voice resonating like a specter. "Surrender the goods within the carriage. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The voice unmistakably belonged to Zhang Zhishir, the one who had incapacitated Lin Tianxin. Observing the encirclement of black-clad assailants, Ning Shang, who had initially been indifferent, was now filled with despair. This group of assailants was composed entirely of martial artists at the master level, with the leader's cultivation so profound that even Ning Shang could not fathom it. Judging by the aura, this individual was most likely a grandmaster. What a grand scheme! The Empire's marshal, Lin Jinnan, was only of grandmaster caliber, was he not? Casting a hopeless glance at his own team, Ning Shang felt his despair deepen. Although their numbers surpassed those of their adversaries twofold, aside from himself and the 6 master-level guards dispatched from above, the rest were mere martialists. They could hardly serve as a buffer against these foes. Was he truly to heed their demands and relinquish the goods in the carriage? Yet, judging by their demeanor, even if they surrendered the carriage, the assailants might not spare their lives. Furthermore, even if they were not to be troubled, it was likely that the Ning family would not escape the court's retribution. Desperation surged within him. Perhaps by risking it all, a few might escape. He hoped that Meow Meow would find a way to flee. With this thought, Ning Shang forced himself to regain composure, calling out loudly, "Who are you? Do you dare to rob imperial property? Are you not afraid of being executed for your crimes? Step aside, and I shall not pursue your culpability." Though his voice was robust, it bore an unmistakable air of bluster. Humph! Refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. Attack! Upon witnessing the futility of negotiation, Zhang Zhishir wasted no time, gesturing for his subordinates to attack while he positioned himself at the periphery, eyeing Zhang Zhishir's eyes. While this group maintained discipline and order, their cultivation levels fell woefully short in comparison. Subduing these individuals would be a matter of mere minutes. There was no need for him to intervene directly. His only concern was whether they had any external assistance. With Zhang Zhisher's command, the black-clad assailants surged forward. In an instant, the forest was filled with anguished cries, and severed limbs lay scattered about. Ning Miao Miao had never witnessed such a scene. Despite her cultivation being at the pinnacle of a martialist, she felt utterly inadequate in this moment. Overcome with terror, she let out a piercing scream and fled into the woods, only to stumble over a tree root, falling forward in a disoriented tumble. Upon hearing the scream from the enemy's ranks, although Zhang Zhisher was momentarily taken aback, he paid it little heed. Without even glancing, he casually pointed, unleashing a gust of force aimed at Ning Miao Miao. To him, a mere martialist was easily extinguishable and hardly worth his attention. What truly mattered was whether there were any reinforcements or unforeseen surprises. The chilling gust bore down upon Ning Miao Miao. Should it strike her, her demise was inevitable, for how could a lowly martialist withstand an attack from a Grand Master? Even a mere brush would surely leave her gravely injured. With a soft sound reminiscent of a bullet piercing flesh, the recently risen Ning Miao Miao instinctively caught her savior, who had descended from above to intercept the lethal strike. However, she inadvertently tripped again, losing her balance and tumbling into a nearby thicket alongside her rescuer. The masculine presence that enveloped Ning Miao Miao sent her heart racing, her pulse quickening uncontrollably, gazing upon the handsome visage of her savior. In the intimate position they found themselves in, her delicate face flushed a charming shade of pink, even her porcelain neck tinged with a delightful hue, rendering her strikingly beautiful. Chapter 3. The rescue. The man who saved Ning Miao Miao was none other than Lin Tianxin. Previously incapacitated, Lin Tianxin had fortuitously collided with the tree due to Ning Miao Miao's accidental stumble, causing him to tumble down from the branch he had been perched upon. Fortunately, he intercepted Zhang Zhisher's gust of force, coincidentally freeing him from his earlier confinement. It was indeed a case of serendipity. Miao Miao's misstep turned out to be a blessing. "Hey, miss, can you get off me now?" The soft yet firm touch of her softness, combined with the intoxicating fragrance unique to young women, was somewhat pleasurable yet inappropriate in the current context. Thus, Lin Tianxin found himself in a quandary. In the midst of a fierce battle, it would be unbecoming for him to indulge in such distractions. In her bewilderment, Ning Miao Miao stared at Lin Tianxin, pondering. Has he lost his mind? What nonsense is he babbling? He seems far too fragile. The cries of despair in the forest snapped Ning Miao Miao from her reverie. Looking up, she saw her side had already suffered heavy losses. Her father was stained with blood, swaying precariously, on the verge of succumbing to the enemy's blades. In the face of such a sight, Ning Miao Miao screamed in horror. Casting aside her fear, just as she was about to rush to her father, she was abruptly seized. "Let go of me. I must save my father. With your strength? I don't mean to discourage you, but you'd likely be dead before you could even reach him. Just look at their cultivation levels," Lin Tianxin replied, pursing his lips. "What should I do then?" In a state of despair, Ning Miao Miao collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, devoid of any semblance of her usual cleverness. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Ning Miao Miao grasped Lin Tianxin's hand, pleading, "Please, you must save my father. I will do anything you ask. Just save him." With that, she knelt before him. Seeing the tear-streaked face of Ning Miao Miao kneeling before him, Lin Tianxin's heart softened. Annoyed, he pulled her up, whispering fiercely, "Do you think I don't want to save him? But I truly cannot match their strength. Look at them, each one a master, and they are ruthless if they capture you, especially a beauty like you. Just imagine the consequences." After a moment of stunned silence, Ning Miao Miao shook off Lin Tianxin's hand and muttered under her breath, "Coward," before rushing outward without a hint of hesitation. Though she understood that charging in would be futile, she could not abandon her father to flee alone. However, just 2 steps forward, she was once again pulled back by Lin Tianxin. "What are you doing? Are you going to let me die alongside my father? You coward! Let go of me," with an icy glare that could freeze. Ning Miao Miao fiercely tugged at Lin Tianxin's hand. Fine. I'm scared of you now. I'll help you, okay?" Lin Tianxin rolled his eyes, exasperated. Were it not for Miao Miao's unintentional push that had sent him crashing down from the tree and freed him, he would surely be facing a similar fate. After all, this girl was also his savior, was she not? Follow me. Lin Tianxin pulled Ning Miao Miao toward a nearby thicket. Are we not going to save anyone? Why are you bringing me here? Ning Miao Miao questioned, her teary eyes filled with confusion, as if saying, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I will charge out myself. Just come with me. No more questions. With a stern glare, Lin Tianxin retorted, do you need to engage in battle with these lowly minions? How utterly tasteless. Watch how I handle them. He seemed to have forgotten that he had previously been captured by two of these very minions. Peering cautiously from the thicket to assess the situation in the forest, Lin Tianxin nearly succumbed to nausea. Cursing under his breath, he remarked, damn, this is brutal. Thankfully I haven't eaten all day. Suppressing his nausea, Lin Tianxin crouched down, addressing Ning Miao Miao beside him. They're nearly all dead. We should leave quickly, or it will be our turn soon. I'll go by myself if you won't, she huffed defiantly, coward, with a face full of anticipation. Ning Miao Miao suddenly burst into tears, crying out desperately to save someone. Lin Tianxin, feeling utterly conflicted, could only slap his forehead in frustration. On the verge of a breakdown, he sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to please women, who would cry at the slightest provocation. All right, stop crying. I'll help you, okay? He said, pouting, his expression one of deep annoyance. It wasn't that he didn't want to save anyone. He had his own concerns. The words of his master echoed in his mind as he left Towei Valley. Never casually reveal the Cui Xian Bao, lest it bring calamity upon his family, country, or sect. How could he possibly contend against this group of black-clad men, especially with Zhang Zhisher, whose level of cultivation he could not discern? Moreover, he was unaware of the background of the convoy being attacked. What if using the Cui Xian Bao to save someone led to his own information being leaked? Lin Tianxin dared not take such a risk, yet he could not withstand Ning Miao Miao's pleas. For a moment, he found himself caught in a dilemma, torn between the choice to save or not to save. Ultimately, Lin Tianxin steeled his resolve, cursing under his breath, damn it, I'll do it. I'll worry about the consequences later. First, I must save someone. Hadn't his master also said that one should act without guilt? After convincing himself, he paid no heed to Ning Miao Miao's astonished expression, murmuring to himself, little Cui, come out and help save someone. If you don't show up soon, everyone will perish. Little Cui, little arrow, come out quickly. Brother will buy you candy later. Upon hearing Lin Tianxin's murmurs, Ning Miao Miao felt utterly hopeless. It seemed she had encountered a madman and a fool, who also happened to be a coward, and what was most infuriating was that he had hindered her for so long. Just as she was about to rush out recklessly to save someone, she was stunned by the scene before her. As Lin Tianxin continued to mutter, a comforting green light radiated from him. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized, exquisite green bough appeared in his hand. Where's little arrow? Why hasn't he come? What? He is sleeping. Surely not. He is too lazy. Lin Tianxin continued, well, if you don't come out, I won't give you any candy. In Ning Miao Miao's somewhat dazed eyes, Lin Tianxin lightly tapped the palm-sized bough, and with a flash of light, it transformed into a long bough measuring over 1 meter in length. The bough was intricately carved with ancient, unknown runes, emanating a soft green glow, with a hint of dark green light that seemed to flow along its body, creating a stunning sight. As Lin Tianxin drew the nearly invisible bowstring, the surrounding spiritual energy began to ripple slightly. An ethereal arrow, formed from the gathered spiritual energy, appeared on the bowstring, aimed at the black-clad attackers surrounding the convoy. After making slight adjustments to his aim, Lin Tianxin released his fingers, sending forth a nearly imperceptible stream of light that shot through the air. Creating gentle ripples, the pale green stream pierced through the thickets, and with a soft sound, 3 black-clad men instantly transformed into a shower of blood, scattering through the air. Zhang Zhisher, observing the battle nearing its conclusion, felt a weight lift from his heart. He thought to himself that as long as this operation went well, he could enjoy some leisure time with his brothers. His mind drifted to his newly acquired concubine, and an indecent smile crept onto his face, masked by his black scarf. Suddenly, 3 black-clad men stiffened, and in an instant, they dissolved into a rain of blood. Zhang Zhisher's heart raced again, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. To silently and swiftly eliminate 3 master-level martial artists, and so thoroughly that not even a piece of intact flesh was left behind. Even if he were to kill an ordinary person himself, It surely wouldn't he be so complete. Moreover, these were his most capable subordinates, masters of the martial arts. The power of the assailant was evidently terrifying, their methods ruthlessly effective. In that moment, the entire forest fell silent. Even the wounded guards of the convoy were stunned by the scene, forgetting their own pain, staring blankly at the spot where the black-clad men had vanished, each wearing a bewildered expression. The atmosphere was exceedingly strange. Suppressing his fear, Zhang Zhisher feigned calmness and called into the woods. I do not know which esteemed senior is present. I am the steward of Tianwai Tower, conducting business here. I hope you will forgive any disturbance caused. And I promise to report this to the tower master this evening, so I may apologize in person. Though his words sounded polite, beneath the surface, he was subtly threatening this esteemed senior. He was essentially declaring, "We are conducting business here. I hope you will not interfere, or I will have to request my tower master to come and settle matters personally." Just as Zhang Zhisher finished speaking, two more black-clad men transformed into a rain of blood, scattering with the wind. This time, the group of assassins truly felt fear. They could not even see their opponents, nor sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy. 5 masters had simply vanished. How could they fight under such circumstances? It was utterly shameless. Clearly, they were immensely powerful, yet they resorted to sneak attacks. If they had merely killed their foes, it would have been one thing, but they even obliterated the bodies, leaving not a trace behind. Although these were desperate characters accustomed to risking their lives, they could not withstand such tactics. This was simply too despicable. They chose to flee without needing Zhang Zhisher's command, scattering without a trace. As if they wished they had 2 more legs to escape faster. Left behind, Ning Shang and the others stared at one another, utterly at a loss. Ning Miaomiao gazed at Lin Tianxin, who had displayed such remarkable prowess. Her shock immeasurable. 5 masters had fallen to just 2 arrows. How was this possible? Was it due to that miraculous bow? What are you staring at? Come help me. Lin Tianxin, having exhausted himself after firing 2 arrows, collapsed to the ground, seeing Ning Miaomiao still in a daze. Damn it! Little Cui Cui is too greedy. She drained all my spiritual energy in one go. No wonder old Luo said I shouldn't come out until I reached master level. Lin Tianxin grumbled. But seriously, that little Cui Cui is an extraordinary treasure, truly powerful. Humph. If it weren't for the need to save someone earlier, I should have tested it on that Zhang Zhisher. How dare he look down on me? Outrageous. Unfortunately, little Arrow refused to come out to assist. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this weak right now. He leaned against a tree for support but swayed unsteadily. Lin Tianxin quickly retrieved a gathering essence pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Normally, due to his unique physique, he could recover his spiritual energy with just a brief meditation. However, time did not allow for such reprieve. Who knew what the people he saved were up to? Would they harbor ill intentions upon discovering he possessed the Cui Xian Bao, a divine artifact? Moreover, would those black-clad assassins return? Although little Cui Cui could attack autonomously, that little girl was becoming increasingly difficult to summon without incentives. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have given her candy in the first place. All of this was his own fault. She had once been such a good girl, but he had spoiled her. As he pondered, his thoughts were interrupted by a frantic cry, "Meow meow." "Where are you?" Ning Shang, overwhelmed with worry and sorrow, had been counting heads after the retreat of the black-clad assassins, only to discover that of the original 43 members, only 17 remained. Most crucially, his beloved daughter was missing. Could it be that she had fallen victim amidst the chaos? She was only 16. Memories of his daughter, who had been by his side since childhood, flashed through his mind. Her adorable, innocent face, her pouting when she was upset, the unwillingness to part as he recalled his wife's lingering gaze before her departure. Looking at the scattered remains on the ground, Ning Shang could not help but spiral into despair. He knelt helplessly, tears streaming down his face, calling out his daughter's name, hoping against hope that heaven would return her to him, as he shouted. He struck his own face in frustration, knowing full well that his daughter had secretly followed him, yet he had allowed her to do as she pleased. "Father, I'm here, I'm fine." Seeing her father, bloodied and kneeling in despair, Ning Miaomiao's heart trembled. She bit her lip and rushed into his embrace, clinging tightly to his neck and refusing to let go. Hearing his daughter's melodious voice and feeling her fragile form in his arms, Ning Shang felt a wave of relief wash over him. His body swayed unsteadily, and he nearly toppled backward. He was simply too exhausted. The one with the highest cultivation. Most of the black-clad assassin's attacks had been directed at him, compounded by his constant worry for his daughter's safety. At that moment, Ning Shang was utterly spent, teetering on the edge of total exhaustion. With the return of his daughter, the tension in his body relaxed, and he could no longer resist the fatigue that enveloped him. All he wanted was to close his eyes and sleep peacefully. Ning Miao Miao hurriedly caught her father as he began to fall backward, and seeing him covered in blood, she feared he was gravely injured and on the brink of leaving her forever. Suddenly overwhelmed with panic, I clutched Ning Shang tightly, shaking him vigorously while crying out in desperation. To my dismay, in my frantic state, I inadvertently touched Ning Shang's wound. Ouch! Hey girl, be gentle. Are you trying to shake your father to death? Ning Shang exclaimed sharply, his eyes snapping open as he grimaced in pain. Humph! Who told you to scare me? Ning Miao Miao retorted, her tears transforming into a defiant shake of her fist. Oh, right, father. Let me introduce you to someone. He's the one who just saved me and everyone else. Huh? Where did he go? Ning Miao Miao turned her head back, only to find nothing there. Are you looking for me? A faint voice, tinged with weariness, drifted over. Lin Tianxin was leaning against a large tree in the distance, his expression one of discontent. He thought to himself, I saved your life, and yet you don't even come to help me? How inconsiderate. Yet, he failed to consider that Ning Shang was in a much graver condition than he was. Thank you, young hero, for your gallant assistance earlier. I am deeply grateful, Ning Shang said, addressing Lin Tianxian. My surname is Ning, but may I ask for your esteemed name and where you reside? I would like to pay my respects another day. Ning Shang was taken aback to discover that the woman was introducing such a young savior. The mere thought of how 5 master-level fighters had been easily reduced to ashes at the hands of this youth left him in utter shock. How could a mere boy of 17 or 18 possess such formidable power, single-handedly slaying 5 masters and scaring off over 20 more? Even the enigmatic leader of the black-clad figures had fled without hesitation. Ning Shang felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Had he not witnessed the 5 masters disintegrating before his very eyes? Had his daughter not informed him that this young man was their savior? And had this incident not unfolded right before him, he would have never believed such a prodigy could exist in this world. He would have dismissed it as a mere joke. Yet, the harsh reality bore down on Ning Shang's fragile heart, nearly causing him to faint from the shock. Suppressing the tumultuous waves of astonishment within him, Ning Shang resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Tianxin. Being a shrewd man, he understood the terrifying potential Lin Tianxin possessed at such a young age. With such remarkable abilities, how could he not achieve greatness in the future? If he were to ally himself with Lin Tianxin, it would be akin to securing a superlative protector for himself and the entire Ning family. My name is Lin Tianxin. You needn't thank me, as I had my own grievances with those black-clad figures, he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively, as if the earlier incident were a trifling matter. Completely disregarding his earlier intention to flee, one could not help but marvel at the thickness of his skin, impervious to any pricking. By the way, where are you headed? Why were those black-clad figures lying in wait for you? At this juncture, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of grievance bubbling within him. It was because of them that he had wasted an entire day and nearly lost his life. Driven by a potent mix of dissatisfaction and curiosity, he cast a casual glance at the horse-drawn carriage and asked nonchalantly. Fortunately, he did not inquire about the contents of the carriage. Otherwise, Ning Shang and the others might have thought they had just driven off a wolf only to encounter a tiger, leading to a potential conflict. Noticing Lin Tianxin's feigned disinterest as he surveyed the carriage, Ning Shang felt a twinge of anxiety. Casting a discreet glance at the remaining few guards, he replied without revealing his unease. We are transporting goods to the capital. The black-clad figures likely ambushed us for the cargo. As for what is inside the carriage, I beg your pardon, young hero, but I cannot disclose that. Oh, I see. Then never mind. I was merely curious. I'm also heading to the capital. Would you like to travel together? Lin Tianxin pretended to hum a couple of notes, reluctantly conceding. Yet in his mind he thought, if you won't tell me, then I shall take a look myself. No, that's not sneaking. It's merely a straightforward observation, albeit when no one is watching. Having a young hero accompany us would be ideal. Although Ning Shang harbored some suspicion regarding Lin Tianxin's true intentions, he had no choice but to take things as they came. After all, should he pit his injured comrades against Lin Tianxin, it would be a foolhardy endeavor. With that thought, Ning Shang could only force a bitter smile. His group was likely incapable of handling even a band of ordinary ruffians, let alone Lin Tianxin, who had silently dispatched 5 master-level fighters. Though worried, he felt powerless at the moment. Ning Shang could only hope that reinforcements would arrive swiftly to retrieve the cargo, comforted slightly by the fact that they were not far from the capital. This eased the anxiety gnawing at his heart, if only a little. After a brief rest, they buried their fallen brothers and, at Ning Shang's urging, continued their journey. The remaining guards, though somewhat displeased with Ning Shang's decision to bury their comrades hastily, could empathize with his feelings. After all, with an unknown master in their midst, who seemed to harbor a modicum of interest in safeguarding their cargo, everyone had to tread carefully. Moreover, those in the martial world were always prepared to abandon their bodies in the wilderness. Having someone to bury their remains was already a stroke of fortune. Chapter 36. Slaying the wicked slave along the way, Ning Shang was on high alert, scanning his surroundings anxiously, fearful that another assassin might spring forth from the shadows or that Lin Tianxin might strike unexpectedly. He was undoubtedly tormented by this anxiety. Meanwhile, Ning Miao Miao, blissfully unaware of the dangers, clung to Lin Tianxin and chattered incessantly. Perhaps the assassins were frightened away, or perhaps they were overly confident in their prior ambush. Remarkably, they encountered no obstacles on their journey. The towering city walls appeared in the distance, causing Ning Shang's heart to finally ease. At last, the caravan arrived in the capital by the afternoon of the second day. With a hint of melancholy, Lin Tianxin cast a regretful glance at the carriage, filled with frustration. He had originally planned to sneak a look inside the carriage the night before, but he had overslept. Once they entered the city, Lin Tianxin, eager to return home, bid farewell to Ning Shang and the others, completely casting aside his earlier curiosity about the cargo. He yearned only to return home. Ignoring the potential for scandal, he raced toward the marshal's residence, guided solely by childhood memories. Passers-by felt only a gust of wind as he dashed past, completely unaware of the figure that had just slipped by them. Save for a few skilled practitioners who marveled inwardly. This road he had traversed alongside his mother when she sent his father off to war several times during his childhood. Though the memories had grown somewhat hazy, the capital had not changed drastically, preventing Lin Tianxin from becoming lost. As he drew closer to the marshal's residence, tears welled in the corners of Lin Tianxin's eyes. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind, so vivid, yet so distant. Gazing at the ornate plaque bearing the character's Lin residence, he hesitated to approach. This was the so-called phenomenon where returning home only magnified one's apprehensions. It had been 11 years since he left. How was his mother? Was his father still defending the borders? Was his grandfather still in good health? Thoughts surged like a tidal wave, and for a moment, Lin Tianxin felt as if he could sense his mother's warm embrace, his father's tender gaze, and the fond memory of his grandfather teasing him with his coarse beard, bringing him joy. "Hey, you there. What are you up to? Sneaking around?" A voice boomed from the marshal's residence. "All idlers, leave at once. If you disturb the old marshal, your life won't suffice as penance." Yu Daxing had been having a particularly unfortunate streak lately. After finally gathering the courage to confess his feelings to the long-admired Xiao Hong, he was not only rejected but also accused of harassment by the steward. Consequently, his hard-earned position as the captain of the escort team, which he had secured through connections, had vanished, leaving him to stand guard. Now, he was faced with the very gatekeepers he had once looked down upon, who were now smirking at him mockingly. Yu Daxing was seething with rage, but dared not express it, lest he lose the precious job he had worked so hard to obtain. Especially after the steward's warning. Little did he know that on this particular day, as he stood guard, he spotted a young man with a blend of laughter and tears lingering on his face. Staring blankly at the marshal's residence, Yu Daxing, already irritable, felt as if this young man was mocking him, and his anger flared. He thought to himself, "That kid looks like a peasant in coarse clothing. He can't be anyone of importance. He's perfect for venting my frustration. If push comes to shove, I can just say he tried to break into the marshal's residence, and I stopped him. Hee hee." This might just allow me to redeem myself and reclaim my position as captain. The more he contemplated, the more it seemed plausible, and he called out to the young man, hoping he wouldn't back down, as only then could he seize the opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustration. Lin Tianxin, interrupted from his reverie, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. He raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "Humph. Have you ever seen someone sneaking around in front of so many people? As for why I'm here, simply go inside and tell them that Lin Tianxin seeks an audience with Marshal Lin." Though irritated, Lin Tianxin recognized that he was, after all, one of their own guards. He had no intention of making things difficult for him. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since he had just returned home, he wanted to leave a good impression on his family. Otherwise, with Lin Tianxin's nature of never suffering losses, a mere gatekeeper would have been thoroughly tormented for speaking to him so disrespectfully. In this world of martial arts, it was a death sentence for a lowly servant to raise their voice or insult their master. Though Lin Tianxin had followed his master in secluded training within the valley since childhood, his innate superiority complex rendered him utterly disinterested in engaging in a contest of wits with a mere gatekeeper. Adhering to the principle that ignorance absolves one of blame, Lin Tianxin chose not to spar with Yu Dasheng, dismissing the triviality of the situation. Yet, reality often proves to be merciless. If one does not showcase their strength and status, others will perceive them as easy prey, especially those of lowly rank but twisted psyche. Such individuals, eager to assert their existence, often derive immense pleasure from trivial pursuits, and Yu Dasheng exemplified this perfectly. Indeed, no sooner had Lin Tianxin finished speaking than Yu Dasheng sprang forth, furiously jabbing a finger at Lin Tianxin's nose, spewing a torrent of vitriol. "You little country bumpkin dare to command me? Do you not see what you truly are? Do you think you can just waltz in and meet the marshal?" As he cursed, he simultaneously lunged at Lin Tianxin. Lin Tianxin's retort was precisely what Yu Dasheng desired. How could he allow Lin Tianxin to escape so easily? Yu Dasheng, who was already looking for trouble, yearned to escalate the situation. He hoped this young man would fight back, thus providing Yu Dasheng with the justification to beat him mercilessly, all the while relishing the opportunity to vent his unbridled fury. One must admit, Yu Dasheng's intentions were shrewd. For an ordinary person, such a plan might indeed succeed. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lin Tianxin, the young master of the Marshal S estate, his superior. Witnessing this audacious fool daring to berate him and push him, Lin Tianxin's already limited patience evaporated. Furthermore, he was not one to let insults slide. He was a figure who preferred to stay out of trouble, yet would not shy away from a confrontation when provoked. "Humph! Seeking death!" A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Tianxin's eyes as he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. As the slap landed, Yu Dasheng had yet to fully comprehend the situation before he found himself flying through the air, landing 2 meters away, clutching his face and groaning in agony. This was merely Lin Tianxin showing mercy. Otherwise, how could a mere guard withstand the wrath of a master cultivator without suffering grave injuries? Upon witnessing Lin Tianxin strike Yu Dasheng, the guards who had been watching with expressions of pity were momentarily stunned. It had been years since anyone dared to cause a ruckus in front of the marshal's estate. And today, this young man had opened a new chapter in history. Although they disdained Yu Dasheng's actions, they were still colleagues. Moreover, the dignity of the marshal's estate could not be challenged. In an instant, the gatekeepers drew their swords and surrounded Lin Tianxin, with one rushing into the estate to seek assistance. Spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, Yu Dasheng staggered to his feet, glaring menacingly at Lin Tianxin. "You dare strike me? I swear I will annihilate your entire family." With that, he unsheathed the dagger hanging from his waist and lunged at Lin Tianxin. Observing this, a guard hastily restrained Yu Dasheng, but the latter, unable to tolerate being struck in front of those he deemed beneath him, violently shoved aside his comrade and swung his blade towards Lin Tianxin. Should this strike land on an ordinary person, it would surely cleave them in two. Seeing Yu Dasheng's reckless assault, Lin Tianxin felt a profound disappointment. He shook his head gently, contemplating how such individuals could be recruited into the marshal's estate without scrutiny. If they were to encounter a truly formidable opponent, the entire Lin family would be at risk. The thought sent a chill down Lin Tianxin's spine, and he sighed in relief that he was the one present. Lin Tianxin was genuinely angered now. He would no longer hold back. What use was there for such a disgraceful character? As Yu Dusheng's dagger neared his forehead, Lin Tianxin raised an eyebrow and effortlessly lifted his hand, sending a flash of golden light as Yu Dusheng, along with his weapon, was propelled into the air. Just as Yu Dusheng was about to descend, Lin Tianxin twisted his waist and leaped into the air, executing a powerful spinning kick that struck Yu Dusheng squarely in the chest. A sickening crack echoed as Yu Dusheng was sent hurtling backward faster than he had charged, crashing heavily onto the stone steps, his chest caving in, clearly near death. Letting out a gentle breath, Lin Tianxin cast a dispassionate glance at the motionless Yu Dusheng, his eyes betraying no emotion. It was not that Lin Tianxin was cruel. Allowing such a sycophant, a coward who relied on others' might, to linger would tarnish the reputation of the marshal's estate. As Lin Tianxin had dealt a lethal blow to Yu Dusheng, the atmosphere immediately turned tense. The guards, having been recruited from the common populace, had never witnessed such a scene. They trembled, unable to steady their swords. "Do dare slay a guard of the marshal's estate before its gates? You possess great audacity. Surrender at once to avoid suffering. Though your skills are commendable, you cannot contend with our numbers, can you? Even if you escape today, you shall find no place to stand in the entire Tianqian Empire." One of the guards, trembling with anxiety, pointed his sword at Lin Tianxin, stuttering as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Tianxin felt a surge of instinct and looked up. He saw a throng of warriors armed with long spears and curved blades pouring forth from the marshal's estate, encircling him in layers. The swordsmen in front held their blades firmly against Lin Tianxin, while those with long spears in the back readied their weapons in support. Each exuded an aura of murderous intent. Their gazes icy and disciplined, clearly seasoned soldiers, real warriors. They were leagues apart from the previous gatekeepers, and to compare them would be an insult to their dignity. In this silent standoff, an overwhelming air of hostility enveloped the front of the marshal's estate. The atmosphere so tense it felt as though the very air was on the verge of solidifying. A soft sound of footsteps broke the silence as an elderly figure emerged from within. Dressed in timeless green robes, the old man's silver hair was meticulously groomed, his half-closed eyes dim yet occasionally sparkling with intelligence. Clearly, he was not as frail as he appeared. Grandfather Zhang. The sight of a familiar figure caused Lin Tianxin to lose his composure, tears streaming down his face. This stooped elder was none other than Ah Fu, the steward of the Lin family. Having been tending to his garden in his private courtyard, Ah Fu had been informed of the commotion caused by a young man at the front gates of the marshal's estate, who had injured a guard, inciting his wrath. For years, since Ah Fu had taken his position, no one had dared to challenge the dignity of the marshal's estate in such a manner. Ah Fu was not impulsive. He understood that those who dared to cause trouble at the marshal's estate either possessed significant skill or had formidable backing, strong enough to disregard the repercussions of the marshal's estate. Upon reflection, Ah Fu felt that this incident was far from a simple disturbance. After careful consideration, he dispatched someone to inform the old marshal while personally leading a contingent to ascertain the situation. However, as soon as he appeared, he was met with a tearful young man calling him Grandfather Zhang. The old man was taken aback. "How does this boy know my surname? And why does he call me Grandfather Zhang?" Ever since the young master had left home, it seemed no one had called him that. 11 years have passed. What had become of the young master? He remembered when the young master used to cling to him, begging for stories. The boy before him must be about the same height now. As affection for the young man surged within him, Ah Fu's gaze softened considerably. He had not noticed before. But the more he looked, the more the boy resembled the young general from years past. Trembling, he asked, "Is it you, young Master Tianxin?" Yes, Grandfather Zhang, it is I." Wiping away his tears, Lin Tianxin's voice quivered. His usual cleverness seemingly vanished as he nodded vigorously. Good. Young Master Tianxin has grown so tall. Come inside. The old marshal has been speaking of you for days." Ah Fu wiped away his own tears, stepping forward to grasp Lin Tianxin's hand, leading him into the estate while murmuring excitedly. This left the surrounding guards in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. As Ah Fu led Lin Tianxin up the steps, they encountered a figure approaching them. The man, with hands clasped behind his back, appeared to be in his 70s. Dressed in a purple uniform, he was tall with a square face and fierce eyes. As he drew closer, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, akin to a torrent of thousands of galloping horses, making it difficult to breathe. It was none other than the venerable old marshal. Lin Jianan, casting a glance at the already lifeless Yu Dasheng, he furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, "Ah Fu, what has transpired? Who is this young brother?" Without answering Lin Jianan's question, Ah Fu rushed Lin Tianxin before the old marshal, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master, look who it is! This is young Master Tianxin. He has returned, and look how much he has grown." Listening to Ah Fu's excited ramblings, Lin Tianxin could only roll his eyes in amusement. "What do you mean I've grown? It's as if I haven't eaten in the last 10 years. Lin Jianan's eyes widened in astonishment, a mix of shock and joy as he circled around Lin Tianxian, scrutinizing him for a moment. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent, excellent! You have returned? My precious grandson has finally come back. Ha ha ha!" The repetition of 3 excellents clearly conveyed the depth of Lin Jianan's excitement. The imposing demeanor he typically maintained vanished without a trace in an instant. He stepped forward, enveloping Lin Tianxian in a warm embrace, patting his back vigorously, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Ahem, be gentle with your pats. Are you trying to knock the life out of me?" The exuberant patriarch's enthusiastic slaps were a tad too forceful, causing Lin Tianxian to cough uncontrollably. He promptly pushed Lin Jianan away and exclaimed irritably, staring blankly at Lin Tianxian. Lin Jianan's eyes narrowed. "You rascal, how dare you shove your grandfather?" Thus, the two stared at each other for a moment, and just as the surrounding guards feared a confrontation might ensue, they witnessed the duo break into matching smiles and embrace one another. "Let us return home." With a gentle pat on Lin Tianxian's shoulder, Lin Jianan laughed heartily and strode towards the estate. As if recalling something, Lin Jianan turned to Ah Fu, who was busily wiping his eyes nearby, and commanded, "Ah Fu, go. Send out invitations. I shall host a banquet for the officials, declaring my grandson's triumphant return. Let it be set for 3 days hence, and the emperor himself must be invited. After all, it is only fitting for an uncle to show his appreciation for his beloved niece." Lin Tianxian's return had stirred Lin Jianan into a state of exuberance, causing the usually stern Lin Lao Yuan Shui to even jest about the emperor. The guards looked on in astonishment, finding the day's events utterly surreal. They recalled how moments ago they had drawn their weapons against young Master Tianxian, and now they silently rejoiced. One gatekeeper repeatedly patted his chest, murmuring, "Thank heavens it wasn't I who charged forward. Thank heavens I did not utter harsh words to young Master Tianxian, or I would have lost my life, not to mention the charge of treason." In this world, treason was a grave offense, punishable by slow slicing or even extermination of one's entire clan. As for Yu Dasheng, the guards could only reluctantly carry him away, grumbling under their breath, acknowledging a sense of obligation for their shared experiences, as well as the need to maintain the cleanliness of the marshal's estate. Whether he had grievances or deserved his fate was of no concern. Who would care for the life of a fool? Who would dare to defend such a simpleton against the old marshal? Not a single soul offered a word in his favor, and one could only lament about Yu Dasheng's lack of social connections. Just as Lin Tianxian settled into the hall beside Lin Jianan, Yun Xian Air rushed in, embracing him tightly, unable to articulate her emotions. After a moment, she released him and sat beside him, her gaze fixed upon her son, as if fearing he might vanish with the blink of an eye. Relishing the long-awaited maternal affection, Lin Tianxian gently wiped her tears away, innocently asking, "Mother, with so many people in this hall, how could you embrace me without a second thought? What if you had hugged the wrong person? I was planning to surprise you after having tea with grandfather." "Pfft, silly child. You speak such nonsense. No matter how much you change, your mother will always recognize you that a child is a mother as hard as delight. How could a mother not know her own child?" Hearing her son's innocent words, Yun Xian Air burst into laughter, gently smoothing the wrinkles from his clothes, her face radiating happiness. "What a father! Is he still at the border?" Lin Tianxian inquired, puzzled by his father's absence despite having returned for a while. Sighing heavily, Lin Jianan replied, "Currently, the relationships among the nations are ambiguous, and the situation is exceedingly complex. Last year, the Eastern Ao Kingdom suddenly amassed an army of 200,000 at Tiger Tooth Pass, coordinating with the distant Western Rock Empire to exert pressure on our Tianshu Empire's southern cities. Our southern region is a vast expanse of fertile land, rich in resources. The actions of Eastern Ao and Rock are an attempt to sever our connections to these cities, harboring ambitions to divide our empire. Their insidious intentions are evident. Your father has been caught up in this matter at Tiger Tooth Pass, but the Eastern Ao is merely a small nation, smaller than even a province of our Tianshu Empire. How dare they provoke our formidable empire? Do they not fear our might? Though Lin Tian Xian was not well versed in military matters, he understood these basics. Humph. The Eastern Ao certainly lacks such audacity. However, they have the covert support of the Rock Empire. Furthermore, due to years of excessive exploitation, Eastern Ao is now severely resource-depleted. To avoid the embarrassment of constantly purchasing resources from other nations, they have taken this risk, daring to plunder from the tiger's mouth. Casting a kind glance at Lin Tian Xian, Lin Junnan continued, Tian Xian, these matters cannot be explained in a brief conversation in due time. Your grandfather will elaborate. Now that you have returned, you should explore the capital, forge new friendships, and hone your adaptability. The capital's waters run deep. With a knowing glance at Lin Tian Xian, Lin Junnan chuckled. The sudden shift in topic left Lin Tian Xian momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he exchanged a grin with Lin Junnan, saying, Rest assured, grandfather, I shall venture out and enjoy myself. I have grown weary of playing with my masters and brothers. They are simply too dull. I wonder if the people of the capital can provide me with the thrill I seek. I hope they are not too cowardly. Noticing the mischievous grin on Lin Tian Xian's face, Lin Junnan involuntarily shivered, pondering. This rascal has always been clever and cunning, having lived with his unorthodox master for 11 years. Who knows how many mischievous ideas swirl in that head of his? This time, those little ones in the capital had better prepare for a challenge. A sly smile crept upon Lin Junnan's lips as he thought of the impending mischief. Seeing the conspiratorial smiles exchanged between the grandfather and grandson, Yun Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was true what they said. Like grandfather, like grandson. Thankfully, her husband was not like them. Otherwise, the thought sent a shiver down her spine. Chapter 3. A piercing scream. Tian Xian. You must be hungry after your journey, right? Let me prepare something for you. Yun Xian, who had been gazing at her son, suddenly seemed to recall something, her voice softening as she stood to leave. Mother, it's fine to let the servants handle it. I want to spend time with you. Moreover, if uncle finds out that his beloved sister is personally cooking for me, he might scold me. Lin Tian Xian quickly grasped Yun Xian's hand, putting on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. Pfft. You rascal! Lin Tian Xian's words made Yun Xian chuckle, as she playfully tapped his forehead with her finger, her lips curving into a blissful smile. Before long, the servants had prepared a feast, setting a table laden with delectable dishes. The enticing aroma made Lin Tian Xian's mouth water as he eagerly dove into the meal. Watching her son devour his food with such abandon, Yun Xian did not scold him. Instead, she frequently served him more dishes. Mother, you should eat too. Don't just focus on serving me, Lin Tian Xian mumbled through a mouthful, extending his greasy hand to pick up his chopsticks and place a piece of chicken in Yun Xian's bowl. As she took a delicate bite of the chicken, Yun Xian beamed with joy. For her, the dish prepared by her son was the most exquisite flavor in the world, far surpassing any fine wine. After finishing his meal, Lin Tian Xian patted his now round belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Home-cooked meals are the best, far tastier than what my elder brother makes. Meanwhile, far away, Li Pan, who was busy cooking, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, How strange! Who is thinking of me? Beside him, Zhong Ling, covered in soot from the cooking pot, replied with a serious expression, I am thinking of you. Get lost? In an instant, someone sped through the wall at an astonishing pace, flying far away. Looking at the disarrayed table, Lin Junnan shrugged helplessly. Pondering, next time, I must ensure the servants prepare more food. We barely made it through 2 dishes. Rubbing his still somewhat empty belly, Lin Junnan felt a twinge of disappointment. After the meal, Yun Xian tenderly wiped her son's mouth and asked, Tian Xian, how have you fared with your master these past years? Share your experiences with your mother. As soon as this topic arose, Lin Tian Xian's face lit up with excitement. Clearing his throat, he recounted tales from his early days to his time at Chui Wei Valley, sharing all the amusing anecdotes from the years gone by. Even the maidservants attending were drawn in, taking a small stool to listen intently. Yun Exion's heart soared and sank with her son's stories, laughing at his clever pranks on his master and brothers. Her eyes sparkling with joy. When he spoke of the hardships of training, her expression transformed into one of concern. And when he recounted the times he was caught and punished, she wore a mix of reproach and amusement. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Junnan was frequently wiping away cold sweat, watching the myriad of expressions flitting across Yun Exion's face in astonishment. His lips twitching uncontrollably, he thought to himself, truly, it is a feat to display so many emotions simultaneously. It is more skilled than any street performer. Few could achieve such a range of expressions, at least I, for one, could not. In the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. During this time, Lin Tian devoted himself to training and accompanying his mother, listening to her recount amusing anecdotes from his childhood, the humorous events that transpired in the capital over the years, and tales of the admirable young ladies from various families. Particularly astonishing was her claim that she intended to propose marriage to the emperor's uncle. Lin Tian's mind was left utterly bewildered. How old am I? It seems that the little princess from the emperor's family is only 13, right? One must acknowledge that the current emperor of the Tianqian Empire, Yun Longchong, is truly an anomaly among rulers. He has devoted his affections solely to Empress He, never taking concubines. What an extraordinary occurrence in the annals of governance. Emperor Longchong has 3 children. The eldest prince, Yun Chenyu, who is 18, the second prince, Yun Haoyu, who is 16, and the little princess, Yun Ming'er, who is 13 this year. Casting a glance at Yun Exiner, Lin Tian felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Ming'er, mother. He reminisced about the times when a little snot-nosed child would waddle behind him. Amusing yet somewhat exasperating. If his master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly berate him for his beastly behavior. Especially if the second brother, Zhong Ling, were to find out. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lin Tian's spine, and he dared not dwell on it further. He didn't even need to contemplate the matter. With the second brother's temperament, it would be but a day before such news spread throughout the entire Xinjiang continent. Sensing Lin Tian's peculiar gaze, Yun Exiner was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, she burst into laughter. Silly boy, what are you imagining? Do you think mother wishes for you to marry right away? Even if I wanted to, your uncle would never agree. What I mean is, I hope you two can cultivate your feelings first. It will be more convenient in the future, won't it? With a son as exceptional as you. Your uncle would be overjoyed to see Ming'er brought to your doorstep. Suppressing a pout, Lin Tian was left speechless, thinking to himself, just look at the way you were acting earlier. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts. The consequences would be dire. Yes, truly dire. Early in the morning, the marshal's residence was adorned with festive decorations, radiating a joyful atmosphere. Exhausted from an evening spent conversing with Yun Exiner, Lin Tian intended to take a rest but realized it was time for his morning training. 10 years of unwavering dedication to his morning exercises had ingrained this habit deep within him. After meditating through 36 cycles of the heavens, although he felt refreshed, fatigue still lingered in his body. To avoid showing up to entertain guests with panda eyes, he climbed back into bed, hoping for a brief nap. After an indeterminate period, he let out a delightful hum and gradually opened his eyes, only to find a girl of about 13 or 14 squatting by his bedside, her hands propping up her chin, her large, gem-like eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. The two of them stared at each other in a daze. After some time, a piercing scream erupted, one that was both chilling and tragic. Alarmed, the 2 maids stationed at the door to attend to Lin Tian rushed into the room. In an instant, the 2 unfortunate maids were left in utter disarray. There was Lin Tian, scrambling away to the corner of the bed, clutching the blanket tightly to his chest, trembling with fear, his face pale, resembling a startled little dove. Having grown up by Luo Yuding's side, Lin Tian was accustomed to waking up to the sight of a distinguished gentleman. Never had he encountered such scrutiny from a little girl, especially one as exquisitely delicate as this young lady. Staring at him with unabashed curiosity, the suddenness of the situation nearly caused him to lose his composure entirely. Another scream pierced the air, but this time it was emitted by the little girl. Covering her eyes with her hands, she staggered backward in fright. yet humorously peeked through her fingers, her bright eyes darting about. "Who are you? How dare you invade someone else's room?" After a moment of bewilderment, Lin Tian, still shaken, managed to stammer out a question, his voice trembling. He could not help but wonder, did she do anything to me while I was asleep? Have I already been? The more he thought, the more despairing he felt, without considering that, given his cultivation, the girl before him could do nothing to him. Had he not relaxed his guard upon returning home, this little girl would have struggled to approach him at all. Please cover yourself," the little girl exclaimed, still shielding her eyes, her small lips pouting as she called out. Looking down, Lin Tian was instantly petrified. He sighed inwardly. "I can't help it, she must be desperate to relieve herself." However, he seemed to have forgotten his own mischief at the age of 8 when he had peered at the older sister next door while she bathed. Finally, the girl, having seen that the tent was adequately covered, lowered her hands and, with a look of lingering fear, patted her modest chest, exhaling a long breath. In an instant, her expression transformed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and she pounced at Lin Tian, claws outstretched. Exclaiming, "Cousin, you bullied me. I will tell Auntie." As she spoke, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Lin Tian, still pondering the meaning of the term cousin, found it impossible to maintain his composure. Feeling the undeniable imprint of tiny feet on his chest, and his eyes were left blackened. If a great panda were to appear now, Lin Tian would greet it, and the panda would surely pat its chest and say, "Come, brother, let me treat you to some bamboo." After receiving a thorough thrashing from the girl, it wasn't that Lin Tian didn't want to retaliate, but rather that he was too afraid to do so. After all, there was a little girl involved. Upon realizing he was being attacked by a mere child, the little Chui Chui hidden somewhere inside Lin Tian's heart erupted in fury, pouting her lips and brandishing her tiny fists. She was ready to take revenge on the audacious assailant who dared to strike her beloved Tiangu. Had it not been for Lin Tian's earnest attempts to dissuade her, promising to buy her candy, who knows what chaos would have ensued? Lin Tian estimated that if Chui Chui truly charged out to avenge him, the entire Lin residence would surely be obliterated. After the little girl had vented her frustrations, she casually brushed her hands together, gradually calming herself, exhaling deeply while mumbling, calm down, I am a lady. The adult is in the wrong. Don't you agree, cousin?" With that, she squinted her gem-like eyes and flashed a sweet smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Chapter 39. The fierce young lady Lin Tian gaped at the little girl before him, his mouth agape. No, it would be more accurate to say his cousin, Yun Ming'er. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Is this the snot-nosed child who used to follow me around as a kid? Is this the cousin whom mother incessantly praised? She hardly resembles the descriptions given. This is too fierce. After a lengthy pause, Lin Tian, burdened with a profound sense of frustration and sporting a pair of prominent panda eyes, stepped out amid the peculiar gazes of the 2 maids. Following closely behind was the exceedingly obedient Yun Ming'er, who, at this moment, seemed nothing like the fierce child she had just been, embodying the perfect image of a well-mannered girl. Casting a glance back at Yun Ming'er, who was now meekly trailing behind him, Lin Tian began to comprehend the situation. "Indeed, Auntie." Her cheerful and melodious voice rang out as Yun Ming'er joyfully dashed toward Yun Exener, who was walking toward them, affectionately grasping her arm and gently shaking it. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Tian buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed with despair. As he had suspected, this girl truly behaved like a lady in front of her elders. Looking at Yun Ming'er with fondness, he gently pinched her adorable little nose. "You little rascal, you know how to please Auntie. How about it? Auntie didn't deceive you, did she? Your cousin really has returned." "Oh, Tian Xian, what happened to your eyes?" Upon lifting his head, Lin Tian found Yun Exener gazing at him with a mix of concern and confusion, her eyes full of sympathy, just as he was about to explain that he had been beaten by the little devil beside her. He noticed Yun Ming'er, with her chin held high, casting a disdainful glance in his direction, her tiny fists shaking in a show of bravado. Recalling the little tiger-like demeanor she had displayed moments ago, Lin Tian gulped nervously and stammered, I accidentally injured myself while practicing earlier." After uttering this, he desperately reassured himself, I, a gentleman, do not fight with ladies. She is my cousin. I was merely letting her win. Yes, indeed. I was letting her win. Puffing out his chest, he attempted to project an air of righteousness. However, upon looking up, he was met with Yun Minger's smug expression, which instantly deflated his hard-won bravado like a punctured balloon. Furrowing his brows, Yun Exiner thought little of it, casting a glance at the still demure Yun Minger, and discreetly winked at Lin Tian. Playfully, she remarked, "Be careful next time." "Well, I shan't intrude any longer. Today, many guests have arrived at the residence. I had intended to ask you to greet them, allowing you to make some acquaintances. However, given your current appearance, I think it best that you refrain from doing so. After all, who knows, standing at the entrance in this state might scare them away." After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Yun Minger, her expression a curious blend of amusement and mockery, as she nodded towards Lin Tianxin, seemingly conveying, "Your mother has created the conditions for you. Now it is up to you to seize the opportunity. Today, I can assist you no further." With that, she sauntered away, leaving no trace of her presence, just as gracefully as she had arrived. This left Lin Tianxin utterly dumbfounded, and Yun Minger, who wore a mischievous grin. Lin Tianxin opened his mouth in a futile attempt to speak, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "Mother, you are not creating conditions for me. But for her, this could cost me my life." "Brother Tianxin," Yun Minger called softly, lowering her head and nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her delicate voice sent a shiver down Lin Tianxin's spine. Reflexively, he crossed his arms protectively over his chest, eyeing Yun Minger warily. "What do you intend to do?" If the first and second princes had been present, they would have fled without a second thought. But alas, no one was there to caution Lin Tianxin. Thus, misfortune befell him. The poor Lin Tianxin, who had tormented this one and toyed with that one, had turned the Tuwei Valley into a chaotic uproar, only to unexpectedly encounter his nemesis here. Indeed, there is always someone more formidable, and one must acknowledge that there are greater heights beyond the mountains. With a burst of tinkling laughter, Yun Minger approached Lin Tianxin, gracefully extending her hand to pry apart the arms he had crossed over his chest. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him, she gently exhaled, "Brother, I have heard that your master is quite formidable. After so many years of learning from him, you must be quite impressive yourself, yes? How about a wrestling match?" Lin Tianxin was taken aback. He mused, "Why are girls still playing such games nowadays? Is this truly a pastime for young ladies? Or has the world gone mad, leaving me behind?" Suddenly, he felt a tightening grip on his arm, followed by a soft body pressing against his abdomen. The next moment, the world around him spun dizzyingly. Thud! Lin Tianxin found himself tumbling head over heels to the ground. The echoes of his fall reverberated, drawing the curious gazes of nearby servants. Then, Lin Tianxin began to weep. He cried with a heart-wrenching sorrow. For the first time since he could remember, even when tormented by Luo Yuding, he had not shed a tear. Yet now he wept uncontrollably. He had desperately tried to prevent Xiao Cuizue from coming out, only to be frightened into tears by her relentless demands. Thus, the servants witnessed another peculiar scene. Their esteemed young master Lin, hair disheveled, trudging towards his room, occasionally rubbing his head and emitting strange hissing sounds. Trailing behind him was Princess Yun Minger, her head bowed, innocently clutching her garment. With a loud bang, Lin Tianxin slammed the door shut, exhaling deeply as he suppressed the resentment brewing within him. "I need to change my clothes," he declared. Yun Minger, nearly caught by the door, paid no heed to Lin Tianxin's attitude. To her, such occurrences had long since become commonplace. She had even encountered far more severe situations, casually strolling with her hands clasped behind her back at the door. She occasionally burst into peals of laughter, as though recalling some amusing incident, which sent shivers down Lin Tianxin's spine as he changed in the room. Suddenly, while changing clothes, Lin Tianxin inadvertently brushed against the storage ring on his hand. A wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, he retrieved 2 small porcelain bottles, opening one labeled ice spirit powder. Extracting a small amount of the crystalline ointment, he gently applied it around his eyes. Watching as the dark circles rapidly faded before his very eyes, leaving only the faintest trace. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Tianxin wore a satisfied expression, tossing his hair. "What my master concocts is truly remarkable. It works so quickly. If only I had 10 or 8 pounds of it. If Luo Yuding were to hear such words, she would surely be infuriated. Such a miraculous remedy could not be measured by weight. The mere existence of this small bottle had cost Luo Yuding an immense effort. With a soft hum, he cast a mischievous glance towards the door, grinning, "Little girl, you seemed to be enjoying yourself earlier. Didn't you? Feeling quite smug, I presume? Well, now it's my turn. Let you experience my wrath." He cackled ominously. "I shall make you understand that crossing me is not to be taken lightly." He picked up the other porcelain bottle, shaking it before his eyes, revealing the bold inscription that read "Heavenly Lice Powder." Carefully removing the stopper, he held his breath and delicately extracted a small amount of the fine white powder with his fingernails. Securing it with a strand of mysterious energy, chuckling with delight at the thought of Luo Yuding writhing in chaos from the effects of this powder, Lin Tianxin felt an immense sense of triumph. Thinking, even my master, with his remarkable prowess, is powerless against this powder. Let us see how you handle this, you wretched girl. After stowing the porcelain bottle away, he endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance as he opened the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lin Tianxin's cold demeanor, Yun Ming'er shrank back slightly, pouting, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to play with you and make you happy. Please don't be angry, all right?" As she spoke, she tugged at his arm, playfully shaking it. Lin Tianxin was almost swayed, teetering on the brink of capitulation. Observing this, a fleeting smirk crossed Yun Minger's delicate features, her lips pursed in a satisfied manner. Suddenly, Lin Tianxin snapped back to his senses, realizing he had nearly fallen for her trick. Did she think me so easily deceived? I shall show you my prowess. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he seized the moment while Yun Ming'er was distracted, holding his breath as he flicked her with his finger. Achoo! What is that smell? Strange. Confused, Yun Ming'er wrinkled her brows, glancing at Lin Tianxin with a peculiar expression, her cute nose twitching as if searching for the source of the odd scent. Unintentionally, she reached up to scratch her neck. This simple action unleashed a torrent of discomfort. Poor Yun Ming'er finally tasted the bitterness of her own medicine. Feeling as if 1,000 lice were gnawing at her, unbearable agony enveloping her. "Brother, help me scratch my back. I can't reach, it's so itchy," she cried, her face contorted in pain. "How could I possibly assist you with that? It is improper for a man and woman to engage in such intimacy." Lin Tianxin feigned indifference, gazing skyward as if something in the heavens had captured his attention. "Tianxin, brother, quickly help me. I am dying of itchiness." Yun Ming'er's face flushed crimson, her voice dripping with honeyed allure, captivating his very soul. "Forgive me, but I am unable to assist." He shook his index finger dismissively, adopting an expression that brooked no argument. "Brother, I beg you." As Lin Tianxin remained unmoved, Yun Ming'er, tormented by an insatiable itch, grew desperate. She turned her back to him, rubbing against him in a bid to alleviate her uncontrollable discomfort, listening to her beguiling pleas and feeling her delicate body brushing against him. Lin Tianxin felt a rush of heat, his nose betraying him as blood began to flow uncontrollably. Did this girl truly not understand how perilous her actions were? Or was this all a deliberate ploy? In a moment of panic, Lin Tianxin hastily produced the antidote he had prepared in advance, forcing it into her mouth before making a hasty escape. Chapter 40. You dare to poison me. The antidote dissolved instantly, and Yun Ming'er felt a refreshing sensation coursing down her throat, the relentless itch vanishing without a trace, leaving her utterly relaxed. In an instant, realization dawned upon Yun Ming'er, her bright eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded the fleeing Lin Tianxin. "Brother, you dared to poison me!" With a furious cry, she gritted her teeth and pursued him, filled with rage and astonishment. A chaotic scene ensued. The servants once again watched in terror as their young master Lin, blood streaming from his nose, fled in a panic. Princess Yun Ming'er followed closely behind, her expression one of predatory delight, shouting and chasing him down. As the only princess of the Tianxin Empire, Yun Ming'er was accustomed to being doted upon by her elder brother and adored by her parents. Everywhere she went, she was treated with the utmost reverence. She had always been the one to bully others, never once having to endure such treatment herself. Even when she had merely scraped her skin, the emperor would fret over her, showering her with a mountain of remedies and insisting she eat eggs for days. But just moments ago, this cousin she had just met had dared to drug her. In that instant, Yuan Ming'er felt a mix of anger and intrigue, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, to surreptitiously drug me without my knowledge, that was simply intolerable. If I catch you, you shall pay dearly. One could not help but marvel at the peculiar logic of this girl, as it left one feeling utterly powerless. She had not considered that before someone sought to poison her, they would not announce, "Are you ready? I am going to poison you now." Even if they wished to, the very act of poisoning precluded such a conversation. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, her teeth gritting as she watched Lin Tianxin's fleeing figure. Gradually, a strange feeling emerged within her heart. Observing the trail of blood left in his wake, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He had lost so much blood. Surely, it must be painful. In her past experiences, even a minor scrape would leave her in agony, prompting her mother to fret excessively and shower her with an abundance of remedies. Slowly, the little girl could no longer keep pace. Ultimately, a girl's stamina could not compare to that of a boy, especially not to Lin Tianxin, who had been accustomed to being chased since childhood. Gasping for breath and bending over, with her hands resting on her knees, Yuan Ming'er cast a resentful glance at the young Master Lin, who was glancing back over his shoulder as he ran, her teeth clenched in frustration. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, and a sly smile graced her charming face. "Cousin, if you continue to run, I shall go find Aunt and tell her you drugged me. Humph. Let us see how Aunt deals with you." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Lin Tianxin, who was sprinting, seemed to be struck by a spell of paralysis. Halting in his tracks, unable to move an inch further, he turned around, glaring fiercely at this little imp. "How dare you?" However, Lin Tianxin's fierce expression did little to intimidate Yuan Ming'er. She had long grown accustomed to such looks. The little girl burst into a fit of giggles, her face radiating delight as she clapped her hands. With her hands clasped behind her back, she wobbled towards the young Master Lin under his astonished gaze. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 or 4 steps, until she stood playfully before him. In that moment, Yuan Ming'er appeared anything but the fierce girl from before. She resembled a delicate fairy that had stepped out of a painting, devoid of any earthly presence. The fiery red gown accentuated her budding, fragile figure, while her long, lustrous black hair appeared slightly disheveled from their earlier sprint. The originally pristine white of her face now bore a rosy hue, and as her lips curled into a gentle smile, 2 faint dimples emerged, her bright eyes twinkling like mischievous stars that flickered in and out of sight. With a light touch to her cherry blossom lips, she giggled softly, producing a handkerchief to tenderly wipe away the bloodstains from Lin Tianxin's nose. After inspecting him for a moment, she nodded her small head in satisfaction. You look much better like this." Lin Tianxin, who had braced himself for a tempestuous onslaught from this little girl, found himself momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at the surprisingly docile Yuan Ming'er before him. He pondered. What has gotten into her? Could the Tianshi San have changed her temperament? That's impossible. Tianshi San doesn't he have such effects? Yet, this demeanor of hers is rather endearing. It would be wonderful if she could always behave this way. To win her over as a wife wouldn't be bad at all. He chuckled to himself, thinking that if he wanted to completely alter her disposition, he would have to administer the medicine a few more times. "Cousin? What is wrong with you?" Still nodding in thought, he was too preoccupied to respond. "Cousin!" The little girl cautiously observed Lin Tianxin, taking a subtle step back, her face full of curiosity. The young master continued nodding, a blissful expression on his face, seemingly contemplating how to train this little girl into a compliant wife and how to ensure they would have a plump little son together. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Young master." "The old master requests your presence in the parlor." Startled, Lin Tianxin looked up, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he pointed to his nose, grumbling. "You expect me to go looking like this? Won't I frighten the guests?" The young girl dressed as a maid stared wide-eyed at Lin Tianxin as he lifted his head, then burst into laughter. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of struggle, she managed to suppress her giggles and timidly suggested, "Young master, perhaps I could assist you in tidying up." Forget it. Go tell grandfather I will be there shortly. I can manage on my own, and none of you are allowed to follow me, especially you. He shot a fierce glare at Yun Ming'er standing nearby, who responded with an exaggerated eye roll and a graceful turn of her back. Humph. What is so great about it? If you don't want to go, then don't. It's not like I've never seen it before, she pouted, turning away with a huff. Lin Tianxin was left utterly bewildered. What does she mean? What has she seen? Nevertheless, she ultimately walked away, and with a long sigh of relief, Lin Tianxin lamented, finally, she has gone. If she had stayed any longer, my little life might have met its end today. When Lin Tianxin made his entrance into the parlor, it was already brimming with guests, bustling yet remarkably orderly. Intrigued, Lin Tianxin noted that the attendees were distinctly divided into two clear circles before he could observe further. Tianxin, come here, come here. Grandfather would like to introduce you to some esteemed officials. The sharp-eyed Lin Zhennan immediately spotted his precious grandson swaying into the parlor. Seeing the young master clad in white, Lin Zhennan beamed with pride, his lips curving into a wide smile. This is the esteemed Wang Qiming, the grand preceptor of the realm. He is an upright man devoted to the nation and its people. Serving as an exemplary model for your studies, Grandfather Lin pulled Lin Tianxin closer, gesturing to the silver-haired elder. Oh, no, no, old Lin overstates my character. Wang Qiming chuckled warmly, his demeanor gentle. It is your precious grandson who truly lives up to his reputation, handsome and exuding the grace befitting a gentleman. Lin Tianxin looked up to see the elder, impeccably dressed in a fine brocade robe, his meticulously groomed hair and beard indicating a man who valued appearance. This is the Minister of Personnel, Fang Xiao. This is Grand Tutor Chao. This is General Mo Ximing. And this is Lord Kong Rue, the head of the Internal Affairs Court. As Lin Zhennan continued his enthusiastic introductions, Lin Tianxin found himself increasingly dazed, eventually reduced to merely nodding in acknowledgement. Just when he thought he could take a sip of water, a piercing announcement shattered the air. The Emperor has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. His Royal Highness the First Prince has arrived. His Royal Highness the Second Prince has arrived. At that moment, Lin Tianxin nearly spat out his drink. The voice was simply too shrill. The crowd hurriedly moved to greet the newcomers. And a man of middle height, clad in bright yellow robes and appearing to be in his 40s, strode in first. He was somewhat lean, with a straight nose and a dignified demeanor. Beside him walked a stunningly beautiful woman in exquisite attire, followed by two young men, one clad in purple attire, tall and robust with a resolute expression, and the other dressed in flowing white, his long hair neatly tied back, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, embodying the image of an elegant young gentleman. This instantly captivated the hearts of many young ladies, who gazed at him with a mix of admiration and bashfulness. This scene left Lin Tianxin quite displeased. It seemed that today, he was supposed to be the center of attention, yet this newcomer had overshadowed him entirely. Thus, Lin Tianxin felt a growing sense of imbalance within himself. Fortunately, his discontent did not linger for long. For, "Father, Mother," a bright, cheerful voice rang out, as a little girl clad in red, resembling a fiery cloud, dashed towards the Emperor and Empress. It was Yun Ming'er. Immediately, Lin Tianxin observed every young man and woman in the hall involuntarily shudder. The two princes, too, simultaneously grimaced, quietly retreating a step backward. Chapter 41. A fateful encounter. As if sensing Lin Tianxin's gaze, both princes turned to look at him. Seeing the same bitter expression on his face, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded subtly, a silent understanding passing among the three of them. Yun Ming'er, pouting cutely, playfully scolded her two brothers, shaking her tiny fist. She then took the Empress's hand, whispering something in her ear, eliciting peals of laughter, and occasionally glancing toward Lin Tianxin. This made Lin Tianxin's legs tremble and his complexion pale. Emperor Yun Longcheng affectionately regarded the clever and whimsical Yun Ming'er, teasing, "What are you whispering to your mother? You seem so happy. You're not a little child anymore. Stop clinging to your mother." "Humph, what is it to you? This is a matter for us girls," Yun Ming'er pouted, sticking her tongue out at the Emperor. The court officials were left in a state of shock, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their faces ashen. Only this young lady would dare speak to the Emperor in such a manner. Lin Tianxin witnessed an unforgettable scene. Dozens of elderly officials in the hall, simultaneously reaching for their foreheads to wipe away the cold sweat, their movements graceful and synchronized. With a helpless smile and a shrug, the emperor appeared somewhat awkward. He looked up at the ceiling, stroked his chin, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, please do not stand on ceremony. Feel free to be at ease. Suddenly, the emperor reached out and playfully flicked Yuan Minger's forehead. Before she could react, he swiftly dashed to Lin Jinnan's side, bursting into hearty laughter. The court officials were left utterly flabbergasted. Is this really our dignified emperor? The one who wields the power of life and death over the realm? The one whose mere gaze can render others breathless? Did we just missee that? Thus, Lin Tianxin once again witnessed an unforgettable scene. Dozens of elderly men with white hair simultaneously rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with astonishment, staring wide-eyed at one another. Only Lin Tianxin and a select few secretly marveled at His Majesty the Emperor's clever maneuver. It appeared as though he was avenging the embarrassment caused by Yuan Minger. Teasing his daughter in the guise of a benevolent father, in reality, he was subtly communicating to everyone. I am merely a father at this moment. Let us not adhere to the formalities of imperial stature. You all need not feel constrained. Let things unfold as they will. Moreover, this method evidently showcased his approachability. Unbeknownst to him, it attracted the hearts of several ministers, thereby consolidating the power within the court. It must be said, this indeed exemplifies a superb ruling technique of an emperor. Lin Liguan, where is my nephew? Let me see him. With an eager expression directed at Lin Jinan, Yun Longchong, without even referring to himself, simply called out. He then turned towards the crowd. Amidst the elderly men, Lin Tianxin, clad in snow-white garments, stood out distinctly. He was immediately spotted by Yun Longchong, who laughed heartily, interrupting Lin Jinan before he could utter another word, and approached Lin Tianxin closely, scrutinizing him for a moment. Good, indeed, a handsome talent. Lin Dage has borne a fine son. Saying this, he lightly punched Lin Tianxin's chest. What is this? You can't even call your uncle anymore? You used to love clinging to your uncle. I couldn't chase you away. Why have you grown distant? He feigned a stern face, yet the smile on his countenance was unmistakable to all. Uncle, gazing into the emperor's sincere eyes, Lin Tianxin thought his uncle would act as described in the stories told by his mentor, where emperors are wary and calculating towards their ministers. His heart felt warm. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing that uncle, His Majesty seemed quite pleased, bursting into another fit of laughter. He took Lin Tianxin's hand and walked towards the empress, introducing her. This is my empress, your aunt. Aunt, greetings. You are truly youthful. Hee hee. You sweet-talking rascal. Have you charmed many young ladies? The empress giggled, handing Lin Tianxin a small box. Thank you, aunt. Out of courtesy, Lin Tianxin refrained from opening the box immediately. This is your eldest cousin. He is 3 years your senior and once held you as a child. Though he couldn't lift you, Yun Longchong said, pointing to a tall young man clad in purple attire. Eldest cousin, Lin Tianxin promptly called out. Hee hee, Tianxin cousin. The eldest prince nodded gently at Lin Tianxin. This is your second cousin, 1 year older than you. The emperor continued with introductions. Hee hee, Tianxin cousin, greetings. I am your second cousin, Yun Haoyu. Without allowing Lin Tianxin to respond, the young man in splendid white attire stepped forward. Grinning broadly, he appeared to be quite familiar. Humph. Always laughing about. The emperor shot a glare at Yun Haoyu and then smiled at Lin Tianxin. Yes, just like that. Pay him no mind. This is your cousin. You should already know her, so I will not introduce her. Ever since she learned you had returned, she has been causing a ruckus at home. Look, she rushed over here early this morning. He pointed at Yuan Minger with a helpless expression. Humph. In response, Lin Tianxin and Yuan Minger simultaneously huffed coldly. Upon hearing this synchronized huff, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to comprehend as he opened his mouth. Casting a helpless glance at Empress He, his face filled with bitterness. The ministers in attendance were once again dumbfounded, collectively pondering. Has the sun risen in the west today? When did our Tianxian Empire produce an individual daring enough to huff at His Majesty? Is this the new trend? Should we also give it a try? Thus, the elderly men exchanged glances and covered their faces with their hands. Humph, humph. The sound resonated throughout the hall, causing the beams to tremble. Not to dwell on the ministers chatting in the hall, Lin Tianxin received directives from the old man and led a group of young masters and young ladies to the backyard. Upon arriving in the backyard, the second prince, Yun Haoyu, immediately pulled over 6 or 7 young masters, surrounding Lin Tianxin tightly, all staring intently at the young master trapped in the center. "What do you want?" Lin Tianxin exclaimed, cold sweat suddenly pouring down his brow, his legs trembling. Having been tormented by Yun Ming'er for quite some time, Lin Tianxin felt a bit on edge, especially now that he was surrounded by 6 or 7 young men, their eyes gleaming with mischief, and he himself was a lad too. He'll claim he was not afraid would be a lie. In that moment, Lin Tianxin nearly shouted for his little assistant, Cui Cui, to come help, get lost. Who is interested in you? Immediately, a series of strange sounds erupted, drawing the attention of those nearby. Yun Haoyu led the group to pounce on Lin Tianxin, launching a barrage of playful punches. Afterwards, they all stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing off their clothes, shaking their hair, each appearing more relaxed than the last. Feeling utterly dejected, Lin Tianxin mournfully patted his money pouch. "Well, that's it. This month's allowance is gone. Cui Cui, you are too ruthless. Never mind, next time. No matter who beats me, I want to stop them. This is too cruel, bro. Are we that familiar? Or do we have a grudge? Why the sudden attack upon meeting?" Lin Tianxin, clutching his head to protect his handsome visage, looked at the second prince with a resentful expression. That look was filled with such profound grievance, it rivaled that of a scorned woman. Isn't this the way of those in the martial world? Don't you all say, no fight, no acquaintance? The second cousin replied, I just wanted to introduce you to some friends. Friends from the martial world? Hearing Lin Tianxin's complaint, Yun Haoyu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. With a pained groan, Lin Tianxin nearly collapsed. So this was what they meant by no fight, no acquaintance? Today, I've truly gained insight. But what is with your comprehension skills? I have never heard of such an interpretation of no fight, no acquaintance. Goodness, I truly have made acquaintances now. Especially this fellow. The punches he dealt were particularly vigorous. At this thought, Lin Tianxin suddenly found himself reminiscing about that astonishing flatulence from before, thinking, how wonderful it would have been had that happened now. Why did I let it go last time? Next time, I must save one. If I encounter such a situation again, I shall simply let one rip and knock you all out. Suddenly, Yun Haoyu and the others once again surrounded Lin Tianxin. His brows furrowed sharply, Lin Tianxin looked at the crowd warily. What, more fighting? Wait, I'm not prepared yet. No, we want to hear your stories from the outside. 8 young men simultaneously shook their heads in disdain. One of them remarked, Do you think we genuinely want to hit you? Your body is nothing but skin and bones. My hands ache just from touching you. Lin Tianxin was dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Such a derisive remark. It seems the one getting beaten is it that you have more than just skin and bones. Gao Han, stop rambling. What do you know? Quit messing around. Let him tell stories. Another young master interrupted Gao Han, muttering in dissatisfaction. This youth, Lin Tianxin had heard earlier in the hall. His name was Shan Hao, the only son of the Minister of Works, Shan Wenqin. After listening to their banter, Lin Tianxin finally understood. It appeared this group of young men had never left the capital since birth and were exceedingly curious about the outside world. The recent spectacle of no fight, no acquaintance made it evident. Now that they had finally encountered Lin Tianxin, who had just returned from outside, how could they let him go? I don't understand. I understand far more than you. I at least know there are 2 mountains outside the capital, beneath which lies a dark forest. Deep within the woods is a small creek. Upon hearing Shan Hao claim ignorance, Gao Han immediately erupted with anger. Pfft! Ha ha ha! Watching the group of young masters laugh uproariously without a shred of dignity, Lin Tianxin was utterly stunned. He gaped and asked, Are there mountains outside the capital? Why haven't I seen them? The second prince, Yun Haoyu, leaned closer, whispering in Lin Tianxin's ear, Don't let this fellow fool you. He knows nothing. His mind is filled with thoughts of women. Casting a meaningful glance at Lin Tianxin, he continued, Tianxin cousin, you aren't really a virgin, are you? If not, my brothers and I can help you find a girl to resolve that. Though his voice was low, the group was already huddled closely together, and all 7 heard him. Gao Han immediately leaned in. Brother, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I am an expert in this area, and I can provide on-site guidance. Piffed with your taste, you think you're an expert? Shan Hao, the young master, seemed to have an innate conflict with Gao Han. As soon as he spoke, he couldn't help but rebut him. Then, with a tone full of earnestness, he turned to Lin Tianxin. You have no idea. His taste is just ugh. It's a sight that would make any brother weep. He shook his head, sighing, his expression one of deep sorrow. You say I don't understand, yet you don't believe me. Gao Han cast a disdainful glance at Shan Hao, snapping open his folding fan with a sharp clap, lightly shaking it twice. His expression turned solemn as he took a few deliberate steps forward, fixing his gaze on the distant horizon. After a moment, he slightly tilted his head and uttered a few words with a soft breath, as long as it's alive. That's enough. Instantly, the crowd collectively took a step back, gazing skyward with expressions that screamed, I don't know this person. Lin Tianxin was left utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. With a pained gesture, he covered his eyes and let out a feeble groan. Impressive, truly impressive. It's indeed a sight to behold. Suddenly, at that very moment, a delicate, crisp voice pierced the air without warning. What are you playing at? Upon hearing this voice, the crowd scattered in a panic, as if they had encountered a nightmarish apparition. Even Gao Han, who had been lost in deep contemplation, was jolted awake, letting out a howl akin to a slaughtered pig as he rolled and crawled behind a stone table, using his fan to shield his face while peeking at the unfolding scene. Before him stood a little girl in a red dress, pouting her lips, one hand on her hip, and the other clutching the ear of the unfortunate Lin Daxiao, her face radiating an aura of menace. Gao Han felt his heart race as he observed the scene, his expression contorting in disbelief. She truly is not a city dweller. Seeing the situation go awry, she remains completely still. Goodness, how has this little lady grown so fierce? Who would dare to take her on from now on? It was Yun Ming'er who, upon witnessing the immediate disappearance of the crowd at her arrival, erupted in fury and directed all her wrath towards Lin Daxiao, tugging at Lin Tianxin's ear with a relentless barrage of slaps and bites. Thus, Lin Tianxin found himself in a tragic predicament. The poor young master realized too late, only managing to ask, Aren't you at Annie Queen's place? How did you end up here? Before he instinctively curled up, shielding his head against the relentless barrage of the little girl's fists, which fell like a rain of blows. Lin Daxiao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Not only was he enduring the tantrums of this little girl, but he also had to contend with his own indignant cousin. Thus, he began to plead with a heavy heart. Little Tsui, I truly have no money left. Moreover, eating too much candy will lead to cavities, and she is merely my cousin. Why do you persist in punishing her? She struck me, and you have no grievance against her. Please spare your brother. In a peculiar, mysterious space beneath the colossal life tree, little Tuta remained clad in her verdant gown. A decade passing without a trace of change to her appearance, she still resembled a 3- or 4-year-old child. However, she lacked the pitiable demeanor of their first encounter. At this moment, she resembled an enraged little tiger, with her adorable big eyes wide open and her lips pursed as if to hold something. She clutched an oddly shaped fruit, squishing it beyond recognition with one hand, while the other waved angrily at Lin Tianxin, her voice laced with a sob. Brother Tianxin no longer likes me. Even when others hit me, you refuse to let Tsui help, and you don't allow me to go out, nor do you give me candy. Tsui is so sad. I will never speak to Brother Tianxin again. Boo-hoo! While feeling a headache, Lin Tianxin was caught in a web of conflicting emotions. This little girl always resorted to this tactic. Could she not try a different approach? He truly questioned whether he had spoiled her. Yet, this very tactic left Lin Tianxin, who had always been fond of little Tsui, unable to resist. With a resigned sigh, Lin Tianxin walked over and lifted little Tsui onto his lap. Little Tu, Brother Tianxin truly does not dislike you, nor does he prevent you from going out. Rather, Brother Tianxin has his concerns. Ming'er is my sister, and although she can be a bit willful, I see that she is also pitiable. You noticed earlier how everyone avoids her, and no one wishes to play with her. If Brother Tianxin does not accompany her, will she not be heartbroken? Just like you, little Tsui. Without Xiao Jianshu by your side, without Brother Tianxin to converse with, would you not feel lonely? Would you not be afraid? Tightening his embrace around little Tsui, Lin Tianxin continued. Moreover, you must have seen that although Ming'er is a princess, she does not exhibit any airs of royalty. She has never acted superior to brother Tianxin or anyone else. She does as she pleases, and I admire her free-spirited nature, much like your own. Little Tsuat Ming'er is just a tad more unruly than you in my eyes. Both you and Ming'er are treated equally. You are both my dear little sisters. But why does she always hit you? Little Tsue pouted, still looking displeased, although her mood had notably improved compared to before. Feeling a bit troubled, Lin Tianxin pondered how to explain this matter. If he did not articulate it well, she might erupt again. After much thought, he stammered. Well, it seems to be her nature, much like how you enjoy candy. Of course, there are factors from her upbringing, like how you came to love sweets because brother Tianxin gave them to you. Ming'er, on the other hand, may have developed this bad habit because everyone ignores her and refuses to play with her. Oh, I see. She is truly pitiable. Little Tsuna nodded thoughtfully, wrapping her arms around Lin Tianxin's neck, her previously tear-streaked face now blossoming into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, she pouted again. Then you should go play with her. But if she dares to hit you, you must teach her a lesson. Seeing little Tsue finally break into a smile, Lin Tianxin let out a sigh of relief. Little did he know that the excuse he had concocted was indeed a true reflection of Yun Ming'er's circumstances. As the only princess of the entire Tianxian Empire, she had been spoiled since childhood, with no companions but her mother to confide in and her brothers perpetually occupied with various affairs. She had no one to frolic with. The servants catered to her every whim, ensuring she always emerged victorious in any game. Over time, her restlessness grew, and she became increasingly willful, devising ways to discipline her two brothers and those unwilling to play with her. She sought attention through such antics, yet ironically, this only drove others further away, causing them to flee at the sight of her. Thus, her temper escalated, and her penchant for mischief deepened, for the sole pleasure of witnessing their dismay. She found joy in tormenting others. The arrival of Lin Tianxin provided Yun Ming'er with a new target, leading to scenes where he felt utterly helpless against her antics. Yet, she had never anticipated that Lin Tianxin was also a mischievous spirit who had never known defeat. Thus, for the very first time, she tasted the bitterness of her own medicine, a lesson even Luo Yuding could not endure. Yet, instead of scaring her off, this experience instilled in her an inexplicable thrill. And she found it amusing, at last. After tiring herself out, she squatted to the side, rubbing her sore arms. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Lin Daxiao rose slowly, nonchalantly flipping his hair to reveal a dazzling smile. Frustration boiled over within Lin Tianxin, having been relentlessly pestered by this little girl, and with little Tsuita's cries echoing in his ears, he finally shed his facade and transformed back into the fearless imp that caused havoc throughout the Tsuame Valley. Ignoring Yun Ming'er's startled exclaims, he scooped up the little girl and placed her on his lap, delivering a playful smack to her pert little behind. The onlookers, previously hiding in the shadows, were utterly petrified. Their expressions drained of color as they swayed in disbelief. For them, this was utterly inconceivable. Who would dare strike this little tyrant? Who would dare strike the most audacious, most unruly little demoness in the entire Tianxian Empire? The one and only cherished daughter of the emperor and empress? And to deliver such a strike to her behind. As cold sweat poured down their brows, each of them silently raised their thumbs in admiration for Lin Tianxin. Filled with profound respect. Chapter 43. I am a lady suddenly, the little girl peeked out from his embrace, her slightly squinted big eyes stealing a glance at the outside world before she gently patted her chest. Exhaling a sigh of relief. Though her pretty face, slightly pale from fright, lacked the lingering fear that Lin Tianxin had anticipated, it instead bore a trace of vague anticipation. How exhilarating, cousin. Take me for another flight. It's so much fun. Please, cousin. With her arms affectionately wrapped around Lin Tianxin's neck, Yun Ming'er fixed her adorable big eyes on him, her face brimming with expectation. However, the proud smile on Lin Tianxin's face quickly froze, leaving him on the verge of tears as he muttered, I just wanted to give her a little scare. Really? Then, amidst the attention of a group of young gentlemen and ladies who were on the brink of swooning, the cry of, "Oh, up we go again," rang out. Young Master Lin, cradling Yun Ming'er, soared into the air, descended, and then ascended once more, repeating this playful cycle. Finally, after indulging her whims, a beaming Yun Ming'er waved at the crowd with satisfaction, resembling a national leader greeted by admirers after descending from an aircraft, nonchalantly departing with an air of indifference. This left young Master Lin, sprawled on the ground like a lump of clay, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Wow, brother, you are truly formidable. You are the first to be struck by the little witch and still dare to retaliate. Impressive. A group of admirers, led by Yun Haoyu, suddenly surrounded Lin Tianxin, their expressions a mix of admiration, envy, and a hint of fear, certainly directed towards Yun Ming'er. Stop the nonsense. Hurry and help me up. Ouch, be gentle. The crowd rushed to assist Lin Tianxin, helping him onto a stone bench, their faces filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at him. Just as the young master was feeling uneasy while drinking water, the 8 of them collectively bent down and exclaimed, "Master, please accept our bow." Puff. Lin Tianxin, who had just taken a sip, spewed it out, coughing violently as he shrieked. What? He turned to see Shan Hao gazing at him with a mischievous smile, saying, "Master, please don't hide it from us any longer. We can all see that you are the true expert. I finally understand the meaning of masters are found among the common folk. Look, even the fierce Princess Yun Ming'er was tamed by you in less than a moment. Completely satisfied, we brothers genuinely admire you. If only you could impart a trick or two to us, it would be immensely beneficial. Just imagine, we could also soar through the skies with lovely girls in our arms. How delightful would that be? Perhaps we could even engage in some amusing escapades." As Shan Hao spoke, the other 7 nodded vigorously, expressing their wholehearted agreement. Lin Tianxin was left dumbfounded, his hands clasped over his forehead as he lamented inwardly. If my master knew I was teaching them martial arts, and for the sake of being able to fly with lovely girls in the future, I wonder if he would come with my 2 senior brothers to settle accounts with me. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Tianxin. If I were to teach them only some tricks that my second brother taught me when I was young, that shouldn't he violate the sect rules? Right? Hee hee. The things my second brother taught were quite entertaining, hee hee. I just wonder how many of the 8 of them would manage to master it in the end. With this in mind, Lin Tianxin chuckled softly, cleared his throat, and feigned a serious demeanor as he proclaimed, "Well, since you all are so eager to learn, this young master, despite the risk of being expelled from the sect by my master, shall reluctantly teach you a few techniques. You don't need to perform the bowing ceremony." Lin Tianxin quickly interjected as he noticed the 8 of them preparing to offer their respects. What a joke. If you truly bow to me, not only would I be responsible for you, but I would certainly be torn to pieces by old man Luo. Well, as you can see, this young master is quite fatigued today. Before he could finish his sentence, the 8 of them rushed forward. "We'll help you massage your back." They promptly held down Lin Tianxin, who had no means of resistance, and began to pound on his back like a drum. Stop, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean for you to massage my back. I meant for you to go back and prepare. I also need to think carefully about how to teach you." Lin Tianxin shouted desperately, shielding his head with both hands. Instantaneously, the 8 stopped, looking at him with disdain as they said in unison, "You haven't even eaten yet, and you want to send us away? You so stingy." Lin Tianxin. The next day, after a night of meditation and training, Lin Tianxin had just fallen asleep when, bang! The door was kicked open with great force. A little girl in a red dress, hands on her hips, stood at the entrance, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Startled, Lin Tianxin nearly fell out of bed. Yun Ming'er regarded Lin Tianxin with an expression of disdain. "Cousin, are you planning to teach them martial arts? You even thought to hide it from me? Now that this princess knows, you can forget about doing it secretly." She gestured towards the 8 who stood meekly behind her. Lin Tianxin's face broke into a cold sweat, and he shot a frantic glance at the 8, mentally lamenting. "What is wrong with you, 8? How can you not keep anything a secret? I can hardly escape from this little tyrant. And you still brought her here? And you let her know that I'm teaching you martial arts. Wouldn't that be the end of me? It seems I must change my plans now." Observing Yun Ming'er glaring at him with her beautiful, wide eyes, Lin Tianxin sighed helplessly. "Since you brought her here yourself, I cannot hold it against you. I had initially intended to teach you some of the second brother's charming techniques. But it seems today is not the day for that." With this thought, Lin Tianxin rose and said nonchalantly, "All right, since you wish to learn as well, then follow me." He led the way towards the backyard. The Lin family's backyard was vast, originally intended for training the family guards. However, due to the tense situation at the frontier, many guards had been withdrawn, leaving the area unused. This turned out to be a perfect place for Lin Tianxin to torture this group of young gentlemen eager to learn his skills to carry lovely girls in the air. Unfortunately, the team now included a little girl, and this girl happened to be a notorious little witch. Put this on, and then run a few laps around here so I can assess your strength. Lin Tianxin tossed out 8 vests, which were bulging with who knows what inside. The second prince, Yun Haoyu, picked one up but didn't he even lift it, staring in disbelief. Cousin Tianxin, what on earth is in here? Can this even be worn? This must weigh at least 180 pounds. The others, hearing this, also grabbed a vest, weighing it in their hands, each wearing a look of bitter resignation. With our small frames. Are you sure we can wear these? Whether you wear it or not is irrelevant. I've been wearing weights like this since I was 5. Young Master Lin, still annoyed that they had brought Yun Ming'er along, tilted his head and grumbled, You truly are impressive. Gao Han looked at Lin Tianxin with admiration before shouting, For the sake of beautiful ladies, for the happiness of my future life, I shall give it my all. With one person leading the charge, the others, unwilling to be outdone, donned the vests. Instantly, they wore expressions of dismay, their eyes filled with resentment, all glaring at Lin Tianxin. With a mischievous grin, Lin Tianxin nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak when he was suddenly yanked by the ear. What about mine? They all have one. Why don't I? Yun Ming'er looked at Lin Tianxin with puppy dog eyes, her rosy lips protruding in dissatisfaction. The previously glum expressions of Yun Haoyu and the others instantly turned to glee as they glanced at the troubled Lin Tianxin, realizing that the weight of the vests was no longer so burdensome. They began to exchange knowing glances and started running. Cough, cough. Well, Ming'er, you arrived rather unexpectedly. I didn't have time to prepare anything for you. Besides, those heavy vests are for them. My dear cousin is so adorable. How could you wear such ugly, heavy clothing? Seeing Lin Tianxin stammering without a conclusion and refusing to provide her with a vest, Yun Ming'er, observing how joyous the others were, immediately became displeased. She tugged at Lin Tianxin's ear, her little head tilting as she declared defiantly, I don't care. I want to be just like them, or else, at this point, the little girl raised her tiny fist and, with a glint in her eye, stated, or else you'll have to carry me while running. Hee hee. Lin Tianxin's expression immediately soured. If you don't agree, I'll tell Annie that you hit me yesterday, humph. She had initially intended to say spank my bottom, but quickly realized she must maintain her image as a lady and couldn't blurt out such things. Her little face flushed, and she huffed a few times. If Lin Tianxin were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in disbelief. How could such a boisterous little girl be considered a lady? Is there no end to this madness? Chapter 44, The Art of Heavenly Eyes. Thus, a scene unfolded that caused Yun Haoyu and the others' eyebrows to twitch uncontrollably. Lin Tianxin was seen panting as he carried Yun Ming'er while running. And the little girl seemed to have procured a whip from somewhere, incessantly calling out giddy up. Along the way, the eldest is indeed the eldest. He is truly unparalleled. Gao Han gazed at him with admiration, his eyes sparkling with awe. Since Lin Tianxin had rejected their request to take him as their master, they began to refer to him as boss, despite being older than him in the blink of an eye. Over 10 days had passed, and under Lin Tianxin's relentless training methods, reminiscent of those used by his second senior brother, these 8 pampered young masters had been reduced to a state that was neither human nor ghost. Not only did they fail to learn any of the skills to charm women, but they were left utterly despondent. Yun Haoyu, in particular, fled in disarray after just 1 day of training. Little did they know that although Lin Tianxin appeared to be in a pitiful state due to Yun Ming'er's antics, he was secretly laughing heartily. This was the price one pays for daring to challenge the young Master Lin. Unfortunately, Yun Haoyu had escaped too swiftly, leaving Lin Tianxin feeling slightly vexed. Of course, he had no intention of letting the little demoness Yun Ming'er off the hook. He simply had yet to find the right opportunity. Currently, only Gao Han and Shin Hao remained from the original group of 8, steadfastly pursuing their dreams. They were envious of the sight of Lin Tianxin soaring through the sky with Yun Ming'er. How could they, self-proclaimed elegant young masters, tolerate having all the limelight stolen by one individual? Leaning languidly on a lounge chair beneath the pavilion, Lin Tianxin silently circulated his profound energy, allowing it to meander through his meridians. After some time, he gradually ceased his practice and muttered in frustration, "It has been over half a year since I reached the peak of the Master Realm, yet there is still no sign of a breakthrough? Humph, that detestable old Luo has actually hindered my cultivation speed. How infuriating! The next time I see him, I shall have shouts to teach him a lesson. If only he were here now, I could at least seek his guidance." Glancing at Gao Han and Xian Hao, who were still diligently training under the scorching sun, Lin Tianxin felt a flicker of appreciation. They were indeed much better than the other SIX's noble young masters. They had likely never endured hardship in their lives, yet they had managed to persevere this far. Gao Han was somewhat fortunate. His father was a high-ranking minister with a martial background, so he must have undergone considerable training from a young age. As for Xian Hao, he was a notable figure among the aristocracy, and the fact that he could endure such grueling training was indeed commendable. His father seemed to be a civil official. Yet in a family that valued scholarly pursuits, he had managed to build a solid foundation, which was truly impressive. With this thought, Lin Tianxin's eyes brightened. A family that values scholarly pursuits. Indeed, my own family champions martial prowess. It seems my grandfather is a grandmaster-level warrior. With my master absent, I could seek my grandfather's wisdom. Slapping his thigh vigorously, Lin Tianxin nearly leaped to his feet and dashed towards the courtyard where Lin Zhinan resided. However, just a few steps out, he halted and rubbed his head, exclaiming, "Oh dear! I almost forgot, Grandpa hasn't returned from court yet." Reluctantly, he returned to the lounge chair and sat back down. After a while, the impatient Lin Tianxin could no longer remain seated and dashed towards the entrance. The matter of his cultivation felt like a thorn lodged in his throat, rendering him restless. If he did not remove this thorn soon, with Lin Tianxin's somewhat impulsive nature, he might even struggle to eat. Upon reaching the front yard, he encountered a Fu, who was inspecting the premises. Stepping forward, he inquired, "Grandpa Zhang, when will my grandfather return? I have some matters to discuss with him." "Ah, young Master Tianxin, I'm afraid I cannot say. The old master has been returning late from court lately," a Fu replied with a faint smile, bowing respectfully. "Oh," Lin Tianxin responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Looking up at the sun hanging high in the sky, he mumbled, "It's only the morning hour. I still have to wait 2 more hours until noon. This is quite vexing. Oh well, I might as well go to the palace to find Grandpa. I can also take the opportunity to explore outside. I haven't really taken a good look around the capital since I returned, and I could visit the palace as well. That settles it." With a snap of his fingers, Lin Tianxin excitedly dashed outside. Not one to dawdle. Turning left upon exiting, he found himself on East Street, renowned as the most luxurious avenue in the Tianqian Empire. Although the street was only a short length of less than 1,000 meters due to its proximity to the palace, it did not diminish the vibrancy of East Street in the slightest. The bustling crowds and the constant flow of people vividly illustrated its prosperity. Navigating through this short distance felt more like forcing his way through a throng rather than a leisurely walk. As he turned a corner, the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares and the shouts of tavern attendants gradually faded. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Tianxin glanced back at the still crowded East Street. Vowing never to traverse that route again, as he moved forward, the towering walls of the palace came into view. The Lin residence was not far from the palace, with a straight-line distance of about 5 or 6 kilometers. Easily traversable by Lin Tianxin in no time. However, upon reaching the palace gates, he found himself at a standstill. The guards would not let him enter. When Lin Tianxin presented his jade token to prove his identity as the grandson of Marshal Lin, the guards erupted into laughter, nearly falling over themselves. One guard bellowed, "Look at you, with that pitiful appearance, claiming to be the grandson of the old marshal? The emperor's nephew? I might as well be the king of heaven. Don't you think that just because you're dressed well, you can pretend to be a nobleman in front of us? I've seen plenty of people like you. Now, scram. Otherwise, I'll have you arrested for trespassing in the palace." Lin Tianxin had never been looked down upon in such a manner, except for the time he encountered a certain Yu Dusheng. He nearly lost his temper, feeling the urge to strike down the insolent guard. But then he remembered that it was his first visit to his uncle's palace in 10 years. He should at least show some respect to the emperor, right? The guards, who were barking orders at Lin Tianxin, were blissfully unaware that they had ventured perilously close to the gates of death, without any hope of redemption. Cousin Tianxin, what brings you here? A voice filled with surprise emerged from behind the crowd. It was Lin Tianxin's elder cousin, Yun Cheney, and in an instant, the previously arrogant guards all bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We greet your highness, the crown prince." Noticing Lin Tianxin's somewhat disheveled attire, Yun Cheney frowned slightly and sternly reprimanded. "What is the meaning of this? Who is in charge here today to dare lay hands on my cousin Tianxin? Humph! If it weren't for Tianxin's kind heart, with his mastery of the martial arts, who among you would stand a chance?" Yun Cheney had learned of Lin Tianxin's mastery of martial arts when he had witnessed him soaring through the sky with Yun Ming'er, and he had been astounded by it. How blind are we to not recognize a mountain of greatness? We apologize for our offense against young Master Lin. Please, punish us as you see fit. The guards who had just been bullying Lin Tianxin were now utterly flabbergasted. After cursing their misfortune inwardly, they knelt heavily before Lin Tianxin, declaring, "This incident arose solely from our own presumptuousness. It has nothing to do with the leader. We implore you not to hold the leader accountable. All blame lies with us." In that moment, as they bowed their heads, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of malice in the eyes of one guard. Only Lin Tianxin, curious about Yun Cheney's strength, inadvertently used his heavenly eye technique and caught a glimpse of that barely perceptible killing intent, causing his heart to shudder. Lin Tianxin had no intention of letting the guard off easily, especially since he had sensed the murderous intent directed at him. However, with Yun Cheney present, he refrained from acting out of fear of being seen as ruthless in front of his elder cousin. After all, one must have a reason to kill, right? To strike down this guard merely for his insolence seemed somewhat unreasonable, and even if he explained to Yun Cheney about the guard's murderous intent, his cousin likely would not believe him. After all, murderous intent was an intangible thing, a mere instinct of a martial artist. It was impossible to provide evidence for it. Moreover, did Lin Tianxin really need Yun Cheney's approval to deal with such a minor guard? He simply did not want to attract too much attention, especially since this guard was a royal guard, not an ordinary person. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to consider the royal family's face, as well as the impact on his own family. However, for Lin Tianxin, while he believed in repaying kindness with kindness, if someone dared to trip him up, he would return the favor tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Bending down, he helped the guard up and said, "What do you mean, good sir? It is the duty of your esteemed selves to guard the palace. I, being a mere youth without any official title, am somewhat presumptuous in entering the palace. You all are merely doing your jobs. What crime is there in that?" After speaking, he cast a deep glance at the guard, his eyes flickering with a cold light, and a faint golden beam of light shot into the guard's eyes, courtesy of the heavenly eye technique. While he could not openly retaliate, he could certainly create some obstacles, as a unique secret technique of the Dantai sect. The heavenly eye technique had purposes beyond mere detection. Its true utility lay in mental assault. This mental assault was an extremely domineering method of attack, invisible and soundless. Even if one were a level or two higher in cultivation, they would find it difficult to evade if caught off guard. The lighter consequences would cause dizziness and slowed movements, while the more severe repercussions could lead to bleeding from the 7 orifices, resulting in idiocy or even death on the spot. And this guard before him, with only the cultivation of a warrior, was no match for him. Lin Tianxin did not immediately use the heavenly eye technique to kill the guard, nor did he unleash a mental assault to render him an idiot. Instead, at the moment their hands touched, he guided the technique, leaving a trace of his profound energy within the guard's dantian, hiding it away. Thus, as long as Lin Tianxin is willing, at any moment and place, a mere thought could trigger and unleash the profound energy concealed within the body of the guard, leading to his demise. Cousin Tianxin, how could you say such a thing? The palace is, after all, my aunt's family home, and more importantly, it is your home as well. What logic is there in forbidding family from entering their own abode? Hurry and express your gratitude for your cousin's magnanimity. The last statement was directed towards the guard kneeling on the ground. With a fierce glare at the guard, Yun Cheney pulled Lin Tianxin along, saying, "Let us go. No need to stand idly outside. We can discuss matters inside." Chapter 45. The predicament of the Tianxian Empire. As they walked along the stone-paved path of the palace, Yun Cheney sighed. "Cousin Tianxin, it has been over 10 years since you accompanied your master in cultivation and last visited the palace. I recall your childhood when you would rush to the palace every day." and your aunt could hardly pull you back. Ha ha. I remember one occasion when you and your second brother uprooted Father Emperor's favorite plant, a gentleman's orchid. Fearing Father's wrath, you both hid behind the dragon throne, only to fall asleep. This caused quite the commotion among the palace guards, and I, as your elder brother, was also scolded by Father. 11 years have passed, and the mischievous cousin who once was has now become a master of the cultivation realm, making me, as your elder brother, feel quite embarrassed. With a slightly odd glance at Lin Tianxin, Yun Chunyi felt a twinge of melancholy. Forgive me, Lin Tianxin said with a sheepish grin as he scratched his head. You needn't belittle yourself, cousin. I merely encountered a slightly more formidable master. Besides, you are quite impressive yourself, capable in both literature and martial arts, unlike me, who is but a mere warrior. Oh, by the way, just call me Tianxin. There's no need for the formalities of cousin Tianxin. It feels a bit awkward. Yun Chunyi paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, patting his forehead as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, it seems I have been a touch distant. I apologize for that, dear cousin. Cousin, why do you seem as if you've just returned from outside? Lin Tianxin observed the distinct water stains on Yun Chunyi's garments, clearly remnants from the morning dew, indicating he had ventured out early. Tianxin, you have spent so long following your master in cultivation that you may be unaware of the current state of affairs. Yun Chunyi sighed heavily, his expression grave. Are you referring to the Eastern Ao Kingdom? Lin Tianxin raised an eyebrow, softly scoffing. Such a tiny nation dares to provoke our grand Tianxian Empire? So you are aware? Yun Chunyi looked at Lin Tianxin with mild surprise before continuing, indeed. The Eastern Ao Kingdom is hardly a concern. It could be subdued with a mere wave of the hand. However, I worry not for them, but rather for the Western nations who may use the Eastern Ao Kingdom as a pawn to conspire against our Tianxian Empire. Our Tianxian Empire is vast and rich, located in the eastern part of the mysterious continent. To the east lies the endless Eastern Sea, brimming with invaluable resources. To the west stretches the boundless grasslands, a natural pasture for cattle, sheep, and horses, serving as an indispensable pillar for our empire. To the north, mountains abound, yielding myriad rare herbs and treasures, and to the south, expansive plains of fertile land, the optimal site for grain production, forming the essential granary for our Tianxian Empire. The Western nations harbor ulterior motives, scheming against our Tianxian Empire for countless years. They have frequently dispatched troops to invade, but thanks to the unwavering loyalty of our valiant warriors, our grand nation has spared countless citizens from the suffering of war. Now, with the Eastern Ao Kingdom rallying troops, the long-silent Western nations will undoubtedly be watching closely. Should we retaliate, the Western nations will surely accuse our Tianxian Empire of bullying the weak. If we refrain from retaliation, they will perceive us as timid and fearful. In such a scenario, not only will our morale plummet, but the Western nations will not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Our Tianxian Empire finds itself in a precarious situation, unable to advance or retreat. What does our emperor uncle think about this? Lin Tianxin, not being well-versed in military matters, inquired, having only grasped the general idea from Yun Chunyi's lengthy explanation. Father is deeply troubled by this matter, and the ministers in court have been embroiled in endless debates. One faction, led by Grand Preceptor Chao Feng, advocates for a peaceful approach, arguing that our esteemed Tianxian Empire, being a nation of propriety, need not concern itself with the Eastern Ao Kingdom. We should simply send troops to defend, avoiding the tarnishing of our reputation. Humph! A bunch of antiquated old men. They dare to insult us to our faces. Yet they still prattle on about propriety. Let us see if they can still speak of propriety when blades are at their throats, Lin Tianxin exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. From the experiences he learned in the Jianghu under Luo Yuding, Lin Tianxin understood that propriety only arises in situations where strength is relatively equal. It is a strategic maneuver of first courtesy, then conflict. Can one truly expect a powerful divine being to reason with a mere opposing warrior? Can you imagine what such a scene would entail? A divine being would not deign to argue with a lowly warrior. To them, it would be an insult in a world where the strong dominate. Might is the ultimate truth. Ignoring Lin Tianxin's indignation, Yun Chunyi continued, the other faction, led by your grandfather, Marshal Lin Jinnan, advocates for war. Marshal Lin believes that the audacious Eastern Ao Kingdom has dared to offend our Tianxian Empire's dignity. and we must dispatch a formidable force to crush them with overwhelming might, thereby upholding our national prestige. To tolerate this would only lead others to view our Tianqian Empire as weak and easy to bully. Father also finds Marshal Lin's perspective reasonable. Our grand nation cannot afford to be timid and afraid. Yun Shunyi concluded, this morning, I was summoned to the military department to address related matters. At this point, Yun Shunyi flashed a mysterious smile. Cousin Tianqin, you might not know, but I am now serving as a part-time deputy minister of the military. Seeing the astonished expression on Lin Tianqin's face, Yun Shunyi seemed to remember something. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he intently gazed at Lin Tianqin, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. He then slowly said, Tianqin, I've recently heard Father mention that he intends to select some young nobles from the capital to experience battle on the front lines. This would also prevent you young nobles from idling about and causing chaos in the grand capital. Among these young nobles, Cousin Tianqin, you are specifically named by Father. Who could blame you for your high cultivation level? Even I envy you. Really? Lin Tianqin was unexpectedly thrilled, his excitement evident as he grasped Yun Shunyi's arm. Why did Lin Tianqin follow Luo Yuding in his cultivation? It was precisely to hone his skills so he could fight alongside his father on the battlefield. Yes, indeed. Witnessing Lin Tianqin's ecstatic reaction at the prospect of going to the front lines, Yun Shunyi was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Other young nobles would typically turn pale at the thought of being sent to battle, conjuring countless excuses rooted in their familial duties. Yet here was Lin Tianqin, brimming with enthusiasm. Was he not aware that this was a call to war, not a matrimonial proposal? Was he perhaps feverish? Pondering this, he reached out to touch his own forehead, then Lin Tianqin's, muttering to himself, no fever. How peculiar. Cousin, what are you doing? Lin Tianqin swatted Yun Shunyi's hand away, as if he could read his thoughts. He declared, I have followed my master in cultivation since childhood to one day serve my country on the battlefield. Now, a splendid opportunity stands before me. How could I not be overjoyed? Just then, amidst the applause, Emperor Yun Longchong and Marshal Lin Zhennan approached in unison. With a face full of admiration, Emperor Yun Longchong gently patted Lin Tianqin on the shoulder and boomed, You truly are the son of Lin Hao, a worthy descendant of the Lin family, a proud nephew of mine, and a fine son of the Tianqian Empire. The repeated praises from Emperor Longchong underscored his high regard for Lin Tianqin, and even Yun Shunyi watched with envy, for he had never received such commendation from his father. Moreover, from the four worthy remarks, it was clear that Emperor Yun Longchong possessed an unparalleled breadth of vision. He first acknowledged Lin Tianqin as Lin Hao's son, a descendant of the Lin family, before mentioning the Tianqian Empire. In his eyes, the notion of prioritizing the nation over family was but a jest, an absurd joke. He believed that a nation cannot be deemed a true nation without caring for its people. Even if families eventually form, those families will not possess a strong sense of belonging to the nation. He argued that a nation that prioritizes family before state is truly powerful and deserving of the title of a nation. The common folk are endearing. They do not concern themselves with who the rulers are. What they desire is simple: land to cultivate, clothing to wear, and a happy, prosperous home. Countless happy families together comprise a great nation, a truly formidable state. Such a nation requires no summons from its rulers, nor oppression, nor coercion. When the collective is harmed, it is only natural that countless brave souls will step forward to defend it, safeguarding the nation formed by countless families. The rulers merely serve as leaders, fulfilling a unifying role and nothing more. In fact, Yun Longchong harbors ulterior motives. Ever since he learned that Lin Tianqin's master is a legendary divine power, Emperor Longchong has been contemplating how to leverage this connection to firmly bind this unparalleled powerhouse to his service. No, it is not about binding tightly, but rather about securing assistance in times of the empire's peril. One must understand that a divine power can decisively influence the outcome of an ordinary military conflict. Even rewriting the conclusion of a war is within the realm of possibility. During the recent banquet celebrating Lin Tianqin's return, the emperor personally visited to extend a warm welcome, hoping to catch a glimpse of such an extraordinary figure. To his dismay, he found himself sorely disappointed. Chapter 46. The Missing Yun Ming'er. Upon hearing Lin Tianqin's words today, Yun Longchong could not contain his joy. He thought, even without his master, can we not cultivate our own extraordinary powerhouse? Is it not within the capacity of my Tianxian Empire to nurture a formidable individual? Previously, there were no suitable candidates, but now, Lin Tianxin stands before me as an ideal choice, with his talents. How could he not become a divine power? Otherwise, why would his master be so eager to take him as a disciple? Moreover, he is my nephew. While I cannot claim his complete loyalty, as long as his mother and my sister are present, can I fear his rebellion? It seems Ming'er also harbors an affection for him. Why not facilitate this union to secure his allegiance? With this thought, Emperor Longcheng began to contemplate the rationale for an arranged marriage. Lin Zheng then stepped forward, giving Lin Tianxin a hearty pat on the shoulder, expressing his approval. Good lad. Well done. You possess the spirit reminiscent of my own in my youth. Ha ha. Stay and enjoy yourself here with your uncle. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, he stroked his beard, laughing heartily as he walked away. Suppressing his eagerness, Lin Tianxin, held back by Yun Chenin, spent the day wandering the palace, carefully avoiding Yuan Ming'er's quarters. He could hardly contain his impatience to seek out his grandfather for guidance on martial arts. Just as he exited the palace, he found himself confronted by Yuan Ming'er, who blocked his path with an indignant pout. Cousin, why didn't you inform me of your arrival at my home? I waited all day at Auntie's place without eating. Look, I've grown so thin. Humph. How will you make it up to me? She rolled up her sleeves, displaying her fair and delicate arms, her face a picture of discontent. With a bitter smile, Lin Tianxin could only think, you claim to be starving? You've grown thin? Eating? Spare me, since my return. I have yet to witness you partake in a meal. Your mouth seems perpetually in motion. He took a deep breath, gazing skyward, and sighed helplessly. Very well. How do you wish for me to accompany you? But let us agree beforehand, no wrestling. I still vividly recall your wrestling prowess. Yuan Ming'er's eyes sparkled mischievously as she stepped closer, linking her arm with Lin Tianxin's, and with a playful grin declared, You are to accompany me to the night market. My second brother once took me there, and it was such fun, but for some reason, he stopped taking me. The little girl's expression turned momentarily wistful before she tightened her grip on Lin Tianxin's arm. Her bright, gem-like eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying a silent threat of tears if he disagreed. Seeing her determined demeanor, Lin Tianxin, understanding her nature, felt an involuntary shiver. He mused, with your fearless disposition, who would dare take you out for fun? That would be courting trouble, and now, you have labeled me as the one who has starved you. It seems there is no escape for me. Resigned to his fate, he could only offer a wry smile and nod. Delighted by his acquiescence, Yuan Ming'er leaped for joy, waving at her accompanying guards. You need not follow. With my cousin here, I am perfectly safe. My cousin is a master-level expert, far surpassing all of you combined. But your highness, the emperor has commanded us to ensure your safety. To do otherwise would jeopardize our lives. If his majesty were to hold us accountable, we would bear the brunt of his wrath. The guards exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with concern. Yuan Ming'er, taken aback by their audacity, shot them a fierce glare, her brows knitting together in annoyance. You dare defy me, should you not heed my words. I shall take your lives at once, at her command. The guards promptly knelt in submission, silent and motionless, caught in a standoff with Yuan Ming'er. Being but a young girl, Yuan Ming'er found herself at a loss in such a situation. She did not wish to bring her guards along, for their presence would surely dull the excitement and spontaneity of the outing. She loathed that notion. Seeking assistance, she turned her gaze to Lin Tianxin, who, eager to finish the outing and return to his grandfather for training advice, spoke to the guards. Rest assured, dear brothers, I will ensure her safety. You may return to report to the emperor. He is a reasonable man and will not hold you accountable. The guards exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing with resigned smiles. They bowed to Lin Tianxin and Yuan Ming'er before making their way back to the palace. Eager to report the situation to the emperor, for regardless of whether Yuan Ming'er faced any danger, they would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Once the guards departed, Yuan Ming'er's solemn demeanor transformed into one of pure joy. She eagerly took Lin Tianxin's hand and dashed toward the outside world, who offered no resistance, allowing her to lead the way. The most bustling place in the capital at night was undoubtedly Zhangyang Street. And as Yuan Ming'er wound her way through the alleys, Lin Tianxin found himself dizzy from the rapid turns. Suddenly, The dim night was illuminated by the glow of candles and lanterns lining the streets, where vendors called out, hawking a variety of local delicacies and trinkets. Groups of men and women mingled, whispering sweet nothings, savoring flavorful snacks, or engaging in discussions about a woman who had just passed by. Upon witnessing this lively scene, Yun Ming'er could not contain her excitement and let go of Lin Tianxin's arm, rushing into the crowd with a cheer. Lin Tianxin could only offer a rueful smile as he followed suit, not out of concern for her losing her way, but rather for his own inability to navigate back, as he had already become quite disoriented during her previous escapades. As he hurried in her direction, he noted that she had already begun to quarrel with someone. Lin Tianxin felt a wave of frustration. How could she have gotten into a dispute in such a short time? No wonder Yun Haoyu had only taken her out once. It was truly a conundrum. After clarifying the cause of the altercation, Lin Tianxin could only stare at Yun Ming'er, who was happily devouring several skewers of candied fruit, his expression a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He thought, how could she be so reckless? Without any money, she is brazenly consuming others' wares. If she were not a little girl, she would have likely faced a swift slap by now. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianxin, as a princess, Yun Ming'er had never known want. Anything she desired was merely a stroke of fortune. She had guards to clean up any messes, so when had it ever been her responsibility to worry? Having grown up without understanding the value of money, she was wholly unbothered by the implications of her actions. Lost in thought, Lin Tianxin suddenly realized that Yun Ming'er had vanished once more, prompting a surge of panic as he frantically searched the vicinity. Finally, he spotted her at a stall selling masks, engrossed in trying them on. With a resigned sigh, he longed to drag this little princess back home, for her antics were proving to be quite the trial. In mere moments, she had gone missing twice. If this continued, he would surely lose his sanity. Before Lin Tianxin could reach her, she spotted him and dashed over, complaining, "Cousin, hurry up, bring me some money." "What?" Lin Tianxin was taken aback. "Money? How else will I buy anything? You just told me." Yun Ming'er rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. Finally understanding her newfound awareness of money's purpose, Lin Tianxin felt a surge of pride as he retrieved his coin pouch. Just as he was about to extract some coins for her, she snatched not only the coins but the entire pouch from his hands. With exuberance, Lin Tianxin dashed towards the mask stall, casually tossing a hefty silver coin weighing 10 taels, claiming the mask he had just set his eyes upon, and then fled like a specter. What a spendthrift! He gritted his teeth, immediately wailing, "Oh, my precious silver. This is all I have for the month, and now it's all gone. How am I to explain this to Mi Tsai? I still owe her the sweets." Having lived in a secluded valley under the tutelage of Luo Yuding since childhood, Lin Tianxin was acutely aware of the hardships faced by the common folk. 10 taels of silver could sustain an ordinary family for a month. Yet here, in Yun Ming'er's presence, it had merely purchased a mask. How could this not tug at Lin Tianxin's heartstrings? Suddenly, a pang of anxiety gripped Lin Tianxin. Oh no! Where has that girl run off to now? Discovering that the little girl had vanished once more, he fell silent. Gone again? This marks the third time. I must find her this time. I cannot allow this escapade to continue. This is no mere shopping trip. It's a matter of life and death. With a bitter smile, Lin Tianxin set out once more to trace the little girl's whereabouts. However, despite his relentless search, he could not uncover any sign of her. It was as if Yun Ming'er had evaporated from existence, or as if she had never been present at all this time. Lin Tianxin was genuinely worried. He had confidently assured the guards that, regardless of their indifference, he must consider the feelings of the emperor, his uncle. Moreover, this girl was his only cousin. He could not simply disregard her well-being. Chapter 47. A fiery fury anxiously calling out Yun Ming'er's name. Lin Tianxin hoped she would hear and respond. Yet, it seemed as though she were playing a game of hide-and-seek, refusing to reveal herself. Meanwhile, Yun Ming'er, donned in her mask, frolicked ahead, the mask slipping down over her eyes due to her exuberant movements. In a moment of distraction, she collided with someone, letting out a cry of pain as she tumbled to the ground, her mask falling away. Before her stood a young man, adorned in a resplendent blue silk robe, with a face painted in vibrant hues. Clutching his chest in discomfort, his expression twisted in fury, he bellowed, "Damn it! Who lacks the foresight to collide with this noble young master?" Do they wish for their demise? I shall obliterate your entire lineage." Just as he was about to summon his subordinates to deal with the audacious individual, he looked down and was struck dumb. There sat Yunming'er, weakly on the ground, her large jewel-like eyes glaring at him. Her delicate skin and finely sculpted features accentuated by disheveled hair cascading over her cheeks. Despite her youth, her petite yet alluring figure was strikingly captivating, a sight to behold. The young man's blood surged with excitement. Had the surroundings not been crowded, he might have acted upon his desires right then and there. Observing the area, he noticed that the little girl had no guards or protectors, which thrilled him. Although she wore luxurious attire, she appeared to be of no noble lineage. Yet how could one afford such exquisite clothing without being of high birth? This young man, the only son of Chen Qinglong, the leader of the Qinglong gang, was named Chen Xiaolong, a figure of some repute in the underground world. Renowned for his ruthlessness, he had no equal in the capital when it came to intimidating both men and women. Seeing this little girl's striking beauty, and assuming she had no significant background, how could he not be tempted? Moreover, in his lustful haze, he thought, with his father's protection, who would dare to challenge him here? With a lewd chuckle, Chen Xiaolong feigned indignation. Hey! This little girl dares to collide with me yet offers no apology while glaring at me. With such fine clothing, you must be a daughter of a wealthy family. How could you lack proper upbringing? I shall take you to your family to demand an explanation. He signaled his subordinate, who promptly stepped forward, covering Yunming'er's mouth and hoisting her onto his shoulder. Heading towards a shadowy alley, onlookers shook their heads in dismay, yet none dared to intervene. Alas, what a lovely young girl, and now she is to be ravaged by these beasts. Hush, Wu Laosan, do you wish to die? If the Qinglong gang hears you, we are both doomed. I know. It's just a pity. Such a fine girl, and she is about to fall prey to those brutes. How heartbroken must her parents be? The authorities do nothing, allowing these beasts to flaunt their power here. You know nothing. A friend of my uncle's sister's nephew works for the Qinglong gang. They have connections in the court, as long as no lives are lost. Even the officials dare not intervene. You mentioned a little girl being taken by the Qinglong gang. Chilling voice echoed, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Wu Laosan trembled, nearly collapsing in fear. His legs shook uncontrollably, an inexplicable odor permeating the air. Stammering, he pleaded, No, that is not true. Sir, I don't know anything. Please let me go. I swear, I know nothing. Before he could utter another word, Wu Laosan felt a hand grip his throat. The chilling voice resounding once more, Where have they taken her? Speak, or face death. The icy threat silenced Wu Laosan's pleas, as he realized that the oppressive aura emanating from this person was beyond what an ordinary citizen could withstand. Though terrified, Wu Laosan understood that if he did not divulge the truth, his life would be forfeit. Moreover, he could sense that this individual was not someone from the Qinglong gang sent to test them. Deep down, he genuinely hoped for someone to rescue that unfortunate little girl. With determination, he pointed towards the dark alley, trembling, not from cowardice, but from the overwhelming pressure radiating from the man before him. As he indicated the direction, Wu Laosan felt a sudden release around his neck. He gasped for breath, still haunted by the foul odor, watching as the man who had gripped him disappeared into the alley. Shock coursed through him. He had clearly seen that this person was not much older than a youth. Yet this youth exuded an aura of terror that left Wu Laosan no time to ponder. He hurried home, eager to escape this treacherous place. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaolong and his subordinates brought Yunming'er to a secluded courtyard deep within the alley. He waved away the two women previously in his embrace, instructing his men to guard the entrance, then entered the room where Yunming'er was confined. A lewd grin spreading across his face, he closed the door behind him, gazing at Yunming'er, her mouth bound with cloth, and felt an overwhelming urge to pounce upon her. How long had it been since he had encountered such exquisite beauty? How long since a woman had captivated him so? Chen Xiaolong could no longer contain himself. Lin Tianxin called out for Yunming'er, yet she seemed to have never been there, rendering his search futile. Desperation compelled him to continue down the street. By chance, he overheard a conversation between Wu Laosan and another person. Faintly realizing that the little girl they spoke of was indeed Yunming'er, which sent him into a frenzy. In his haste, he followed the direction pointed out by Wu Laosan. with the speed befitting a master. Lin Tianxin swiftly arrived at Chen Xiaolong and his Min's hideout. Distinct sounds of laughter from Min and the cries of a girl reached his ears. It was unmistakably Yunming'er. Rage surged within him. Unlike the anger he felt previously when tormented by Yunming'er, this fury was laced with murderous intent. He forcefully kicked open the courtyard door. The middle-aged men, who had been whispering and laughing, were momentarily stunned before lunging at Lin Tianxin with weapons drawn. If struck, he would surely be gravely injured or worse. Ignoring the blade arcing towards his head, he continued forward, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. It was the unique technique of the Dantai sect. The Heavenly Eye technique? In an instant, the men froze, then collapsed, lifeless. Blood trickled from their 7 orifices, a sight that startled even Lin Tianxin himself, for this was the first time he had employed the technique to kill. With a dismissive snort, he strode towards the only locked room in the courtyard, where Yunming'er's cries emanated. With a swift motion, he shattered the door, revealing a scene that ignited a firestorm within Lin Tianxin. There before him was the effeminate young man, Chen Xiaolong, pinning the struggling Yunming'er to the ground, his hands violently tearing at her clothing. Though Yunming'er fought valiantly, how could a small girl contend with a grown man? The murderous aura enveloping Lin Tianxin's youthful visage intensified as he roared, launching himself at the young man with a powerful kick. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Chen Xiaolong was sent hurtling away, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the ground. Cousin! With a heart-wrenching cry, the little girl threw herself into Lin Tianxin's embrace, bursting into tears that flowed uncontrollably, instantly soaking his garments, in her moment of utter helplessness. When despair seemed imminent, the sudden appearance of Lin Tianxin was akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. When had this little girl ever tasted even the slightest hardship, let alone being subjected to such treatment? As she buried her head deep in his chest, weeping bitterly, Lin Tianxin felt as though his heart was shattering. Since returning home, the one he had interacted with the most was none other than the weeping Yunming'er. Even more so than his own mother. Over the past 10 days, despite the frustration this girl had caused him, Lin Tianxin genuinely cherished his cousin. The innocent smile of Yunming'er, her mischievous smirk upon succeeding in a scheme, and her adorable pout when displeased. Each expression brought him immense joy amidst his cultivation. When had he ever witnessed her in such a state of despair, such heart-wrenching sorrow? Filled with fury, Lin Tianxin glared at Chen Xiaolong, who was slowly rising from the ground, like a ferocious wolf ready to pounce. An aura of terrifying murderous intent radiated from him. Were it not for his desire to see the little girl avenge herself, and to deliver this audacious scoundrel to his uncle, the emperor, Chen Xiaolong would have met his demise countless times by now. Damn it! You filthy bastard dare to kick me? Damn your grandmother. If I don't annihilate your entire family, I shall not be called Chen Xiaolong, he bellowed, spitting out foul blood as he struggled to rise, desperation driving him to shout, "Where are those worthless dogs?" As the only son of the Qinglong gang's leader, Chen Xiaolong was accustomed to being the master of his domain, commanding respect wherever he went. Except for the beatings from his father, Chen Qinglong, no one dared to lay a finger on him, let alone draw blood. Lin Tianxin, unaware of the concepts of good and evil, had no qualms about killing his own guards upon returning home. Now, with this scoundrel attempting to abduct Yunming'er for vile purposes, how could he endure? His anger surged, and with Yunming'er in his left arm, he lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Chen Xiaolong's face. The solid impact sent him spinning around, and he collapsed to the ground. Stars dancing before his eyes, as he tilted his head, his mouth opened, and with a sickening sound, several of his pristine white teeth, accompanied by foul blood, flew out. Just as he attempted to rise, a heavy kick struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing through the wall, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Had Lin Tianxin not restrained himself from killing him, Chen Xiaolong would have perished long ago. Fear gripped Chen Xiaolong. A shadow of death loomed over him like never before. Ignoring the excruciating pain throughout his body, he crawled desperately towards freedom, driven by the instinct to survive. He knew that if he could reach the outside, his gang members would find him, granting him a glimmer of hope. Although he had never considered them as brothers, merely viewing them as subordinates or dogs, he now yearned for their assistance, he was not ready to die. The world still held countless pleasures he wished to indulge in, beautiful women awaiting his presence, and wealth to squander. The sound of footsteps behind him echoed like a death knell. Chen Xiaolong despaired as he gazed at the door less than a meter away. Feeling the encroaching terror of death, he longed to scream, but when he opened his mouth, blood poured uncontrollably out. With a heavy thud, Lin Tianxin's foot landed on Chen Xiaolong, his right hand raised high, gathering a brilliant golden light. Chen Xiaolong's earlier insults had ignited Lin Tianxin's murderous intent. He no longer wished for him to live. The blinding yellow light overwhelmed Chen Xiaolong, preventing him from opening his eyes. Despite the searing pain coursing through him, it paled in comparison to the shock he felt that a master. Chen Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. He knew that the most formidable member of the Qinglong gang was merely his father, who had only recently entered the master realm after accumulating countless treasures. At that moment, Chen Xiaolong let out a piercing scream, as if the excruciating pain had jolted him back to reality. Brother, master, hero, please, spare me. I did not recognize your greatness and have offended both you and this young lady. I have money. I can give you whatever you desire. I also have beautiful women. Just spare my life, and I will give you everything. My father is the leader of the Qinglong gang. If you kill me, he will surely seek revenge. As Lin Tianxin's golden light began to descend upon him, Chen Xiaolong's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling violently. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, grasping Lin Tianxin's foot in desperation. It was Kong Xiaojia who ordered me to do it. Yes, he made me do it. Please, it was not my fault. He told me to ambush a little girl here. I swear, it had nothing to do with me. Kong Xiaojia forced me. Kong Xiaojia. A flicker of realization sparked within Lin Tianxin, prompting him to retract the energy sphere in his hand. Kong Xiaojia? Was he not the grandson of Kong Rui, the Minister of Internal Affairs? How was he implicated in this? Could there be a conspiracy at play? No, Lin Tianxin had never anticipated that he would accompany Yun Ming'er to the night market. How could Kong Xiaojia have known? Suddenly, Lin Tianxin recalled the palace guards who had displayed murderous intent towards him earlier that morning, and a chill ran down his spine. My lord, the sounds of fighting are coming from this courtyard. I fear that someone has died. An elderly man's voice trembled from outside. In the next moment, a group of 10 or so men dressed in constable attire stormed in, wielding gleaming swords, immediately surrounding Lin Tianxin. Clutching Yun Ming'er, Lin Tianxin remained unperturbed, lost in thought as he contemplated whether this incident was indeed a conspiracy against his family. My lord, save me. He wants to kill me. Hurry. Upon seeing the arrival of the constables, Chen Xiaolong thrashed about violently. The leader, a burly man with a scruffy beard, surveyed the scene of carnage and the struggling Chen Xiaolong beneath Lin Tianxin's foot. His expression shifted dramatically as he demanded, Who are you? Did you kill these men? Who I am is of little consequence. All you need to know is that they deserve to die, Lin Tianxin replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his gaze. Presumptuous, to commit murder under the emperor's nose. Such audacity. Seize him, and take the young girl as well. Be careful not to harm young Master Chen, commanded the constable leader, Qin Chao, who was originally a member of the Qinglong gang. To maintain a grasp on the capital's affairs, Chen Qinglong had secretly planted Qin Chao within the constabulary, allowing him to relay information. Now, witnessing the leader's son being treated like a dead dog, how could Qin Chao not be filled with rage? However, his naturally cautious demeanor made him reluctant to act without understanding the situation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this youth was unfamiliar, lacked any apparent backing, and thus deemed him an easy target. Little did he know that the ensuing events would leave him shaken to his core. Qin Chao's every action was observed by Lin Tianxin, who suspected that this incident was indeed a conspiracy targeting his family, or even himself. Seemingly indifferent to the presence of the constables, Lin Tianxin was, in fact, discreetly employing the heavenly eye technique to meticulously observe every move of these officers. Qin Chao noticed the fleeting panic in Chen Xiaolong's eyes, his cautious demeanor when addressing himself, and the subsequent killing intent, all of which Lin Tianxin keenly discerned. His heart is clear as a mirror, fully aware of the situation, casually tossing a jade token to Qin Chao. Lin Tianxin stated with a calm demeanor, My grandfather is Lin Zhennan, the Grand Marshal of the realm. I hereby command all of you to remain here and watch over him. None shall depart, nor shall anyone secretly send word. If he dies or if any one of you dares to leave this place, I shall eradicate your entire lineage." Upon finishing, he summoned the trembling jade token from Qin Shao's grasp and, cradling the unconscious Yun Ming'er, swiftly made his way back to the Lin residence, leaving behind a group of trembling, terrified constables and the prone Chen Xiaolong, whose fate hung in the balance. Lin Tianxin was eager to relay his findings and judgments to his grandfather, hoping to enlist his assistance, for with his current status, he lacked both the qualifications and experience to engage in such matters, despite their direct impact upon him. This situation could potentially affect the future of the Lin family, and he dared not take it lightly. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might have charged into the Qinglong gang to wreak havoc or confronted Kong Rui directly. As Lin Tianxin departed, Qin Shao did not dare to relax. He was acutely aware of the gravity of Lin Tianxin's orders, for he was the grandson of the Grand Marshal, the Emperor's own nephew. The Qinglong gang, and even the local government of the capital, were but insignificant ants in comparison to the Lin family. In their eyes, the Qinglong gang might not even rate as ants. He had no doubt about Lin Tianxin's identity, especially considering the golden aura that radiated from him upon his exit and the recent rumors circulating in the capital regarding Lin Tianxin. Not to mention the jade token in his possession. Qin Shao's thoughts raced as he realized that Chen Xiaolong was undoubtedly doomed, and the entire Qinglong gang would likely be uprooted in the process. Although he was currently an official, he was still affiliated with the Qinglong gang. He could not entertain any illusions that Lin Tianxin had overlooked his unusual behavior. Thus, the immediate concern was how he could extricate himself from the Qinglong gang, completely shedding its mark. Otherwise, he would surely face reincarnation alongside its demise. Chapter 49. A change is coming. While Qin Shao pondered how to sever ties with the Qinglong gang, Lin Tianxin, clutching the slumbering Yun Ming'er, raced onward, protecting her from the wind with a barrier of his own qi. Passers-by, witnessing a master martial artist radiating a golden light rushing by, quickly cleared a path, thereby saving Lin Tianxin considerable time. Moments later, upon returning to the marshal's residence, he neglected to settle Yun Ming'er, allowing her to sleep in his embrace, and, after inquiring with the servants, dashed towards the study where Lin Zhennan was located. "Grandfather!" Lin Tianxin called out as he burst into the study. Lin Zhennan turned to gaze at Lin Tianxin, who was holding Yun Ming'er, momentarily taken aback. He then sprang to his feet and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you holding the princess? If word gets out, how will she maintain her dignity in front of the world? And how will you face your mother and uncle?" Lin Zhennan's stern rebuke revealed his inner turmoil. It was clear that Lin Tianxin's actions not only implicated Yun Ming'er but could also be construed as an improper intention towards a royal, potentially escalating to accusations of kidnapping the princess with designs on the throne. At that point, regardless of the Lin family's esteemed reputation and achievements, it would be challenging to silence the gossip, leading to their complete disgrace in the Tianxin Empire. "Grandfather, please listen to me." Lin Tianxin, startled by Lin Zhennan's fervent reaction, momentarily paused, rolling his eyes in resignation. What is this old man thinking all day? First of all, Yun Ming'er is still so young. Aside from a few perverts, who would harm her? Besides, even if I were one of those perverts, she is my cousin. We're relatives, after all. I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. If anything were to happen, it would be when she grows up. He shook his head vigorously, forcefully dismissing such unhealthy thoughts from his mind, before recounting the events that had transpired and sharing his suspicions. After hearing Lin Tianxin's account and thoughts, Lin Zhennan nodded in appreciation and stated thoughtfully, "Indeed, this is undoubtedly a conspiracy targeting our Lin family." "Oh?" Lin Tianxin's mind raced as he pieced together the day's events, quickly grasping the reason behind his grandfather's certainty. Locking eyes with Lin Zhennan, he continued, "Yes, according to Chen Xiaolong, all of this was orchestrated by Kong Rui's grandson, Kong Xiaojia, the head of the Imperial Household Department. If I am not mistaken, it was the royal guard who had previously exhibited killing intent towards me, who secretly conveyed the information about Yun Ming'er and me venturing out to the night market to Kong Rui. Only Yun Ming'er's guards and the royal guard stationed at the gate would have been aware of our spontaneous decision to visit the night market, and that royal guard must have been a spy planted by the Kong family in the palace. Subsequently, Kong Rui likely arranged for the Qinglong gang to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Yun Ming'er while positioning his own people in ambush. After the deed was done, they would use my association with Yun Ming'er as a pretext to bring me in for questioning. To many in the capital, I am still a stranger. When they apprehend me, they will likely offer a mere apology for the mistake. They could invoke the principle of ignorance being no excuse, making it difficult for us to press them, lest we appear petty. Even if the officials were unable to lay a finger on me, my association as the princess's companion would inevitably tie me to the situation. Considering my master's influence, while he would likely spare my life, he would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on our Lin family. Even my uncle, the emperor, would start to harbor resentment towards our family. Chen Xiaolong, and even the entire Qinglong gang, were nothing more than pawns to them, disposable pieces on the chessboard. However, they never anticipated that Chen Xiaolong, driven by lust, would develop improper intentions towards the princess. Not only did he fail to execute their plan, but he was also saved by me on the spot. As for why they did not personally eliminate the princess, I suspect it is due to their fear of taking such a risk. After all, if their plot were to be uncovered, they could always scapegoat the Qinglong gang. But if they acted themselves, the consequences would be different. At this juncture, Lin Tianxin's heart tightened. This is bad. Now, Chen Xiaolong can be considered the only witness to this incident, and regardless of whether their plan succeeds, they will certainly not allow this witness to remain alive. Looking up at Lin Zhennan, Lin Tianxin forced a bitter smile. I have been too careless. It is likely that not only has Chen Xiaolong met his demise, but several constables may have also fallen victim, and the entire Qinglong gang could very well be uprooted. Humph. It matters not. As long as we know who is behind this, a mere head of the Imperial Household Department dares to act against our Lin family. They truly do not understand the meaning of danger. Lin Zhennan commanded, first, ensure the princess is safely settled, and then you two should rest. I will handle this matter. After hearing Lin Tianxin's coherent analysis, Lin Zhennan's wrinkled face bore a look of satisfaction. Yes, grandfather, you should also rest early. Oh, by the way, the royal guard in the palace should not have been eliminated. After all, he is unaware that I have sensed his murderous intent towards me. You might pursue this lead. After taking a few steps, Lin Tianxin suddenly turned back to speak to Lin Zhennan. Humph, do I need you to instruct me on this? You underestimate me, boy, Lin Zhennan chuckled, albeit with a hint of reprimanding tone. Once Lin Tianxin had departed, Lin Zhennan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Speaking as if in conversation with himself in the solitude of the study, you heard everything. You know what to do without my guidance, right? In that moment, Lin Zhennan was devoid of his usual geniality, his entire being emanating a palpable, oppressive aura of deep-seated fury. It was the iron-blooded ferocity that only a true soldier, forged through countless battles, could possess. If the enemy were to focus their attention on him, Lin Zhennan would not be overly concerned. After years of warfare, he had grown accustomed to the intrigues of the court. However, this time, the target was his grandson, the sole descendant of the Lin family. If Lin Tianxin were to perish on the battlefield, Lin Zhennan would grieve momentarily but would not be consumed by rage. That was the soldier's duty, the soldier's honor. But to have his grandson fall victim to treachery was something Lin Zhennan could never accept. Thus, he sought revenge. He aimed to send a warning to those lurking in the shadows. Yes, my lord, a faint, hoarse voice echoed from the void behind Lin Zhennan before vanishing. Curiously, although Lin Zhennan was alone in the study, who was it that spoke with him? Wait. Dispatch 2 capable hands to protect Tianxin. Their failure this time does not imply they will falter again. Strive to remain undetected, and unless his life is threatened, do not intervene. This boy has a strong desire to win. Allowing him to face a few setbacks is beneficial. After issuing these instructions, Lin Zhennan fell silent for a moment, slowly making his way to the window. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, he murmured, "The capital is about to undergo a transformation." This night was destined to be sleepless. The underground overlord of the capital, the Qinglong gang, had been uprooted entirely, and its leader, Chen Qinglong, had vanished without a trace in a single night. The esteemed Lord Kong Rui, the head of the Imperial Household Department, faced 3 waves of assassination attempts. Except for Kong Rui, his grandson Kong Xiaojia, and a few servants who remained unscathed, all other family members perished. Heads littered the entrance of the Kong residence, and blood flowed down the street for 100 paces. Meanwhile, Lin Tianxin cradled the slumbering Yun Ming'er and brought her to the chamber of her mother, Yun Xiner. wishing for the little girl to sleep beside her mother. It was not that the vast Lin mansion lacked guest rooms. Rather, considering the fright the child had experienced that day, he feared she might awaken in a strange environment and be terrified. With her mother present, at least there would be some comfort to be had. Little did he know, as Lin Tianxin attempted to lay Yun Ming'er on the bed, the soundly sleeping girl clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. Observing the fearful expression on her face, reminiscent of a startled rabbit, she burrowed deeper into his embrace, as if finding solace, her brow finally relaxing as she drifted into peaceful slumber. Lin Tianxin cast a wry smile at his mother before resigning himself to sitting at the bedside. Allowing Yun Ming'er to sleep soundly in his arms. Tianxin, what has become of Ming'er? Did she not return to the palace? How is she here with you? Yun Xiner, unable to contain her myriad of questions, softly inquired. Upon hearing his mother's question, Lin Tianxin naturally did not withhold the truth, recounting the events of the day in full. The Kong family? Lin Tianxin was astonished to discover that his mother, who had always been gentle and kind in his memory, possessed an unknown side. He watched as Yun Xiner's delicate brows furrowed, her eyes shimmering with a terrifying coldness, an astonishing killing intent erupting from her seemingly fragile form like a cataclysmic avalanche. This startled the sleeping Yun Ming'er, who instinctively pressed her small head deeper into Lin Tianxin's embrace, seeking warmth and comfort before settling back into a deep sleep, as if sensing the little girl's unease. Yun Xiner's murderous aura dissipated, and she transformed back into the nurturing image of a mother in Lin Tianxin's memory. With tenderness and concern, she gently brushed the hair from Yun Ming'er's face and sighed softly. This child, Ming'er, is typically clever and innocent, relying on her wits to stir up trouble, tormenting the young masters and young ladies of the entire capital. Perhaps this incident will serve as a valuable lesson for her. With a frown, she turned to Lin Tianxin and asked, "Is your uncle aware of this matter?" "He should be unaware, for I brought her home directly. Is that not appropriate?" Lin Tianxin replied, a hint of confusion in his voice, wondering if his mother and grandfather shared the same sentiments. "You? How could you act so recklessly?" Yun Xiner shot Lin Tianxin a reproachful glance before moving to a nearby desk, laying out rice paper, and swiftly penning a letter. Once the ink dried, she folded it neatly and placed it into an envelope. "Xiao Tao," she called out towards the door. "Your Highness," responded a beautiful woman in her late 30s, dressed as a servant, who entered with a respectful bow. "You must go to the palace now and personally deliver this to my brother. Inform him that Ming'er is with me, and he need not worry. Take this as well. Should the guards deny you entry, simply present it." As she spoke, she handed Xiao Tao the letter along with a palm-sized jade token inscribed with, "As if I were present myself." Xiao Tao was Yun Xiner's trusted maidservant since childhood. Deeply trusted by her mistress, the palace, specifically the Zhengyang Palace, was the emperor's residence. Humph! Emperor Yun Longchong glared at the letter in his hand, his expression one of fury as he smashed a finely crafted mahogany tea table to splinters with a single blow. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" inquired Empress He, who was embroidering nearby, her face filled with astonishment. It was well known that she had never witnessed such a display of anger from Yun Longchong, much less one that resulted in the destruction of furniture. "See for yourself." Yun Longchong maintained his scowl, yet his tone softened unconsciously as he handed the letter to Empress He. "These individuals have grown increasingly audacious, daring to set their sights on my daughter. Clearly, I have been too indulgent with them over the years. It is time to impose some restraint. Otherwise, who knows, in a few years they might dare to climb over my head. Xiao Tao, please inform the princess that Tianxin should accompany Ming'er to the palace tomorrow. I wish to question them personally." "Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave," Xiao Tao said, bowing to both Yun Longchong and Empress He before exiting gracefully. Empress He furrowed her brow as she finished reading the letter, muttering to herself, "Why does Ming'er go out without a bodyguard? This child is becoming increasingly willful." Suddenly, she crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it at Yun Longchong, her brows furrowed in anger as she scolded. "What kind of father are you? How could you only learn of such a significant event now? Why did you not advise her to take a guard? Why did you not keep an eye on her? If something were to happen to her, what would you have me do? Is this how a father behaves? Thank the heavens she is safe." As she ranted, she clasped her hands together, murmuring in prayer. Seeing Empress He in a fury, Yun Longchang shrank back like a child caught in wrongdoing, remaining silent, nervously twisting the hem of his garment. Too afraid to sit, he bore none of the demeanor of an emperor. Nor did he exhibit the majesty of one who wielded the power of life and death. If outsiders were to witness him in such a state, they would undoubtedly be shocked, lamenting how the world had changed. As if the sun no longer rose in the east, after a considerable time, Yun Longchang cautiously approached Empress He, glancing at her expression before hesitantly mumbling, "I believe Ming'er has a fondness for Tianqin. And I have taken a liking to the boy as well. He is quite talented and a fine young man. Being my own nephew, I thought to play matchmaker for them, and with Tianqin's prowess. Who in this palace could rival him? Besides, Ming'er is unharmed. So all is well. Come now, my dear, do not be angry. It ages you." Yun Longchang feared no one but his wife. Upon witnessing Empress He's anger, he dared not breathe a word in his words. This was not fear of his wife, but rather a manifestation of his love for her. Upon seeing Yun Longchang's demeanor, Empress He could not help but chuckle, though she soon adopted a serious expression, declaring, "Fortunately, Ming'er is safe. This matter shall be settled. If there is a next time, do not come to see me. Now, off to your study to rest. Your presence irritates me." Though she maintained a stern countenance, it was far more pleasant than before. Yun Longchang felt a surge of relief, believing the storm had finally passed, only to be struck down by Empress He's final words, which sent him into despair. He cast a pitiful glance at her, his expression one of reluctance to speak, but seeing her unwavering resolve, he could only bow his head dejectedly and depart. The following morning, all remained tranquil at the Lin mansion, with the servants busy yet orderly. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the calm, causing the bustling servants to jump in alarm. Soon after, a heavy groan echoed through the halls, resonating like the tolling of a mournful bell. There lay Yun Ming'er, utterly terrified, clutching the blanket tightly in the corner of the bed, her small frame trembling as she watched Lin Tianqin, curled up on the floor, rolling about like a shrimp, his delicate face devoid of color. Slowly, as if recalling the events of the previous night, she cautiously peeled back the blanket, still shivering, and approached Lin Tianqin's side. Trembling hands gently poked him as she called out, her voice tinged with tears, "Cousin, I did not mean to. Are you all right? Auntie? Auntie, come quickly. Cousin seems to be injured." It turned out that upon awakening, Yun Ming'er had stretched luxuriously, only to suddenly realize she was lying in a man's embrace, which sent her into a panic, prompting her to kick him with all her might without a second thought. Lin Tianqin, who had unknowingly fallen asleep while holding the little girl, was caught completely off guard. Receiving a painful kick to his groin, rolling on the floor in agony, it must be said that women seem to possess an innate talent for such strikes, and they are remarkably accurate. "Do I look unscathed?" Lin Tianqin's face turned green from the pain as he gritted his teeth, his words laced with frustration. "I did not mean to. It was your fault for holding me while I slept. I panicked and kicked out instinctively." The little girl murmured, barely able to stifle her laughter, her head drooping as she tried to suppress the urge to giggle, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing Lin Tianqin able to speak, Yun Ming'er's anxious heart finally relaxed. In her mind, as long as he could still talk, it meant he was unharmed. "What do you mean? I held you while you slept? You were the one clinging to me and refusing to let go." Lin Tianqin exploded with exasperation, his frustration palpable as he shouted, "Is it easy for me? For your sake, this young master nearly fell victim to a conspiracy. Not to mention the delay in my morning practice, and the restless night I endured is of little concern to me. Who could possibly sleep soundly while holding a stunning young lady? Moreover, this enchanting girl kept nudging me throughout the night. The most exasperating part was being inexplicably kicked by you first thing in the morning, and right where it hurts. Oh heavens, could it be that she was sent by you to torment me? What sins must I have committed in my past life to warrant such attention from the gods?" Lin Tianqin felt like crying without tears, unsure if my little brother was damaged in the process. "I am still a bachelor, and I have to carry on the Lin family lineage. Woe is me, Tianqin. What is wrong? Are you all right? Don't scare me." Upon hearing the young girl's cry, Yun Shiner hurriedly appeared at the door, her face etched with concern. "Cousin?" Yun Ming'er lowered her head, fidgeting with her clothing, sporting an expression that was certainly not one of embarrassment. slowly inching toward Yunxiner. She leaned in to whisper something in her ear. Her cheeks flushed and her gem-like bright eyes darting about, avoiding a glance at the prostrate Lin Tianxin. "Look at what you've done to your cousin." Upon hearing the little girl's words, Yun Shiner's face flushed. She playfully poked Yun Minger's forehead with her delicate fingers, casting a reproachful glare at this little girl who appeared utterly unconcerned, prompting Yun Minger to lower her head and stick out her tongue. With a mix of sympathy and amusement, she gently helped Lin Tianxin to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes and smoothing out his slightly wrinkled garments. After glancing around, she said with heartfelt concern, "You and Minger will be accompanying me to the palace shortly. Your uncle has matters to discuss with you both." Yun Shiner refrained from mentioning the nature of the discussion, fearing that the little girl might be too frightened to return. After all, having caused such a ruckus by refusing to take the guards while playing, even if Yun Longchong had a good temperament and cherished her, a sound scolding was inevitable. With Yun Minger stealing glances, they had breakfast and Lin Tianxin forcibly dragged the reluctant little girl toward the palace. As they passed the bowing guards, Lin Tianxin, under the guidance of a eunuch, strode confidently toward the Zhangyang Palace. At last, Lin Tianxin and Yun Minger stood before the sternly seated Yun Longchong and Empress He. After exchanging a perplexed glance with Lin Tianxin, the little girl hesitantly approached, lowering her head and weakly uttering, "Father, Mother, I'm back. What did you do yesterday? Why have you only just returned?" The cold voice belonged to Empress He, her gaze fixed with a fierce intensity, devoid of the usual affection and warmth. Startled by the Empress's angered look, the little girl instinctively shrank back, taking several steps in retreat, her small body slightly turned in a defensive posture, ready to flee at any moment. Chapter 51. The Emperor's thoughts biffed. Cough, cough. Yun Longchong could not contain his laughter at his precious daughter's antics, but quickly realized the inappropriateness and coughed to cover up. "Speak. Why did you not return yesterday? Where did you go?" Empress He glared at Yun Longchong, her voice rising sharply. The sudden outburst from Empress He startled the already flustered Yun Minger, prompting her to squeal and dash behind Lin Tianxin, peeking out cautiously at her now unfamiliar mother. After a moment of silence, amid the exasperated gazes of those present, she muttered softly, "I just spent the night at my aunt's house. Why are you so angry?" "Humph. And what else? It can't be that simple. Can it?" Seeing the little girl's demeanor, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Empress He's mouth, her tone softening considerably. Sensing the change in her mother's tone, Yun Minger suddenly leaped out from behind Lin Tianxin, animatedly gesturing, "We also went to the night market with cousin, and I had candied hawthorn. Oh, and I bought a beautiful mask." But later, as she mentioned the mask, her excitement surged, only to deflate as she recalled something, ultimately failing to provide a conclusion. "What happened later? Speak." Empress He pressed further. Later, the little girl lowered her head, her hands tracing circles in front of her, her beautiful big eyes misty. "All right, Your Majesty. Please don't tease her any longer." Observing Yun Minger on the verge of tears, Yun Longchong could not help but interject at his words. Not only was Yun Minger taken aback, but Empress He also burst into laughter, her stern facade crumbling. "Father, Mother, you two conspired to trick me." The little girl, realizing the jest, returned to her playful self and pounced toward Empress He, gently embracing Yun Minger. Empress He playfully tapped the little girl's smooth forehead, her face brimming with affection as she said, "If I don't scare you, how will you ever know what is serious? You're quite the handful. Your mother didn't sleep a wink last night. If you keep up this mischief, I shall truly be angry." I promise I won't do it again. Yesterday frightened me terribly. Thankfully, cousin arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might never see you again, Mother." The little girl recalled the previous day's peril and instinctively patted her chest, adopting a look of having escaped a calamity, which made Empress He chuckle heartily. And soon she was in tears again. This weeping startled Yun Minger, who, not knowing where she had learned it, began to console Empress He, patting her back and planting kisses, managing to hold back the Empress's tears. "It's all right, Minger. Are you still afraid?" Mother is just overjoyed. "Thank the heavens, you are safe." Wiping her tears, Empress He held Yun Minger closely, studying her for a moment, glancing at the previously tense yet now tearful mother and daughter. Yun Longchang exchanged an exasperated smile with Lin Tianxin and then nodded as he made his way outside. Observing Lin Tianxin, clad in white like snow, Yun Longchang smiled approvingly, saying, "Tianxin, how do you perceive the current situation of the Tianxian kingdom? Speak freely, without restraint." Instead of inquiring about Yun Ming's recent escapades, he posed this question. Lin Tianxin paused, then pondered for a moment before responding. Internal strife and external threats. Oh? Elaborate. Yun Longchang's expression turned one of surprise. For Lin Tianxin had only just returned not long ago, yet he had discerned the precarious state of Tianxian. The scheming of powerful ministers, their cliques and machinations, all for personal gain, is the internal threat. The recent events reveal the madness of these power-hungry officials. Meanwhile, the Eastern Ao Kingdom is amassing troops at our borders, with Western nations eyeing us covetously. This is the external threat. If you were in my position, what would you do? How would you resolve these issues? A deeper smile spread across Yun Longchang's face. To secure the external, one must first stabilize the internal. Lin Tianxin's declaration was resolute. From the stories recounted by his master about the downfall of the Dantai sect, he had come to understand the terrifying nature of corruption, internal traitors, and betrayal. Even the once mighty Dantai sect could not withstand their erosion. Lin Tianxin doubted that the Tianxian Empire could resist, lacking even a glimmer of hope for resistance. If they were not eliminated first, the Tianxian Empire would face unimaginable repercussions, potentially annihilation. To eradicate their threat, one must act decisively and without hesitation at the root. Otherwise, the consequence would be obliteration. To secure the external, one must first stabilize the internal. Well said. A brilliant insight. Yun Longchang laughed heartily, but his tone shifted to seriousness as he continued. But do you understand that this stabilization comes at a great cost? At best, it leads to turmoil in the court, shaking the nation's foundation. At worst, it invites external enemies, resulting in national ruin and personal loss. Lin Tianxin felt a stir within and asked, "So that's why you did not take action today indeed?" "It's not that I do not wish to act, rather, I do not dare to. I am well aware that this will only embolden these power-hungry officials. Yet, in this precarious time, with formidable foes lurking, I genuinely do not dare to take action. Moreover, it is no longer my place to do so. Few remain of the Kong family alive. I know this is your grandfather's doing, but it is precisely because of his intervention that I can afford to chat with you today. Your grandfather likely understands that if I were to act, it would not yield results but rather enhance their arrogance. His strategy was impeccable, and even I admire it. Employing absolute force to suppress this matter not only provided you with a shield but also served as a warning to them, alleviating the crisis faced by our Tianxian. All I need to do is offer some soothing words without expending any manpower or resources." Sighing, Yun Longchang turned to gaze into the distance, murmuring, "Sometimes I wish I were just an ordinary person, free from the burdens of the world, unbothered by the scheming of powerful ministers, untroubled by sleepless nights, and unburdened by the manipulative rhetoric of officials, without having to face endless disputes from a multitude of persistent elders. The world often extols the virtues of being an emperor, reveling in the boundless blessings bestowed by the realm, wielding the power of life and death, and reigning above millions. Yet, who comprehends the tribulations that accompany such grandeur? As the sovereign, exalted above all, I appear to bask in infinite glory. However, few understand my yearning for a peaceful slumber, free from burdens and pressures, to drift into a tranquil sleep until I awaken naturally." At this juncture, Yun Longchang abruptly turned to Lin Tianxin, his gaze ablaze with anticipation, and declared, "Since your return, I have glimpsed hope. Being chosen by a master of your caliber cannot be without reason. I initially hoped your mentor would assist me in rescuing countless common folk from peril. Yet, I was disheartened by their absence. However, upon hearing your words yesterday, I was once again filled with optimism. If we lack a peerless guardian, must we not cultivate one ourselves? And you, dear Tianxin, are the one I have chosen. Apart from my kin, you are the sole individual in the entire Tianxian Empire whom I can trust without reservation. The only suitable candidate I know, Tianxin. Can you help your uncle realize this dream?" With utter sincerity, Yun Longchang's words to Lin Tianxin were heartfelt, devoid of exaggeration or falsehood. As an emperor, he deeply understood that to earn a person's trust, one must offer sufficient sincerity. Logically, such a mindset should not befit a ruler, yet Yun Longcheng embodied this principle. This was precisely why he ascended to the throne amidst a plethora of princes, garnering widespread support. Whatever my uncle commands, I shall fulfill without hesitation. Lin Tianxin responded with a resolute expression, voicing his unwavering commitment. Indeed, I have not misjudged you, Yun Longcheng exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight, his excitement palpable. You are correct in saying that to quell external threats, one must first secure internal stability. However, I have hesitated to act until now. But with your declaration today, I can finally rest easy. Ha ha. Uncle, I am somewhat perplexed, Lin Tianxin admitted, a hint of confusion in his tone. With a smile, Yun Longcheng elucidated, these cunning power brokers, whenever fresh blood enters the court, scheme to suppress it, unless it be their own kin. Your emergence has undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of crisis among them. They perceive you as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate you at all costs. You are my nephew and the sole grandson of the Grand Marshal. As long as you do not err gravely, ascending to prominence will be effortless. Yet, how could they allow you to thrive? They dare not. The mere presence of Lin Zhennan has already threatened their interests. And they will not permit the rise of another like him, or one even more formidable. Pausing for effect, Yun Longcheng continued, I had intended to bestow an official position upon you, but given your lack of contributions to the state, I cannot risk public outcry. Even your elder cousin attained his current position as Deputy Minister of War through diligence. However, with the Eastern Ao Kingdom invading our borders, a splendid opportunity has arisen for you. In a few days, I shall host a martial competition for the younger generation in the palace, selecting a group of new talents to hone their skills on the battlefield, with your prowess. Securing the championship should be within your grasp. Do not disappoint your uncle. Casting a meaningful glance at Lin Tianxin, Yun Longcheng patted his shoulder before departing. In the following fortnight, Lin Tianxin experienced a life of tranquility, successfully seeking counsel from his grandfather regarding his cultivation challenges. Yet, the result left him disheartened, for the old man's wisdom distilled into 4 simple words. Let nature take its course. What puzzled Lin Tianxin was that since his return from the palace, Gao Han and Shun Hao had not visited the Lin residence. After some contemplation, he surmised they must have received notifications regarding the martial competition. With only 3 days remaining, he resolved to reinforce his training. For preparation is key to overcoming unforeseen challenges. Just as he was about to meditate, his grandfather rushed in, calling out with exuberance, Tianxin, Tianxin. What is it, grandfather? You seem quite jubilant, Lin Tianxin replied, taken aback by the old man's enthusiasm. The emperor has just issued a decree. Can you guess what it entails? Lin Zhennan said with a mysterious smile. Oh, is that so? What did he say? Lin Tianxin inquired, sensing that his grandfather's elation was likely tied to a significant matter concerning the Lin family. Ah, what are you thinking? Were you not listening? Lin Zhennan exclaimed, noticing Lin Tianxin's distracted demeanor, which bore an inappropriate expression as he daydreamed. The old man, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a firm kick to Lin Tianxin's rear, interrupting his wandering thoughts. You were saying? I'm listening. Why do you keep hitting me? Lin Tianxin grimaced in pain, covering his rear as he hopped about. Foolish boy, just like your father, Lin Zhennan grumbled, bemused, I wonder. With my esteemed lineage, how is it that each generation seems to deteriorate in intellect? Rubbing his sore backside, Lin Tianxin rolled his eyes, muttering, I believe this is a genetic issue. He even nodded, convinced of his own reasoning. Ah, I did not expect you to have acquired such profound insights from your mentor. Come, enlighten me further, Lin Zhennan urged, his excitement palpable as he sought to engage in this newfound discussion. Well then, allow me to analyze our family's genetic composition, Lin Tianxin proclaimed with an air of solemnity, flipping his hair dramatically and adopting the demeanor of a sagacious scholar. Consider, grandfather, my uncle the emperor is astute, and my mother is intelligent as well. Thus, we can rule out her lineage as the source of any deficiency. Additionally, I have heard that my grandmother is also quite clever. Therefore, it must be your genetics that are in question. Fully engrossed in his analysis, Lin Tianxin remained oblivious to the increasingly furious expression on Lin Zhennan's face, whose eyes blazed with indignation. How dare you speak so? Lin Zhennan seethed, his teeth grinding together in fury. This is a misunderstanding, grandfather. Perhaps it is the genes of my great-grandfather or even my great-great-grandfather that are at fault, Lin Tianxin stammered, realizing his blunder too late, only exacerbating the situation. Sensing the old man's volatile aura, he bolted for safety. Trying to escape, are you? Let us see if you can evade my wrath today, Lin Jinan scoffed, shaking his head. Regardless of your prowess, can you truly outrun a grandmaster? With a casual stretch, he pursued Lin Tianxin, intending to test his abilities while employing only a fraction of his own strength. After a while, Lin Jinan was taken aback. This young rascal runs surprisingly fast. I refuse to believe I cannot catch him with 7/10 of my power. Minutes passed and Lin Jinnan's astonishment grew. What on earth? This boy can't possibly be a rabbit. Even a rabbit wouldn't be this swift. After half an hour. You little brat. Stop right there, Lin Jinnan gasped. Leaning against a tree, panting heavily. What kind of freak are you? Thank goodness this is within the Lin residence. Otherwise, my reputation would be in tatters. A grandmaster unable to catch his own grandson? Unbelievable! He issued a stern command. Let it be known that today's events must remain confidential. No one must learn of young master's true prowess. Understood, my lord. A shadowy figure in the background muttered, rolling its eyes. As if anyone in the capital is unaware of young Master Tianxin's strength. Do you think we need to keep it a secret? You are merely worried about your own pride. Chasing after Lin Tianxin for half a day, the venerable Lin Laoi, though utterly exhausted, was filled with immense joy within. He mused to himself. With Tianxin's current prowess, while he may not yet be considered a true master, it is certainly sufficient for establishing himself in this world. With his level of cultivation, he stands unmatched among these young individuals. The championship of this martial arts tournament is undoubtedly destined for him. Ha ha! It appears that my Lin family is about to produce another general. With this thought, Lin Jinan could not contain his excitement and leapt up. Startled, Lin Tianxin, who was watching from a distance with a wary expression, nearly turned to flee again. He waved his hand, beckoning Lin Tianxin to come over. Unfortunately, Lin Tianxin remained heavily guarded. He merely stood in place, his face contorted in disdain, slightly leaning to one side as if ready to bolt at any moment. Observing Lin Tianxin's demeanor, Lin Jinan became furious, yet found it rather amusing and scolded, You little rascal! Why don't you come over to your grandfather? Do you fear that I would harm you? Hurry up! I have something important to tell you. Lin Tianxin still stood firm, unyielding, his expression of wariness deepening. With no other choice, the old gentleman shouted, The emperor has designated the martial arts tournament to be held in the outskirts of the city. It will take place on the first day of October, 2 months from now, and all citizens of the Tianqian Empire under the age of 30 are eligible to participate. The rewards are exceedingly generous. And as for what they are, you'll find out in due time. After speaking, Lin Jinan shot Lin Tianxin a fierce glare, muttering angrily, This wretched boy, so suspicious even of his own grandfather. I had intended to give him a good talking to. But this slippery fellow won't even come near. It's infuriating. It was only after Lin Jinan departed that Lin Tianxin finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Thankfully, I have practiced since childhood. Otherwise, if the old man had caught me, I would surely have suffered a beating. It seems I must be cautious with my words. However, capturing me is not so simple. Even the senior brother at the martial saint level could not catch me. And my grandfather is merely a grandmaster. How could he possibly apprehend me? Although the senior brother may lack speed, he is still a martial saint expert. It is no wonder Lin Tianxin harbors such wariness towards his grandfather. He has indeed been made a bit paranoid by old Luo. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, there were less than 2 days until the 1st of October, thanks to an announcement from Yunlongchang. The capital transformed into a bustling hub within just 2 months, with countless young individuals flocking to the city, either alone or accompanied by family and mentors. In no time, all the inns in the capital were nearly fully booked, with many resorting to setting up makeshift bedding on the streets. In light of this situation, Emperor Yunlongchang directly dispatched 20,000 guards from the Imperial City's protection team to assist the city defense in managing public order. He also called upon the original residents of the capital to open their vacant homes for rent, in an effort to alleviate the rampant issue of makeshift bedding in the backyard of the Lin residence. Damn it! Another failure. I still feel nothing at all. Lin Tianxin, disheveled, leaped down from a large tree, cursing under his breath. Over the past 2 months, in his attempts to break through to the Master Realm, he had tried countless methods, training in water, in secret chambers, under the blazing sun, and even climbing trees to recapture the feeling he had while training in Towei Valley. But the results were dismal. He nearly drowned underwater, starved in the secret chamber, nearly suffered heat stroke under the sun, and what left him speechless was the absurdity of training in a tree. It was one thing to have a few leaves stuck to him, but how did he end up with bird droppings on his head? Young master, the princess has arrived and is waiting for you in your room. Just as Lin Tianxin pondered over the failures of the past few days, a timid voice interrupted him. What does she want this time? Lin Tianxin raised an eyebrow and huffed. What does she want with me? I don't know. The young maid, about 15 or 16, blushed and shot him a glance before lowering her head, her two hands awkwardly entwined. Watching the young girl display such shyness, Lin Tianxin couldn't help but feel puzzled. He noticed that it seemed every young girl in the Lin residence transformed into this demeanor upon seeing him. Sometimes, Lin Tianxin wondered if his charm was simply too great, causing these young maidens to fall hopelessly and deeply in love with him. I understand. Tell her to wait. I will be there shortly. Lin Tianxin replied nonchalantly, before his words could fade. Cousin, so you were hiding here. I've been looking for you everywhere. How will you compensate me? A fiery red figure darted towards him like a bird flitting into the forest, landing sprightly before Lin Tianxin. Ugh, you smell terrible. Have you not bathed in days? Yun Ming'er, upon leaping towards him, quickly recoiled, pinching her adorable nose and frowning in disgust. Doi? Lin Tianxin sniffed at his shoulder, wrinkling his brow, and then casually replied, I don't think so. Still denying it? You reek. Go take a shower. The little girl seemed to distance herself from Lin Tianxin, as if avoiding a plague. After sniffing himself a few times, Lin Tianxin squinted and boasted, What does it matter? This young master's farts are the real stench. When I let one rip, flies drop dead, and beasts flee in terror. Even trees wither. I am known as the unrivaled and fearsome one. Before he could finish, Lin Tianxin saw a shadow darkening before him, as a delicate embroidered shoe spun through the air, aimed directly at his face. With a sneer, he extended his hand to catch it. Smack! A small shoe print was left firmly imprinted on his face. Lin Tianxin let out a wail. You little girl. How devious of you to use both shoes. Giggle. Did you think I was foolish? You always catch one shoe. Yun Ming'er, barefoot, doubled over in laughter, her lovely brows arched into crescent moons. How dare you trick me? Just wait until I catch you. Lin Tianxin shouted, lunging toward Yun Ming'er with outstretched arms. Help! Save me! The little girl turned and fled. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Tianxin smiled faintly. He realized that since the last incident, this little cousin of his seemed to have undergone a transformation. Though she still clung to him and was as mischievous as ever, he sensed a subtle change. She seemed to care for others, respect them, and even appeared a tad more refined. Upon closer inspection, she appeared the same. Yet Lin Tianxin could not shake the feeling that something was distinctly different. Cousin, hurry and chase me. What are you standing there daydreaming about? Came Yun Ming'er's playful call from a distance. Lin Tianxin snapped back to reality, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He gently shook his head at Yun Ming'er and said, I will go wash up and change my clothes first. Then I'll take you out to play. Since he was at an impasse with his training, Lin Tianxin decided to take a stroll and unwind. He had been living under immense pressure lately, focusing solely on eating and training, even sacrificing sleep. Yay! Long live cousin. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she jumped 3 feet into the air. Since the last incident, the Empress had been furious, forbidding her from playing outside. It was only after Yun Ming'er's heartfelt pleading and Emperor Yun Longchang's persuasion that she was allowed to visit the Lin residence. However, the Empress had dispatched a veritable army of royal guards to protect her, their vigilance astonishing. It is worth noting that the palace guards were divided into 3 ranks, with the 3rd rank being the lowest and considered the weakest among them. Yet, even the 3rd rank guards were not comparable to the ones who had blocked Lin Tianxin at the palace gates, nor could they rival the royal elite troops. For an ordinary guard to be promoted to the lowest tier of 3rd rank guard was no easy feat. The palace's selection process was exceedingly rigorous. Not only must one's personal strength reach the peak of the martial artist realm, but loyalty, collective honor, and individual combat prowess were also meticulously scrutinized. The selection process was as stringent as a civil service examination, if not more so. Advancing from third to second rank was even more challenging, and simply attaining the second rank did not guarantee comfort in one's position. The palace held an annual assessment for the guards, during which third-rank guards could challenge second-rank guards, with the victor taking the latter's place. Conversely, the loser would be relegated back to third rank. Becoming a first-rank guard was an even greater challenge. Not only did one need to reach the later stages of the martial artist realm, but they also had to complete various tasks assigned by superiors, either alone or in teams. Only after evaluating the task completion scores could one be considered for promotion to first rank. It can be said that among 100 second-rank guards, there might not even be one who could ascend to first rank. As for how the scores were calculated, only a handful of individuals within the entire Tianqian Empire possessed that knowledge. And the number certainly did not exceed 5 within the ranks of the guards, regardless of tier. There exists a hierarchical structure. They are organized into leaders, captains, squad leaders, and team leaders, with each team consisting of 10 members. Plus the team leader, totaling 11.3 teams form a squad, with the squad leader included, making a total of 34. A battalion comprises 3 squads, along with the battalion commander, totaling 103 individuals. All captains are uniformly assigned by the commander, who in turn directly obeys the emperor. Furthermore, there is a limitation on the number of sword-bearing guards. There are only 10 first-tier squads in total. As for the second tier, there are 50 squads, and the third tier comprises 100 squads. Should a vacancy arise in the first-tier guards, selections can only be made from the second tier. And similarly, the second tier can only select from the third tier, with practically no exceptions, unless the emperor personally bestows the honor, which can only be done by the emperor himself. Notably, when Yun Ming'er went out, she astonishingly mobilized nearly an entire squad of first-tier sword-bearing guards, illustrating the unparalleled affection the queen bestows upon her. Even the 2 princes do not enjoy such treatment. It is worth noting that a small squad of first-tier sword-bearing guards can decisively eliminate a master-level fighter in the late stages. In fact, a first-tier sword-bearing guard at the pinnacle of martial arts can stand toe-to-toe against a master-level martial artist in the early stages. How many master-level martial artists can there be in the entire Tianqian Empire? A single master-level martial artist is already qualified to establish a sect and dominate a region that, of course, apart from some major sects, like the group of black-clad assassins Lin Tianqin encountered, who claimed to come from the Tianwei Tower. "Cousin, where are we going to play?" The little girl, having been cooped up for 2 months, was rather impatient. Even just earlier, while Lin Tianqin was bathing, she stood outside the door incessantly urging him. The mere thought of allowing Lin Dashe to bathe made him tremble with anxiety, fearing that this little girl might act recklessly and burst in unannounced. Although Lin Dashe would not suffer any loss, it would still be quite embarrassing for her to see him in such a state. "Just wait a bit. You'll know soon enough. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Tianqin rolled his eyes in exasperation, speechless at her impatience. Guiding Yun Ming'er through winding paths, they arrived at a quaint tea house. Lin Tianqin's purpose for venturing out today was not only to relax his mind, but also to investigate whether there were any young martial artists from the populace intending to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament. Although he possessed the Cui Xian Bao and felt unafraid of any martial artist below the level of a martial sage, Lin Tianqin did not plan to utilize the Bao during the tournament, as the crowd would be large and chaotic, making the risk too great. His household also had a dedicated intelligence department to gather such information, yet Lin Tianqin still believed it would be better to see things with his own eyes. At least to make a direct comparison, tea houses and taverns were indeed the best venues for acquiring such news. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Just as he was about to enter, he encountered someone, none other than Gao Han, whom he hadn't seen in 2 months. "Boss Lin. Long time no see. Your Highness, you are here as well." Gao Han, who had been greeting Lin Tianqin with a grin, turned pale and trembled uncontrollably upon seeing Yun Ming'er, his voice stammering. "Why, you all enjoy yourselves. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gao Han attempted to flee, only to have Yun Ming'er seize his ear. Her voice, clear and melodious yet a terrifying nightmare for him, ringing in his ears. "Where are you in such a hurry to go? Humph. You think this princess doesn't know? You're trying to avoid me." Yun Ming'er, one hand on her hip and the other gripping Gao Han, said angrily, "Ouch, it hurts. Please, Your Highness, be gentle. I truly have urgent matters to attend to. It's a matter of life and death. Gao Han stood on his tiptoes, trying to alleviate the pain in his ear, a look of despair on his face. Am I that old to be called your highness? Yuan Ming'er was immediately incensed, twisting Gao Han's ear in a fit of rage. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer to Gao Han's ear and asked conspiratorially, "What's the matter? You seem rather anxious. But since you called me your highness, I shall reluctantly let you go. However, you must tell me what's going on. No lies." Her eyes, bright and gem-like, narrowed slightly, exuding an air of authority that suggested he would face dire consequences if he dared to deceive her. Gao Han stood dumbfounded. What does she mean by letting me go out of reluctance? He distinctly remembered that it was because of his remark about your highness that she had twisted his poor ear mercilessly a moment ago. And the pain was still fresh. He cast a weak glance at Yuan Ming'er but ultimately did not dare voice his thoughts, mumbling incoherently, do you understand? What do you mean by that in this? Speak clearly." The little girl wore a bewildered expression, quickly realizing she had been toyed with, and her fury erupted, twisting Gao Han's ear once more. "Your Highness, please be gentle. It hurts." A mournful howl escaped Gao Han's lips, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the tea house. Their faces paling as they gazed at Yuan Ming'er, who was gripping Gao Han's ear, their legs trembling in fear. A 7- or 8-year-old girl exclaimed dramatically, "Daddy, a wolf is here to eat people. Run!" Chapter 54. They are stealing a meeting, quickly tell me. Yuan Ming'er's face flushed under the scrutiny of the crowd, her anger flaring, her brows furrowed, and her teeth grinding in irritation. "It's Miss Li. Miss Li asked me to meet her at Daming Lake." Overwhelmed by Yuan Ming'er's intimidation, Gao Han trembled violently and blurted out the information. Once he realized what he had revealed, his expression turned bitter. Nearly on the verge of tears, making such a fuss, I thought it was something significant. Wasting this princess's time, how frustrating. Yuan Ming'er released her grip on Gao Han's ear, shaking her hand vigorously, her face a picture of disdain. This time, it wasn't just Gao Han who was taken aback. Even Lin Tianxin stood in shock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing uncontrollably. "What do you mean by wasting your time? You've been the one wasting my time from the beginning, and you still have the audacity to argue?" Of course, Gao Han did not dare voice these thoughts, as challenging the little girl's absolute authority would be tantamount to courting disaster. It seemed that, aside from Lin Tianxin, no one in the entire capital dared to do so. Secretly, Gao Han's admiration for Lin Tianxin deepened further. Observing Yuan Ming'er's disdainful expression, Gao Han could only inwardly curse his unfortunate fate. Taking a cautious step back before fleeing in a panic, he simply could not remain in this place any longer. Who knew if this little girl might go mad again and insist on following him? Watching Gao Han's retreating figure, the little girl revealed a cunning smile, grabbing Lin Tianxin's hand as she hurried after him. "Hey, why are you pulling me along? I have things to do," Lin Tianxin complained in dissatisfaction. "Not doing anything. Just going to see what he's up to. Hee." Yuan Ming'er's eyes narrowed mischievously, a hint of triumph gracing her features. "Isn't it rather inappropriate for us to intrude on someone else's private matters?" Lin Tianxin furrowed his brow, his expression peculiar. "Oh, cousin, look at him. He has that sneaky look, so he must be up to no good. Let us go see what is happening." As soon as Lin Tianxin hesitated, the little girl tugged at his hand, shaking it from side to side and acting adorably. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief, and she leaned in close to Lin Tianxin, whispering, "Besides, look at young Master Gao. He's alone without any guards. What if he encounters danger? We're going to protect him from the shadows. Yes, that's right, we're going to protect him, not spy on him." With each word, she grew more convinced of her justification, puffing out her chest with righteous fervor. Seeing the little girl's earnest expression, Lin Das-He was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed. What are we waiting for? Let us go. If we delay, we won't even see him." With that, he pulled Yuan Ming'er along, sprinting in the direction Gao Han had vanished. The group of guards stood there, dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, then turned their eyes upward as if there was something captivating in the distant sky. Their expressions strangely peculiar. "Damn it. How embarrassing. Here I am, a dignified first-tier sword-bearing guard, encountering such a pair of extraordinary masters. I really don't know whether to call it misfortune or misfortune. Wait, how come it's always my misfortune? Where did they go? Why didn't they call me when they left? Damn. This is so inconsiderate. A first-tier sword-bearing guard grumbled inwardly, only to realize his companions were missing as well, cursing under his breath. He hurried after them, by Daming Lake. Beneath the flowers and trees, a pair of seemingly romantic figures leaned close together. The man was handsome and poised, while the woman was graceful and enchanting. Upon closer inspection, it was Gao Han and Miss Li, the two resembling a celestial couple, whispering sweet nothings to each other, completely oblivious to the 100 or so shadowy figures nearby, sneaking glances at them. Among the numerous figures, the one at the forefront was animatedly recounting something to a nearby youth. Just faintly, a little girl's clear, delicate voice rang out, "Wow, cousin, look, they are having a secret rendezvous." The boy quickly covered the little girl's mouth, whispering urgently, "Shoo, keep your voice down. It won't be fun if we get caught. Besides, this is called a secret rendezvous. It's called a clandestine meeting, abbreviated as stealing a meeting." The young girl abruptly removed her hand from her mouth. Her gaze fixed intently upon Gao Han and Miss Li. With utmost seriousness, she exclaimed, "Astounding! Such profound vocabulary springs forth from your lips with such ease. Truly, a talent indeed. Today, this young master, have gained a breadth of knowledge. Indeed, it is merely a matter of cleverness. Humph. I, the princess, am exceptionally gifted and well-versed. What word cannot I conjure at will?" She chuckled. "Cousin, am I not clever?" The little girl declared with an air of self-satisfaction, her pride evident. Unmistakably, these two were none other than the notorious Lin Tianxin, the young master, and Princess Yun Ming'er. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped. Punctuating the AIR.IT was one of the sword-wielding guards who could no longer contain himself. "What are you laughing at? Do you seek a fight?" The young girl turned, casting a fierce glare at the guard. "No, it's just that I had too much to eat this morning, and my stomach aches." The guard's taut, dark expression betrayed his discomfort as he hurriedly explained, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, silently lamenting his plight. Upon raising his head, he noticed Yun Ming'er and Lin Tianxin sharing hushed laughter. Completely oblivious to his presence, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With the immense pressure of his companion's peculiar gaze weighing upon him, he wiped away the cold sweat, feeling fortunate to have escaped unscathed.